121 families. The ECCA group is the second of the main subdivisions of the Karoo supergroup of geological strata in southern Africa. It mainly follows conformably after the Dwika group in some sections, but in some localities overlying unconformably over much older basement rocks. It underlies the Beaufort group in all known outcrops and exposures. Based on stratigraphic position, lithostratigraphic correlation, palynological analyses, and other means of geological dating, the ECCA group ranges between early to earliest Middle Permian Rhodian in age.
Ligephila kishidae is a moth of the family Arabidae. It is found in Taiwan. The length of the forewings is about 18 mm. The forewings are grayish-brown, but the coastal area is somewhat darker. The hindwings are also grayish-brown, but slightly paler than the forewings.
The Forests Now Declaration is a declaration that advocates using carbon credits to protect tropical forests. The declaration was created by the Global Canopy Program, and has been signed by over 200 NGOs, business leaders, scientists and conservationists. The declaration was created as carbon credits from land use change and forestry were omitted from the Clean Development Mechanism for the first commitment period of the Kyoto Protocol despite contributing 18 to 25% of all emissions.
The Very Best of Aretha Franklin, Volume 1 is a compilation album by singer Aretha Franklin, released by Rhino Records in March 1994. The album compiles 13 of her first 14 singles for Atlantic Records, all of which were recorded during the 1960s. The original recordings were produced by Jerry Wexler, and this compilation was certified platinum by the RIAA.
The New Adventures of J. Rufus Wallingford is a 1915 American silent film serial featuring Oliver Hardy.
The Hammersmith Flyover is an elevated roadway in West London which carries the A4 arterial road over and to one side of the central Hammersmith gyratory system, and it links together the Cromwell Road extension Talgarth Road with the start of the Great West Road. It is one of the first examples of an elevated road using reinforced concrete.
The Paisley Daily Express is a Scottish newspaper based in Glasgow, covering the Renfrewshire area. The paper, which is currently owned by Trinity Mirror, has its main offices in Glasgow. The paper is sold in newsagents and general stores throughout Renfrewshire. The contents of the Wee Express, as it is known locally, to distinguish it from the Big Express, i.e. the Scottish Daily Express, are typical of a local newspaper: local news, human interest stories, classified advertisements, intimations, church news, crosswords, wedding photographs, school photographs, local sports mainly about the town's football team St Mirren, letters to the editor and so on. The paper was once based in New Street in Paisley, but its main editorial operation was relocated to Glasgow in March 2012. A small office within Paisley's YMCA building serves the paper.
Dom Bosco is a train station on CPTM line, on CPTM line, on CPTM line, on CPTM line, on CPTM line, on CPTM line, on CPTM line, on CPTM line, on CPT 11 Coral, located in the city of São Paulo, received this name for being close to the acting area of Dom Bosco social work.
Eyebrow number 193 is a rural municipality located in south-central Saskatchewan, Canada. It is located in Census Division 2, a part of SARM Division 2. The rural municipality is named after the village of Eyebrow, which is contained within it and is the seat of the municipality. Julia Selina, Lady Inglis, the 19th of April 1833 to the 3rd of February 1904, was the daughter of Frederick Thesiger, 1st Baron Chelmsford, and wife of Major General Sir John Eardley Inglis, who commanded the British troops at the Siege of Lucknow in 1857. She kept a diary of her life during the siege, which was published as The Siege of Lucknow, a diary. She aimed to give a simple account of each day's events, which may give a clear idea of what was done by the garrison under her husband's command.
The Noblick Seibert Farm is a historic farm located on the east side of Schneider Road east of Belleville, Illinois. The farm was established circa 1832 by John W. Noblick and his family. After passing through several generations of the Noblick family, it was inherited by Henry Seibert. Both the Noblick and Seibert families immigrated to the area from Germany as part of a wave of German immigration to Illinois American Bottom region in the early 1800s. The first building on the farm was a farmhouse built in 1832, which no longer stands. The oldest surviving building on the farm is the 1844 barn. The second farmhouse, constructed in 1861, features a segmented arch brick cellar, a characteristic feature of German vernacular architecture. The farm was added to the National Register of Historic Places on May 9, 1983.
The Oliver G. Trefagin House, also known as Redstone, is a historic residential building in Duluth, Minnesota, United States. Built in 1892 as a duplex, it was designed and inhabited by architect Oliver G. Trefagin (1854–1932). The building was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1975 for its local significance in the theme of architecture. It was nominated for its association with Trefagin, recognized together with his business partner Francis W. Fitzpatrick as Duluth's leading architects of the late 19th century. In 2014, the house was heavily damaged by arson.
Francis Egerton, 1st Earl of Ellesmere, the 1st of January 1800 to the 18th of February 1857, known as Lord Francis Levison Gower until 1833, was a British politician, writer, traveller and patron of the arts. Ellesmere Island, a major island 10th in size among global islands in Nunavut, the Canadian Arctic, was named after him.
The Heath House is a Gothic Revival mansion and estate located near the village of Teene in Staffordshire, England.
In mathematics, in the field of topology, a topological space is said to be a Volterra space if any finite intersection of dense G-delta subsets is dense. Every bare space is Volterra, but the converse is not true. In fact, any metrizable Volterra space is bare. The name refers to a paper of Vito Volterra in which he uses the fact that, in modern notation, the intersection of two dense G-delta sets in the real numbers is again dense.
The Organization of Marxist-Leninist Communists of Greece Greek, Organos Kommuniston Marxiston Leniniston Eladas Okmalo KMLE was a minor Greek communist organization which was established in January 1982. The organization merged into the Movement for a United Communist Party of Greece in 1993, together exiled Greek communists from the former Soviet Union and other ex-socialist countries, old EAMELAS soldiers and officers, followers of Nikolaos Zachariadis who had disconnected with Communist Party of Greece (KKE) after its de-Stalinization the period 1953 to 1956 and formed the Movement for a United Communist Party of Greece, which later will be the main core for the movement for the reorganization of the Communist Party of Greece 1918–55. Ideologically, OKMLE upheld the political line of the Albanian Party of Labour. The organization published the monthly newspaper Epanastasi Greek, Epanastes Revolution. OKMLE did not participate in any elections.
Brittany Cox, born the 29th of September 1994, is an Australian mogul skier. Growing up in the Victorian alpine resort of Falls Creek, Cox was born into a mogul skiing environment, with her family passionate mogul skiers. Cox was the youngest athlete to compete at the Vancouver 2010 Olympic Winter Games. Since the Vancouver Olympics, Cox has continued to improve, winning Australia's first ever female World Cup mogul skiing medal, after finishing third at the 2011-12 FIS Freestyle Skiing World Cup in Deer Valley, Utah. In 2013, Cox won her second World Cup bronze at the 2012-13 FIS Freestyle Skiing World Cup. Brittany Cox won the Crystal Globe for women's moguls at the 2016-2017 FIS Freestyle Skiing World Cup with 7 victories and several other podium finishes. She is the first female Australian mogul skier to win the Crystal Globe. She competed at the FIS Freestyle World Ski Championships 2011, FIS Freestyle World Ski Championships 2013, and at the 2014 Winter Olympics. Brittany is a scholarship athlete with the Olympic Winter Institute of Australia and the Australian Institute of Sport.
The 2017-18 Niagara Purple Eagles men's basketball team represented Niagara University during the 2017-18 NCAA Division I men's basketball season. The Purple Eagles, led by fifth-year head coach Chris Casey, played their home games at the Gallagher Center in Lewiston, New York as members of the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference. They finished the season 19-14, 12-6 in MAAC play to finish in third place. They lost in the quarterfinals of the MAAC tournament to Fairfield. They were invited to the CollegianCider.com tournament where they lost in the first round to Eastern Michigan.
Alistair Locke is the former chairman of the Scottish oil services company Abbott Group, which has rigs in Africa, Libya, the North Sea, Sakhalin Island, and other areas. He was designated Scotland Overall and Master Entrepreneur of the Year in 1999, and received the International Business Achievement Award from the Scottish Business Achievement Award Trust in 2007. Mr. Locke stepped down as executive chairman of Abbott Group in November 2009. Locke reportedly has interest in both development and the insurance sector, which he will maintain.
Chiquito River, Spanish, Rio Chiquito, is a river in the municipality of Ponce, Puerto Rico. This river feeds into Rio Portuguese in the sector called Paris, about 0.5 kilometers north of the intersection of PR 504 and PR 505. It has its origin in the mountains west of Montes Llanos. Rio Chiquito is fed by Quebrada del Pastillo. This river is one of the 14 rivers in the municipality of Ponce.
Get Johnny Week is a week-long storyline in the BBC soap opera EastEnders, which was first screened at the end of March 2006. The storyline refers to the character of Johnny Allen, Billy Murray, the show's main antagonist, and also features the characters of his daughter Ruby Allen, Louisa Litton, enemies Grant, Ross Kemp, and Phil Mitchell, Steve McFadden, and former henchman Jake, Joel Beckett, and Danny Moon, Jake Maskell.
Wally Collis, the 22nd of May 1908 to the 8th of October 1977, was an Australian rules footballer who played with Essendon in the Victorian Football League (VFL).
I Can't Stand Up for Falling Down is a song written by Homer Banks and Alan Jones, originally recorded by soul duo Sam and Dave in 1967. The song was famously covered by new wave musician Elvis Costello with his backing band The Attractions in 1980 for their album Get Happy.
Rapture, French, Le Fleur de l'Âge, is a 1965 French-American film directed by John Gilliman, and starring Melvyn Douglas, Patricia Gottsy, and Dean Stockwell.
Saloon, Northern Ireland is a locality and townland in Magheracross Civil Parish, County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland. Saloon is in the barony of Turkennedy, located at 54 degrees 25 minutes 49 seconds north, 7 degrees 35 minutes 35 seconds west and is 222.08 acres in area. A large townland, Saloon takes in large areas of rural farmland but also includes about a third of the township of Ballinamallard.
Cahaya Dari Timur, Beta Maluku, international title, Lights from the East, I Am Maluku, is an Indonesian drama film which produced by Angga Dwamas Sasongko and musician Glenn Fredly and released on June 19, 2014. The film starred by Chico Jericho, Shafira Abdurrahman Arif, and Jajing C. Noah. The plot of the film centers around the character of Sani Tarwinella, who coaches local boys in football amid the Maluku sectarian conflict between Muslims and Christians. He is gradually overcoming the challenge of putting together a team composed of young football players from both communities. The film had won Best Film Award at the 2014 Indonesian Film Festival and also won Best Feature Film Award at the 2014 Maya Awards. In 2015, Showbiz Indonesia Awards awarding the film as Movie of the Year. The film also nominated for Favorite Film at the 2015 Indonesian Movie Awards and Best DVD Collection at the 2015 Maya Awards.
Jericho Jim Crow is a 1964 musical, with a book written by Langston Hughes and William Hairston. It was a pioneering work in the urban contemporary gospel musical style, based on the themes of the civil rights movement in the United States. According to Hughes scholar and biographer Arnold Rompersid, Hughes virtually pioneered the black gospel musical, first with Black Nativity 1961 and then with Jericho Jim Crow. Jericho Jim Crow premiered on Sunday, January 5, 1964, at the Sanctuary Theater, New York City. It was co-directed by Alvin Ailey and William Hairston and conducted by Hugh Porter, with Marion Joseph Franklin Jr. as associate musical director and musical accompanist. The musical was favorably reviewed in the New York Times by Richard F. Shepard, who said, "This rousing production is an unabashedly sentimental and tuneful history of the Negro struggle up from slavery." A cast recording was released in 1964 by Folkways Records.
Holderbank is a municipality in the district of Lenzburg in the canton of Aargau in Switzerland.
Clara Niestad, born the 8th of February 1996, is a Swedish badminton player. In 2015, she won the Polish and Finnish international tournaments in the women's doubles event partnered with Emma Wengberg. In 2017, she and Wengberg won the women's doubles title at the Swedish International Series tournament.
Puszpokladany, Hungarian, Puszpokladányi Jerez, is a district in southwestern part of Hajdú-Bihar County. Puszpokladany is also the name of the town where the district seat is found. The district is located in the northern Great Plains statistical region. This district is a part of Hajdú-Szeg historical and geographical region.
Isfahan International Airport IATA, IFN, ICAO, OIFM Persian, for Rudayga-e Isfahan is an international airport serving the city of Isfahan, Iran.
Ne2S is the third studio album by French rapper Nesbiel. It was released on June 14, 2010 by Seventh Magnitude, because Editions and Sony Music France on iTunes. The album entered the French albums charts at number 13, where it had since peaked.
Ubuntu theology is the South African Anglican Bishop Desmond Tutu's Christian perception of the African Ubuntu philosophy that recognizes the humanity of a person through a person's relationship with other persons. Drawing from his Christian faith, Tutu theologizes Ubuntu by a model of forgiveness in which human dignity and identity are drawn from the image of the triune God. Human beings are called to be persons because they are created in the image of God.
Henri Lindelof is a Swedish sprint canoer who competed in the late 1950s. He won a bronze medal in the K1 4x500 meters event at the 1958 ICF Canoe Sprint World Championships in Prague.
Alan Norman Fjeldheim, the 31st of July 1918 to the 29th of March 1995, was a Norwegian pair skater. He competed at the 1948 Winter Olympics, where he placed 10th with partner Margot Wally. He was the Norwegian pairs champion in 1939, 1946, 1947, 1948 and 1949.
Bassalia is a genus of moths of the family Erebidae.
Hell is the 12th studio album by heavy metal band Venom. It was released in 2008 through Universal. It is the first Venom album to feature La Rage on guitar and the last to feature Anton on drums, who left Venom in 2009 and was replaced by Dante.
This is the final release of Perry Como's long career. Taped live at the Point Theatre in Dublin, Ireland, before an audience of 4,500, including Irish President Mary Robinson, it was also issued on videotape and aired on PBS. The videotape of the concert shows a man who appears frail and unwell. Como reportedly was suffering from the flu and struggled to perform, losing his voice at one point during the concert. The finished version of the concert is less than 90 minutes long. The recording took more than 4 hours to complete. Despite it all, Como managed to complete his last recorded performance with dignity and professionalism, earning him the applause of his audience.
Azrina is a small genus of fish in the family Pomacentridae with only 2 members.
Scopula melanopus is a moth of the family Geometridae. It is found in Rwanda.
Potoska Vas, pronounced P-T-K-A-S, Slovene, Potoska Vas, German, Potoskawas, is a village north of Zagorje ob Savi in central Slovenia. The area is part of the traditional region of Upper Carniola. It is now included with the rest of the municipality of Zagorje ob Savi in the Central Sava statistical region. The Zagorje ob Savi airstrip is located south of the settlement.
In enzymology, a 4-coumarate-CoA ligase EC6.2.1.12 is an enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction. ATP plus 4-coumarate plus CoA right-left tharpoons AMP plus diphosphate plus 4-coumaroyl CoA. 3 substrates of this enzyme are ATP, 4-coumarate, and CoA, whereas its 3 products are AMP, diphosphate, and 4-coumaroyl CoA. This enzyme belongs to the family of ligases, to be specific those forming carbon-sulfur bonds as acid-thiol ligases. The systematic name of this enzyme class is 4-coumarate, CoA ligase AMP forming. Other names in common use include 4-coumaroyl CoA synthetase, p-coumaroyl CoA ligase, p-coumaryl coenzyme synthetase, p-coumaryl CoA synthetase, p-coumaryl CoA ligase, ferroyl CoA ligase, hydroxykinamoyl CoA synthetase, 4-coumarate, coenzyme ligase, cafoyl coenzyme synthetase, p-hydroxykinamoyl coenzyme synthetase, ferroyl coenzyme synthetase, sinapoyl coenzyme synthetase, 4-coumaryl CoA synthetase, hydroxykinamate, CoA ligase, p-coumaryl CoA ligase, p-hydroxykinamic acid, CoA ligase, and 4-Cl. This enzyme participates in phenylpropanoid biosynthesis.
Bremen Fountain, also known as the Bremen Brothers Fountain and Bremen Horse Trough, is an outdoor fountain by an unknown sculptor, installed in Wilson Park, on the grounds of the Oregon State Capitol, in Salem, Oregon, United States.
Cass is Nolwenn Leroy's debut single from her album Nolwenn. It was released in 2003 in France, Belgium and Switzerland and achieved a great success in these countries, topping the French and Belgian charts.
The Townsend discharge or Townsend avalanche is a gas ionization process where free electrons are accelerated by an electric field, collide with gas molecules, and consequently free additional electrons. Those electrons are in turn accelerated and free additional electrons. The result is an avalanche multiplication that permits electrical conduction through the gas. The discharge requires a source of free electrons and a significant electric field. Without both, the phenomenon does not occur. The Townsend discharge is named after John Seely Townsend, who discovered the fundamental ionization mechanism by his work circa 1897 at the Cavendish Laboratory, Cambridge.
The Guns of Avalon is fantasy novel by American writer Roger Zelazny, the second book in the Chronicles of Amber series. The book continues straight from the previous volume, 9 Princes in Amber, although it includes a recapitulation.
Hege-e Kaliab, Persian, also romanized as Hege-e Kaliab, also known as Hege-e Kaliab-e Yek and Hege-e Ibrahim, is a village in Mamulan Rural District, Mamulan District, Pol-e-Doktar County, Loristan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 60, in 14 families.
Ostrea edulis, commonly known as the European flat oyster, is a species of oyster native to Europe. In the British Isles, regional names include Colchester native oyster, mud oyster, or edible oyster. In France, Ostrea edulis are known as huîtres plates, flat oysters, except for those that come from the Bellon River estuary in Brittany, France, which are known as bellons. The fossil record of this species dates back to the Miocene age range, 15.97 to 0.012 million years ago. These fossils have been found in Belgium, Italy, the Netherlands, Egypt, Greece, Spain, the United Kingdom, Austria, France and Germany.
John Richard Barrett, August 21, 1825 to November 2, 1903, was a U.S. representative from Missouri. Born in Greensburg, Kentucky, Barrett attended the common schools and then went to Center College in Danville, Kentucky. He moved to St. Louis, Missouri in 1839 and graduated from St. Louis University in 1843. He thereafter studied and then practiced law. Barrett was elected to the State House of Representatives in 1852 and served 4 terms. He became identified with the St. Louis Agricultural Society and organized its exhibitions. After defeating the incumbent Francis P. Blair Jr. in 1858, he presented his credentials as a Democratic member-elect to the 36th Congress. He served from March 4, 1859 to June 8, 1860, when he was succeeded by Blair, who had contested the election. In a special election against Blair, Barrett was subsequently sent again to the same Congress to fill the vacancy caused by Blair's resignation on June 25. Barrett then served from December 3, 1860 to March 4, 1861. Blair successfully ran against him in the general election in 1860 for a seat in the 37th Congress. Barrett moved to New York City and engaged in numerous occupations, eventually dying there on November 2, 1903. He was interred in Cave Hill Cemetery, Louisville, Kentucky. The dish drying cabinet was originally patented in the USA by Louise R. Krauss, U.S. Patent 1,860,617, in May 1932. Maiju Gebhard independently developed a dish drying cabinet in Finland based on research she and others carried out from 1944 to 1945 in the Finnish Work Efficiency Institute with the goal of reducing the work involved in dishwashing by making the entire manual drying phase unnecessary. The Finnish Invention Foundation has named it one of the most important Finnish inventions of the millennium. The inspiration for the dish drying cabinet was a Swedish dish draining holder, which was kept on the counter. Gebhard noticed that most families never used the holder, but instead dried the washed dishes by hand and put them directly into a cabinet or cupboard. Gebhard's idea was to put the dish draining holder in the cabinet above the dishwashing table, sideboard or countertop, so the dishes could drain dry in place. This way, an entire phase of normal household upkeep could be skipped. According to Gebhard's calculations, the average housewife spent almost 30,000 hours of her life washing and drying dishes. Enso Gutzeit started producing dish draining closets in 1948. Since 1954, dish draining closets were made of plastic-coated steel wire to help keep them clean. The measurements for the closets were standardized in 1982. The cabinets have an open bottom that allows for the water to drain directly into the sink below.
Naduveni Vuglishta, Bulgarian, Nadveni Vigliza and Drivni V Limit, is the fourth album by the Bulgarian rock band Hippodil, released on 25 November 1998 under the Riva Sound label, the band's fourth with the company. The name is a pun. In Bulgarian, Naduveni Vuglishta means horny charcoal, but if written separately, as in Na Derveni Vuglishta, it will still sound like the first version, but the meaning will be quite different, roasted on charcoal. The album was initially released on audio cassettes only and after a famous controversy, see below, was released also on a CD in 2003. Some of the tracks were included in the band's CD compilation Tupist in 1999.
The Ministry of Industry ABRV, M Industry, Thai, Krathrung Zutsakurm RTGS, Kriswang Utsahakam is a cabinet ministry in the government of Thailand. The ministry is responsible for the promotion and regulation of industries.
Fremont is a town in Wapaka County, Wisconsin, United States. The population was 632 at the 2000 census. The village of Fremont is located within the town. The unincorporated community of Red Banks is located in the town.
Rajinder Puri (1934–2015) was an Indian cartoonist, veteran columnist and political activist. He was on the staff of the Hindustan Times and the Statesman as a cartoonist and writer. Later, his column appeared in Outlook. Puri was born on 20 September 1934 in Karachi, now in Pakistan. His family settled in Delhi after the partition. He drew cartoons for The Statesman in 1956–57, after which he went to London, where he drew cartoons briefly for the Manchester Guardian and the Glasgow Herald 1958–59. He returned to India to become cartoonist for the Hindustan Times from 1959 to 1967. He started working as a columnist and freelancer after this stint. From 1972 to 1977, he was the editor and proprietor of Stir Weekly, an early critic of the Congress and a fierce opponent of Indira Gandhi. Puri moved into politics in 1977, becoming the founding General Secretary of the Janata Party. He was later associated with some of the parties that splintered from the Janata Party, the Lok Dal and the BJP, but was not attached to any political party after 1988. Puri died in his sleep on 16 February 2015 at the age of 80.
Munro Parish, New South Wales, located at 30 degrees 59 minutes 34 seconds south, 143 degrees 13 minutes 26 seconds east in central Darling Shire, is a remote rural locality and civil parish of Yongnulgra County in far northwest New South Wales.
The People's State of Bavaria German, Volksstaat Bayern was a short-lived socialist state in Bavaria from 1918 to 1919. The People's State of Bavaria was established on 8 November 1918 during the German Revolution, as an attempt at a socialist state to replace the Kingdom of Bavaria within the Weimar Republic. The state was led by Kurt Eisner until his assassination in February 1919, and coexisted with the rival Bavarian Soviet Republic from 6 April 1919, with its government under Johannes Hoffmann exiled in Bamberg. The People's State of Bavaria was dissolved upon the establishment of the Free State of Bavaria on 14 August 1919.
Giba is a department or commune of Zouandouéogo province in central Burkina Faso. It is located directly east of Nober department.
Jan Verbruggen (1712–27 October 1781) was a Dutch master gun founder in the Netherlands and later at the Royal Arsenal in Woolwich, London. He was also an artist.
RAF Southrop was a Royal Air Force station west of the village of Southrop, Gloucestershire during World War II from August 1940 to November 1947. It was used as a relief landing ground for Airspeed Oxford and Harvard training aircraft for No. 23 Group RAF.
The Look of Love is a song by English band ABC, released as a single in 1982. It was the band's highest charting hit in the UK, peaking at number 4 on the UK singles chart. It was included on their debut studio album, The Lexicon of Love.
Bagheera, Hindi, Bagheera Urdu, Bagheera, Bagheera is a fictional character in Rudyard Kipling's Mowgli stories in the Jungle Book, Col. 1894, and the second Jungle Book, Col. 1895. He is a Black Panther, melanistic Indian leopard, who serves as friend, protector and mentor to the man-cub, Mowgli. The word Bagheera is Hindi, Urdu for Black Panther, although the root word Bagh means tiger. Everybody knew Bagheera, and nobody dared to cross his path, for he was as cunning as Tabaqui, as bold as the wild buffalo, and as reckless as the wounded elephant. But he had a voice as soft as wild honey dripping from a tree, and a skin softer than down.
Loredana Dinu, born Iordashioiu, born 2 April 1984, is a retired Romanian épée fencer, twice world champion and twice European champion with Romania.
The Pennsylvania gubernatorial election of 1823 occurred on November 4, 1823. Incumbent Federalist Governor, Joseph Heaster, did not seek re-election. The Democratic candidate, John Andrew Schulze, defeated Federalist candidate Andrew Gregg.
The Battle of the North Inch, also known as the Battle of the Clans, was a staged battle between the Chatham Confederation and the Clan K in September 1396. 30 men were selected to represent each side in front of spectators, including King Robert III of Scotland and his court, on land that is now the North Inch Park in Perth, Scotland. The Chatham Confederation killed all but one of their opponents, at a cost of 19 deaths on their own side, and were awarded the victory. It is not clear whom they were fighting. It may have been their traditional enemies Clan Cameron, or it may have been Clan Davidson, in an internal dispute for precedence in the Chatham line of battle in future campaigns against the Camerons.
Einar Nyheim, the 7th of August 1929 to the 20th of February 1986, was a Norwegian industrial worker and politician. He was born in Lavik to Care Nyheim and Ragnhild Hogland. He was elected representative to the Storting for the period 1973 to 1977 for the Socialist Left Party. Ren Wenjun, Chinese, Ren Wenjun Pinyin, Ren Wenjun, born January 15, 1992 in Binzhou, Shandong, is a Chinese sprint canoeist. She won a gold medal, as a member of the Chinese women's kayak 4 team, at the 2010 Asian Games in Guangzhou, China, with a time of 1:34.440. Ren represented China at the 2012 Summer Olympics in London, where she competed in the women's K4 500 meters, along with her teammates Yu Limi, Lu Haiping, and Li Zhongli. Ren and her team, however, fell short in their bid for the final, as they finished last in the semi-final round by 0.18 of a second, 0.18, behind the Serbian team, led by Antonia Horvat Panda, recording the slowest time of 1:34.004.
Phacelia campanularia is a species of flowering plant in the borage family, Boraginaceae, known by the common names desert bells, desert bluebells, California bluebell, desert scorpionweed, and desert Canterbury bells. Its true native range is within the borders of California, in the Mojave and Sonoran deserts, but it is commonly cultivated as an ornamental plant and it can be found growing elsewhere as an introduced species.
Dastgan, Persian, is a village in Tudeshk Rural District, Kupaya District, Isfahan County, Isfahan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its existence was noted, but its population was not reported.
Yutaka Ono, Dayili Ono Yutaka, born August 30, 1955, is a former Japanese baseball player of the Hiroshima Toyo Carp of Japan's Central League. He was one of the most famous Japanese left-handed pitchers. He was born in Izumo, Shimane. He was known as the man from a Japanese version of baseball played with a hard rubber ball, Ruan Shi Yichu Nanshiki Yakyu. He led his team into 5 Japan Series and winning 3 title 1979, 1980 and 1984.
The Copa América Femenina, previously the Campeonato Sudamericano de Fútbol Femenino, shortened Sudamericano Femenino, is the main competition in women's association football between national teams of the CONMEBOL. It was first held in 1991. In the first 2 editions of the tournament, only one team, the champion, qualified for the FIFA Women's World Cup. In the 3rd edition, the champions qualified automatically, while the runner-up of the tournament faced a team from the CONCACAF in a playoff match to reach the World Cup. In the 4th edition, 2 automatic spots were given for the 2003 World Cup, to the champions and the second-placed team respectively, a situation remaining for the 2007 and 2011 edition. There are also under-20 and under-17 Copa América Femenina versions. Shangshengmo, simplified Chinese, Shangshengmo, traditional Chinese, Shangshengmo, pinyin, Shangshengmo, Wade Giles, Sangshengmo, 1597 to 1658, was a noted Chinese painter in the Ming dynasty. He was a native of Shushui, now Jiaxing, Zhejiang Province. His courtesy name was Kongjung, Kongjong, and his art names were Yian, Yian and Zushan Chao. Xu Shan. He was the grandson of the great painting collector Shang Yuanbian. Shang Yuanbian. Zhang's painting followed the style of Wen Zhengming. Shang specialized in landscapes and flowers with an elegant taste.
Fighting Fire with Fire is the debut album, produced by Ron Hafkin, of American country music artist Davis Daniel. Its title track was one of the album's 4 singles, along with Picture Me, For Crying Out Loud, and Still Got a Crush on You. For Crying Out Loud was the highest peaking of these 3, reaching number 13 on the Hot Country Songs charts in 1991.
Zhang Shaoni, born 1983 October 29 in Yantai, Shandong, is a female Chinese basketball player who was part of the teams that won gold medals at the 2002 Asian Games and the 2006 Asian Games. She also competed at the 2008 Summer Olympics in Beijing.
The Fried Chicken Flu is the 13th episode of the 3rd season of the American animated television series The Boondocks. It first aired in the United States on Cartoon Network's programming block Adult Swim on August 1, 2010 and on Centric on November 15, 2010. In the episode, the Freemans must survive in a post-apocalyptic world after a virus originating from fried chicken erupts across the country. The episode was written by Aaron Magruder and directed by Sung Dae Kang. The episode's plot makes references to the 2009 flu pandemic, as well as a controversial Kentucky Fried Chicken Oprah Winfrey promotion for the former's then-new Kentucky Grilled Chicken products. The episode features Marion Ross guest starring as Ms. Von Hausen, a resident of Woodcrest. The episode received mixed reviews from critics, who compared its overall quality to an episode from the show's first season.
The 77th New York Film Critics Circle Awards, honoring the Best in Film for 2011, were announced on 29 November 2011 and presented on 9 January 2012.
Year 893 DCCCXCIII was a common year starting on Monday. Link will display the full calendar of the Julian calendar.
Friedrichswerder Church, German, Friedrichswerderkirche, French, Temple du Werder, was the first neo-Gothic church built in Berlin, Germany. It was designed by an architect better known for his neoclassical architecture, Carl Friedrich Schinkel, and was built under his direction, 1824 to 1831. The building is maintained by the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation and is part of Berlin State Museum's ensemble. In late 2012, the building was closed indefinitely, owing to structural damage suffered from nearby building activity. Previously it held Berlin National Gallery's collection of 19th-century German sculpture, showing works of Johann Gottfried Schatte, Carl Friedrich Schinkel and Christian Daniel Rauch, among others. On the upper floor was an exhibition of the work and life of Carl Friedrich Schinkel. These artworks have been removed and have not been on display since.
Blenodus fontainae is a species of ground beetle in the subfamily Pterosticiinae. It was described by Chicherin in 1900.
Back in Circulation is a 1937 American film directed by Ray Enright and starring Pat O'Brien and Joan Blondell. Based on a story by Adela Rogers St. John's, Blondell plays a fast-moving newspaper reporter who senses a story when she spots a young recent widow partying in a nightclub. This film is preserved in the Library of Congress collection.
Oxford Castle is a large, partly ruined Norman medieval castle on the western side of central Oxford in Oxfordshire, England. Most of the original moated, wooden Mott and Bailey Castle was replaced in stone in the late 12th or early 13th century, and the castle played an important role in the conflict of the anarchy. In the 14th century the military value of the castle diminished and the site became used primarily for county administration and as a prison. The surviving rectangular St. George's Tower is now believed to predate the remainder of the castle and be a watchtower associated with the original Saxon west gate of the city. Most of the castle was destroyed in the English Civil War, and by the 18th century the remaining buildings had become Oxford's local prison. A new prison complex was built on the site from 1785 onwards and expanded in 1876. This became Home Prison Oxford. The prison closed in 1996 and was redeveloped as a hotel and visitor attraction. The medieval remains of the castle, including the Mott and St. George's Tower and crypt, are Grade 1 listed buildings and a scheduled monument.
The Stella Maris Parish Church is a Roman Catholic parish located in Sliema, Malta. It is the matrice of the other parish churches in Sliema and Jizira, being the oldest parish church dating from 1878.
Phoan Taung, Burmese, Pow Tar, also spelt as H. Poundong, Powan Taung, Po Win Taung, is a Buddhist cave complex located approximately 25 kilometers (16 miles) west of Monwa and 10 kilometers (6.2 miles) southeast of Yinmabon, in Yinmabon Township, Monwa District, Sagaing Region, northern Burma, Myanmar. It is located on the western bank of the Chindwan River. The name of the complex means mountain of isolated solitary meditation. The complex contains 947 small and large richly decorated caves. It is carved into a sandstone outcrop and contains numerous carved Buddha statues and mural paintings of geometric patterns and Jataka stories. The statues and paintings have been dated to between the 14th and 18th centuries.
The Brighton Strangler is a 1945 American crime film directed by Max Nozick and starring John Loder, June Dupree and Michael Street Angel. During the Blitz in wartime London, an actor suffers concussion and believes himself to be the character he has most recently been playing, a vicious strangler with a hit list of potential victims.
Albert Ho Chun Yan, Chinese, He Jun Ren, born 1 December 1951, is a solicitor and politician in Hong Kong. He is the current chairman of the Hong Kong Alliance in support of patriotic democratic movements in China and former chairman of the Democratic Party from 2006 to 2012. He is a solicitor and a former member of the Legislative Council of Hong Kong for District Council, 2nd Constituency.
Club Deportivo Tausti is a Spanish football team based in Tausti in the community of Aragon. Founded in 1925, it plays in Primera Regional.
Sarabi Mastiff Persian is an ancient livestock guardian dog breed native to Sarab County in northern Iran. is a Molosser-type dog with short coat. Its height varies about 71 to 89 centimeters at the withers, and its weight between 50 and 90 kilograms approximately. They are friendly and affable with their owners, but very averse to strangers. They are used as guard dogs and also to protect livestock against predators.
Dorstadt is a municipality in the district of Wolfenbüttel, in Lower Saxony, Germany. It is part of the Samtgemeinde, collective municipality, Oderwald.
John Macon was an English politician. He was a Member of Parliament (MP) for Colchester in the 16th century.
Martinair Flight 495 was a McDonnell Douglas DC-10 operated by Dutch airline Martinair, that crash-landed in severe weather conditions at Faro Airport, Portugal, on 21 December 1992. The aircraft carried 13 crew members and 327 passengers, mainly holidaymakers from the Netherlands. 54 passengers and 2 crew members died and 106 of the other occupants were badly injured.
Herbert Spencer Hadley, February 20, 1872 to December 1, 1927, was an American lawyer and a Republican Party politician from St. Louis, Missouri. Born in Olathe, Kansas, he was Missouri Attorney General from 1905 to 1909 and in 1908 was elected the 32nd Governor of Missouri, serving one term from 1909 to 1913. As Attorney General, he successfully prosecuted Standard Oil Company for violating Missouri antitrust law.
National Highway 123, commonly referred to as NH 123, is a national highway in India. It is a spur road of National Highway 23. NH 123 traverses the states of Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh in India.
Cornelius Kippingeno Arup Korra, the 6th of July 1950 to the 30th of October 2017, was a prelate of the Roman Catholic Church who served as bishop of the Diocese of Eldoret. He was born in Sagutiat village, Bomet district, in the former Rift Valley province of Kenya. He was ordained a priest in 1982. Arup Korra was consecrated as Bishop of the Diocese of Eldoret, Kenya on 2 June 1990 and served there until his death on 30 October 2017. Bishop Korra presided over the church at a time of many turbulent times in the North Rift during the 1992, 1997, 2007–08 Kenyan post-election violence, and he played a major role in peace-building and uniting the communities living in this area. He received the Distinguished Service Medal in recognition of this work, bestowed upon him by President Mwai Kibaki. During his tenure, the church witnessed a sharp increase in church membership, and development of health and education institutions sponsored by the Roman Catholic Church within the Diocese of Eldoret.
Joaquin Gallegos Lara (April 9, 1909 to November 16, 1947) was an Ecuadorian social realist novelist, short story writer, poet, and essayist.
The Irish League in season 1988–89 comprised 14 teams, and Linfield won the championship.
The Tauferbahn, English, Taufers Railway, connected Taufers with the city of Bruneck and the Pusterbahn.
The National Navy of Uruguay, Spanish, Armada Nacional del Uruguay, is a branch of the Armed Forces of Uruguay under the direction of the Ministry of National Defense and the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Comandante en Jefe de la Armada or Coma.
Maria Rodriguez Garrido, also known as La Mala Maria, or Mala Rodriguez Mala, Spanish for bad, is a Latin Grammy Award-winning Spanish hip-hop rapper.
Sinlaku may refer to tropical cyclones in the Pacific Ocean. The name was contributed by the Federated States of Micronesia and means Kosrae legendary goddess. Typhoon Sinlaku 2002 TO216 22W struck China. Typhoon Sinlaku 2008 TO813 15W Mars struck Taiwan and approached Japan. Tropical Storm Sinlaku 2014 T1421 22W Queenie struck Philippines and Vietnam.
Isabella Eugénie Boyer, the 17th of December 1841 to the 12th of May 1904, was a French model.
Pacific Grove High School (PGHS) is a public high school located in Pacific Grove, California, between Carmel and Monterey.
Hole in the ground is a large maar volcanic explosion crater in the Fort Rock Basin of Lake County, Central Oregon, northeast of Crater Lake, near Oregon Route 31. It is about 1.0 mile (1,600 meters) across, a little longer ns than EW. Its floor is about 150 meters (490 feet) below the surrounding ground level and has a rim that rises 35 to 65 meters (110 to 210 feet) above the highest point on the east side. The crater formed during the late Pleistocene, between 13,500 and 18,000 years ago, at which time the Fort Rock Basin was a lake and the location was near the shore. Basaltic magma intruding near the surface flashed groundwater to steam, which blew out overlying rock and soil, along with some juvenile material. As material slid into the hole formed, it closed the vent and the process repeated, eventually forming the huge hole. Blocks as large as 26 feet (8 meters) in size were flung as far as 2.3 miles (3.7 kilometers) from the crater. To the west of Hole in the ground is an even bigger maar, 1.1 miles (1,820 meters), but older and more eroded, called Big Hole.
National reconciliation is the term used for establishment of so-called national unity in countries beset with political problems. In Afghanistan, the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan government under Babrak Karmal issued a 10-point reconciliation program in 1985 upon the advice of Soviet leadership. Karmal appointed a 6-member group who belonged to no political party to his government to pursue the task. Muhammad Najibullah later intensified and broadened the proposals in 1987 and ended early in the 1990s to stop the Afghan civil war which had haunted the country since 1978 after the Saur Revolution. At the National Reconciliation meeting they came to the conclusion that the Soviet armed forces in Afghanistan should withdraw.
The Seshacharis caecilian, Gegeniopus seshachari, is a species of caecilian found in the western Ghats of India. It is only known from its type locality Dal village, Ratnagiri district in Maharashtra.
The Galleria dell'Accademia di Firenze, or Gallery of the Academy of Florence, is an art museum in Florence, Italy. It is best known as the home of Michelangelo's sculpture David. It also has other sculptures by Michelangelo and a large collection of paintings by Florentine artists, mostly from the period 1300 to 1600, the Trecento to the late Renaissance. It is smaller and more specialized than the Uffizi, the main art museum in Florence. It adjoins the Accademia di Belle Arti or Academy of Fine Arts of Florence, but despite the name has no other connection with it. In 2016 it had 1,461,185 visitors, making it the second most visited art museum in Italy, after the Uffizi 2.02 million.
Zamia tolomensis is a species of cycad in the family Zamiaceae.
Thomas Titus N. Kobe, the 22nd of October 1922 to the 25th of September 1994, was a senior leader of the South African National Congress (ANC) and a key figure in the anti-apartheid movement. Until his death, he was the Treasurer General of the ANC and also its Member of Parliament.
The 2015 Oklahoma State Cowboys football team represented Oklahoma State University in the 2015 NCAA Division I FBS football season. The Cowboys were led by 11th-year head coach Mike Gundy and played their home games at Boone Pickens Stadium in Stillwater, Oklahoma. They were members of the Big 12 Conference. They finished the season 10-3, 7-2 in Big 12 play to finish in a tie for second place. They were invited to the Sugar Bowl where they lost to Ole Miss.
Shadow Tower Abyss Shadotawa Abisu is a role-playing video game developed and published by From Software for the PlayStation 2. The game is a sequel to Shadow Tower, and features a number of genre and mechanical elements that can also be found in Demon's Souls and the King's Field series. Shadow Tower Abyss was announced on the 22nd of August 2001 and released in Japan on the 23rd of October 2003. An English version was being developed by Aegitech, but the project was cancelled by Sony Computer Entertainment America (SCEA), its publisher, prior to completion. A fan translation was released in 2011.
Regaloceratops is a genus of herbivorous ceratopsid dinosaur that lived during the late Cretaceous period, about 68 million years ago in what is now Alberta, Canada.
The Portsmouth Pearl is a center of arts and culture at 45 Pearl Street in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It is located in the former Free Will Baptist Church, People's Baptist Church, New Hope Church, built in 1868. The building, a fine local example of Italianate ecclesiastical architecture once owned by an African American congregation, was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2003. It hosts art exhibitions, theatrical productions, and has facilities available for event rental.
Doom 2099 Victor Von Doom is a fictional anti-hero appearing in American comic books published by Marvel Comics. The character was primarily featured in the Marvel 2099 series Doom 2099. The character is based on Doctor Doom, created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. The series was written by John Francis Moore for its first 2 years, and by Warren Ellis for its third. Maninka, Swedish, Maninka, also Maninga, is a former municipality in the region of northern Savonia, in Finland. It was merged with the city of Kuopio on 1 January 2015. The municipality had a population of 3,747 the 30th of November 2014, and it covered an area of 575.13 square kilometers, 222.06 square miles, of which 108.62 square kilometers, 41.94 square miles was water. The population density was 8.03 inhabitants per square kilometer, 20.8 per square miles. The municipality is mostly rugged forestland. The tallest waterfall in Finland, at 36 meters (118 feet) high, is located in Maninka. The site, called Korkeakoski, has been a tourist site since the 19th century. The municipality was unilingually Finnish.
Pargowo, Parvi, German, Pargo, is a village in the administrative district of Mina Kolbaskowo, within Police County, West Pomeranian Voivodeship, in northwestern Poland, close to the German border. It lies approximately 30 kilometers (19 miles) south of Police and 18 kilometers (11 miles) southwest of the regional capital Szczecin. Before 1945, the area was part of Germany. For the history of the region, see History of Pomerania.
Sulfotransferase family cytosolic 1b member 1 is an enzyme that in humans is encoded by the SULT1B1 gene. Sulfotransferase enzymes catalyze the sulfate conjugation of many hormones, neurotransmitters, drugs, and xenobiotic compounds. These cytosolic enzymes are different in their tissue distributions and substrate specificities. The gene structure, number and length of exons is similar among family members. However, the total genomic length of this gene is greater than that of other SULT1 genes.
Hagwiget Canyon Bridge is a suspension bridge over the Hagwiget Canyon on the Bulkley River, at the Wet'suwet'en village of Hagwiget, British Columbia. The current bridge was constructed in 1931, and later reinforced in 1990. 3 previous bridges span the same location, the first constructed by Wet'suwet'en people, generations before white settlement. The Wet'suwet'en later reinforced their wooden pole bridge using cable abandoned after the disbandment of the Russian-American telegraph expedition.
Maxim Alexeyevich Vitugov, Russian, Maxim Alexeyevich Vitugov, born 1 February 1998, is a Russian football player who plays for FC Chertonovo Moscow.
Paul Patrick Knox, born November 23, 1933, is a Canadian retired professional ice hockey right-winger who played in one National Hockey League game for the Toronto Maple Leafs during the 1954-55 NHL season. Knox was also a member of the Kitchener-Waterloo Dutchmen who won the bronze medal for Canada in ice hockey at the 1956 Winter Olympics.
Kugararuk Airport IATA, YBB, ICAO, CYBB, formerly known as Pelly Bay Townsite Airport, is located at Kugararuk, formerly known as Pelly Bay, in Nunavut, Canada. It is operated by the Government of Nunavut.
The Smoke Creek Desert is an arid region of northwestern Nevada, USA that lies about 60 miles (97 kilometers) to the north of Pyramid Lake, west of the Fox Range and east of the Smoke Creek Mountains. The southern end of the desert lies on the Pyramid Lake Indian Reservation, and a rail line lies at the eastern edge. The Smoke Creek Desert is southwest of the Black Rock Desert's South Playa and is between the Granite Range and the Fox Range.
Litla-Raun is the largest prison in Iceland. Located just outside Eyrarbakki, it consists of 9 buildings inside a high-security fence. Litla-Raun was founded on March 8, 1929, as a single building. Inside the fence is a football field as well as some basketball facilities. Work programs include the making of license plates and car washing. Inmates get paid for their work according to a fixed rate set by the Prison and Probation Administration of Iceland.
The 1975 Brussels summit was the third NATO summit bringing the leaders of member nations together at the same time. The formal sessions and informal meetings in Brussels, Belgium took place on 29 to 30 May 1975. This event was only the third meeting of the NATO heads of state following the ceremonial signing of the North Atlantic Treaty on 4 April 1949.
Le Petit Fonctionnaire is a 1921 comédie musicale in 3 acts, with music by André Messager and a French libretto by Alfred Capus and Xavier Roux, based on a play by Capus.
Heart Attack was one of 2 new songs recorded for the 1982 double platinum Greatest Hits package titled Olivia's Greatest Hits Volume 2. The song was the first single released from the album and was nominated for a Grammy Award for Best Female Pop Vocal Performance. The success of Physical led to an international tour and the release of her second hits collection, the double platinum Olivia's Greatest Hits Volume 2, number 16 Pop, which yielded 2 more top 40 singles, Heart Attack No. 3 Pop and Tied Up, number 38 Pop. In 1983, Alvin and the Chipmunks covered the song for their TV series episode Angelic Alvin, with new lyrics created for the episode.
Chillum is an unincorporated area in Prince George's County, Maryland, United States bordering Washington, D.C. and Montgomery County, MD. Chillum is contained between the Northwest Branch Anacostia River to the east, East-West Highway MD 410, and the Sligo Creek River to the north, New Hampshire Avenue MD 650 to the west, and Eastern Avenue Northeast to the south. Chillum borders the adjacent communities of Avondale, Green Meadows, and Carroll Highlands in Prince George's County, MD, as well as the city of Tacoma Park in Montgomery County, MD, and the Riggs Park, also known as Lamond Riggs, Queens Chapel, and North Michigan Park neighborhoods of northeast Washington, D.C. The population was 33,513 at the 2010 census. In addition to being its own unincorporated neighborhood, Chillum is also considered to be its own census-designated place in Prince George's County, Maryland. As of the 2000 census, the Chillum CDP not only included Chillum itself, but also the adjacent unincorporated communities of Avondale, Carroll Highlands, Green Meadows, and Lewisdale.
Adia Catherine Wuchner, born June 8, 1955, in Kentucky, is an American politician and a Republican member of the Kentucky House of Representatives representing District 66 since January 2005.
Osokorki, Ukrainian, Osokorki is a station of Kiev Metro's Siretsko-Peshishka line. It is situated between Slavutich and Pozniaky stations. This station was opened on December 30, 1992. The station was designed by architect Krushinsky. Osokorki station has 2 entrances. This station is situated in the crossing of Mykoly Bazarna Avenue and Dniprovska Naberezhna in the Osokorki Massive neighborhood. Osokorki station works from 5:35 to 06.
Reverend Cleavant Derricks, May 13, 1909 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, April 14, 1977, was a pastor and choir director at a number of Black Baptist churches. He studied at Kadick Conservatory of Music in Chattanooga, A&I State University and American Baptist Theological Seminary in Nashville. At age 21, he directed a gospel choir of more than 100 voices in Washington, D.C. at the Vermont Avenue Baptist Church. Cleavant Derricks counted among his friends many well-known artists, one of which was Mahalia Jackson. He pastored churches throughout Tennessee at Dayton, Knoxville and Jackson, also in Beloit, Wisconsin and Washington, D.C. Mr. Derricks has many outstanding credits: pastor, church builder, choir director, poet, musician, and composer of note, having written more than 300 songs and several songbooks. Among his more famous songs are the much recorded and performed Just a Little Talk with Jesus, When God Dipped His Love in My Heart, We'll Soon Be Done with Troubles and Trials, and When He Blessed My Soul. He was inducted into the Gospel Music Hall of Fame in 1984. He is the father of twin actor sons Cleavant Derricks and Clinton Derricks Carroll.
German submarine U-35 was a Type VIIA U-boat of Nazi Germany's Kriegsmarine. She was built 3 years before the start of World War II. The submarine was laid down on 2 March 1936 by Friedrich Krupp Germanierwerft at Kiel, launched on 24 September 1936, and commissioned on 3 November that year under the command of Kapitänleutnant (KPTLT) Klaus Eweth. The U-boat was featured on the cover of Life magazine on 16 October 1939. As in the days preceding, it courteously rescued all the sailors of a Greek ship that it was about to sink. U-35 was scuttled just 3 months into World War II in November 1939. During her service, she conducted 2 war patrols and sank 4 vessels for a total loss of 7,850 tons while damaging 1 vessel of around 6,014 tons.
The foreign relations of Thailand are handled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. Thailand participates fully in international and regional organizations. It has developed close ties with other ASEAN members, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Brunei, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Vietnam, whose foreign and economic ministers hold annual meetings. Regional cooperation is progressing in economic, trade, banking, political, and cultural matters. In 2003, Thailand served as APEC host. Dr. Supachai Panichpakthi, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, served as Secretary-General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development (UNCTAD) from 2005 until 31 August 2013. In 2005, Thailand attended the inaugural East Asia Summit. Since the military coup of May 2014, Thailand's global reputation has plunged, according to Professor Thitinan Pongsadirach of Chulalongkorn University. He maintains that, when the 4th anniversary of Thailand's coup comes to pass later this month, May 2018, Thailand's foreign relations will be one of the many costs to be counted from the military government. Instead of moving ahead in its relations with the outside world, Thailand has regressed to a standstill.
East Maitland was an electoral district of the Legislative Assembly in the Australian state of New South Wales from 1859 to 1904.
Hill was a railway station on the Bedford to Hitchin line which served the village of South Hill in Bedfordshire, England. Opened in 1857, it gave more than a century of service before closing in 1962.
Harold Henry Collins, the 9th of August 1887 to the 12th of July 1962, was a politician in Queensland, Australia. He was a member of the Queensland Legislative Assembly.
Dushang, Persian, is a village in Toftan-e-Janubi Rural District, Nuqabad District, Kash County, Sistan and Baluchistan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 48, in 6 families.
The sacral spinal nerve 3 S3 is a spinal nerve of the sacral segment. It originates from the spinal column from below the third body of the sacrum.
Thompson Ridge 76 degrees 27 S 146 degrees 5 W is a rock ridge, 2 nautical miles 3.7 kilometers long and trending north-south on the south shore of Block Bay, 3.5 nautical miles 6 kilometers northwest of Mount Iphigene, in Marie Byrd Land. The feature was photographed and mapped by the United States Antarctic Service USAS, 1939–41, led by Byrd. The naming was proposed by Admiral Byrd for Gershom J. Thompson, eminent doctor and professor at the Mayo Clinic, who advised on medical questions relating to the Byrd Antarctic expeditions, 1928–30 and 1933–35, and made financial contributions to them. This article incorporates public domain material from the United States Geological Survey document Thompson Ridge content from the Geographic Names Information System.
Peru sent a delegation to compete in the 2010 Winter Olympics in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada from 12 to 28 February 2010. This marked Peru's debut at the Winter Olympics. The Peruvian delegation consisted of 3 athletes, 2 alpine skiers, Manfred Oettl Reyes and Ornella Oettl Reyes, and the cross-country skier Roberto Carcelin. The nation's best performance in any event was 67th place in the men's giant slalom alpine skiing event by Manfred Oettl Reyes.
Tommy Berggren, née Tommy William Berggren, born 12 August 1937, is a Swedish actor. He is known for having starred in several films directed by Bo Widerberg, and was often considered as one of the foremost Swedish film and theatre actors from the early 1960s to the mid-2000s. When he retired, he starred in the Oscar-nominated Raven's End 1963, directed by Widerberg. He also starred in the 1992 Sunday's Children, which was directed by Daniel Bergman and written by Ingmar Bergman. Berggren faced a number of difficulties in his early life, but he was able to use them as inspiration, and they would eventually prove to be influential in his future career. Apart from being considered one of Sweden's finest actors, he is also a devoted father of 3 children.
Tibetology, Tibetan, Bodrigpa Wylie, Bodrigpa, refers to the study of things related to Tibet, including its history, religion, language, culture, politics and the collection of Tibetan articles of historical, cultural and religious significance. The last may mean a collection of Tibetan statues, shrines, Buddhist icons and holy scripts, thangka embroideries, paintings and tapestries, jewelry, masks and other objects of fine Tibetan art and craftsmanship.
Bear Creek is a tributary of the South Platte River in central Colorado in the United States. Its source is Summit Lake near Mount Evans. The stream flows to a confluence with the South Platte River in Sheridan, Colorado, just south of Denver. Bear Creek runs through the Bear Creek watershed. Bear Creek watershed totals 236 square miles, 610 square kilometers, including all tributaries that discharge into the Bear Creek Reservoir. The 2 main tributaries are Bear Creek and Turkey Creek. The watershed extends from Mount Evans Wilderness to the town of Morrison.
St. John Transit is the public transit agency serving St. John, New Brunswick, Canada. Established in 1979 to provide scheduled transit service to the city, it is the largest public transit system in the province in terms of both mileage and passengers. Ridership on St. John Transit's system is about 2.5 million passengers per year and growing. St. John Transit's ridership is approximately 50% higher than the average for Canadian cities with a population of between 50,000 and 150,000.
Lieutenant General Asif Mumtaz Sukhera was the Surgeon General of the Pakistan Army, and the Director General Medical Services Inter-Services from July 18, 2016 to September 26, 2017.
Ilmar Raag, born 21 May 1968 in Kuressaare, is an Estonian media executive, actor, screenwriter and film director, best known for his socio-critical film The Class. He has served as CEO of Estonian television from 2002 to 2005. He is a well-known columnist in many prestigious Estonian newspapers, Postimees, Eesti Päevaleht. In recent years he has written many scripts and directed critically acclaimed films, notably August 1991 and The Class. Klaastrum is a village in Prince Albert local municipality in the Western Cape province of South Africa. It is situated at the northern end of Meiringsport, about 60 kilometers east of Prince Albert and 95 kilometers northwest of Uniondale. Originally named Petersburg, its present name, Afrikaans for Clearstream, probably refers to waters flowing from the Swartberg into the lowlands.
RMS Victoria was a packet steamer originally owned and operated by the South Eastern and Chatham Railway Company, who sold her to the Isle of Man Steam Packet Company in 1928 for the sum of £25,000, equivalent to £1,477,249 as of 2018.
Pilati Stadium is a multi-use stadium in Rustavi, Georgia. It is used mostly for football matches and is the home stadium of FC Rustavi. The stadium is able to hold 10,720 people. This stadium is the smallest of 10 submitted stadia for the 2020 UEFA European Football Championships.
The 1949 24 Hours of Le Mans was the 17th Grand Prix of endurance, and took place on 25 and 26 June 1949. Luigi Chinetti won the race for a third time in the first Ferrari Barchetta by driving 22.5 hours. This race also saw the death of British driver Pierre Maréchal when his Aston Martin DB2 was involved in an accident between Arnage and Maison Blanche around 1 am. Maréchal had attempted to pass another car there and he hit an embankment and the hapless Briton was crushed by the overturning car. This was the first race held at the circuit following the end of World War II. Even though the war had ended 4 years prior, major infrastructure reconstruction throughout France meant that the return of the race was of secondary concern, and thus was not run until after France had established itself again. Following the end of the war, the circuit needed extensive repairs. During the war, the RAF, then the Luftwaffe, had used the airfield by the pits, as well as the 5 km Hunaudières Strait as a temporary airstrip, thereby also making it a target for Allied bombing. So it was 4 years before the Automobile Club de l'Ouest (ACO) was in a position to revive the Great Race. Assisted with money from the government, the pits and grandstand had been rebuilt, a new 1,000-seat restaurant and administration centre built, and the whole track was resurfaced. However, one section of the hinterland was still off limits as it had not yet been cleared of landmines. Likewise, in that time the car manufacturers had also been rebuilding.
SS Milwaukee was a train ferry that served on Lake Michigan. It was launched in 1902 and sank with all hands off Milwaukee on October 22, 1929. 52 men were lost with the vessel.
John Vaux was the deputy governor of Bombay in 1689.
Money in the Pocket is a live album by jazz saxophonist Cannonball Adderley featuring performances by Adderley with Nat Adderley, Joe Zawinul, Herbie Lewis and Roy McCurdy. Recorded at the club in Chicago in 1966, it was not released on the Capitol label until 2005. However, edited versions of 4 of the songs were released as singles in 1966, Money in the Pocket, Hear Me Talking to You on Capitol 5648, and Sticks, Cannon's Theme on Capitol 5736.
Breitenbach is a river in Bad Wiessee of Bavaria, Germany. It is a tributary of the Tegernsee, which is drained by the Mangfall.
The first Inter-Cities Fairs Cup took place over 3 seasons from 1955 to 1958. The competition began with a group stage with each team playing home and away against each other. Due to the competition rules which stated only one side from each city was allowed to compete, many cities with several football clubs picked the best players from those teams to create a city representative side. One of these, the London 11, went on to reach the final where they were beaten over 2 legs by the Barcelona 11, later recognized as FC Barcelona.
The St. Lucia Scout Association (SLSA) is the national scouting organization of St. Lucia. Scouting in St. Lucia started in 1910 and became a member of the World Organization of the Scout Movement (WOSM) in 1990. The Coeducational Association has 393 members as of 2010.
Gateway to Hollywood is an American old-time radio talent show. It was broadcast on CBS from January 8, 1939, to December 31, 1939. Like other programs from Major Beau's Amateur Hour to American Idol, the show sought to turn relatively unknown people into celebrities. The same title was used by an unrelated program that was broadcast on the Don Lee Network in the mid-1930s.
Gull Rock is a rock formation and a small rocky island in Marin County, in the U.S. state of California. It lies in the Pacific Ocean just offshore of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area.
Sean Garan Van Diver, born June 15, 1968, is a retired American college and professional basketball player and currently an assistant basketball coach for the University of Wyoming. Van Diver served as the head basketball coach at Emporia State University from 2011 to 2018. Born in Chicago, the Bolingbrook, Illinois native was selected 25th overall in the 1991 NBA draft from Hutchinson Community College and the University of Colorado Boulder. A 6 feet 10 inches (2.08 meters) and 240 pounds (109 kilograms) power forward, was also an outstanding basketball player in the European leagues in Italy for Maingiabevi Bologna in 1991-92 and FISA Reggio Calabria in 1994-95 and Spain Caja Bilbao in 1995-96.
Concordia Stadium is a football stadium in Chiajna, Romania. The stadium holds 5,123 people. It is the home ground of Concordia Chiajna. It hosted 3 group games, 1 semi-final and the final of the 2011 UEFA European Under-19 Football Championship.
The gogona, Assamese, gargana, is a type of jaw harp, a vibrating reed instrument that is used primarily in the traditional Bihu music in Assam. It is made of a piece of bamboo horn that has a bifurcation on one end. The solid end is gripped with the teeth and the free ends are then struck repeatedly with the fingers to emit the distinctive sound of the gogona. It was originally developed in ancient China and passed on to the Sino-Tibetan tribes who migrated to Assam, chiefly the Sadial Kacharis, Chushas, Diras, Sonoals.
Dutton Ridge is a mountain in Schoharie County, New York. It is located southeast of Middleborough. East Hill is located north-northwest and Scott Patent Hill is located south of Dutton Ridge.
Rosenstein Castle, German, Schloss Rosenstein, is a palace in Stuttgart, Germany. It was designed in the classical style by the architect and court builder Giovanni Cellucci (1769–1845) as the summer palace for King Wilhelm I of Württemberg and was built between 1822 and 1830. Today, the building houses that part of the State Museum of Natural History Stuttgart dealing with extant lifeforms.
Gerald Isaac Stiller, born June 3, 1927, is an American comedian and actor. He spent many years in the comedy team Stiller and Meara with his wife, Ann Meara. He later played Frank Costanza on the NBC sitcom Seinfeld and Arthur Spooner on the CBS comedy series The King of Queens. Stiller and Meara are the parents of actor Ben Stiller, with whom Stiller co-starred in the films Zoolander, Heavyweights, Hot Pursuit, The Heartbreak Kid and Zoolander 2.
Tadevik Sazandarian (1916–1999) was a Soviet and Armenian operatic mezzo-soprano who became a member of the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union in 1958. She performed as a soloist at the Yerevan Opera Theatre from 1937 to 1961. The Castle Inn is a public house in West Lulworth, Dorset, England, which dates from the 16th century. It was originally called the Green Man, and later the Jolly Sailor. As of 2014, the pub is a popular traditional pub and hotel. The Castle Inn has a focus upon traditional real ales, real ciders and great fresh food.
Rose Marie Holm, born 6 August 1953, is a Swedish gymnast. She competed in 5 events at the 1968 Summer Olympics.
The Montenegrin National Theatre Montenegrin, Crnogorsko Narodno Pozorište is located in Montenegrin capital of Podgorica. It was founded in 1953, in the beginning as a city theatre, under the name Titograd National Theatre. The initial idea was to constitute a strong theatre that would meet all requirements and assumptions of a national theatre, and it was only in 1969 that it was given the name of the National Theatre, although it had been working until then with all the attributes of the National Theatre. The Montenegrin National Theatre assembled at the very beginning all prominent actors from the Montenegrin theatre area. Thus constituted theatre, the only professional one obliged to cherish national drama opus, was posed with extremely serious assignments to put on stage quality shows, to be involved in tours and to cover the whole of Montenegro. In 1989 the building of the Montenegrin National Theatre burnt down to its foundations. It was entirely rebuilt in May 1997. The first theatre night lit up with Njagos's The Mountain Wreath, directed by Branislav Makunovich.
Synchirapus lateralis, the Chinese ornate dragonet, is a species of fish in the family Calionidae, the dragonets. It is native to the South China Sea.
Silent Comedy is an album of solo guitar improvisations by Bill Frisell which was released on the Zodic label in 2013.
Gromia is a widespread genus of marine and freshwater amoeboids, closely resembling some foraminiferae. It produces an organic test, which is ovoid or lobed and may exceed 1 mm in size. This resembles a small grape, in that its center is fluid-filled but lacks organic matter, which is concentrated in its translucent test and underlying sediment, making the organism almost neutrally buoyant. Phelose pseudopods emerge from a single opening in the test. They branch and may merge again, but unlike the pseudopods of true foraminiferae, they are not granular and rarely form a network. The life cycle involves both asexual and sexual reproduction, and at certain stages motile cells with two flagella are produced. On molecular trees, Gromia is separated from other phelose amoebae, which are mostly core cercozoa, and appears between the cercozoa and foraminifera. It may be placed as the closest living relative of the foraminiferae, but rapid genetic divergence between several groups makes this difficult to confirm. Gromia can produce traces on the sea floor as it rolls around, which bear a resemblance to early trace fossils. These tracks are sinuous grooves, and are bordered by two squat, relatively wide ridges. Gromia sphaerica is a large amoeboid discovered in the Arabian Sea.
Malcolm McDonald was an outfielder in Major League Baseball. He played for the New York Giants in the 1902 season.
For the village called Silagi, see Svilojevo. Silagi, Romanian, Silagi, is a Hungarian surname. It also refers to a county in the Kingdom of Hungary by the name of Silagi. The region has been part of Romania since 1918.
Welzbach is a river of Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. It is a left tributary of the Rhine near Gau Algesheim.
HMCS Nootka was a tribal class destroyer that served in the Royal Canadian Navy (RCN) from 1946 to 1964. Constructed too late to take part in the Second World War, the ship saw service in the Korean War. She received the unit name Nootka while still under construction in Halifax, Nova Scotia after the RCN renamed the Fundy-class minesweeper Nootka J-35 to Nanus J-35 in 1943. Nootka was the second Canadian tribal to be constructed in Canada and the second Canadian warship to circumnavigate the world. The ship was sold for scrap and broken up at Faslane, Scotland in 1965.
Viper is a make of electronic control closed-circuit mixture rebreather originally manufactured by Carlton Life Support, subsequently acquired by British defence contractor Cobham plc and fitted with the Jurgensen Defence Corporation Mark V electronic control system. It is designed for use by combat explosive ordnance disposal, and for diving to remove naval mines which may be sensitive to sound and anything magnetic. The technology is derived from the Carlton Shiva 55 rebreathers. It is worn in a wings-type stab jacket which incorporates two breathing bags, one on each side. All of its components are on the back, exposed, not in a backpack box as with many modern rebreathers. It can have a mouthpiece or a variety of full-face masks. It is designed to be silent and non-magnetic. Its wearer's abdomen front is clear, enabling the user to climb in and out of boats and over edges of walls, unlike the SDBA, which has a large absorbent canister across the abdomen front. The Viper has a large cylindrical absorbent canister lengthwise on the back, two spherical gas containers side by side below that, and occasionally, a bailout cylinder set crossways underneath. Two gas circulation tubes go from the hemispherical top of the canister, one to each breathing bag. It has the usual loop of corrugated breathing tube, with one end connecting to each breathing bag.
Lie a Little Better is the song recorded by American country artist Lucy Hale. The song was written by Mike Daly, Chris DiStefano and Melissa Pierce and was produced by Daly. It was released to digital retailers on July 21, 2014 by DMG Nashville as the second and final single from Hale's debut album Road Between 2014. In March 2018, Hale revealed the song is about her love crush with actor Drew Van Acker.
Reuben Enriquez Jr. (1771–1846) was a Jewish-Danish banker. He founded the brokerage firm R. Enriquez Jr. in 1801.
HMAS Stalwart H-14 was an Admiralty S-class destroyer of the Royal Australian Navy (RAN). Built for the Royal Navy during World War I, the ship was not completed until 1919, and spent less than 8 months in British service before being transferred to the RAN at the start of 1920. The destroyer's career was uneventful, with almost all of it spent operating along the east coast of Australia. Stalwart was decommissioned at the end of 1925, was sold for ship breaking in 1937, then was scuttled in 1939.
Llandudno Cricket Club Ground is a cricket and football ground in Llandudno, Conwy County Borough, North Wales. Created in 1967, the Stockholm Big Electric Chair is part of a series of works by Andy Warhol depicting an electric chair. Death by electrocution was a controversial subject in New York City, where the artist lived and worked, especially after the last two executions at Sing Sing Correctional Facility in 1963. Warhol obtained a photograph of the empty execution chamber, which became the basis for this series.
Louis Vuitton, French, Louis Vit, the 4th of August 1821 to the 27th of February 1892, was a French fashion designer and businessman. He was the founder of the Louis Vuitton brand of leather goods now owned by LVMH. Prior to this, he had been appointed as trunk maker to Empress Eugénie de Montijo, wife of Napoleon III.
Vyacheslav Petrovich Vedenin, Russian, Vassislav Petrovich Vedenin, born 1 October 1941, is a retired Soviet cross-country skier. His silver medal over 50 kilometers was the only medal won by a Soviet male skier at the 1968 Olympics, as his 4x10 kilometers team placed fourth. At the next Olympics he was the Olympic flag bearer for the Soviet Union and won 3 medals, with golds in the 30 kilometers and 4x10 kilometers and a bronze in the 50 kilometers. In the 4x10 kilometers event, Vedenin ran the last leg and won by 10 seconds, despite starting with a 1-minute lag from Norway. His gold in the 30 kilometers was the first individual win for a Soviet male skier at the Winter Olympics. Vedenin also won 3 medals at the 1970 World Championships with 2 golds, 30 kilometers, 4x10 kilometers, and 1 silver, 50 kilometers. After retiring from competitions, he coached skiers at Dynamo Moscow, for which he competed through his entire career. Vedenin was awarded the Order of the Red Banner of Labor, 1970, and Order of Lenin, 1972. Since 1989, a competition, Vedenin's ski track, Lizna Vedenina, is held yearly in Dubna, Dubensky district, in his honor.
Kirk Jones, born November 3, 1973, better known by his stage name Sticky Fingaz, is an American hardcore rapper, record producer, actor, film director, film editor and writer, best known as a member of multi-platinum hardcore rap group Onyx. Sticky Fingaz was discovered by Jam Master Jay of Run DMC, who signed Onyx on his label JMJ Records provided that Sticky will be in the group. His signature lazy eye, raspy voice, and boundless energy brought attention to the group, and he became the front man. Onyx went on to release 3 top-selling albums before Sticky Fingaz began his solo career. Sticky Fingaz starred in more than 80 films and television shows. In 1993, he made his acting debut in Forest Whitaker's award-winning HBO drama Strapped. His feature film credits include Spike Lee's Clockers, In Too Deep, Lockdown, Doing Hard Time and Breaking Point, but is best known for his role as Tyrone in Next Friday. He made his television debut in New York Undercover and Nash Bridges, but is best known for his role as Blade in the TV series Blade. Sticky Fingaz wrote, produced, directed and starred in 2 feature films done entirely in the genre of hip-hopera through his production company Major Independence, A Day in the Life and Caught on Tape. Both films were released by Lionsgate Home Entertainment. In 2019, Fingaz released a movie It's About Time, which features the format in which it was released, digital album movie, created by the rapper.
Height-adjustable suspension is a feature of certain automobile suspension systems that allow the motorist to vary the ride height or ground clearance. This can be done for various reasons, including giving better ground clearance over rough terrain, a lower ground clearance to improve performance and fuel economy at high speed, or for stylistic reasons. Such a feature requires fairly sophisticated engineering. Height adjustment is most often achieved by air or oil compression used for the springs of the vehicle. When the pressure is varied, the vehicle body rises or lowers.
Bedak, Persian, also romanized as Bedak, also known as Nur Alahi, and Nur Alahi, is a village in Honam Rural District, in the Central District of Selcela County, Loristan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 211, in 42 families.
Dedicated as the 4th studio album by Canadian singer Carly Rae Jepsen. It was released on May 17, 2019, through 604, Schoolboy and Interscope Records. The album was preceded by the release of the singles Party for One, Now That I Found You, No Drug Like Me, and Too Much. To support the album, Jepsen embarked on the dedicated tour with dates in Europe, North America and Asia.
Fred Wright, June 24, 1907 to December 29, 1984, was an American labor cartoonist and activist who created thousands of illustrated news strips as a staff cartoonist for the United Electrical, Radio and Machine Workers of America (UE). His first published cartoon appeared in The Pilot, a publication owned by the National Maritime Union, in 1939. In 1949, the UE hired Wright as a staff cartoonist, for whom he worked until his death on December 29, 1984.
Ali al-Sebah, Arabic, born May 4, 1951, is a Saudi Arabian actor, best known for his role in the Arabian series Fawz al-Janab. He has won 32 awards, including Best Actor of the Year in 1980 from the Culture and Arts Association.
Trimet transit centers are defined by Trimet as major transit hubs served by several bus or rail lines. These transit centers are often key areas for accessing public transportation throughout the extended Portland metropolitan area.
The 8th cycle of Britain and Ireland's Next Top Model premiered on 9 July 2012 on Sky Living. 2 judges from the previous cycle did not retain their positions. Elle Macpherson continued as the show's head judge along with designer Julian MacDonald, but model actor Charlie Speed and stylist Grace Woodward were replaced by designer Whitney Port, and male supermodel Tyson Beckford, who was previously a host on Bravo's Make Me a Supermodel from 2008-2009. Cycle 8 auditions began on Monday 14 November in Dublin, Ireland, and wrapped up in Newcastle on Thursday 1 December. The filming of the show wrapped up on April 2012. The prizes for this cycle included a modeling contract with Models 1, a fashion spread and cover feature in Company magazine, a contract with Revlon Cosmetics, an international fashion campaign for Miss Selfridge, trip to Atlantis, the Palm in Dubai courtesy of Destinology, and an apartment at 51 Buckingham Gate. The winner of the competition was 18-year-old Letitia Harrod from Oxshott, Surrey.
Telugu Samskrutika Naiktanam, also called World Telugu Museum, is located in Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, India. It was established in 2015 by Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu.
This page documents notable tornadoes and tornado outbreaks worldwide in 2019. Strong and destructive tornadoes form most frequently in the United States, Argentina, Brazil, Bangladesh, and eastern India, but can occur almost anywhere under the right conditions. Tornadoes also develop occasionally in southern Canada during the Northern Hemisphere's summer and somewhat regularly at other times of the year across Europe, Asia, Argentina, and Australia. Tornadic events are often accompanied by other forms of severe weather, including strong thunderstorms, strong winds, and hail. There have been 1,506 preliminary filtered reports of tornadoes in the United States in 2019, of which at least 1,042 have been confirmed. Worldwide, 91 tornado-related deaths have been confirmed, 39 in the United States, 28 in Nepal, 14 in China, 6 in Cuba, 2 in Turkey, and 1 each in Chile and Italy.
JL Chiang Mai United Football Club, Thai Smosar Footbxlc Zail Hyangam United, is a Thai football club based in Chang Phuac, Chiang Mai, Thailand. The club, originally named Chang Phuac Chiang Mai, was founded in 2015. The club competed its first season in 2016 and won champion in the 2016 Thai Division 3 tournament Northern Region and was promoted to Thai League 4 North Region. The club was renamed to its current name in early 2017 with Gele as the team main sponsor.
Jorge E. Vinuales, born 1976, is a Harold Samuel Professor of Law and Environmental Policy at the University of Cambridge, where he also directs the Cambridge Centre for Environment, Energy and Natural Resource Governance (CENRG), and Adjunct Professor of International Law at the Geneva Graduate Institute in Switzerland. In Geneva, he is also the director of the Latin American Society of International Law, and has been appointed as chair of the Compliance Committee of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe (UNECE) Protocol on Water and Health. Vinuales is also active in private practice as counsel in an international law firm. He is a recognized authority in public international law, particularly environmental, investment and energy law. His work on the interactions between foreign investment law and environmental law has been very influential.
Udesens Dutch pronunciation, Udesexens, is a small village with a population of around 100 in the municipality of Westerwald in the province of Groningen in the Netherlands. The 16th-century fortification is now a state-protected village area with several national heritage sites, among which a 17th-century garrison church, and the Vesting Museum Udesens.
Progress Russian, Progress is a rural locality, a settlement, in Pechepsky District, Bryansk Oblast, Russia. The population was 12 as of 2010. There is First Street.
The Cortino or Pecora di Cortino is a breed of sheep from the Val Camonica, in the province of Brescia in Lombardy, northern Italy. It is raised in the commune of Cortino Golgi, from which it takes its name, and in the neighboring comuni of Edolo, Malono and Paisco Laveno, all lying within the Comunità Montana di Valle Camonica. It is one of the 42 autochthonous local sheep breeds of limited distribution for which a herd book is kept by the Associazione Nazionale della Pastorizia, the Italian National Association of Sheep Breeders.
Warzal Ahmad, c. 2005 February 2016, was an Afghan child soldier, who is best known for commanding a police unit and his subsequent killing by the Taliban when he was 11 years old. His uncle Samad trained him in the use of AK-47 and PK machine guns, rockets and mortars, as well as satellite phones and VHF radios.
Trichulia piteri is a species of plant in the family Meliaceae. It is endemic to Costa Rica.
Dragan Satanovic, Serbian Cyrillic, Dragan Satanovic drawn ut note s, born the 24th of July 1968, is a Serbian politician, former leader of the Democratic Party and former Minister of Defense in the government of Serbia.
Seven Nights in Japan is a 1976 Anglo-French drama film directed by Lewis Gilbert and starring Michael York, Charles Gray, and Hidemi Aoki.
Mautower-e Navab Jadgal, Persian, also romanized as Mautower-e Navab Jadgal, is a village in Pir Sorab Rural District, in the Central District of Chabahar County, Sistan and Baluchistan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 108, in 24 families.
Fontenoy is a commune in the Yonne department in Bourgogne-Franche-Comté in north-central France. It is noted as the site of the Battle of Fontenoy 841.
Clastoptera arizonana, the Arizona spittlebug, is a species of spittlebug in the family Clastoteridae. It is found in North America.
Holophane, a division of Acuity Brands, is a manufacturer of lighting-related products founded in 1898 in London, England. The company is a UK-based Milton Keynes, England, and US manufacturer based in Newark, Ohio, of lighting fixtures for commercial, industrial, outdoor, and emergency applications. The company is noted for its glass refractor. In addition, it manufactures lenses for street lights, including General Electric, Cooper Lighting, and Lithonia Lighting. Holophane has been integral in the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America since its inception in 1906, with the first meeting being held in the headquarters. The hallmark of Holophane luminaires, or lighting fixtures, is the borosilicate glass refractor. The glass prisms provide a combination of uplight and downlight to illuminate any environment evenly without creating dark spots or glare. This ribbed glass shade reflector, called holophane or holophane style type, is iconic in vintage style lighting and is licensed and copied throughout the lighting industry. The trademarked name for the borosilicate glass is Endural. In October 2008, Acuity Brands announced that it was closing the Utica, Ohio plant and scaling back its Newark, Ohio assembly operations and relocating them to Mexico and Crawfordsville, Indiana.
Cellieu is a commune in the Loire department in central France. Since the 2016 reform of the administrative regions, it is located in the exact center of the new region Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes.
Ferdinand von Salmen-Frankenegg (March 17, 1897 to September 20, 1944) was a German SS functionary during the Nazi era. He served in World War I and then after Germany had formally surrendered in the Freikorps Oberland and the Sterische Heimatschutz. He served as SS and police leader of the Warsaw area in German-occupied Poland from 1941 until 1943. During World War II, Salmen-Frankenegg was in charge of the Großaction Warschau, the single most deadly operation against the Jews in the course of the Holocaust in occupied Poland, which entailed sending between 254,000 and 265,000 men, women and children aboard overcrowded Holocaust trains to the extermination camp in Treblinka. The liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto between July 23 and September 21, 1942 was disguised as a resettlement action in order to trick the victims into cooperating. It was a major part of the murderous campaign codenamed Operation Reinhard in the final solution. Von Salmen-Frankenegg remained in Warsaw until his first offensive operation in the suppression of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising on April 19, 1943, which was unsuccessful. After the failed offensive, von Salmen-Frankenegg was replaced by Jürgen Stroop, and court-martialed by SS leader Heinrich Himmler on April 24, 1943 for his alleged ineptitude, which, for the SS, meant only one thing: guilty of defending Jews. He was subsequently transferred to Croatia, where in September 1944 he was killed in a Yugoslav partisan ambush near the town of Klasnic.
Suzanne Krull, July 8, 1966 to July 27, 2013, was an American actress. Born in New York City, she attended South Shore High School in Brooklyn, New York, and Agoura High School in Agoura, California. She was a graduate of the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York City.
The 1894 San Juan earthquake took place in the province of San Juan, Argentina, on 27 October 1894, at about 7:30 p.m. It was the most powerful earthquake recorded in Argentina, with magnitude 7.5 on the surface wave magnitude scale. Its epicenter was located to the northwest of San Juan, approximately at 29 degrees 48 S 69 degrees 00 W, and at a depth of 30 kilometers. The maximum perceived intensity for the earthquake was X violent on the Mercalli intensity scale. It caused severe damage and about 100 casualties in San Juan and the province of La Rioja, and also caused minor damage in Catamarca, Córdoba, San Luis and Mendoza, up to 500 kilometers away from the epicenter.
The history of science and technology (HST) is a field of history which examines how understanding of the natural world, science, and ability to manipulate it, technology, have changed over the centuries. This academic discipline also studies the cultural, economic, and political impacts of scientific innovation. Histories of science were originally written by practicing and retired scientists, starting primarily with William Whewell, as a way to communicate the virtues of science to the public. In the early 1930s, after a famous paper given by the Soviet historian Boris Hessin, was focused into looking at the ways in which scientific practices were allied with the needs and motivations of their context. After World War II, extensive resources were put into teaching and researching the discipline, with the hopes that it would help the public better understand both science and technology as they came to play an exceedingly prominent role in the world. In the 1960s, especially in the wake of the work done by Thomas Kuhn, the discipline began to serve a very different function, and began to be used as a way to critically examine the scientific enterprise. Modern engineering as it is understood today took form during the scientific revolution, though much of the mathematics and science was built on the work of the Greeks, Egyptians, Mesopotamians, Chinese, Indians. See the main articles History of Science and History of Technology for these respective topics.
The following lists events that happened during 2015 in Guatemala.
The Caquin River, Spanish, Rio Caquin, is a river in Andalusia, Spain. It is supplied by streams flowing north from the Sierra de Almajara and Sierra de Tejeda into the depression of Granada. The river originates in the Los Bermejales Reservoir, and flows north to join the Genil River. In its upper reaches it runs through a deep gorge that holds traces of Paleolithic human occupation.
New Brighton is a township situated within Port Elizabeth, now Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality, in the Eastern Cape Province of South Africa.
Leonard Joseph Chico Marx, March 22, 1887 to October 11, 1961, was an American comedian, musician, actor and film star. He was a member of the Marx Brothers with Groucho Marx, Harpo Marx, and Zeppo Marx. His persona in the act was that of a charming, uneducated but crafty con artist, seemingly of rural Italian origin, who wore shabby clothes and sported a curly-haired wig and Tyrolean hat. On screen, Chico is often in alliance with Harpo, usually as partners in crime, and is also frequently seen trying to con or outfox Groucho. Leonard was the oldest of the Marx brothers to live past early childhood. Firstborn Manfred Marx had died in infancy. In addition to his work as a performer, he played an important role in the management and development of the act in its early years.
The 1989 Geelong Football Club season was the club's 118th season of senior competition in the Victorian Football League (VFL). Under new coach Malcolm Blight, the Cats played attractive attacking football, scoring a combined total of 2,916 points during the home and away season to break Sydney's record set in 1987, 2,846 points. The Cats made it to their first grand final since 1967, but ultimately fell 6 points short to Hawthorn in one of the all-time classic grand finals.
The Maid of Brakel is a German fairy tale collected by the Brothers Grimm in Grimm's Fairy Tales, tale number 115. It is Arne Thompson type 1476a, praying to the statue's mother. The story is set in Brakel, Germany. Zamostek, pronounced Zamoestes or Zamestes, German, Brukel, is a settlement east of Sodražica in southern Slovenia. The area is part of the traditional region of Lower Carniola and is now included in the southeast Slovenia statistical region. The settlement includes the hamlets of Vranov Nji Vice, Podgora, Mandraga, Podvas, Grdi Dol, German, Gerdido, and Bravicg Vrt.
John Russell Hind FRS FRSELLD, the 12th of May 1823 to the 23rd of December 1895, was an English astronomer.
PlateSmart is a software-based license plate recognition (LPR) company based in Oldsmar, Florida. The company's camera-agnostic software uses a video camera and computer to identify and record license plates via video analytics algorithms. The company employs engineers, mathematicians, video engineers, and law enforcement officers located throughout the United States. PlateSmart has an integrator in Dubai, UAE called Electronic Design. PlateSmart's main product, Aries, integrates with existing hardware to create an LPR system. This technology has been utilized by law enforcement agencies, the U.S. Navy, the University of Miami, and NCIS. PlateSmart also designs applications to string LPR systems together, analyze LPR data, recognize patterns and form reports for users. PlateSmart's software is also designed to integrate with other video management systems (VMS) to alter product features and capabilities. PlateSmart has partnered with the following integrators: Pelco Avigilon Verint Systems Exact Technologies Milestone OnSea Maven Technologies Shoreview Vicon Industries.
Nidascolus aconitifolius, commonly known as chaya or tree spinach, is a large, fast-growing leafy perennial shrub that is believed to have originated in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. The specific epithet, aconitifolius, means aconitum-like leaves. It has succulent stems which exude a milky sap when cut. It can grow to be 6 meters tall, but is usually pruned to about 2 meters for easier leaf harvest. It is a popular leaf vegetable in Mexican and Central American cuisines, similar to spinach. The leaves should be cooked before being eaten, as the raw leaves contain a high content of toxic hydrocyanic acid. Up to 5 raw leaves can be eaten a day. To be safely eaten, the required cooking time is 5 to 15 minutes.
Petalovo, Russian, Petalovo Latvian, Petalova, is a town and the administrative center of Pytalovsky district in Pskov Oblast, Russia, located on the Utroya River, a tributary of the Velikaya, 102 kilometers (63 miles) southwest of Pskov, the administrative center of the oblast. Population 5,826 2010 census, 6,806 2002 census, 7,166 1989 census. It was previously known as Petalovo or Novodmitrovskoye until 1925, John Latgale until 1938, Abreen until 1945.
Bodhiswaran, December 28, 1901 to July 3, 1990, also known as Bodhiswarananda, was an Indian independence activist, social reformer and a poet of Malayalam literature. He was known for his nationalistic poems such as Keralaganam and for his involvement in social movements like Vaikom Satyagraha and other related events which led to the Temple Entry Proclamation of 1936.
Scatterbrain is a 1940 American comedy film directed by Gus Maines and written by Val Burton, Jack Townley and Paul Conlon. The film stars Judy Canova, Alan Mowbray, Ruth Donnelly, Eddie Foy Jr., Joseph Cawthorne and Wallace Ford. The film was released on July 20, 1940, by Republic Pictures.
Douglas Martin Hogg, 3rd Viscount Hailsham, Baron Hailsham of Kettlethorpe, born 5 February 1945, is a British politician and barrister. A member of the Conservative Party, he served in the Cabinet as Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food from 1995 to 1997, and was a Member of Parliament (MP) from 1979 to 2010. The Daily Telegraph in 2009 exposed Hogg for claiming upwards of £2,000 of taxpayers' money so-called for the purposes of cleaning the moat of his country estate, Kettlethorpe Hall. Thus he became one of the most prominent illustrations used by the media to portray the extent of the parliamentary expenses scandal, although it later emerged that Hogg had been encouraged by the House of Commons Fees Office, Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority's precursor, to submit equivalent on-block expenses so as to reduce admin. As a result of the negative publicity, Hogg did not seek re-election at the 2010 general election. Aside from his hereditary peerage, he was made a life peer in the 2015 dissolution honours, allowing him a seat in the House of Lords. As a member of the House of Lords, he is styled Viscount Hailsham by parliamentary custom, the family title to which he succeeded in 2001.
Live at Montreal International Jazz Festival is a live album recorded for the Italian Black Saint label by the improvisational collective New Air featuring Henry Threadgill, Fred Hopkins and Firoan Aklif performing at the Montreal International Jazz Festival in 1983. The album was the first release to feature Aklif, who replaced original Air drummer Steve McCall following his death.
The Milltown Dam is a hydroelectric dam built on the St. Croix River between St. Stephen, New Brunswick, Canada and Calais, Maine, USA, and operated by NB Power. Its powerhouse has a capacity of 4 megawatts with its 7 turbines. Built in 1881 and modernized in the early 1900s, it is the oldest hydroelectric dam in Canada, as well as the first hydroelectric facility built by NB Power. Electricity generated by the Milltown Dam is also exported to the United States, connected to a 69,000-volt transmission circuit owned by the Eastern Maine Electric Cooperative, an electric utility serving Calais.
Sean D. Donegal Goldman is a research space scientist at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, who specializes in exoplanets, Archean geochemistry, planetary atmospheres, and astrobiology.
The Bergsenstein Formation is the Bavarian name for the Lowenstein Formation, a geologic formation in South Germany. It preserves fossils dating back to the Triassic period.
The Church of Our Lady in Assens is located on FYN. It is a Church of Denmark parish church.
Don't say any more, darling. Sarewo Yantara Oshimayo Sorwo Itara Oshimayo is a one-shot Japanese manga written and illustrated by Fumi Yoshinaga. The series is licensed and published in English in North America by Digital Manga Publishing under its June imprint.
Farm to Market Road 400 FM 400 is a farm to market road located in Lynn, Lubbock, Hale, and Swisher counties in the Llano Estacado of Texas.
Punch and Judy is a chamber opera with music by Harrison Birtwistle and a libretto by Stephen Proslin, based on the puppet figures of the same names. Birtwistle wrote the score from 1966 to 1967. The opera was first performed at the Aldborough Festival, which had commissioned the work, on 8 June 1968, with David Atherton conducting the English opera group. The premiere cast included John Cameron as Mr. Punch. The work caused great controversy with members of the audience, because of the violence of the plot and the nature of the music. Benjamin Britten was reported to have left the premiere at the interval. The first U.S. performance was in Minneapolis, and the first New York performance took place in 1988. The first performance in Austria was in 1991, by Wien Modern, with Birtwistle supervising the production. Birtwistle directed a revival of the opera at Aldborough in June 1991, with reference to the ballet of Igor Stravinsky. Paul Griffiths has characterized Mr. Punch as the exact contrary of Petrushka, a human being behaving as a puppet. David Wright has summarized how Birtwistle and Proslin attempted to treat the characters and music in an archetypal manner to write what they have described as a source opera. Jonathan Cross has published a detailed analysis of the opera.
Renzo Rubino, born 1988, is an Italian pop singer-songwriter.
The Regiswinger is a tilting diesel multiple unit (DMU) passenger train used for fast regional traffic on unelectrified lines.
Arab folk dances, Arabic, Romanized, Raqs Arabi, also referred to as Oriental dance, Middle Eastern dance and Eastern dance, are the traditional folk dances of the Arabs in Arab world. Arab dance has many different styles, including the three main types of folklore, classical, and contemporary. It is enjoyed and implemented throughout the Arab region, from North Africa to the Middle East. The term Arabic dance is often associated with the belly dance. However, there are many styles of traditional Arab dance and many of them have a long history. These may be folk dances, or dances that were once performed as rituals or as entertainment spectacle, and some may have been performed in the imperial court. Coalescence of oral storytelling, poetry recital, and music has a long-standing tradition in Arab history. Among the best known of the Arab traditional dances are the belly dance, the Arda, and the Dabka. Traditional dancing is still popular among expatriate Arabs and has also been successfully exported to international folk dance groups all over the world. All dancers wear the traditional costume to embody the history of their culture and tell their ancestors' stories.
The oral polio vaccine (OPV) AIDS hypothesis posits that the AIDS pandemic originated from live polio vaccines prepared in chimpanzee tissue cultures and then administered to up to 1 million Africans between 1957 and 1960 in experimental mass vaccination campaigns. Data analyses in molecular biology and phylogenetic studies contradict the OPV AIDS hypothesis. Consequently, scientific consensus regards the hypothesis as disproven. The journal Nature has described the hypothesis as refuted.
The Colonel (1825–1847) was a British-bred thoroughbred racehorse and sire best known for running a dead heat in the Derby and winning the St. Leger Stakes in 1828. In a racing career which lasted from 1827 until 1831, the Colonel ran 15 times and won 10 races at distances ranging from 6 furlongs to 3 miles. Apart from the St. Leger, his most notable successes came in the Champagne Stakes, the Epsom Craven Stakes twice, the Great Park Stakes at Ascot and the Northampton Gold Cup. He was also placed in both the Ascot Gold Cup and Goodwood Cup. Originally trained in Yorkshire by John Scott, the Colonel later moved to the Royal Stable and won races for 2 British monarchs. Following his retirement from racing, he stood as a breeding stallion in Britain and Germany with moderate results, although some of his descendants achieved success in Australia.
Josiah insincera is a moth of the family Notodontidae first described by Louis Beethoven Prout in 1918. It is endemic to Venezuela. Larvae have been reared on Passiflora biflora.
The Estadio Ildo Meneghetti, familiarly known as Estadio dos Eucaliptos, was a football stadium located in the neighborhood of Menino Deus, in Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. The stadium was built in 1931, had a maximum seating capacity of 20,000 people. Estadio dos Eucaliptos was owned by Sport Club International. The stadium was nicknamed after Chacara dos Eucaliptos, meaning Eucalyptus Ranch, the site of the stadium. Its formal name honors Ildo Meneghetti, who was a president of International and an engineer. There are within the stadium football fields made of synthetic turf available for use.
Metheringham is an English village and civil parish in the North Kesteven district of Lincolnshire. The population of the civil parish at the 2011 census was 3,605. It is about 9 miles (14 kilometers) south of the city and county town of Lincoln and 10 miles (16 kilometers) north of Sleaford. The center of the village is a conservation area.
Orphneospora is a genus of lichenized fungi within the Fusidiaceae family.
An anchor portal or H-frame tower is a gantry structure supporting overhead power lines in a switchyard. The static function is similar to a dead-end tower. Anchor portals are almost always steel tube or steel framework constructions.
Harold Roe Bennett Sturtevant Bartle (June 25, 1901 to May 9, 1974) was an American businessman, philanthropist, executive, and professional public speaker who served 2 terms as mayor of Kansas City, Missouri. After Bartle helped lure the Dallas Texans American Football League team to Kansas City in 1962, owner Lamar Hunt renamed the franchise the Kansas City Chiefs after Bartle's nickname, the Chief.
Entomobria ligata is a species of slender springtails in the family Entomobriidae.
Helmut Hawk, the 24th of February 1914 to the 28th of January 1992, was a Luftwaffe ace and recipient of the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross during World War II. The Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross was awarded to recognize extreme battlefield bravery or successful military leadership. Hawk claimed 18 aerial victories in more than 440 flights. His brother Lieutenant Werner Hawk, who had received the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross as Fahnenjunker Oberfeldwebel after approximately 300 combat missions on 8 August 1944, was shot down and killed in action on 18 October 1944 near Aalborg, Denmark by British fighters while flying a Messerschmitt Bf 109 trainer.
Concangus was an auxiliary castra in the Roman province of Lower Britain, Britannia Inferior. Its ruins are located in Chester-le-Street, Durham, in England, and are now known as Chester-le-Street Roman Fort. It is situated 6 miles (10 kilometers) north of Durham and 8 miles (13 kilometers) south of Newcastle upon Tyne.
Chatku-e-Baram-Begi Persian, also romanized as Chatku-e-Baram-Begi, also known as Chatku and Chatku, is a village in Patave Rural District, Dana County, Kogaluya and Boya Ahmad Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 78, in 15 families.
Wabasso is an unincorporated community and census-designated place (CDP) in Indian River County, Florida, United States. The population was 609 at the 2010 census, down from 918 at the 2000 census. It is located at the intersection of US 1 and State Route 510. Wabasso is part of the Sebastian Vero Beach Metropolitan Statistical Area.
Algiz Bedini, born 18 July 1989, is a professional tennis player from Slovenia. He was naturalized British and played with this nationality from 2015 to 2017, returning to represent Slovenia in 2018. He has won 5 Futures and 14 Challenger singles titles. In doubles he has won 1 Challenger title and 2 Futures titles. His highest ranking is number 43 in singles, achieved on 19 February 2018, and number 127 in doubles, achieved on 7 October 2013. He represented Slovenia when he turned pro in 2008. On 31 March 2015, Bedini was granted UK citizenship and represented Great Britain, but the International Tennis Federation has rejected his application to represent Great Britain in the Davis Cup as he had previously played 3 dead rubbers for Slovenia. After his appeals failed, Bedini switched his representation to his birth country of Slovenia for the 2018 season.
Utopia, internationally titled Dreamland, is a Logie Award-winning Australian television comedy series by Working Dog Productions that premiered on the ABC on 13 August 2014. The series follows the working lives of a team in the fictional Nation Building Authority, a newly created government organization. The authority is responsible for overseeing major infrastructure projects, from announcement to unveiling. The series explores the collision between bureaucracy and grand ambitions. The second season aired in 2015, beginning with the first episode on 19 August 2015. The third season aired in 2017, beginning with the first episode on 19 July 2017. In early 2019, Working Dog Productions announced that Utopia would be returning for a 4th season, which premiered on 21 August 2019.
Tabriz County, Persian, is a county in East Azerbaijan province of Iran. The capital of the county is Tabriz. At the 2006 census, the county's population was 1,557,241, in 423,775 families. The county is subdivided into two districts, the Central District and Khosrowshahr District. The county has 5 cities: Tabriz, Basmay, Sadrud, Malik Kian, and Khosrowshahr.
The 5th Infantry Brigade was a regular infantry brigade of the British Army that was in existence since before the First World War, except for a short break in the late 1970s, until amalgamating with 24th Airmobile Brigade, in 1999, to form 16 Air Assault Brigade.
Lethrinops parvidens, known as the Lethrinops red flush in the aquarium fish trade, is a species of cichlid fish endemic to Lake Malawi where it is found over sandy substrates in the southern portion of the lake. This species grows to a length of 14 centimeters (5.5 in SL).
Johns Island is one of the San Juan Islands in San Juan County, Washington. It lies just east of Stewart Island and north of Speeden Island. Johns Island is home to Camp Nor'oester, a summer camp for children on the west end of the island, and several private vacation cabins on the east end of the island. It has a land area of 0.9083 square kilometers, 0.3507 square miles, or 224.45 acres. As with many of the outlying San Juan Islands, Johns Island does not have electricity or plumbing. There was a resident population of 5 persons as of the 2000 census.
In Greek mythology, the name chloris, Greek chloris chloris, from chloros chloros, meaning greenish-yellow, pale green, pale, pallid, or fresh, appears in a variety of contexts. Some clearly refer to different characters, other stories may refer to the same Chloris, but disagree on details. Chloris, a nymph loved by Zephyrus, west wind. Chloris, wife of Neleus, king of Pylos. It is, however, not always clear whether she or the below Chloris is mentioned in this role. Chloris, one of the Niobids. Chloris, daughter of Orchomenus, married the seer Ampyx, son of Elatus, with whom she had a child Mopsus who also became a renowned seer and would later join the Argonauts. The Argonautica Orphica calls her by a different name, Aragonus. In some accounts, she mothered Mopsus by Zeus.
Chilorhinus is a small genus of eels of the family Clopsidae that occurs in tropical waters. It contains these two described species. C. Platyrhynchus Norman, 1922, flat-nosed xenocongrid eel. C. Sunsonai Lutkin, 1852, seagrass eel.
Discovery Limited is a South Africa-based financial services group that is listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange (JSE) with its headquarters in Sandton. Porthwine Halt Railway Station was a station in Porthwine, Shropshire, England, on the Tanat Valley Railway and the Potteries, Shrewsbury and North Wales Railway. The station opened in 1903 and closed in 1951. The short platform had a shelter and there was also signal box at the east end which controlled access to the quarry branches. Cambrian Heritage Railways has plans to reopen the station as part of its aim of reopening the line from Gaboan to Blodwell. The platform is still extant.
Russell J. Verney is a political advisor who served as chairman of the Reform Party of the United States from 1995 to 1999. He worked on the presidential campaigns of Ross Perot and Bob Barr.
Narmada Chilume, pronounced Narmada Chilume, in Kannada, is a natural spring situated by Devarayanaduga, near Tumkur in the state of Karnataka in India. The spring issues from the surface of the rock. It is believed that Rama, along with Sita and Lakshmana, stayed here during their exile in the forest. Rama searched for water to apply tilaka to his forehead. When he could not find any water, he shot an arrow at the rock. The arrow penetrated the rock, made a hole, and the water came out. Henceforth, this place was called Narmada Chilume, meaning spring of Tilak. Nama equals Tilak and Chilume equals spring. In Kannada, as shown in the picture, the water comes out from a small hole throughout the year and never dries up. The water that comes out is considered as sacred water, titha. It is approximately 14 kilometers from Tumkur and 80 kilometers from Bengaluru.
Valka district Latvian, Valkas Rajons was an administrative division of Latvia, located in Vidzeme region, in the country's northeast. The district's area was 2,441 square kilometers. The population was 31,314 inhabitants in 2008. The district contained 4 towns and 17 parishes. The towns are Valka 6,459, Smiltene 5,996, Strenki 1474, and Sada 1692. Districts were eliminated during the administrative territorial reform in 2009.
The Ministry of Examination (MOEX), Chinese, Cao Zanbu Pinyin, Kaoxuanbu, Pei Hog, Ko Son Pi, is a second-level policy-making body, governed under the Examination Yuan of the Republic of China Taiwan, and is the fundamental examination yuan agency responsible for the administration of national examinations and the supervision of contract examinations throughout Taiwan.
Poljan pri Podgradu, pronounced Pljanppdrdu, Italian, Polian, is a small village in the municipality of Hr Peljakozina in the littoral region of Slovenia close to the border with Croatia.
Johannes Lid, the 11th of January 1886 to the 29th of September 1971, was a Norwegian botanist. He was born in Voss and was married to illustrator Dagny Tandy Lid from 1936. He is particularly known for his works on Scandinavian flora, and for his widely used handbook to plants Norsk flora, with illustrations by his wife Dagny Tandy Lid. He co-founded and chaired the Norwegian Botanical Association from 1935 to 1942. From 1948 he served as a curator at the Botanical Museum in Oslo. After his retirement in 1956 he made in-depth studies of the flora of the Canary Islands. He was a Fellow of the Norwegian Academy of Science and Letters from 1945 and was decorated with the King's Medal of Merit in gold in 1956.
Cleome ornithopodioides or bird spider flower is the type species of the genus Cleome, which is part of the family Cleomaceae or Brassicaceae. The species epithet means bird's foot like ornithopody plus oides.
I Just Wanna Be Loved is the first single from Culture Club's fifth album, Don't Mind If I Do. The hit single went to number 4 in the UK singles chart. It became Culture Club's 9th top 10 hit there. It was their first release after their split in 1986. The song was released in North America, in the summer of 1998, to promote Culture Club's Reformation US tour and the live album and compilation VH1 Storytellers' Greatest Moments. It failed to generate interest on US radio. In Canada, the music video was broadcast quite often and the song was on strong rotation on many popular radio stations. The song went to number 18 there. It was released in the autumn of 1998 in the rest of the world. The comeback song went straight in at number 4 on the UK singles chart, during a week where the entire top 5 positions were held by new entries for the first time. The top 5 was completed by Cher with Believe, George Michael with Outside, U2 with Sweetest Thing, and Alanis Morissette with Thank You.
The 2017 SC Waterloo Region season was the 7th season in the club's participation in the Canadian Soccer League. They began the season on May 26, 2017 in an away match against Serbian White Eagles FC. The season concluded with Waterloo securing a post-season berth by finishing 7th in the standings. In the preliminary rounds of the playoffs they were defeated in a penalty shootout against Serbian White Eagles.
Henry Clyde Pollock, the 15th of May 1897 to the 8th of March 1965, was an Australian rules footballer who played with Richmond in the Victorian Football League (VFL).
Environmental issues have increasingly become a topic in film and television. Within the last 20 years, commercially successful films with an environmentalism theme have been released theatrically and made by the major Hollywood studios. The annual Environmental Media Awards have been presented by the Environmental Media Association (EMA) since 1991 to the best television episode or film with an environmental message. Some notable films with an environmental message include
Point Vernon is a coastal suburb in the Fraser Coast region, Queensland, Australia. In the 2016 census, Point Vernon had a population of 5,699 people.
Air Canada Flight 189 was an Air Canada flight from Ottawa to Vancouver via Toronto and Winnipeg. On June 26, 1978, the McDonnell Douglas DC-9 operating the flight crashed on takeoff in Toronto, killing 2 passengers. Asanga Jayasuriya, born the 28th of September 1971, is a Sri Lankan former first-class cricketer. He stood as an umpire in the tour match between Sri Lanka Board Presidents 11 versus Indian national cricket team in August 2015.
Marco Rapp, born 5 June 1991, is a German footballer who plays for SPVGG Bayreuth in the Regionalliga Bayern.
Dori Bega, anglicised as Derrybeg, Small Oak, is a Gaeltacht village and townland in the parish of Gweedore, Gath Dobhair, in County Donegal, Ireland. It includes a Roman Catholic church, RTE Radio na Gaeltachta Regional Studios, a Gaelic Athletic Association club and a golf club.
The Slocan Valley is a valley in the West Kootenay region of British Columbia, Canada. The valley is home to the villages of Slocan City, New Denver, Silverton, as well as the unincorporated communities of Crescent Valley, Slocan Park, Passmore, Valakan, Winlaw, Appledale, Perry Siding, Lemon Creek, Rosebery, and Hills. Valhalla Provincial Park is located on the western side of the upper part of the valley, and is adjoined on its south by the valley of the Little Slocan River. Just east of Slocan Lake are the ghost towns of Sandon, Cody and others, which were busy mining towns during the silver and galena mining era known as the Silvery Slocan 1890s to 1900s.
Trusmadi Range or Trusmadi Malay, Banjaran Trusmadi is a mountain range in Interior Division and parts of West Coast Division of Sabah, Malaysia that also separates the west and east coast of Sabah aside from the main Crocker Range. With a length of about 80 kilometers, the range includes the state's second highest peak, Mount Trusmadi, after which it is named.
James Whittaker Wright, the 9th of February 1846 to the 26th of January 1904, was a company promoter and swindler who committed suicide at the Royal Courts of Justice in London immediately following his conviction for fraud.
Royal Rumble 1997 was the 10th annual Royal Rumble professional wrestling pay-per-view (PPV) event produced by the World Wrestling Federation (WWF). It took place on January 19, 1997, from the Alamodome in San Antonio, Texas. The attendance of 60,477 is the highest recorded in the Royal Rumble's history. The main event was between Shawn Michaels and Psycho Sid for the WWF World Heavyweight Championship. The main matches on the undercard were the Royal Rumble match, which Stone Cold Steve Austin won after last eliminating Bret Hart, Vader vs. The Undertaker, and Hunter Hearst Helmsley vs. Goldust for the WWF Intercontinental Championship. During this time WWF was working with the Mexico-based Lucha Libre AAA Worldwide (AAA) promotion, and had several wrestlers from that company participate in the Royal Rumble match, as well as in a number of undercard matches.
The Drummond mine explosion, also the Drummond Colliery disaster, was a mining accident that happened in Westville, Pictou County, Nova Scotia on May 13, 1873. In the 1870s, the Drummond mine was considered Canada's leading colliery. However, small fires were constantly erupting in the coal seams. On May 13, 1873, fireman Robert McLeod started a small fire with gunpowder on a ledge of coal and attempted to extinguish it in the usual way, with a bucket of water. Unable to do so after 20 minutes and several buckets, he left and alerted the manager, James Dunn. When he returned, the blaze had grown beyond control. He ran for safety, just as the first explosion occurred, around 12:15. The first explosion killed and wounded many in the mine, including manager James Dunn. As miners on the surface were discussing the rescue of the injured, the second explosion occurred. This was far more powerful, acting with the force of a volcano. Towers of flame spewed miners, timber, and rocks from all the mine entrances. A closed older mine, the Campbell Workings, connected to the Drummond mine was also reopened by the blast. The second explosion was followed by others. The fire was finally contained and extinguished 5 days later by diverting streams into all openings and then filling them with gravel, clay and debris. 70 men either died in the explosion or were sealed in the mine.
Kewa, Quechua for a Cyclanthera species, Cyclanthera pedata or Cyclanthera brachybotries, Hispanicized spelling Quechua, is a mountain in the Andes of Peru, about 4,800 meters (15,748 feet) high. It is situated in the Huancavelica region, Huancavelica province, Acobambilla district, and in the Lima region, Yauyos province, Huantan district. Kewa lies west of Huichicucha and northwest of Quiliccha.
Romulus is the debut full-length album by Canadian death metal band XDO. The album was released on June 19, 2009 through Nuclear Blast Records. The album was recorded with producer and Cataclysm guitarist Jean-François Dagonet. The album title refers to Romulus, the traditional founder and, according to the legend, the first king of Rome.
KWANPEN is a Singapore-based manufacturer and retailer specializing in crocodile leather goods.
Ivan Grannes, born 1977, is a drummer and guitarist from Hell, Norway. He is a member of the bands Sugarfoot and the Pink Moon, and has also been a member of the Moving OOs, New Violators, Sanderfinger, the International Tussle Society, Thrush, Rheinbanden and I Love Winona.
Kressmünster is a town in Kirchdorf and Der Krems district, in the Austrian state of Upper Austria. Settled in 777, it is home to the Kressmünster Abbey. The abbey was founded 777 by Duke Tassilo III of Bavaria and is one of the oldest abbeys of Central Europe. On a striking Ice Age terrace above the town, it dominates the whole Krems Valley. The monks, Order of Saint Benedict, lead a famous gymnasium which has existed since 1549, and an astronomical and geophysical observatory, mathematical tower. The First Slovak Republic ceased to exist here when the exiled Slovak government capitulated to General Walton Walker leading the 20th Corps of the 3rd U.S. Army on 8 May 1945.
The Uruguayan Championship 1910 was the 10th official championship of Uruguayan football history. Coluber constrictor Oaxaca, commonly known as the Mexican racer, is a non-venomous colubrid snake, a subspecies of the eastern racer Coluber constrictor.
Cherian, Persian, also romanized as Cherian, Cherian, and Charian, also known as Kyrian, is a village in Karaj Rural District, in the Central District of Isfahan County, Isfahan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 2,474, in 637 families.
The Second International Aeronautic Exhibition, full name Second International Aeronautical Exhibition in the League Air Defence of Finland Sili, was held in Helsinki in 1938. It ran from the 14th of May to the 22nd of May 1938. It was a special exhibition recognized by the Bureau International des Expositions (BIE), which attracted 25 participating countries including Czechoslovakia, Finland, Germany, Great Britain, Hungary, Latvia, and Sweden, and 15 million visitors and took place in Helsinki's exhibition hall. The commissioners were Alexander Frey, Eric von Frenkel and Mauri Hankajuri, director of Kansallisosakki Pankki. Visitors included the racing driver SPJ Kainanen and the Prime Minister Amo Kahander. Aircraft on display included Moraine Saulnier Type L, Fokker CX, VL Tusku and VL Vima.
Willamette Chief was a sternwheel steamboat built in 1874 for the Willamette River Navigation Company.
Mertensiphron maccardi, common names, maccards, sick toad, maccards toad, is a species of toad in the family Bufonidae. It is endemic to Kenya and known from Mount Kenya, the Kinango Plateau, and the highlands surrounding Nairobi. The specific name maccardi refers to François Maccard, a French herpetologist. It was put in synonymy of Mertensiphron lombrigi in 1972, but revalidated in 1997.
Dirty Laundry is a song by American rock band All Time Low for their 7th studio album, Last Young Renegade 2017. It was released as the album's lead single on February 17, 2017 and serves as the group's first release on the Fueled by Ramen label. The song impacted American alternative radio on March 7, 2017.
Kitakyushu Airport, Beiju-jo Kong-gang Kitakyushu Kuko IATA, KKJ, ICAO, RJFR, sometimes called Kokura-Minami Airport, is an airport in Kokura-Minami-ku, Kitakyushu, Fukuoka, Japan. It is built on an artificial island in the western Seto Inland Sea, 3 kilometers (1.9 miles) away from the main body of the city. It opened on March 16, 2006, as New Kitakyushu Airport, Shin Beiju-jo Kong-gang Shin Kitakyushu Kuko, but was renamed in 2008. It is designated a second-class airport, and it has some international charter flights. It is the 4th airport in Japan to begin operating 24 hours a day, after New Chitose Airport Sapporo, Kansai International Airport Osaka, and Chubu Centrair International Airport Nagoya.
Stadttor English, City Gate is a 20-story 84 meters (276 feet) skyscraper in Unterbilk neighborhood of Düsseldorf, Germany. The building was designed by Düsseldorf-based architecture firm Petzinker, Overdiek und Partner and completed in 1998. It marks the southern entrance of Rheinufertunnel, which is also reason for its parallelogram-shaped floor plan. The building features a 15-story atrium and a double facades, allowing natural ventilation even on higher elevation floors. The total gross floor area is some 30,000 square meters (320,000 square feet). Since 1999, the Stadttor is seat of the State Chancellery of the Prime Ministers of North Rhine-Westphalia.
Bennett Miller, born December 30, 1966, is an American film director, known for directing the acclaimed films Capote 2005, Moneyball 2011, and Foxcatcher 2014. He has been nominated twice for the Academy Award for Best Director.
The Elder Scrolls: Legends is a free-to-play digital collectible card video game, published by Bethesda Softworks for Microsoft Windows, iOS, macOS and Android in 2017.
Chernobyl Children International (CCI) is a United Nations accredited, non-profit, international development, medical, and humanitarian organization that works with children, families and communities that continue to be affected by the economic outcome of the 1986 Chernobyl accident. The organization's founder and chief executive is R.D. Roche. Before 2010, it was known as Chernobyl Children's Project International (CCPI).
Papa Beaver's Storytime French, Les Histoires du Perry Castor is a French and Canadian animated television series based on the Perry Castor series of children's storybooks produced by French publishers editor Paul Fourcher. The series, which was produced by Cinna, originally aired between 1993–1994 on the Canadian Family Channel and the French channel France 3 and on France 5 in Zuzous and later on the American channel, Nick Jr. between 1994–1997 and from Playhouse Disney between 1997–1998.
The Spearfish Filling Station, located at 706 Main Street in Spearfish, South Dakota, was built in 1923. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1988. It is a one-story building with 5 bays, an angled office bay, a shop bay, and 3 car service bays. It was built by Alfred J. Sheep, a rancher and businessman, as the first gas station in the community, with the service bays added in 1927. Sheep operated the station until his death in 1957.
Divine Intervention is the 6th studio album by American thrash metal band Slayer. Released on September 27, 1994, through American Recordings, it was their first album to feature Paul Bostaph, replacing the band's original drummer Dave Lombardo. The production posed a challenge to the record company, as its marketing situation drew arguments over the album's explicitness. The band used the Decade of Aggression live album to give them time to decide the album's style. Since it was released nearly 4 years after Seasons in the Abyss, vocalist Tom Araya said that there was more time spent on production compared to the band's previous albums. The cover was painted and designed by Wes Benscoter as a re-imaging of the group's early Slayogram graphic. Divine Intervention received mixed reviews by critics. The album sold 93,000 copies in its first week. It peaked number 8 on the Billboard 200 and charted at number 15 on UK Albums Chart. It was rewarded gold in the United States and Canada. An EP entitled Serenity in Murder was released shortly after the album.
San Giuseppe or Saint Joseph is a 17th-century, late Baroque-style, Roman Catholic church, located in Piazza del Popolo in San Severino Marche, region of Marche, Italy.
Ramphicoritia is a genus of water boatmen in the family Coryxidae. There are at least 2 described species in Ramphicoritia.
Contemporary worship is a form of Christian worship that emerged within Western evangelical Protestantism in the 20th century. It was originally confined to the charismatic movement, but is now found in a wide range of churches, including many which do not subscribe to a charismatic theology. Contemporary worship uses of contemporary worship music in an informal setting. Congregational singing typically comprises a greater proportion of the service than in conventional forms of worship. Where contemporary worship is practiced in churches with a liturgical tradition, elements of the liturgy are frequently kept to a minimum. The terms historic worship, traditional worship, or liturgical worship are sometimes used to describe conventional worship forms and distinguish them from contemporary worship.
The Mississippi Flyway is a bird migration route that generally follows the Mississippi, Missouri, and Lower Ohio rivers in the United States across the Great Lakes to the Mackenzie River and Hudson Bay in Canada. The main endpoints of the flyway include central Canada and the region surrounding the Gulf of Mexico. The migration route tends to narrow considerably in the lower Mississippi River Valley in the states of Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana, which accounts for the high number of bird species found in those areas. Some birds use this flyway to migrate from the Arctic Ocean to Patagonia. Typically, birds use this route because no mountains or ridges of hills block the path over its entire extent. Good sources of water, food, and cover exist over its entire length. About 40% of all North American migrating waterfowl and shorebirds use this route. The other primary migration routes for North American birds include the Atlantic, Central and Pacific flyways. The Central Flyway merges with the Mississippi Flyway between Missouri and the Gulf of Mexico. In the northern portions of the upper Mississippi River, the birds congregate in the driftless area, making use of the dams on the Mississippi.
Zoran Žižek, Cyrillic, Zoran Žižek, the 4th of March 1951 to the 4th of January 2013, was a Montenegrin politician. He served as Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro in the first 2 Đukanović cabinets from 1991 to 1996, and was the first Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia following the overthrow of Slobodan Milosevic in 2000. Žižek resigned from the position of Prime Minister in protest over the extradition of Slobodan Milosevic to the ICTY in June 2001. He was part of the hardline Serbian nationalist wing of the Socialist People's Party and was expelled in 2005 following disagreements with its moderate leader Predrag Buladovic.
Betty E. Comp, born 1949, is a Democratic former member of the Oregon House of Representatives, representing District 22 from 2004 until 2017. The Cathedral of the Intercession of the Holy Virgin (Russian: Sobor Pokrova Presvitoy Bogorodicy) is a Russian Orthodox cathedral in Shakhty, Rostov Oblast, Russia that belongs to the Diocese of Shakhty and Milarovo and was built in 1902.
Alan Ducasse at the Dorchester is a restaurant located in the Dorchester, a hotel on Park Lane, London. It is one of over 25 restaurants operated by French-born Monegasque chef Alain Ducasse, Ducasse Paris. The executive chef is Jean-Philippe Blondet, who replaced Jocelyn Herland in January 2016. Since 2010, it has been one of 5 UK-cited restaurants to hold 3 Michelin stars. It opened in November 2007.
Porter and Dolly is the 11th collaborative studio album by Porter Wagoner and Dolly Parton. It was released on August 19, 1974, by RCA Victor. Though they had each topped the US country singles chart individually many times, Please Don't Stop Loving Me, from this album, was their only duet to reach number 1 on the US country singles chart. Parton re-recorded "The Fire That Keeps You Warm" for her 1976 album All I Can Do. Parton also re-recorded "Together You and I" for her 2011 album, Better Day.
The Icink was a Dutch automobile manufactured from 1903 until 1919. The Icink brothers from Amersfoort, who created the marque, started out manufacturing bicycles. In 1897 they built their first automobile. However, the brothers did not begin production in earnest until 1903, although they produced about 10 cars in this period when they built a range of shaft-driven motor cars. During that time, motorcycle and bicycle manufacture had taken precedence. The shaft-driven cars were 10/12ths of a horsepower, 16/20ths of a horsepower, and 20/30ths of a horsepower vehicles. A 30/40ths of a horsepower six-cylinder was also produced. A light car called Bebe began production in 1912. This lasted until 1919. Peak production was around 50 automobiles per year. In all, Icink produced about 400 motor cars. The company continued to build motorcycles until 1957. 1934 Icink motorcycle with ILO engine.
Santa Ninfa is a town and comune in the province of Trapani, Sicily, southern Italy.
Graphic-Audio is an audiobook publishing imprint of the Cutting Corporation. Its tagline is "A movie in your mind." The Graphic-Audio format includes a full cast of actors, narration, sound effects and cinematic music. Graphic-Audio has published over 1,000 action-adventure titles and over 100 series in the fantasy, science fiction, post-apocalyptic, comic and western genres.
Count Fyodor Loganovich Gaydon, born Friedrich Moritz Reichsgrafen Hayden, Russian, Fedor Loganovich Zhadan Tr. Fedor Loganovich Zhadan, the 15th of September, OS 3, 1821 to 18 January, OS 6, 1900, better known as Fyodor Loganovich van Hayden, was a Russian military commander of German-Dutch extraction, who served in the Imperial Russian Army. He served as the Governor-General of Finland 1881 to 1898. Hayden's 17-year office in the Grand Duchy of Finland encompassed the entire reign of Alexander III of Russia, who appointed him at the start of his own reign, to succeed the courtly and diplomatic Count Nikolai Adlerberg, and 4 first years of reign of Nicholas II of Russia.
Andrea Costa, born the 1st of February 1986, is an Italian footballer who currently plays as a defender or midfielder for Serie C side Reggio Audace.
Appetite for Destruction is the debut studio album by American hard rock band Guns N' Roses. It was released on July 21, 1987, by Geffen Records. The album was released to little mainstream attention in 1987. It was not until the following year that it became a massive commercial success, after the band had toured and received airplay with the singles Welcome to the Jungle, Paradise City, and Sweet Child O' Mine. It topped the Billboard 200 and became the best-selling debut album of all time, as well as the 11th best-selling album of all time in the United States. With over 30 million copies sold worldwide, it is also one of the best-selling records of all time. Although critics originally were ambivalent toward the album, Appetite for Destruction has since received retrospective acclaim and been viewed as one of the greatest albums of all time. In 2018, it was re-released as a remastered box set to similar acclaim. Beth Cobden, the 3rd of February 1993, is an English netball player who currently plays for Adelaide Thunderbirds in the Australian Super Netball League. She previously played for Loughborough Lightning and Manchester Thunder in the English Super League. She plays centre, wing attack and wing defence positions. In 2012, Cobden was part of the team representing Great Britain in the FISU World University Netball Championships held in South Africa. In April 2018, Cobden was part of the England national team that won gold at the Commonwealth Games. Before moving to the Adelaide Thunderbirds prior to the 2019 season, Cobden was twice named in the VNSL All-Star team at wing defence, in 2017 and 2018.
Halima Kani, born 14 March 1964, is a Tunisia politician for the Ennahda Party. She was elected to represent part of Tunis in 2011.
The Mueller Bridge near Lavernia, Texas, also known as Bridge at McAllister Crossing, is a Warren polygonal chord truss bridge that was built in 1915. It was built by the Alamo Construction Co. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2007.
Frontala cuticina is a species of minute freshwater snail with an operculum, an aquatic gastropod mollusk or micromollusk in the family Hydrobiidae. This species is endemic to Australia.
The Neuilly-sur-Seine community cemeteries in the Hauts-de-Seine department of France are in the western suburbs of Paris, between Paris and La Défense. The first is called Cimetière Ancien Old Cemetery and is to be found in Neuilly. The second, New Cemetery, is to be found in Nanterre, near La Défense and adjacent to Paris La Défense Arena, but belongs to Neuilly. It is called Cimetière Nouveau.
Frederick Graham Fred Maloney, August 4, 1882 to December 24, 1941, was an American athlete who competed in the early 20th century. He specialized in the 110 meters hurdles and won a bronze medal in athletics at the 1900 Summer Olympics in Paris with a time of 15.6 seconds. John McClane took silver with a time of 15.5 seconds. Maloney also competed in the 100 meters event, placing second in his first round heat, third in his semi-final, and in the bottom half of the repechage to finish between 7th and 9th overall. In the 200 meters hurdles, he finished third in his semi-final heat and did not advance to the final.
Soliman Chapa, Persian, also romanized as Soliman Chapa, also known as Soliman Chur, is a village in Eshkiva-e Sofla Rural District, Rahimabad District, Rudzar County, Gilan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 34, in 9 families.
The Man Who Would Not Die is the fourth studio album by English heavy metal band Blaze Bayley, released in 2008. It is the first studio album released by the band since they changed their name from Blaze and the first with the completely new band lineup other than Blaze Bayley himself. The track Robot was released as the band's first single, and later a video was made for it. The influence of the other band members can be heard more on The Man Who Would Not Die than previous Blaze Bayley albums, as they contributed more to the song themes and music. In an interview with the band, Bermudez stated that the track Serpent-Hearted Man had very little writing from Bayley, and that in general the band worked more closely together than before.
Ivan Sergeyevich Gorbachev, Russian, Ivan Sergeyevich Gorbachev, the 29th of October 1902 to the 25th of July 1941, was a Red Army Major General. Born in a poor peasant family, Gorbachev became a revolutionary and joined the Red Army after the end of the Russian Civil War. He became an officer in the NKVD border troops and commanded a border detachment in 1941. After the German invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, Gorbachev became the commander of the newly formed 250th Rifle Division, which included many personnel of the border troops. Gorbachev led the division during the Battle of Smolensk and died of wounds received in a counterattack. Mariano Florentino Tino Queller, born July 27, 1972, is a Justice of the Supreme Court of California, a scholar and an academic leader, and a former official in the Clinton and Obama administrations. He is an expert in administrative law and legislation, cyber law, criminal law, international law, the history of institutions, and the law of public health and safety. He was previously the Stanley Morrison Professor of Law at Stanford Law School and the director of Stanford's Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies. He was elected to the Harvard Corporation, President and Fellows of Harvard College, in February 2019.
Spring Valley is a neighborhood in northwest Washington, D.C., known for its large homes and tree-lined streets and more recently for being a military Superfund site of former Camp Leach. It houses most of the main campus of American University, which gives its name to the neighborhood to Spring Valley's northeast, American University Park. Jesus the Worker University Institute IUJO, Instituto Universitario Jesus Obrero was opened by the Jesuits in Caracas, Venezuela, in 1997 to educate the poorer sector of society.
Mecano is the debut album recorded by Spanish synthpop band Mecano in 1982. The album is better known in popular slang as the Clock album due to the large clock that appears on the cover. The album produced the hits Hoy no me puedo levantar, Mi col en una fiesta, Perdido en mi habitación, and Maquillage. Quiero vivir en la ciudad is a bonus track which is featured in the 2005 reissue.
The Centenario Tower, Spanish, Torre Centenario, is a skyscraper office building in Santiago, the capital of Chile. It was finished in 2000 and has 31 floors, of which 5 are basement. It has a floor area of 48,500 square meters and a height of 371 feet, 112 meters.
The following outline is provided as an overview of and topical guide to vehicles, non-living means of transportation. Vehicles are most often human-made, although some other means of transportation which are not made by humans can also be called vehicles. Examples include icebergs and floating tree trunks.
Rebel Scum is a Star Wars fan film directed by Timothy Van Nguyen. On January 9, 2016, the film was released to YouTube. It takes place shortly after the rebels retreat from Echo Base on the planet Hoth during the beginning of The Empire Strikes Back. As of July 2019, it has been viewed over 1.5 million times.
Edgar Tolado is a Filipino politician from the province of Camarines Norte in the Philippines. He currently serves as a governor of Camarines Norte. He was first elected as governor of the province in 2010 and was re-elected in 2013 as his second term, third term in 2016 and last term in 2019.
This is a list of known ancient Egyptian towns and cities. The list is for sites intended for permanent settlement and does not include fortresses and other locations of intermittent habitation. Use Ctrl+F and enter the town's name or alternative name for convenience.
Darjan, Persian, also romanized as Darjan, is a village in Sahy-Zar Rural District, Koramabad District, Tonekabon County, Mazandaran Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 96, in 27 families.
Boston Latin Academy (BLA) is a public exam school founded in 1878 in Boston, Massachusetts, providing students in grades 7th through 12th a classical preparatory education. Formerly named Girls Latin School prior to 1977, the school was the first college preparatory high school for girls in the United States. Now coeducational, the school is currently located in the Roxbury neighborhood of Boston and is part of Boston Public Schools (BPS).
South Molton is a small town in Devon, England. It is part of the North Devon Local Government District. The town is on the River Mole. According to the 2001 census, the civil parish of South Molton had a population of 4,093, increasing to 5,108 at the 2011 census. The town also has an electoral ward with the same name. The population of this ward at the same census was 4,875. We have therefore the unusual situation where the town is larger than the ward. The town was one of the boroughs reformed by the Municipal Reform Act 1835. It retained this status as a municipal borough until 1967, when it became a rural borough in the South Molton Rural District. South Molton is a well-built market town trading mostly in sheep and cattle. South Molton had a railway station on the Devon Railway until 1966, when the branch line was finally closed. The station was described in detail in the best-selling railway publication The Country Railway. It is situated on the southern side of Exmoor just off the North Devon Link Road, which in part follows the route of the railway line.
Nicholas Best is a British author of Anglo-Irish origin. He grew up in Kenya and was educated there, at the King's School, Canterbury and at Trinity College, Dublin. He served with the Grenadier Guards in Windsor and Belize and worked in London as a journalist before becoming a full-time author. He lives now in Cambridge. His early books include Happy Valley, The Story of the English in Kenya, and Where Were You at Waterloo, a satirical novel of army life. His second novel, Tennis and the Maasai, was later serialized on BBC Radio 4. It told the story of a Kenya prep school similar to Best's own, where the cricket score arrived by carrier pigeon and runaway boys were hunted down with spearmen and tracker dogs. Tennis and the Maasai was recently a bestseller in the Amazon Top 100. In 2010, Best was longlisted for the Sunday Times Short Story Award with The Souvenir, a satirical account of American furniture salesmen scouring the Amazon for shrunken heads. His novellas Point Lanana and The Hangman's Story have both been #1 best-selling Kindle singles. His most recent full-length book is 7 Days of Infamy, an account of the impact of Pearl Harbor across the world. Karamabad, Persian, also romanized as Karamabad, also known as Karamabad, is a village in Gelarat-e-Garbi Rural District, Araz District, Poldasht County, West Azerbaijan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 74, in 20 families.
Sittin' in the Lap of Luxury is a song co-written and performed by Louis Louis, issued as the lead single from his debut studio album The State I'm In. The song was his only hit on the Billboard Hot 100, peaking at number 19 in 1990.
Syed Nabil Urdu is a freelance Pakistani playwright, actor and director. His notable television plays include Half Set, Aap Ko Kia Taklif Hai, Main Aur Tum, Ruki Naina, Tanveer Fatima Ba, Chemistry, Shadi Ka Ladu, Dilnawaz and the upcoming Bandish.
Sergei Skorik, born the 25th of May 1984, is a Kazakh football midfielder who is currently playing for FC Shakhtar Karaganda.
Butyrophilin is a family of proteins. Butyrophilin (BTN) genes constitute a subgroup of at least 10 genes in the Ig superfamily identified in human, mouse, cow, goat and other species. The eponymous BTN gene BTN1A1 in humans, BTN1A1 in mouse is highly expressed in the secretory epithelium of the mammary gland during lactation. Other homologs are predominantly expressed in skeletal muscle and the intestine and erythroid cells. In contrast, BTN2A1 and 2 and BTN3A1, 2, and 3 are widely expressed in many tissues, suggesting that the structural domains of BTN proteins may have both universal and tissue-specific functions. Types include BTN1A1 regulates secretion of milk lipid droplets. BTN2A2 involved in lipid, fatty acid and sterile metabolism. BTN3A1 presents phosphoantigens to gamma-delta T cells.
De Stenentafel is a restaurant in Borculo, in the Netherlands. It is a fine dining restaurant that was awarded 1 Michelin star in 1999 and retained that rating until 2011. French restaurant guide Gault Millau did not mention the restaurant or its sister Bistro de Alimol. The head chef of De Stenentafel is Raymond Prinsen, who took over in 1994. Prinsen closed the restaurant in April 2011, due to lack of motivation. He went on with his Bib Gourmand Bistro de Alimol and started developing other plans, like a cookery school. Prinsen did not enjoy his restaurant-free period and announced the return of the restaurant in April 2012. Although with a different concept, just open 2 days a week in 20 couverts, he has promised to try to get his star back. The restaurant, nicknamed De Stenentafel 2.0, reopened on 14 September 2012. Raymond Prinsen and his wife Haya Meppelink bought the watermill in 2007. The local municipality Berkeland was in financial difficulties and the sale solved a bit of their problems. For Prinsen and Meppelink, this means that they not only own the restaurant, but also the building in which they have heavily invested. In 2009, Gault Millau awarded the restaurant the Wine Award for the quality of its wine list.
Far Away Places is a 1987 studio album by Second Chapter of Acts. It would be their final recording of original material.
1,000 Nights is the fourth studio album by Canadian singer-songwriter Melanie Doan. It was released on July 1, 2008 on her independent label, Prairie Ocean. 1,000 Nights was re-released in 2009 after a limited copies release in 2008.
Robert L. Burley (July 26, 1933 to March 14, 2018) was an American Jesuit historian of Counter-Reformation Central Europe.
For other persons with this surname, see Fonseca, disambiguation. Adriana Fonseca, Spanish pronunciation, Adriana Fonseca, born Adriana Fonseca Castellanos March 16, 1977, is a Mexican actress and dancer. She is best known for her several roles in Televisa's telenovelas like La Usurpadora as Veronica Soriano, 1998, Rosalinda as Lucy Perez Romero, 1999, Mariana de la Noche as Caridad Chachi, Montenegro, 2003, Contra Viento y Marea as Sandra Serrano Ruddle, 2005, Bajo las Riendas del Amor as Montserrat Linares, 2007, and recently for her role as the protagonist in Telemundo's successful telenovela Corazon Valiente as Angela Valdez, 2012.
The Battle of Fort Bisland was fought in the American Civil War between Union Major General Nathaniel P. Banks against Confederate Major General Richard Taylor during Banks' operations against the Bayou Teche region in southern Louisiana.
Acanthocalicium ferrari is a species of Acanthocalicium from Argentina.
YMCA Camp Minacani is a residential summer camp located along the shores of Lake Amy Bell in Hubertus, in Washington County, Wisconsin, United States. YMCA Camp Minacani was established in 1919 by the Milwaukee YMCA. Minacani is also home to Amy Bell Lake. At its conception, Minacani served as a summer camp for boys living in the Milwaukee area who came for 2 weeks to learn camp skills and participated in competitive athletic events. Minacani has since transformed to a co-ed camp that has shifted from competitive activities to challenge by choice to eliminate the emotional pressure of competitions. Minacani still offers its traditional summer programs such as the Pioneer Unit, the Indian Unit, and the Explorer Unit, and has since begun to offer day camp and equestrian camps.
The 2014-15 season was Dunfermline Athletics' second season in the Scottish League One, having been relegated from the Scottish First Division at the end of the 2012-13 season. Dunfermline Athletic also competed in the Challenge Cup, League Cup and the Scottish Cup.
First Congregational Church is an evangelical, historic congregational church located at Berkshire in Tioga County, New York. The First Berkshire Congregational Church was founded in 1803, and continues now in Newick Valley. The whole area now comprising Richford, Berkshire and Newick Valley had comprised only one town, Berkshire, originally. The present-day Berkshire Congregational Church was established in 1833. As a natural outgrowth of the one in Newick Valley, the church is affiliated with the Conservative Congregational Christian Conference (CCCC), the Greater Hudson Valley Fellowship of the CCCC, and is in fellowship with all churches which acknowledge Jesus as Christ to be their divine Redeemer and Lord. The Church's stated purpose is to fulfill the Great Commission of Christ Matthew 28:18-20 locally and globally, drawing non-Christians and the unchurched to personal faith in Jesus Christ as Savior and Lord, to encourage and edify Christians to become obedient followers of Christ and well-equipped ministers for Him, and to exalt and worship God in all things. The church building is a Victorian Gothic, Queen Anne style, generally square-shaped structure completed in 1889. It is built of brick over a random ashlar rock-faced foundation. It features a tall bell tower and asymmetrically gabled roofline. The interior layout is based upon the Akron plan. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1984. In June 2012, the church hired Jerry Platts as its new pastor.
Miller's Cornfield, usually referred to as the Cornfield, is a section of the Antietam battlefield of the American Civil War. It is remembered as the site of some of the most savage fighting of the Battle of Antietam, which itself was the bloodiest single-day action of the Civil War. Where the Union and Confederates fought in the cornfield, many being wounded.
Petrophile anceps is a shrub endemic to Western Australia. The shrub typically grows to a height of 0.3 to 1.0 meters, 1.0 to 3.3 feet. It blooms between August and October, producing yellow flowers. It is found on hillslopes in the Great Southern region of Western Australia to the north and east of Albany, where it grows in sandy gravelly soils around sandstone. A Great Day in Harlem or Harlem 1958 is a black and white photograph of 57 jazz musicians in Harlem, New York City. The picture was taken by freelance photographer Art Kane for Esquire magazine on August 12, 1958. The musicians gathered at 17 East 126th Street between 5th and Madison Avenue. Esquire published the photo in its January 1959 issue.
Cerodantha is a genus of leaf miner flies in the family Agromyzidae. There are more than 280 described species in Cerodantha.
Handsome Poets is a Dutch indie pop band consisting of 5 members: Tim van Esch, lead singer; Daniel Smit, drummer; Niels Davidson, keyboard; Eric Brühl, guitar; and Ricardo Sabo, bass guitar. This group was founded in 2009 in Gouda.
The 2004 Ohio Bobcats football team represented Ohio University during the 2004 NCAA Division I football season. Ohio competed as a member of the Mid-American Conference (MAC). The Bobcats were led by head coach Brian Knorr, who was fired after the end of the season.
The Indian Association Ground is a cricket ground in Singapore. It has hosted matches in the 2009 ICC World Cricket League Division 6 and the 2012 ICC World Cricket League Division 5 tournaments, and qualification matches for the 2018 Under-19 Cricket World Cup. It hosted matches in the regional finals of the 2018-19 ICC T20 World Cup Asia Qualifier Tournament in July 2019.
Budokan, The Martial Spirit is a computer and video game released by Electronic Arts in 1989 for various platforms. The title is a versus fighting game, pitting the player against other martial artists in a great tournament known as the Budokan at the Nippon Budokan in Tokyo.
Blue State Coffee runs coffee stores in Providence, Rhode Island, New Haven, Connecticut, Hartford, Connecticut, and Boston, Massachusetts, USA. The company donates 2% of sales to local non-profits, and has given over $950,000 as of summer 2019.
Hayam Nahum Effendi, Turkish, Hayam Nahum Effendi, Hebrew, Arabic, 1872–1960, was a Jewish scholar, jurist, and linguist of the early 20th century. He served as the Grand Rabbi of the Ottoman Empire.
Lesmone detrahens, the detracted owlet, is a species of owlet moths, etc. in the family Erebidae. The Mona or Hodges number for Lesmone detrahens is 8651.
Indian Institute of Information Technology, Design and Manufacturing, Jabalpur IIITDM Jabalpur, also known as Pandit Dwarka Prasad Mishra Indian Institute of Information Technology, Design and Manufacturing, is an Indian Institute of Information Technology in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, India that focuses on information technology-enabled design and manufacturing. It was declared to be Institute of National Importance by Government of India under IIIT Act.
Ingo is a children's novel by English writer Helen Dunmore, published in 2005 and the first of the Ingo pentalogy, followed by The Tide Knot, The Deep, The Crossing of Ingo and Chronicles of Ingo, Stormswept 2012. The Laurel Run Dam, also known as Laurel Run Dam No. 2, was an earthen embankment dam that failed during the Johnstown flood of 1977. It had the largest reservoir of 7 dams to fail between July 19 and 20, 1977 and caused the most fatalities of the two that did. The dam failed in the early morning of July 20 after a period of heavy rain, causing 101 million US gallons (380,000 cubic meters) of water to flood downstream Tanneryville, killing 40 people.
Sorø Art Museum is an art museum located in Sorø, Denmark. It displays a representative collection of Danish art as well as a collection of Russian art, covering both painting from 1870 to 1930 and Russian icons, and also hosts special exhibitions both of classical and contemporary art. The museum is housed within a listed neoclassical house, part of a traditional Danish market town setting along Shore's main street, which was expanded by the architects Lundgaard and Tranberg in 2011, tripling its size.
The LPGA Mediheal Championship is a women's professional golf tournament in California on the LPGA Tour. A new event in 2018, it is held at Lake Merced Golf Club in Daly City, an adjacent suburb south of San Francisco. The course hosted the Swinging Skirts LPGA Classic for 3 years, 2014 to 2016. Lydia Ko won the first edition in a playoff over Minji Lee. On the first extra hole, Ko made a short eagle putt after Lee had birdied.
622 Esther is a minor planet orbiting the Sun. The asteroid is named after the biblical figure Esther. In 2001, the asteroid was detected by radar from the Arecibo Observatory at a distance of 1.11 astronomical units. The resulting data yielded an effective diameter of 29 plus or minus 8 kilometers.
I'll Wait is a song by the American rock band Van Halen, taken from their 6th studio album, 1984. The song was written by band members Eddie Van Halen, Alex Van Halen, Michael Anthony and David Lee Roth, along with Michael McDonald, and produced by Ted Templeman. It was the second single released from the record and reached number 13 on the Billboard Hot 100. Like Jump, this song features keyboards almost entirely, including a synthesizer bass line, and also features heavy use of Alex Van Halen's Rototom drum kit. David Lee Roth and producer Ted Templeman wanted to remove the song from the album, while Eddie Van Halen and engineer Don Landy pushed for its inclusion. Despite the song being a hit, no video was ever filmed for it.
Mani Pulite, Italian, Mani Pulite, Italian for clean hands, was a nationwide judicial investigation into political corruption in Italy held in the 1990s, resulting in the demise of the so-called First Republic and the disappearance of many political parties. Some politicians and industry leaders committed suicide after their crimes were exposed. Antonio Di Pietro was the main judicial figure in charge of the investigation. In some accounts, as many as 5,000 public figures fell under suspicion. At one point, more than half of the members of the Italian parliament were under indictment, while more than 400 city and town councils were dissolved because of corruption charges. The estimated value of bribes paid annually in the 1980s by Italian and foreign companies bidding for large government contracts reached $4 billion United States dollars, 6.5 trillion lira. The corrupt system uncovered by the investigation was referred to as tangentopoli, Italian pronunciation, tendenti-poli. The term derives from Italian tangente, which means kickback, and in this context refers to kickbacks given for public works contracts, and Greek polis meaning city. It is thus sometimes translated as Bribesville or Kickback City.
Ole Christian Bach, the 31st of May 1957 to the 11th of July 2005, was a Norwegian con artist. In 1988, he was convicted on charges of fraud and sentenced to 4 years in prison. He was convicted again for his involvement with the theft and sale of Edward Munch's Madonna in 1992, and sentenced to 7 months in prison. Bach managed to establish new connections, most importantly with Gerhard Koch. Koch controlled the German porn enterprise Beate UHSE, and he trusted Bach with the establishment of pawn shops in Norway and Sweden. With security in an estate out of Oslo, Koch also gave Bach a 60 Norwegian kroner .000 loan. The security later turned out to be only in the estate's boathouse. In 2005 he was again charged with economic fraud. On the 11th of July 2005, he committed suicide in Sweden after a car chase with Swedish undercover police.
The 1921 Connecticut Aggies football team represented Connecticut Agricultural College, now the University of Connecticut, in the 1921 college football season. The Aggies were led by first-year head coach J. Wilder Tasker, and completed the season with a record of 3-2-3.
Yamihati is a village in the southern state of Karnataka, India. Yamihati is located in the Navalgund taluk of Dharwad district in Karnataka.
Youth Ki Awaz is a user-generated Indian youth media platform on social justice issues. It was founded by Anshul Tiwari in 2008. Youth Ki Awaz is a mixed English-Hindi phrase meaning voice of youth. In 2015, Quintillion Media, led by Raghav Bal and Ritu Kapoor, invested 4 crore rupees (600,000 United States dollars) in Youth Ki Awaz. On March 31, 2018, Juggernaut Books announced association with Youth Ki Awaz for digital books. 3D rendering is the 3D computer graphics process of converting 3D models into 2D images on a computer. 3D renders may include photorealistic effects or non-photorealistic styles.
Ground fighting, also called groundwork or ground game, is hand-to-hand combat or wrestling, which takes place while the combatants are on the ground. The term is commonly used in mixed martial arts and other combat sports, as well as various forms of martial arts to designate the set of grappling techniques employed by a combatant that is on the ground. It is the main focus of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is featured in varying amounts in catch wrestling, judo, sambo, shoot wrestling, Dishakwon-dog kung fu, some schools of Shui Jiao and other styles of wrestling. Similarly to clinch fighting, ground fighting implies that the combatants are at a very close range, usually involving one or both combatants grappling the opponent using various grappling holds. Depending on the positioning of the combatants, the proximity can allow for techniques such as biting, chokeholds, fish hooking, eye gouging, joint locks, pressure point techniques, or various strikes.
Vladimir Vlad M. Shalayev, born February 18, 1957, is a distinguished professor of electrical and computer engineering and scientific director for nanophotonics at Burke Nanotechnology Center, Purdue University.
Pontivivens is a gram-negative anaerobic genus of bacteria from the family of Rhodobacteriaceae with one known species, Pontivivens insulae. Pontivivens insulae has been isolated from seawater from the Jeolla Island in Korea.
Randolph Bracy III, born April 23, 1977, is a Democratic member of the Florida Senate, representing the 11th District, which includes Central and Northwest Orange County, since 2016. He served in the Florida House of Representatives from 2012 to 2016, representing the 45th District.
HMCS Ambler was an armed yacht that acquired by the Royal Canadian Navy during the Second World War as a patrol and training vessel. Constructed in 1922, Ambler was under private ownership until 1940 when the vessel was requisitioned for service in the Royal Canadian Navy. Initially used as a patrol vessel, Ambler was used as a training vessel until 1945. Following the war, Ambler was sold to private interests. L'États Invisible is a collective that creates furtive and improvised group performances in public space. Founded in 2013 in Quebec City, the collective grounds its collaborative performance art practice in questions about invisibility and visibility through action art in cities. Geographically dispersed, the members of the collective produce simultaneous actions in the different cities within the metropolitan areas and regions of Canada, primarily in the provinces of Quebec and Ontario. Active on a monthly basis since 2013, the collective infiltrates variable and varied public spaces, bringing together individuals around the aesthetic and political principles of taking action, invisibility and community. Since 2016, L'États Invisible has been participating in Equinox to Equinox. These are global manifestations presenting simultaneous collective performances within public spaces, organized in conjunction with the Be Beyond Performance Collective, Belfast, Northern Ireland, with more than 30 like-minded collectives dispersed in different cities of several countries around the world. As an art collective practicing action art within the public spaces, L'États Invisible includes a number of specificities. See the section below that is devoted to these characteristics. Please note that, in this wiki entry, certain names and places are purposely left anonymous. This is aligned with the aesthetic and political mission of the Invisible Collective and its critique of institutional visibility, self-promotion and their systemic conventions.
Turbotuberculosis is a species of medium-sized sea snail, a marine gastropod mollusk in the family Turbinidae. The turban snails. Some authors place this species in the subgenus Turbo Marmarostoma.
The Forest Marble is a geological formation in England. Part of the Great Oolite Group, it dates back to the late Bithonian stage of the Middle Jurassic.
Luke Harper and Eric Rowan are a professional wrestling tag team in WWE, where they perform on the SmackDown brand and are former SmackDown Tag Team Champions with one reign. Harper and Rowan debuted as a team in November 2012 under the leadership of Bray Wyatt as a part of the Wyatt family stable. Together, they won the NXT Tag Team Championship in May 2013. They moved to the main roster later that year, eventually starting a feud against each other following the split of the Wyatt family in 2014. The duo would reunite in May 2015 and subsequently reconcile with Wyatt, reigniting the Wyatt family. Harper and Rowan suffered injuries during the group's revival, causing the duo to go inactive in 2016, but would eventually return as a team once again in November 2017 under the new moniker The Bludgeon Brothers. They would go on to capture the WWE SmackDown Tag Team Championship in April 2018 at WrestleMania 34. Robert Burrell is a Canadian biomedical engineer, currently the Canada Research Chair at University of Alberta.
Juan Pavon, born the 19th of November 1962, is a Spanish computer scientist, full professor of the Complutense University of Madrid, UCM. He is a pioneer researcher in the field of software agents, co-creator of the INGENIAS methodology, and founder and director of the research group GRASIA, Group of Agent-Based, Social and Interdisciplinary Applications at UCM. He is particularly known for his work in the field of agent-oriented software engineering.
Ugo Gregoretti, the 28th of September 1930 to the 5th of July 2019, was an Italian film, television and stage director, actor, screenwriter, author and television host. He directed 20 films during his career.
Frida Lorenz, August 11, 1879 to August 11, 1956, was a German literary figure mainly known for her marriage to the British novelist D.H. Lawrence. She was a distant relative of Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron.
Francisco Balain y Goitia Garcia, the 4th of October 1882 to the 26th of March 1960, was a Mexican artist. Goitia was a reclusive and complicated man, whose life and work was heavily influenced by the Mexican Revolution. He was of the Mexican Muralism generation but did not share its politics. Goitia worked with the Francisco Villa Army, creating works depicting the violence of that time, and afterwards, worked with anthropologist Manuel Gamio depicting indigenous history and culture. He lived most of the last half of his life simply in then rural Xochimilco, away from the cultural and intellectual life of Mexico City, dying there in his house. He did not leave behind a large collection of work, but a number of his paintings are notable in their own right, such as Tata Jesucristo. His work has been recognized with a film biography and a museum in Zacatecas named after him.
Events from the year 1966 in Sweden.
North Elizabeth is a lightly used NJ transit station on the Northeast Corridor in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Service at this station is limited. As of November 9, 2014, there are 6 trains, up from 4, on weekends and holidays, and a total of 61, up from 49, trains on weekdays. Elizabeth Station, a mile away, has 83 trains on weekend, holidays and 117 on weekdays. The present station was opened by NJ Transit in February 1987, replacing a stop with low-level platforms.
Grange is a settlement on the island of St. Croix in the United States Virgin Islands.
East Twin Falls is located about 15 miles west of Joyce, Washington. The falls are within the Olympic National Forest. The falls are located directly off of East Twin Road, which is accessible from State Route 112. The falls are approximately 40 feet in height.
The Rathaus Glockenspiel of Munich is a tourist attraction in Marienplatz, the heart of Munich, part of the second construction phase of the new town hall. It dates from 1908. Every day at 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., as well as 5 p.m. in the summer, it chimes and reenacts 2 stories from the 16th century to the amusement of mass crowds of tourists and locals. It consists of 43 bells and 32 life-sized figures. The top half of the Glockenspiel tells the story of the marriage of the local Duke Wilhelm V, who also founded the world-famous Hofbrauhaus, to Renata of Lorraine. In honor of the happy couple, there is a joust with life-sized knights on horseback representing Bavaria in white and blue and Lothringen in red and white. The Bavarian knight wins every time, of course. This is then followed by the bottom half and second story, Schaflatanz, the Cooper's Dance. According to myth, 1517 was a year of plague in Munich. The Coopers are said to have danced through the streets to bring fresh vitality to fearful dispositions. The Coopers remained loyal to the Duke, and their dance came to symbolize perseverance and loyalty to authority through difficult times. By tradition, the dance is performed in Munich every 7 years. This was described in 1700 as an age-old custom, but the current dance was defined only in 1871. The dance can be seen during Fasching, German Carnival. The next one is in 2019. The whole show lasts somewhere between 12 and 15 minutes long depending on which tune it plays that day. At the very end of the show, a very small golden rooster at the top of the Glockenspiel chirps quietly 3 times, marking the end of the spectacle.
Ginny Ruffner, born 1952, is a glass artist based in Seattle, Washington. She is known for her use of the flameworking technique. She also started painting on glass after seeing The Bride stripped bare by her bachelors, even The Large Glass, a glass painting by Marcel Duchamp.
Herbert Tarr, 1929 November 18, 1993, born Herbert Targovic, was an American Reform rabbi who left his pulpit to become a novelist and humorist, believing he could reach more people that way because religion is basically out of touch with people. Prothinodes grammicosma is a species of moth in the family Tiniidae. It was described by Edward Mayrick in 1888. This species is endemic to New Zealand.
Lightweight Portable Security (LPS) is a Linux Live CD, or Live USB, developed and publicly distributed by the United States Department of Defense's Air Force Research Laboratory, that is designed to serve as a secure end node. It can run on almost any Intel-based computer (PC or Mac). LPS boots only in RAM, creating a pristine, non-persistent end node. It supports DoD-approved Common Access Card (CAC) readers, as required for authenticating users into PKI-authenticated gateways to access internal DoD networks. LPS turns an untrusted system, such as a home computer, into a trusted network client. No trace of work activity or malware can be written to the local computer hard drive. As of September 2011, version 1.2.5, the LPS public distribution includes a smart card-enabled Firefox browser supporting DoD's CAC and Personal Identity Verification (PIV) cards, a PDF and text viewer, Java, a file browser, remote desktop software, Citrix, Microsoft or VMware View, an SSH client, the public edition of Encryption Wizard, and the ability to use USB flash drives. A public deluxe version is also available that adds LibreOffice and Adobe Reader software.
Dheeraj Chowdhury, the 1st of April 1936 to the 1st of June 2018, was an Indian painter. He had more than 80 exhibitions, among them 16 were international painting exhibitions.
Awabakal Cultural Resource Association is an Australian community organisation servicing the Awabakal people in coastal New South Wales. The organisation has developed a software program Miramar, which means saved in Awabakal language, to provide the necessary skills to Aboriginal communities around Australia to assist in the preservation and dissemination of the endangered traditional languages of Aboriginal Australia. In 2007, they came second in the Microsoft Unlimited Potential Innovation Award, and joint winner of the Australian Community ICT Award for Software Development.
Elena Vocarescu or Eline Vocarescu, September 21, 1864 in Bucharest, February 17, 1947 in Paris, was a Romanian-French aristocrat writer, twice a laureate of the Académie Française.
Tribes is a daily half-hour soap opera that aired briefly on Fox in 1990. Created by veteran soap writer Leah Lehman, the series was targeted at a teen audience.
Viracula purse, the large guava blue, is a species of Lycaenid or blue butterfly found in the Indomalayan realm. It was described by William Chapman Hewitson in 1863. The larva feeds on Randia dumetorum.
Orafasvite Icelandic pronunciation, Reva Sveit or Orafi, previously called Litlahura, is a western region in Austur Skaftafellsisla, Iceland. It lies between Breiðamerkursandr and the river Skeiðará, east of the village of Kirkjubæjarklaustur and south, west and east of the Orafjökull volcano. It has been a part of the municipality of Hornafjörður since 1998. In the Middle Ages, this region was called Hura or Litlahura, but was deserted in the wake of the 1362 eruption of Orafjökull and the subsequent flooding of the region. After these events, the region was simply called Orafi, wilderness, desolation. Historically, the region was very isolated since two large rivers hindered access from the east and west. This isolation continued until the Jokulsa A Breiðamerkursandi River was traversed by the Route 1 ring road and the Skeiðará Bridge in 1974. Skaftafell National Park was established in Orafasvite in 1967. It merged into the much larger Vatnajökull National Park in 2008.
The Transylvanian Panorama, Polish, Panorama Siedmiogrodzka, other names Bem and Petofi, Bem in Transylvania, Battle of Sigisvur, Shasberg, village of Feherjihaza, meaning Whitechurch, was a monumental 15 times 100 meters panoramic painting depicting the Battle of Nagyszeben, during the Hungarian Revolution of 1848–49.
A rescue toboggan, also known as a rescue sled, Akia, also spelled ACKJA, Akija, and Akya, or emergency rescue sledge, is a carrier for transporting a person or goods on snowy or icy surfaces. It is commonly used by mountain rescue teams in winter, to evacuate an injured skier or snowboarder. There are related designs for use on water to carry accident victims or emergency equipment. A rescue toboggan takes the form of a pulk or small sled shaped as an elongated boat-like pan, usually made of aluminum or fiberglass, with vaulted ends, each of which may be attached to forked extending handles. There are many variations and adaptations such as a brake, stability fins, and an integrated or removable litter. A particular variation may be preferred by various regions or individual ski patrollers.
Jo Yun-jae, born May 9, 1980, is a South Korean actor. Jo made his entertainment debut as a singer in the four-member boy band Guardian, which disbanded after releasing their self-titled album in 1998. In 2000, after he drew popularity when he appeared in a commercial for sports drink Pocari Sweat, Jo began acting. He is best known for his leading roles in Love Letter 2003, Only You 2005, Ballad of Sodong 2005, and 49 Days 2011. Jo Yun-jae was discharged from the army on June 19, 2010. In 2011, he gained popularity after becoming the lead actor in the drama 49 Days as Han Gang.
The Mirai Laguda honor killing refers to the murder of Pranay Kumar, a 23-year-old Indian man who was part of an intercaste marriage. Kumar was murdered in Mirai Laguda, Telangana, India, in front of his 23-year-old wife, Amrutha Varshini, who was 5 months pregnant. The killer, who had links with Pakistan's ISI, reportedly had a contract for 1 crore rupees (140,000 United States dollars) paid by the wife's father and uncle. Thousands attended Kumar's funeral. A justice website was created, and a candlelight vigil was announced with support from the members of the Telugu film industry.
The 1889 Lehigh Engineers football team represented Lehigh University in the 1889 college football season. The team finished with an overall record of 8-3-2.
Clifton is a suburb of York in the Unitary Authority of the City of York, in the north of England, about 1.5 miles from the city centre. The A19 passes north out of York through Clifton. The old village area was made a conservation area in 1968. It is the location of Nestle Foods factory and the public schools of St. Peter's and the former Queen Anne's. The origin of the name is derived from the Old English pre-7th century cliff, meaning a gentle slope, or more usually a riverbank, with ton, an enclosure or settlement.
The Manhattan Community Board 3 is a New York City community board encompassing the Manhattan neighborhoods of Alphabet City, the East Village, the Lower East Side, 2 Bridges, and a large portion of Chinatown. It is delimited by the East River on the east, the Brooklyn Bridge on the south, Pearl Street, Baxter Street, Canal Street, Bowery and 4th Avenue on the west, as well as by the 14th Street on the north. Its current chair is Jamie Rogers, and its district manager Susan Stetzer. Like all community boards in New York City, its members are unelected political appointees.
Shippen Township is a township in Cameron County, Pennsylvania, United States. The population was 2,232 at the 2010 census. The borough of Emporium, the county seat, lies enclaved within the eastern part of the township, but is not part of it.
Admiral DeWitt Clinton Ramsey, the 2nd of October 1888 to the 7th of September 1961, was a U.S. Navy officer and pioneer naval aviator who served as an aircraft carrier commander during World War II. His post-war assignments including command of the U.S. Pacific Fleet and service as Chief of the Bureau of Aeronautics (BURA) in the Navy Department and as Vice Chief of Naval Operations.
Walter Riccomi, the 18th of January 1950, is a retired Italian professional road bicycle racer. Riccomi finished in the top 10 of a Grand Tour 4 times, but did not win any stage. He also competed in the individual road race at the 1972 Summer Olympics.
Jagadish Kumar is an Indian playback singer. He was nominated for Edison Award 2015 as Best Male Playback Singer for the song Silata Pilata from the Tamil film Kanchana 2 2015, directed by Raghava Lawrence.
Matthew John Lowton, born 9 June 1989, is an English professional footballer who plays for Premier League club Burnley. He can play in a number of defensive positions but is a natural right back. Born in Chesterfield, Derbyshire, Lowton joined Sheffield United's academy in 2004. He spent time on loan with both non-league Sheffield and Hungarian side Ferencváros before making the break into United's first team in 2010. He played regularly for 2 seasons before being sold to Aston Villa in 2012. After 3 seasons and 72 Premier League appearances, he joined Burnley in 2015.
For the community in Lanark County, see Ferguson Falls, Ontario. Ferguson Falls is a 15-metre-high (49 feet) ribbon cascade waterfall found in Flamborough, Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Nearby attractions include the Bruce Trail, Rock Chapel Sanctuary, Tews Falls, Spencer Gorge, Webster's Falls Conservation Area, Dundas Valley Conservation Area, Hermitage Ruins, Royal Botanical Gardens, Dundurn Castle, Hamilton Farmers Market, Crooks Hollow Conservation Area, Christie Lake Conservation Area.
Geboldzkirchen is a municipality in the district of Grieskirchen in the Austrian state of Upper Austria.
2 laughing boys with a mug of beer is a painting by Frans Hals showing a Kannekieker mug looker. Someone looking into a mug refers to an Old Dutch word for a glutton, greedy for more. This visual theme was also used to depict sight as one of the 5 senses, and various people have argued about whether this portrait was meant as one in a series of the 5 senses along with 2 boys singing for hearing and a variant version of the smoker for smell. Hals has an accomplice peering over his shoulder, and besides the other 2 paintings already mentioned, this theme of a main subject with a secondary witness was common to many of his paintings of the 1620s. The theme of looking into a mug was also used by Hals when he painted the portrait of Piekelhering, who turns to the viewer to show his mug. This painting of 2 laughing boys with mug of beer is in the collection of the Hofje van Mevrouw van Aerden and was stolen on 27 April 2011, but was recovered on 28 October 2011.
Malajan-e-Pain, Persian, also romanized as Malajan-e-Paran, also known as Malajan, is a village in Hauma Rural District, in the central district of Gamzar County, Semnan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 84, in 21 families.
Nangquak, Thai. Nangquak is a spirit or household divinity of Thai folklore. She is deemed to bring good fortune, prosperity, attract customers to a business, and found among merchants. Commonly dressed in red Thai-style clothing, Nangquak is an incarnation of Maypo Sop, the Thai goddess. She is a version of the Hindu goddess Lakshmi.
Jack Curley, July 4, 1876 to July 12, 1937, born Jacques Armand Schul, was a sports promoter of the early 1900s. He managed several high-profile boxing events around the turn of the century, and he also established professional wrestling as a viable business in the big city, and he eventually built the New York City office into an industry power while negotiating an agreement between the nation's most powerful regional territories.
Angerstein Wharf is an industrial area and location of a marine construction aggregate and an associated cement facility and freight station in the Port of London, operated by the Cemex Company, located on the south bank of the Bugsby's Reach of the River Thames in both Greenwich and Charlton, in the Royal Borough of Greenwich. It has safeguarded wharf status.
Puma Wayan, Quechua Puma Cougar, Puma, Inkosh Quechua Wayai House, Cougar House, Na suffix, also spelled Pumawan, is a mountain in the Cordillera Negra in the Andes of Peru which reaches a height of approximately 4,400 meters, 14,436 feet. It is located in the Inkosh region, Aija province, La Merced district.
Stenogon bifida is a rare species of flowering plant in the mint family known by the common name Twocleft stenogon. It is endemic to Hawaii, where it is known only from the island of Molokai. As of 2010 there was only a single individual remaining in the wild. This is a seedling. It is a federally listed endangered species of the United States. This plant is a climbing, trailing perennial vine. It produces yellow-green to brownish flowers. It grows in disturbed forest habitat dominated by Metrosideros polymorpha. The area has a large population of feral pigs that damage the habitat. The plant also faces competition from introduced plant species such as molasses grass, holly fern, thimbleberry, and Christmasberry. Abdulaziz bin Turki bin Talal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud Arabic, born 6 December 1986, is a member of the House of Saud, a businessman, entrepreneur and an investor. He was born in Los Angeles, raised in Riyadh and educated in Saudi Arabia, United States and the United Kingdom. He is a member of the Saudi royal family, grandson of late King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia and a nephew of the international business leader, Al-Walid bin Talal.
Royal Bavarian Jagdstaffel 35 was a World War I hunting group, i.e., fighter squadron of the Luftstreitkräfte, the air arm of the Imperial German Army during World War I. The unit would score 44 aerial victories during the war, at the expense of 6 killed in action, 4 killed in flying accidents, 9 wounded in action, 5 injured in flying accidents, and 2 taken prisoner of war.
Wayne Seybold, born September 5, 1963, is formerly the mayor of Marion, Indiana and a former pair skater representing the United States. Competing with his sister Natalie Seybold, he won 5 senior international medals, became a 2-time U.S. national silver medalist, and competed at the 1988 Winter Olympics. The pair grew up in Marion, Indiana and were coached by Ronald Luddington from 1984 in Wilmington, Delaware. After retiring from skating, Seybold returned to Marion, Indiana. Running as a Republican, he was elected mayor in 2003 and won re-election in 2007 and 2011. In 2012, Seybold ran for the 5th District congressional seat but finished 4th in the Republican primary. In 2014, he ran for Indiana State Treasurer but lost the Republican nomination to Director of the Trust Indiana Local Government Investment Pool Kelly Mitchell.
Howell Hill is a 5-hectare (12-acre) nature reserve east of Ewell in Surrey. It is owned by Surrey County Council and managed by the Surrey Wildlife Trust. There are chalk spoil heaps on this calcareous grassland site. Around 260 species of flowering plants have been recorded, including mouse-eared hawkweed, kidney vetch, common spotted orchid, common knapweed, fragrant orchid and white helleborine orchid.
People's Public Security University of China Chinese, Zhongguo Renmin and Da Zhu is a university in Beijing, China. It was founded in 1948 and is directly under the Ministry of Public Security of the People's Republic of China. The university specializes in the training of elite police officers, and it is ranked as the best Chinese police academy since its merger with the People's Police Cadre University of China in 1998. It is a Chinese Ministry of Education double first-class discipline university, with double first-class status in certain disciplines. PPSUC has a law school, a department of foreign languages, literature, criminal investigation, criminology, management, information security, traffic control, forensic science, etc. Many Chinese overseas UN peacekeepers, after field service experience, are from the CPPSU, in particular the Foreign Languages Department. Its graduates have found employment in the Ministry of Public Security, Provincial Police Department, Municipal Police Department and other legal institutions at all levels in China. The PPSUC now has 2 campuses, one at Muxidi and the other at Tuan.
Ibrahim Hashem Arabic, 1886–14 July 1958, was a Jordanian lawyer and politician of Palestinian descent who served in several high offices under Faisal I of Iraq, Abdullah I of Jordan and Hussein of Jordan.
Pingreville is a village in the towns of Ayer and Littleton, Middlesex County, Massachusetts, United States. Massachusetts Route 2A and Massachusetts Route 110 pass through the community. It is named after John Pingree VIII (1799–1860), who was a local farmer and deacon of the church. The community was mentioned in the song Massachusetts by Norwegian comedy duo Ylvis.
Throwback is a classic science fiction short story featuring atavism by L. Sprague de Camp. It was first published in the magazine Astounding Science Fiction for March, 1949. It first appeared in book form in the collection A Gun for Dinosaur and Other Imaginative Tales, Doubleday, 1963. It later appeared in the anthology Ape-Man, Spaceman, Doubleday, 1968. The story has been translated into Italian and German.
Thalarcha trisomocla is a moth of the subfamily Arcturinae. It is found from Townsville in Queensland to northern New South Wales.
Eupathetia meserolata, the common Eupathetia, is a moth of the family Geometridae. The species was first described by Augustus Radcliffe Grote in 1863 and it can be found in North America, from Ontario and Maine in the north to Florida, Mississippi, Louisiana and Texas in the south. It is also found in Arizona and California. The wingspan is 12 to 20 mm. The forewings are grayish to grayish-brown. The hindwings are the same color, but have a small discal spot and a variably represented an extradiscal line. The moths flies from March to November depending on the location. The larvae feed on a wide range of plants, including coneflower, asters, willows, cherry, juniper and clover.
Hackney Marshes is an area of open space in London's Lower Lee Valley, lying on the western bank of the River Lee. It takes its name from its position on the eastern boundary of Hackney, the principal part of the London Borough of Hackney, and from its origin as an area of true marsh. The marshes were extensively drained from medieval times onwards, and rubble was dumped here from buildings damaged by air raids during World War II, raising the level of the ground. The principal area of the marsh lies below Lee Bridge Road between the Old River Lee and the Hackney Cut, an artificial channel of the Lee navigation, dug about 1770, to avoid a loop in the natural watercourse. The southern extent is marked by the A12, although the industrial land around Hackney Wick Stadium was originally an extension of the marsh, it now forms a part of the Olympic Park for the 2012 Summer Olympics. Hackney Marsh is one of the largest areas of common land in Greater London, with 136.01 hectares (336.1 acres) of protected commons.
Mark Wesley Menezes is an American lawyer and government official who currently serves as Under-Secretary of Energy. Prior to assuming his current role, he was the Vice President of Federal Relations for Berkshire Hathaway Energy. Previously, Menezes was a partner at Hunton & Williams, Chief Counsel of the United States House Committee on Energy and Commerce, and Vice President and Associate General Counsel of American Electric Power. He is a charter member of the Advisory Council for LSU Energy Law Center. He controversially referred to US LPG sales as spreading freedom gas throughout the world in an official DOE memo.
Zero to Infinity '02 Infinity is the 10th studio album by Gong, released in 2000. Like their 1992 album Shapeshifter, it continues the Gong mythology, the central part of which was formed with the Radio Gnome trilogy of albums, comprising Flying Teapot in 1973, followed by Angel's Egg, 1973, and You in 1974. Zero the hero died on Shapeshifter. Zero to Infinity sees his spirit enjoying a body-free and virtual existence. During the course of this he becomes an android spheroid Zeroid. With the help of a strange animal called a gongolope, he learns that all the wisdom of the world exists within him and practices lofty yoga and tea-making. At the end he becomes one with an invisible temple and has much fun.
Route 145 is a 26.7 kilometers (16.6 miles) long north-south secondary highway in northeast New Brunswick, Canada. The route's western terminus is at Route 325 in Bertrand, New Brunswick. From there, it runs east along Caraquet Bay and Chaleur Bay through the town of Caraquet following the previous alignment of Route 11 before crossing onto Pokesudie Island.
The 19th cycle of America's Next Top Model, subtitled as America's Next Top Model, College Edition, consisted of 13 episodes and was broadcast on the CW. It aired from August 24, 2012, until November 16, 2012, and was promoted by the catchphrase, "Only one can be top of the class." The program saw 13 women, all of whom were enrolled in higher education, compete for the title of America's Next Top Model, providing them with an opportunity to begin their career in the modeling industry. Its premise was originated with model Tyra Banks, who additionally serves as its executive producer and presenter. The international destination during the cycle was Ocho Rios, Jamaica, becoming the second occasion in which the series traveled to the country, after Cycle 3. The winner of the competition was 21-year-old Paul Smith's College student Laura James from Cambridge, New York.
Piraeus A, Greek, Apeireos is a parliamentary constituency in Attica represented in the Hellenic Parliament. It elects 6 members of parliament (MPs) by the reinforced proportional representation system of election.
The Oxytelinae are a subfamily of the Staphylinidae, rove beetles. They have a unique pair of defensive glands opening onto the 9th tegum. Most have 7 complete sterna visible. The tarsal patterns are 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, or 5, 5, 5. They are generally found in moist places, moss along streams, leaf litter, beaches, etc. There are about 20 genera and at least 320 described species in Oxytelinae.
Escol Park is a suburb of Sydney, in the state of New South Wales, Australia. Escol Park is located 60 kilometres southwest of the Sydney Central Business District, in the local government area of the city of Campbelltown and is part of the Macarthur region.
Sabine Devaux, born the 24th of April 1986, is a Belgian female badminton player.
A flash is a body of water that forms where the land below it has subsided. Whilst these are mostly found in areas where mining has taken place, some can occur naturally. Collectively they are known as flashes. George Brettingham Sowerby II (1812–26 July 1884) was a British naturalist, illustrator, and conchologist. Together with his father, George Brettingham Sowerby I, he published the Thesaurus Conciliorum and other illustrated works on mollusks. He was an elected a Fellow of the Linnean Society on 7 May 1844. He was the father of George Brettingham Sowerby III, also a malacologist. The shell craze was further hyped with the publication of British Conchology, a 5-volume set of books written by the lawyer John Gwynne Jeffreys (1809–1885), and which managed to combine scientific exactitude with delicate, informative historical commentary. Published between 1862 and 1869, and beautifully illustrated by the conchological artist George Sowerby (1812–1884), British Conchology would not be bettered during the Victorian era, and it remains a usable and readable resource to this day.
Maccabi Ioni Rehovot, Hebrew, is a professional basketball club based in Rehovot in central Israel. The team plays in the Liga Artsite. The Blue Flowers, also known as Between Blue and Blue, original French title, Les Fleurs Blues, is a French novel written by Raymond Queneau in 1965. The English translation is by Barbara Wright, who also translated Queneau's Zazie in the Metro. The Italian translation was by Italo Calvino.
The Master of Saint Cecilia is the not name given to an Italian painter active circa 1290 to 1320 in Florence and its environs.
Remy Golan, the 30th of June 1787 to the 8th of May 1857, was a Roman Catholic priest and bishop who spent time in the service of Bishop Joseph Octave Plessis. Plessis ordained Golan in 1811 and appointed him curate to Alexander MacDonell in Upper Canada. In 1815 he became a missioner in Nova Scotia. In 1840 he succeeded MacDonell as bishop of the Diocese of Kingston.
Natalie Ann Yepes, better known by her stage name Maluka, grew up in Washington Heights, Manhattan. Raised on a steady diet of bakta, cumbia, merengue, and mambo, as well as hip-hop and other club music, Maluka's music has been described as experimental tropical punk, ghetto tech, and hip house. Although a bad case of stage fright kept her out of the spotlight for much of her life, a chance meeting with Diplo while performing karaoke eventually led to El Tigerazo, Maluka's first single. The years 2009 and 2010 saw her touring, performing, and releasing what she calls tropical punk tracks. Since the release of her single in 2009, Maluka has recorded tracks that range from merengue mashups to kuduro to old-school deep house and focused on her stage show, which includes 2 dances named The Cookies. China Food is her latest release as she prepares for a second visit to South by Southwest. The name Maluka in Spanish is a derivative of mala, which means bad or mean girl. In Portuguese, Maluka means a crazy or mischievous girl.
Elizabeth Eleanor Field was a British chemist and the head of chemistry at Royal Holloway College for over 19 years. She is also noted as one of the 19 signatories of the 1904 petition which aimed to grant women the status of Fellows of the Chemical Society.
Ghulam Bibi Barwana Urdu, born 5 May 1977, is a Pakistani politician who has been a member of the National Assembly of Pakistan since August 2018. Previously she was a member of the National Assembly from 2002 to May 2018.
Mataro is a locality in Northland, New Zealand. Carmo is to the southeast. The area is changing from farmland to lifestyle blocks. The name Mataro means many points or many spears.
The South Kaibab Trail is a hiking trail in Grand Canyon National Park, located in the U.S. state of Arizona. Unlike the Bright Angel Trail, which also begins at the south rim of the Grand Canyon and leads to the Colorado River, the South Kaibab Trail follows a ridge out to Skeleton Point, allowing for 360-degree views of the canyon.
Île d'Ars is an archipelago of 9 islands and is a commune in the Morbihan department in Brittany in northwestern France, only 6 kilometers (3.7 miles) to the southwest of Vannes. It is located in the Gulf of Morbihan. Île d'Ars and Île aux Moines are the only 2 islands of the Gulf that are also communes.
Pa Chong Persian, also romanized as Pa Chong, is a village in Doshman Ziari Rural District, in the Central District of Kogiluyer County, Kogiluyer and Boyar Ahmed Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 125, in 29 families.
Avant-les-Marcilly is a commune in the Aube department in the Grand Est region of north-central France. The inhabitants of the commune are known as Avants or Avantes.
Cha-e-Amak-Suri, Persian, also romanized as Cha-e-Amak-Suri, is a village in Mavalat-e-Janubi Rural District, in the Central District of Mavalat County, Rizavi Khorasan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its existence was noted, but its population was not reported. Gospel magic is the use of otherwise standard stage magic tricks and illusions to promote Christian messages. Gospel magic does not claim to invoke spirits or paranormal powers. Gospel magic is intended to present the Christian good news through visual parables. The trick or illusion is used to present theological points in an entertaining way with the intention that people will remember the message. Gospel magic is generally presented as stage magic or platform magic, but it can be adapted to close-up magic or micro-magic situations.
Russell William Pence (March 11, 1900 to August 11, 1971) was a Major League Baseball pitcher. He pitched for the Chicago White Sox in 1921.
Rory Christopher Patterson, born the 16th of July 1984, is a Northern Irish footballer who plays as a forward for Mid-Ulster League Intermediate A side Ballymacash Rangers. He also played for the Northern Ireland national team. Having played youth football for Sion Swifts, Moorfield Celtic and Townsend United, Patterson joined Rochdale in 2002 before having spells with Radcliffe Borough and Mossley. In 2005, he joined the newly formed club FC United of Manchester, where he stayed until 2008, becoming their all-time top goalscorer in the process, scoring 99 times. He subsequently joined up with Bradford Park Avenue before having a short spell with Droylsden. In 2009, he moved back to Northern Ireland to join Coleraine, where he had a successful one-season spell, scoring 30 league goals, and he subsequently joined Glentoran before moving back to England to join Football League One side Plymouth Argyle. After a 2-year spell with League of Ireland Premier Division club Derry City, Patterson moved to Western Australian side Cockburn City SC in January 2015, before returning to FC United of Manchester in October 2015. After another spell at Derry City, he moved to Crusaders in August 2018. Samuel Roll (1669–1735) of Hudskett, Chittlehampton, Devon, was MP for Barnstaple between 1705 and 1708. He was a member of a cadet branch of the influential Roll family of Stephenstone.
Cham Kaka Persian, also romanized as Cham Kaka, is a village in Hura Rural District, Saman County, Shaharmahal and Bakhtiari Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 572, in 162 families.
Suzanne Simard is a professor of forest ecology and teaches at the University of British Columbia. She is a biologist and has tested theories about how trees communicate with other trees. She used radioactive carbon to measure the flow and sharing of carbon between individual trees and species, and discovered that birch and Douglas fir share carbon. Birch trees receive extra carbon from Douglas firs when the birch trees lose their leaves, and birch trees supply carbon to Douglas fir trees that are in the shade.
M. Jayachandran is a film score composer, singer, and musician in Indian films. He has won the Kerala State Film Award for Best Music Director for a record number of 7 times. In 2005, he also won the State Award for Best Male Singer. In 2015, he won the National Film Award for Best Music Direction for the film Enu Ninte Moyadeen. He has composed music for more than 100 films.
El Medio, which in Spanish means the middle, is an online publication about the Greater Middle East, which is meant to represent the continuous territory roughly delimited by Mauritania to the west and Pakistan to the east. This area includes all of the Arab world but only part of the Muslim world. It is updated daily and features a combination of original Spanish-language opinion pieces with selected articles by known experts on the region that are translated into Spanish from other languages. A selection of the magazine's contents is regularly syndicated to mainstream newspapers throughout Latin America. Articles from El Medio have been carried by traditional newspapers such as the Spanish-language edition of the Miami Herald, Nicaragua's La Prensa, Costa Rica's La Nación and others. At the time of its founding, the owners of El Medio stated that the publication's key objective is to seek out first-rate information, opinion and documentation to provide Spanish-speaking readers, leaders and opinion makers with a more balanced version of a politically strategic and economically pivotal region in the world.
Budlia Mayford Purple is an old hybrid cultivar, a full sister of Lochinch and West Hill, raised at Lochinch Castle, Scotland, circa 1940. The shrub's parents believed to be Budlia davidi and Budlia fallowiana. Mayford Purple was probably introduced to commerce by the Sunningdale Nursery in Surrey, England, which introduced its sibling, West Hill, naming it for the nearby village of Mayford.
Douglas Hewitt Hacking, 1st Baron Hacking O. P.C., D.L., J.P., the 4th of August 1884 to the 29th of July 1950, was a British Conservative politician.
Coming of Age is a widely noticed 1999 photographic art book by photographer Will McBride. It contains a picture of a naked teenage male taken in the commune's kitchen in Oberpfaffenhofen, 1973. The book primarily contains pictures of males in their teens. Some of the pictures are nude pictures.
Los Chulos Son Pa Cuidalos is the first album recorded by Spanish singer Alejandro Sanz, known at the time as Alejandro Magno, with the label Hispavox. The record, which fused flamenco and techno, was met with critical and commercial indifference, and today Sanz views the record to be insignificant. However, the album is now considered to be a collector's item. In an attempt to promote Los Chulos Son Pa Cuidalos, he performed at strip clubs, playing short sets between acts. This proved to be unsuccessful and Sanz took a break from music, choosing to study business administration.
Klepsis trivia is a species of moth of the family Tortricidae. It is found in Tunisia.
Nonglaji is a village in Shwegu Township in Bamo District in the Kachin State of northeastern Burma.
The University of Arkansas Schola Cantorum represents the pinnacle of choral singing in the state of Arkansas. Since 1957, Schola Cantorum has attracted the most talented singers from across the country, and has performed widely, both domestically and internationally. Schola Cantorum is under the direction of Dr. Stephen Caldwell in his 7th year at the University of Arkansas. The 2018-2019 ensemble consists of 47 auditioned undergraduate and graduate students from a broad variety of disciplines at the University of Arkansas. Schola Cantorum performs a variety of musical styles from German Baroque cantatas to opera choruses and modern a cappella works. Schola Cantorum has a rich history of exploring a global repertoire from all eras of music history. Schola Cantorum also frequently collaborates with other university ensembles, including the University Symphony Orchestra, Wind Ensemble, and Wind Symphony. Schola Cantorum regularly appears at both the Faulkner Performing Arts Center and Walton Arts Center in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and tours often throughout the state and abroad. Mordecai Setter, Hebrew, February 26, 1916 to August 8, 1994, was a Russian-born Israeli composer. Kurt Aepli, born May 14, 1914 in Rapperswil, SG, Switzerland, died December 22, 2002 in Uznik, SG, Switzerland, was a Swiss silversmith, a designer of fine jewelry and implements, as well as a professional educator.
Launia rhynchocarpa is a species of flowering plant in the family Asteraceae. It is found only in Yemen. Its natural habitats are subtropical or tropical dry forests and subtropical or tropical dry shrubland.
Dr. L. A. Ravi Varma, Lakshmipuram Avitomtharunal Ravi Varma, the 26th of October 1884 to the 16th of February 1958, was a historian, ophthalmologist and philosopher of the 20th century in Kerala, India. He was a critical figure who enriched the Ayurvedic literature, contributing to its renaissance. In January 1940, he was appointed as director of the Joint Oriental Manuscripts Libraries of the Government of Kerala and the Kerala University. He was conferred the honorary title of Vaidyashastra Nipunan and Gaveshana Thilakan by Chithira Thirunal Maharaja, the King of Travancore, Kerala, India. Varma was also the one of founding ophthalmologists and later the superintendent of the first ophthalmic hospital in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala that is known today as the Regional Institute of Ophthalmology. He was one of the early reformers of medicine in modern Kerala and was one of the first scholars to create a semantic bridge between Western and Indian medical systems.
Rhopalotria mollis is a species of cycad weevil in the beetle family Bellidae.
Alan Henry Noble, the 9th of February 1885 to the 30th of November 1952, was a field hockey player who won a gold medal with the England team at the 1908 Summer Olympics in London. Wolf Hall is a British television serial first broadcast on BBC Two in January 2015. The six-part series is an adaptation of two of Hilary Mantel's novels, Wolf Hall and Bring Up the Bodies, a fictionalized biography documenting the rapid rise to power of Thomas Cromwell in the court of Henry VIII through to the death of Sir Thomas More, followed by Cromwell's success in freeing the king of his marriage to Anne Boleyn. Wolf Hall was first broadcast in April 2015 in the United States on PBS and in Australia on BBC First. The series was a critical success and received 8 nominations at the 67th Primetime Emmy Awards and 3 nominations at the 73rd Golden Globe Awards, winning for Best Miniseries or Television Film.
London Buses Route 4 is a Transport for London contracted bus route in London, England. Running between Archway and Blackfriars stations, it is operated by Metroline.
Akira Kubo, Ju Bao Huang Kubo Akira, born 12 January 1943, is a Japanese modern pentathlete. He competed at the 1972 and 1976 Summer Olympics. Leo Vivasa is a village, just south of Varalavuha on the northwest coast of Guadalcanal, Solomon Islands. It is located 47.3 kilometers (29.4 miles) by road northwest of Honiara. The population is reportedly entirely Anglican.
Clear Creek State Park is a 1,211.19-acre (490.15 hectares) Pennsylvania state park in Barnett and Heath Townships, Jefferson County, Pennsylvania in the United States. Public campsites were first opened at the park in 1922. Many of the facilities seen today at the park were constructed during the Great Depression by the Civilian Conservation Corps. Clear Creek State Park is 12 miles (19 kilometers) from Brookville on Pennsylvania Route 949 at the confluence of Clear Creek and the Clarion River.
Michael, row the boat ashore, or Michael rowed the boat ashore, or Michael, row your boat ashore, or Michael row that gospel boat is an African-American spiritual first noted during the American Civil War at St. Helena Island, one of the Sea Islands of South Carolina. The best-known recording was released in 1960 by the U.S. folk band The Highwaymen. That version briefly reached #1 hit status as a single. It was sung by former slaves whose owners had abandoned the island before the Union Navy arrived to enforce a blockade. Charles Picard Ware was an abolitionist and Harvard graduate who had come to supervise the plantations on St. Helena Island from 1862 to 1865, and he wrote down the song in music notation as he heard the freedmen sing it. Ware's cousin William Francis Allen reported in 1863 that the former slaves sang the song as they rowed him in a boat across Station Creek. The song was first published in 1867 in Slave Songs of the United States by Allen, Ware, and Lucy McKim Garrison. It is catalogued as Roud Folk Song Index number 11975.
Thulo Parcel is a village development committee in Kabrapalingkok district in the Bagmati zone of central Nepal. At the time of the 1991 Nepal census it had a population of 3,060.
The Great Falls Voyagers are a minor league baseball team based in Great Falls, Montana. The team has played continuously in the Pioneer League since 1969, and previously played in the league from 1948 to 1963. The Voyagers have been the advanced rookie affiliate of the Chicago White Sox since 2003. Previously, the team was affiliated with the Los Angeles Dodgers 1984 to 2002, San Francisco Giants 1969 to 1983, and Brooklyn, Los Angeles Dodgers 1952 to 1963. The team was not affiliated with any Major League Baseball team from 1964 to 1968. The Voyagers play their home games at Centene Stadium.
Sim E Now, Yes and No, is the fifth album released by Brazilian band Nando Reis EOS Infernais. Two songs from the album were inspired by people close to Nando Reis, Sim E Now, inspired by his ex-girlfriend Nani, and Espitodia, inspired by his daughter Zoe. Commenting on the latter, Reis said once Zoe asked him when he would compose O Mundo e Bau, Zoezina, lit. The world is good, spelled as it is normally pronounced in the hillbilly dialect, Little Zoe, in a reference to the song O Mundo e Bau, Sebastião, which Reis had written for his son Sebastião. I tried to postpone it, but she didn't fell for that. Then I did this song, Espitodia. Unlike my other children, there is a particularity in our case, she's red-haired. And the sun touches this bond of ours. Espitodia is a tree that has an orange flower. Zoe's hair has an intense orange color because she's very white. Sim E Now marks the first time Reis did not songwrite under the influence of alcohol and other drugs. He remarked this by saying,
Yell Sound is the strait running between Yell and mainland, Shetland, Scotland. It is the boundary between the mainland and the North Isles and it contains many small islands. Sullom Voe, on the shores of which is a substantial oil terminal, is an arm of Yell Sound. The ferry to the North Isles crosses the sound, which can experience strong tides and adverse weather conditions. There are numerous shipwreck sites and several lighthouses to guide shipping. Yell Sound is mentioned briefly in the medieval Orkneyinga saga, and during the 19th century there was a short flourishing of the kelp industry. Commercial fishing has long been a mainstay of the local economy, and part of the sound is a special area of conservation set up to protect the local wildlife.
Coryxalis idiotocus is a small species of frog in the family Rhacophoridae. It is endemic to Taiwan and is commonly known as the temple tree frog. Its natural habitats are subtropical or tropical moist shrubland, seasonally wet or flooded lowland grassland, freshwater marshes, intermittent freshwater marshes and irrigated land. It is listed as being of least concern by the IUCN, although there may be some destruction of its habitat.
Willem Sturenberg Jacobus Mere Bauer, born 4 September 1985, is a South African rugby union footballer. He plays mostly as a flanker. He most recently represented the Pumas in the Currie Cup and Vodacom Cup, having previously played for the Leopards. In 2013, he was included in a South Africa President's 15 team that played in the 2013 IRB Tbilisi Cup and won the tournament after winning all 3 matches. He was a member of the Pumas side that won the Vodacom Cup for the first time in 2015, beating Western Province 24-7 in the final. Bauer made 3 appearances during the season, scoring 1 try.
The 1973–74 Regionalliga was the 11th season of the Regionalliga, the second tier of the German Football League system. The league operated in 5 regional divisions: Berlin, North, South, Southwest and West. The 5 league champions and runners-up then entered a promotion playoff to determine the 2 clubs to move up to the Bundesliga for the next season. Northern German and Berlin champions Eintracht Braunschweig and Tennis Borussia Berlin were promoted. It was the last season of the Regionalliga as a Tier 2 league, being replaced by 2 regional divisions of the 2. Bundesliga at this level from 1974–75. Apart from the 2 teams promoted to the Bundesliga, 38 clubs qualified for the new 2. Bundesliga, while the remaining 43 dropped down to the 3rd division Verbandsligas, Amateurligas and Oberligas. Qualification to the 2. Bundesliga took the previous 5 Regionalliga season into account to determine the qualified teams, rather than just the final tables of 1973–74.
Dragomysl, Dr. Emil, German, Drahomyśl, Czech, Drahomysl, is a village in Mina Strumin, Cieszyn County, in the Silesian Voivodeship of southern Poland. It has a population of 2,121, 2008. The name of the village is of possessive origin, derived from personal name Dragomysl place.
The Salem County Vocational Technical Schools (SCVTS) is a county-wide vocational and technical public school district, serving the educational needs of residents of Salem County, New Jersey, United States. The district offers programs on both a full-time and shared-time basis in cooperation and partnership with the county's elementary and secondary schools, local and regional colleges and universities, for both school-aged students and adults. As of the 2014–15 school year, the district and its 1 school had an enrollment of 738 students and 43.5 classroom teachers on an FTE basis, for a student-teacher ratio of 17.01.
ATV, Quad Power Racing is an all-terrain vehicle racing video game released in 2000 for the PlayStation and in 2002 for the Game Boy Advance. A sequel called ATV, Quad Power Racing 2 was released in 2003 and a 3rd game titled ATV, Quad Power Racing 3 was due for release in early 2005, but was cancelled due to Acclaim Entertainment's bankruptcy. The GBA version was re-released in PAL regions in 2006 by Oxygen Interactive under their Liquid Games publishing label.
José María Alonso de Arizaga, the 24th of March 1890 to the 4th of March 1979, was a Spanish male tennis player. He competed in the singles event at the 1920 Summer Olympics, in which he lost in the first round to Ichi Yakumage. With his brother Manuel Alonso, he competed in the men's doubles event at the 1924 Summer Olympics and reached the quarter-final. With his brother, he reached the quarter-final of the doubles event at the 1924 Wimbledon Championships.
Stephen Yoon, Korean, Yonsangyub, born Yoon Sang-yeop, December 21, 1983, is a Korean-American actor. He is known for playing Glenn Rhee in AMC's horror television series The Walking Dead from 2010 to 2016 and for his role in the South Korean mystery film Burning 2018. For the latter, he won the National Society of Film Critics Award for Best Supporting Actor, among other awards. Yoon has also played supporting roles in the films Okja 2016 and Sorry to Bother You 2018.
The recreation yard was the yard used by inmates of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary between 1934 and 1963. It is located opposite the dining hall south of the end of D Block on a raised level surrounded by a high wall and fence above it. Guard Tower No. 3 lay just to the west of the yard. The gun gallery was situated in the yard, mounted on one of the dining hall's exterior walls. The recreation yard faced the mainland.
Michael Jones (July 5, 1865 to March 24, 1894) was a Major League Baseball pitcher. He made 3 starts for the American Association champion Louisville Colonels in 1890, earning the win in 2 of them. He also had 4 hits and 2 walks in his 11 career plate appearances.
Sentil v. Slovenska Gorica, pronounced NTL, Slenski I Sax or NTL, Slenski I Sax, Slovene. Sentil v. Slovenska Gorica is a town and the administrative center of the municipality of Sentil in northeastern Slovenia. The parish church, from which the settlement also gets its name, is dedicated to Saint Giles. It was first mentioned in written documents dating to 1329. In 1532 it was looted by Ottoman Turks. It became an independent parish in 1784 and the current building was built in 1806 in a cruciform plan with a tall belfry.
Operation Crossbow, later re-released as The Great Spy Mission, is a 1965 British spy thriller and Second World War Metrocolor film about Operation Crossbow (1943–1945) in Panavision. It was directed by Michael Anderson and written by Emmerich Pressburger, under the pseudonym Richard Imrie, Derry Quinn and Ray Rigby from a story from Duilio Coletti and Vittoriano Petrilli. It was filmed at MGM British Studios. The film is a highly fictionalized account of the real-life Operation Crossbow, made with a large cast of the time's popular film stars, but it does touch on the main aspects of the operation. The scenes alternate between Nazi German developments of the V-1 flying bomb and V-2 rocket, with a German cast speaking their own language, and British intelligence and its agents who are attempting to defend against the threats.
Bayahari is a town and a Nagar Panchayat in Shahdol district in the state of Madhya Pradesh, India. It is 79.07 kilometers away from its district main city Shahdol. It is 412 kilometers away from state capital Bhopal.
Destiny is the 4th studio album from Christian music songstress Becca Shea. The album released on August 16, 2011, through her independent label Shea Shock Records. This album was produced by her husband Jack Shockley, Jonathan Nicholas Shockley, and herself. The album charted on 3 Billboard charts, and it received a 2 5-star ratings from New Release Tuesday and a perfect 10 squares from Cross Rhythms, yet received a 3-star review from Christianity Today.
The first constituency of the Vaucluse French, Première circonscription de Vaucluse is a French legislative constituency in the Vaucluse department. Like the other 576 French constituencies, it elects 1 MP using the 2-round system, with a runoff if no candidate receives over 50% of the vote in the first round.
John Norton Pomeroy (April 12, 1828 to February 25, 1885) was an American lawyer and legal writer. Sheep in Space is a video game written by Jeff Minter for the Commodore 64 and published in 1984 by Llamasoft. It is a horizontally scrolling shooter which borrows gameplay from Defender rethemed to involve sheep. The title screen features an arrangement of Bach's "Sheep May Safely Graze" by pianist James Lisney.
The International Air and Space Hall of Fame is an honor roll of notable men and women who have made significant contributions to the advancement of aerospace flight and technology that is sponsored by the San Diego Air and Space Museum. Since its founding in 1963, over 200 individuals have been inducted into the hall, with new additions inaugurated at an annual gala.
Nemotellus panthrunus, the fen snout, is a European species of soldier fly.
Danielle Vega, also known under the pen names of Danielle Rollins and Ellie Rollins, is an American author. In 2014, it was announced that film rights to Vega's book The Merciless had been purchased by Lionsgate Films and that Pretty Little Liars producer Marlene King would serve as scriptwriter and producer.
Hongxing Chinese, Hongxing is a town situated in the Harbin prefecture of Heilongjiang, China. It is under the jurisdiction of Acheng District. It is located about 11 kilometers (6.8 miles) east of the town of Acheng and 64.7 kilometers (40.2 miles) southeast of Harbin. It contains the Hongxing Reservoir.
80th meridian may refer to 80th meridian east, a line of longitude east of the Greenwich meridian. 80th meridian west, a line of longitude west of the Greenwich meridian.
Ralph Fletcher, born March 17, 1953, is an American writer of children's picture books, young adult fiction, and poetry. He is also an educational consultant, and author of books for both children and professional educators on the art of writing. Darren Patrick, born December 4, 1970, is an American author and former pastor of The Journey, a megachurch in St. Louis, Missouri, which he founded in 2002. He served as the chaplain to the St. Louis Cardinals and is the author of several books. A prominent figure within New Calvinism, he was the vice president of the Acts 29 Network, an international church planting organization, and a council member of the Gospel Coalition.
Cedar Gap is an unincorporated community in southwestern Wright County, Missouri, United States. Cedar Gap lies just south of U.S. Route 60 between Mansfield to the east and Seymour in adjacent Webster County to the west. Jamie Isaac is a Winnipeg-based Anishinaabe artist and curator.
1,3-dichloro2-nitrobenzene is an organic compound with the formula C6H3-dichlorine mononitrite. It is one of several isomeric dichloronitrobenzenes. It is an off-white solid that is soluble in conventional organic solvents. The compound can be prepared by oxidation of 2,6-dichloroaniline using peroxytrifluoroacetic acid.
The ruins of Zorsten Castle, German, Sub-Arx-Oberschloss, Arx-Zorstein, are located in the southernmost part of Poland in Zorsten, Nowy Targ County in Lesser Poland, at Zorsten Lake within Pinini National Park borders. On the other side of the Zorsten Lake is located Nijika Castle.
Azalfa or Asalfa, Marathi, Azalfa is a neighborhood in Ghatkopar, West, a suburb of Mumbai, India. It gets its name from the East Indian village by the same name. Due to its appearance, it was nicknamed the Positano of Mumbai. Azalfa is located on the Andheri-Ghatkopar Link Road on the slopes of the Ghatkopar Hills. The landscape consists of many elevations, and the road leading up to the neighborhood from LBS Marg is a steep uphill climb. Because of the asphalt road constructed in the post-independence era, the commoners derived a name to this eccentric village as Azalfa.
Barati is a village frazione of the commune of Piombino in the province of Livorno, with roughly only 15 residents.
Isleworth Cemetery is a cemetery in Isleworth, London Borough of Hounslow, in West London, England.
Bite Back is a UK-based charity dedicated to shark and marine conservation which believes that overfishing, coupled with the overconsumption of wild fish, are the two biggest threats facing the marine world. Through its work of defending the high seas on the high street, it seeks to educate people about the issues facing the only truly wild items stocked by supermarkets and to empower its supporters to help change the way fish is consumed. The charity's goal is to encourage retailers to put conservation before commerce. Founded in the UK in 2004 by Graham Buckingham, the charity's online campaigns have primarily focused on encouraging restaurants and retailers to stop selling endangered fish species and make Britain's retailers shark-free. Bite Back is working to devalue a dead shark by ending the profit opportunities for all shark and shark-derived products in the UK, including shark fin soup, shark cartilage, shark jaws, shark teeth and oils.
The Laws of Our Fathers, published in 1996, is Scott Turow's fourth and longest novel, at 832 pages.
Shepparton Airport IATA, SHT, ICAO, YSHT is located south of Shepparton, Victoria, Australia on the Goulburn Valley Highway.
Alexander Ivanovich Skopin (1927–2003) was a Russian mathematician known for his contributions to abstract algebra.
The Louisiana water thrush Parkesia motacilla is a New World warbler that breeds in eastern North America and winters in the West Indies and Central America. Plain brown above, it is white below, with black streaks and with buff flanks and undertail, distinguishing it from the closely related northern water thrush. The habitats it prefers are streams and their surroundings, and other wet areas.
Al-Bassa Arabic, also known as Betzit in Hebrew, was a Palestinian Arab village in the Mandatory Palestine's Acre subdistrict. It was situated close to the Lebanese border, 19 kilometers (12 miles) north of the district capital, Acre, and 65 meters (213 feet) above sea level. The village was stormed by Haganah troops in May 1948 and almost completely razed. Its residents were either internally displaced or expelled to neighboring countries.
John Richard West, 4th Earl de la Warre, the 28th of July 1758 to the 28th of July 1795, styled the Honorable John West between 1761 and 1783, was a British aristocrat and courtier. West was the second son of Lieutenant General John West, 2nd Earl de la Warre, and Mary Wynyard, daughter of Lieutenant General John Wynyard. He was educated at Eton. He served in the 2nd Foot Guards with the rank of lieutenant. In 1778 he was appointed an equerry to the Queen Consort, a post he held until 1783, when he also succeeded his elder brother in the earldom. In 1789 he was made a Lord of the Bedchamber, which he remained until his death 6 years later. Lord de la Warre married Catherine Lyell, daughter of Henry Lyell, of Bourne, Cambridgeshire, a Swedish nobleman who had emigrated to England. They had one son and one daughter. He died in July 1795, aged 37, and was succeeded in the title by his only son, George. Lady de la Warre died in April 1826.
Merit Arnfeldt Mollerup, born 1963, is a Danish architect, university professor and writer about architecture. Associate Professor of Kunstakademiets Arkitektskole, she has authored numerous articles, papers and books. She is a member of the Danish Royal Academy and the Danish Center for Design Research.
Skyone Federal Credit Union is a U.S. credit union, headquartered in Hawthorne, California. It is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration and is an equal housing lender. It offers financial services to air transportation employees and their families.
Out for Blood is the debut solo album from guitarist-vocalist Lita Ford, formerly of the band The Runaways. The original cover art for this album featured Lita standing in front of a spiderweb holding a broken blood-spurting guitar. It was later replaced with a cover of Lita standing in front of a purple background with her guitar. The album's artwork saw Ford adopting a very heavy metal-inspired image, an image she would maintain for much of the next decade. The track Die For Me Only Black Widow is not to be confused for the track Black Widow from Ford's 1991 album Dangerous Curves.
Hard Time Romance or Via con Dios is a 1991 American romantic comedy film written and directed by John Lee Hancock. The film tells the story of a cowboy who goes through numerous obstacles in the hopes of marrying his girlfriend. It stars Leon Rippey, Tom Everett, and Mariska Hargitay.
Estelle Ricketts, born 1871, was an American composer.
Charles Sherman Templeton, June 1, 1932 in Detroit, Michigan, October 9, 1997 in Irving, Texas, was a pitcher in Major League Baseball. He pitched from 1955 to 1956 with the Brooklyn Dodgers. His career was cut short due to an arm injury which took away the blazing fastball he had early in his career. He died at the age of 65. American Eagle Foundation is a United States nonprofit organization dedicated to bald eagle rehabilitation, recovery, and breeding programs. Yuri Mikhailovich Luzhkov, Russian, Yuri Mihailovich Luzhkov IPA, Junior J.M. Zalev T. Elkov, born the 21st of September 1936, is a Russian politician who was the mayor of Moscow from 1992 to 2010. He was the vice chairman and one of the founders of the ruling United Russia Party. During Luzhkov's time, Moscow's economy improved and he presided over large construction projects in the city, including the building of a new financial district. At the same time, he was accused of corruption, bulldozing historic buildings, and poor handling of traffic, as well as the city's smog crisis during the 2010 Russian wildfires. On the 28th of September 2010, Luzhkov was fired from his post by a decree issued by President Dmitry Medvedev. However, since Luzhkov's ousting, no legal cases have been initiated or proofs of corruption made public.
The 1914 Kansas State Aggies football team represented Kansas State Agricultural College in the 1914 college football season.
Fort Dummer was a British fort built in 1724 during Dummer's War by the colonial militia of the province of Massachusetts Bay under the command of Lieutenant Timothy Dwight in what is now the town of Brattleboro in southeastern Vermont. The fort was the first permanent European settlement in Vermont. It consisted of a 180-square-foot (17 square meters) wooden stockade near 42.8309 degrees north, 72.5504 degrees west, 42.8309 minus 72.5504, with 12 guns manned by 55 men, 43 English soldiers and 12 Mohawks. Near the former site of the fort is a granite monument 1 mile (2 kilometers) south of the Brattleboro railway station. The fort was named after Lieutenant Governor William Dummer, who was acting governor of Massachusetts at the time of the fort's construction. On October 11, 1724, 70 Abenakis attacked Fort Dummer and killed 3 or 4 soldiers.
Meknes Tafilaut Arabic, Meknes Tafilet, Berber, Meknes Tafilaut was one of the 16 former regions of Morocco that existed from 1997 to 2015. It was situated in north-central Morocco, bordering Algeria. It covered an area of 79,210 square kilometers and recorded a population of 2,316,865 in the 2014 census. The capital was Meknes.
The Washington City Paper is a U.S. alternative weekly newspaper serving the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. The City Paper is distributed on Thursdays. Its average circulation in 2006 was 85,588. The paper's editorial mix is focused on local news and arts. 2018 circulation is 47,000.
Paykala, Persian, also romanized as Paykale, is a village in Kelardasht-e Rural District, Kelardasht District, Charlus County, Mazandaran Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 315, in 99 families. Costa del Sol Airport, Spanish, Aeropuerto Costa del Sol, ICAO, SCSO, is an airport serving communities on the west shore of Rapel Lake in the O'Higgins region of Chile. The airport is 10 kilometers (6.2 miles) upstream of the Rapel Dam. There is rising terrain north through east. The southeast end of the runway is 140 meters (460 feet) from the water, which is 40 meters (130 feet) lower.
Ru-24969 is a drug and research chemical widely used in scientific studies. It is a selective agonist at the 5-HT1A and 5-HT1B receptors, with preference for the latter. As with other 5-HT1B agonists such as CP94253, Ru-24969 has been found to increase the reinforcing properties of cocaine, suggesting a role for 5-HT1B receptors in cocaine addiction.
Rhagoletis completa is a species of tephritid or fruit flies in the genus Rhagoletis of the family Tephrididae.
The Sparrowhorn is a mountain of the Swiss Pennine Alps, overlooking St. Nicholas in the canton of Valais. It lies on the range between the Turtmontal and the Matterdal, although it is located within the Matterdal and not on the watershed between the two valleys. On the north side of the mountain lies the small valley of the Jungtal. To the south, beyond the Sparrowlick, is the Festahorn.
Lethianae is a subfamily of dormice.
Fulgenzio Mendini, 17th century, was an Italian painter of the Baroque era. He was born at Bologna, and was active there in 1658. He excelled in delineating historical subjects, and studied under Guercino. He painted some frescoes depicting life of Saint Anthony of Padua for San Petronio. Bologna Malvasia speaks very highly of Mendini. Mendini painted figures for Giacomo Alboresi in frescoes. This painter died at Florence, where he was working for Marchese Caponi in his villa at Colonnata in the prime of life.
Turvey was a railway station on the Bedford to Northampton line which served the village of Turvey from 1872 to 1962.
Events from the year 1998 in the United Kingdom.
Macastorna, Lodigiano, Macastrana is a commune, municipality in the province of Lodi in the Italian region Lombardy, located about 50 kilometers (31 miles) southeast of Milan and about 20 kilometers (12 miles) southeast of Lodi. Sites include a 13th–14th century castle and the c. 12th century parish church, largely renovated in the 20th century. Macastorna borders the following municipalities: Crota d'Adda, Maletti, Castelnuovo Bocca d'Adda. As of 2011, it is the 11th least populated Italian commune.
Do or Die is the first studio album released by Boston's Irish-American punk band, Dropkick Murphys. It was released in 1998. A music video for the single, Barroom Hero, was released. This is the only album that featured original lead vocalist, Mike McColgan, who went on to become a fireman before forming his own band, the Street Dogs.
Florisantia is an extinct species of flowering plants from prehistoric western North America, from the Eocene to Oligocene periods of the 56 to 23 million years ago.
The African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, or the AM Zion Church or AMEZ, is a historically African American Christian denomination based in the United States. It was officially formed in 1821 in New York City, but operated for a number of years before then.
Trail of Robin Hood is a 1950 American Trucolor film directed by William Whitney and starring Roy Rogers. Filmed in the San Bernardino Mountains and Big Bear Lake, California, it is notable for featuring a large cast of Western stars and the last film that Roy Rogers filmed in Trucolor. Despite the title, there is no reference to Robin Hood in the film.
Maculonuclear bicolor is a moth of the subfamily Arcturinae. It was described by Rothschild in 1911. It is found in Madagascar.
The Eagle's Feather is a 1923 American silent romantic western film directed by Edward Sloman and starring James Kirkwood and Mary Alden. It was produced and distributed by Metro Pictures.
Coffee Time is a chain of Canadian snack and coffee shops, headquartered in Scarborough, Ontario. Coffee Time operates over 100 stores across Canada in Ontario, Alberta, and Quebec, as well as internationally with locations in Greece, Afghanistan, and Qatar. Coffee Time serves coffee along with other specialty drinks, baked goods, breakfast sandwiches, and deli sandwiches and soup.
913 Otila is an S-type asteroid belonging to the Flora family of main belt asteroids.
Proteoceratidae is an extinct family of actively mobile aquatic carnivorous cephalopods belonging to the subclass Orthoceratoidea, endemic to what would be Asia, Australia, Europe, South America and North America during the Ordovician, living from 490 to 445.6 ma, existing for approximately 44.4 million years. Metaphysical terms in René Guénon's works contains the definition of some metaphysical terms used in René Guénon's writings. In his metaphysical writings, René Guénon has stated precise definitions concerning key terms in metaphysics. This article summarizes some of them. Guénon's writings make use of words and terms, of fundamental signification, which receive a precise definition throughout his books. These terms and words, although receiving a usual meaning and being used in many branches of human sciences, have, according to René Guénon, lost substantially their original signification, e.g. words such as metaphysics, initiation, mysticism, personality, form, matter. This article provides the definition given by René Guénon to some of the words used extensively in his works.
Call Nick Ross was a groundbreaking phone-in on BBC Radio 4 between November 1986 and 1997. Its significance was in the resources Radio 4 applied to what had, until then, been largely a cheap way of making radio shows, combined with the editorial skill of its presenter Nick Ross and editors including Nick Utekin. Replacing the superficially similar Tuesday Call, the program was heard each Tuesday between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., immediately following the Today program, and so attracted an audience of politicians and journalists who were encouraged to phone in themselves. It was not uncommon for a listener to be able to talk directly to a government minister or someone else who was making news that day.
Nigel Dupree Band is a southern rock band from Kennesaw, Georgia started by Nigel Thomas Dupree, the son of Jackal lead vocalist Jesse James Dupree. Having performed at events such as Full Throttle Saloon, Rocklahoma and Taste of Madison, the band has released 2 studio albums, Attraction and Up to No Good.
Phnom Tumpor is a mountain in Persat province of western Cambodia. There is a village nearby named Tumpor that lies on the Stung Pauthisat River. The mountain is part of the Cardamom Range and has an elevation of 1,516 meters (4,974 feet).
Malberg is a municipality in the district of Altenkirchen, in Rhineland-Palatinate, in western Germany.
Omar Rafael Caparo Alvidrez, born November 26, 1974, is a Mexican actor, comedian, TV host, media personality and singer.
5-azacitidine-induced protein 1 is a protein that in humans is encoded by the AZI1 gene.
Eucosma sociriana is a moth of the family Tortricidae. It is endemic to Fennoscandia. The wingspan is 18 to 20 millimeters. Adults are on wing from June to July. The larvae feed on Sociria alpina.
The two-spotted bumblebee, Bombus bimaculatus, is a species of social bumblebee found in the eastern half of the United States and the adjacent southeastern part of Canada. In older literature this bee is often referred to as Bremus bimaculatus, Bremus being a synonym for Bombus. The bee's common name comes from the 2 yellow spots on its abdomen. Unlike many of the other species of bee in the genus Bombus, B. bimaculatus is not on the decline, but instead is very stable. They are abundant pollinators that forage at a variety of plants.
Nico Smit is a Namibian politician who has served in the National Assembly since Namibia's independence in 1990. He represents the Popular Democratic Movement.
Jackie Fenske, born 1955 or 1956, is a politician in Alberta, Canada. She served on Strathcona County Council from 1995 to 1998, and again from 2004 to 2012. Fenske then went into provincial politics as a progressive conservative, representing the riding of Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville from 2012 until the 2015 provincial election, when the Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville seat was won by NDP candidate, Jessica Littlewood.
HD 28185 is a yellow dwarf star similar to our Sun located about 128.6 light-years away from Earth in the constellation Eridanus. The designation HD 28185 refers to its entry in the Henry Draper catalogue. The star is known to possess one long-period extrasolar planet.
The 2008-09 CJHL season is the 48th season of the Central Junior A Hockey League (CJHL). The 11 teams of the CJHL played 60-game schedules. In March 2009, the top teams of the league played down for the Bogart Cup, the CJHL championship. The winner of the Bogart Cup competed in the Eastern Canadian Junior A Championship, the Fred Page Cup. If successful against the winners of the Quebec Junior AAA Hockey League and Maritime Hockey League, the champion would then move on to play in the Canadian Junior Hockey League Championship, the 2009 Royal Bank Cup.
The Ultimate Fighter, United States vs. United Kingdom is the 9th installment of the Ultimate Fighting Championship (UFC) produced reality television series The Ultimate Fighter. It began production in January 2009, and began airing on Spike on April 1, 2009. The season featured lightweight fighters 146 to 155 pounds and welterweight fighters 156 to 170 pounds. In order to be considered for the show, a fighter had to have competed in at least 3 professional bouts prior to the tryouts in October 2008. UFC middleweight fighter and winner of The Ultimate Fighter 3, Michael Bisping served as one of the 2 coaches. The other coach was Dan Henderson. Henderson earned his place as a coach at UFC 93, Franklin vs. Henderson by defeating Rich Franklin. Bisping and Henderson fought each other at UFC 100 on July 11, 2009. Henderson defeated Bisping in a second-round knockout.
Ankyrin repeat and SARC-SBOX protein 1 is a protein that is in humans, encoded by the ASB1 gene. The protein encoded by this gene is a member of the ankyrin repeat and SARC-SBOX containing ASB family of proteins. They contain ankyrin repeat sequence and SARC-SBOX domain. The SARC-SBOX serves to couple suppressor of cytokine signaling (SARCs) proteins and their binding partners with the elongin B and C complex, possibly targeting them for degradation.
Sir Malcolm de Leavingner, the 11th of October 1868 to the 30th of November 1950, was a British civil servant who worked in the British Home Office from 1892 through his retirement in 1932. He was a significant influence on safety regulations in factories and mines, and was an original member of the League of Nations Opium Advisory Committee.
The 1999 Connex Open Romania was an ATP men's tennis tournament held in Bucharest, Romania. It was the 7th edition of the tournament and was held from the 27th of September through the 3rd of October 1999. Alberto Martin won his second title of the year, and second of his career.
Spencer Chamberlain, born January 4, 1983, is an American musician, best known for being the current lead vocalist for the post-hardcore band Under Oath. Before fronting Under Oath, Chamberlain was the vocalist for the band This Runs Through, in which his brother, Phil Chamberlain, was the drummer, who is also the drummer for To Speak of Wolves. He is currently the vocalist of Sleepwave.
Brachyspira is a genus of bacteria classified within the phylum Spirochetes. Brachyspira species include pathogens in pigs, birds, dogs, and humans. B. Pilarzicoli colonizes millions of humans worldwide, leading to human intestinal spiroketosis, a chronic intermittent watery diarrhea vastly underdiagnosed because of the lack of simple diagnostic tool for clinicians. Multiplex qPCRs are promising diagnostic tools as Brachyspira do not grow on conventional media. B. Pilarzicoli also cause avian spirochetosis. Birds might be considered as the natural reservoir. B. Higher dysentery leads to diarrheal disease in growing pigs worldwide, causing the so-called swine dysentery, typhlocholitis or porcine intestinal spiroketosis, which contributes to major production losses in agrobusiness. Some species like B. innocens or B. intermedia seem to be less virulent.
The gymnasium Slobodan Skerovic Montenegrin, Gimnazija Slobodan Skerovic, Gimnazija Slobodan Skerovic, also known as the Podgorica Gymnasium Montenegrin, Podgorica Gimnazija. Podgorica Gimnazija is a high school gymnasium located in the city of Podgorica, Montenegro. It is the oldest secondary school in the town. This type of school is comparable to U.S. college preparatory schools or English grammar schools.
Don Antonio de Benavides y Fernández de Navarrete, Baeza, Spain, the 20th of June 1807. Madrid, Spain, the 23rd of January 1884, was a Spanish noble, historian and politician who served as Minister of State between 1864 and 1865. In the reign of Queen Isabella II of Spain, Benavides was the eldest son of Manuel de Benavides y Rodríguez Zambrano, Major of the Hermandad for the Noble State in 1808, and his wife Francisca de Paula Fernández de Navarrete y Matilla. Among other honors, he was Knight of Santiago and Knight Grand Cross of the Order of Isabella the Catholic.
Casey McKinnon is a Canadian actress and producer from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. She is known for her work on web series Galacticast, a comic book Orange and Kitcast.
Taraxia subacalis is a species of evening primrose known by the common name diffuse flower evening primrose. It is native to the western United States, where it grows in several habitat types, especially in mountainous areas. It is a fleshy perennial herb growing from a taproot and usually lacking a stem. The leaves are lance-shaped to oval and up to 22 cm long and are borne on long petioles. The flower has yellow petals, each up to 1.5 cm long, and a large, bulbous stigma tip. The fruit is a leathery capsule 1 to 3 cm long.
Tachyrges stigma is a species of weevil native to Europe. The Lagoda is a half-scale model of the whaling ship Lagoda, located at the New Bedford Whaling Museum. The original ship was built in 1826, converted to a whaling ship in 1841, and broken up in 1899. The model was commissioned in 1916 and is the world's largest whaling ship model.
William Leonard Piero, April 15, 1926 to April 1, 2006, nicknamed Wild Bill, was a pitcher in Major League Baseball. He played for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Eva Bengtsson Skogsberg, born in 1951, is a Swedish politician of the Moderate Party. She has been a member of the Riksdag, Parliament of Sweden, since 2006.
Lumbin is a commune in the Isséry department in southeastern France.
South Gujarat Cricket Association Ground is a cricket ground in the city of Surat in Gujarat, India. The hosted two Ranji Trophy matches for Gujarat cricket team against Baroda cricket team in 1967 and Saurashtra cricket team in 1972. The ground owned by South Gujarat Cricket Association.
R. P. Marutharaja, born 1963, is an Indian politician and Member of Parliament elected from Tamil Nadu. He is elected to the Lok Sabha from Perambalur constituency. He contested as an Anna Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam candidate in 2014 election. He had also served as chairman of Perambalur Union between 2011 to 2014. Tavanay Persian, also romanized as Tavanay, is a village in Garan Rural District, Zaran District, Nahavan County, Hamadan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 2,992, in 746 families.
Suzach is a municipality in the district of Winterthur in the canton of Zurich in Switzerland.
Mordella unilineata is a species of beetle in the genus Mordella of the family Mordelidae, which is part of the superfamily Tenebrionoidea. It was discovered in 1936.
Extraction is a collaborative studio album by guitarist Greg Howe, drummer Dennis Chambers and bassist Victor Wooten, released on October 7, 2003 by Tone Center Records. According to Howe, the album went through a very difficult recording process which spanned 2 years, resulting in disagreements between the three musicians and Shrapnel founder Mike Varney, as well as several delays in the release date. A Delicacy is a re-recording of an instrumental released on Now Hear This, a 1991 album by Howe 2, an earlier band formed by Howe. Protocosmos is a jazz fusion composition by pianist Alan Pasqua that appeared on the new Tony Williams Lifetime's 1975 album Believe It. La Thile de Bretagne, Breton, and T is a commune in the Ille-et-Vilaine department in Brittany in northwestern France.
Inoplophthalmus is an extinct genus of prehistoric bony fish that lived during the early Oligocene epoch.
Henry Burton, Yorkshire, 1578–1648, was an English Puritan. Along with John Bastwick and William Prynne, Burton's ears were cut off in 1637 for writing pamphlets attacking the views of Archbishop Laud.
Oncididae is an extinct family of brachiopods.
Forensic Heroes 2, traditional Chinese, Fa Zheng Xian Feng 2, is a TVB modern suspense series broadcast in May 2008 and it stars Bobby O. Young, Frankie Lam, Kevin Cheng, Charmaine Shea, Yo-Yo Meng, Linda Chung, Raymond Cho and Florence Kwok in the second installment of the Forensic Heroes series. The series is a direct sequel to the 2006's Forensic Heroes. Fa Zheng Xian. The main cast features Bobby O. Young, Frankie Lam, and Yo-Yo Meng from the original series and new cast includes Kevin Cheng and Charmaine Shea. Linda Chung also reprises her role into this sequel, however due to schedule conflicts with another project, she was written off early in the story.
Gastrocantha quadrispinosa, the four-spined jewel spider, is a brightly colored species of spider in the spiny orb weaver genus Gastrocantha. It occurs in wet forests of Queensland, Australia, and New Guinea, where it builds vertical orb webs approximately 1.5 meters across and hangs in the center of the web to wait for prey. John Thomas Scopes, August 3, 1900 to October 21, 1970, was a teacher in Dayton, Tennessee, who was charged on May 5, 1925, with violating Tennessee's Butler Act, which prohibited the teaching of evolution in Tennessee schools. He was tried in a case known as the Scopes trial, in which he was found guilty and fined $100, equivalent to $1,429 in 2018.
Claude Bernard, born 6 October 1926, was a French athlete. He competed in the men's high jump at the 1948 Summer Olympics and the 1952 Summer Olympics.
Tomiamethus is a genus of gobies found from the Red Sea through the Indian Ocean to the western Pacific Ocean. The name of this genus honors the Japanese ichthyologist Ichiro Tomiyama of the Tokyo Imperial University, who described the type species, Tomiamethus oni, in 1936.
Turning Wheels for Kids (TWFK) is a non-profit charitable organization that is run entirely by volunteers. TWFK raises funds year-round to purchase new bicycles, helmets and locks for underprivileged and health-challenged children. TWFK provides fully assembled bikes, helmets and locks to underprivileged children during the holidays and to health-challenged children year-round. TWFK also provides free bike repair clinics to communities throughout the year. The program was founded in 2005 by Susan Runsvold.
Coleophora gemmiformis is a moth of the family Coleophoridae. It is found in Tibet, Xizang Autonomous Region.
Back in the DHSS is the first album released by the UK rock band Half Man Half Biscuit (HMHB) in 1985. The album's title puns on that of the 1968 song Back in the USSR by the Beatles, referring to the high unemployment levels at the time of the album's release. The DHSS, Department of Health and Social Security, was the British institution which distributed unemployment benefit. It was re-released in 2003, compiled with their first EP, the Trumpton Riots EP.
The Battle of Waina Daga, Amharic for grape cultivating altitude, occurred in February 1543, east of Lake Tana in Ethiopia. The available sources give different dates for the battle. Led by the Emperor Galadwis, the combined army of Ethiopian and Portuguese troops defeated the Adal Ottoman army led by Imam Ahmad ibn Ibrahim al-Ghazi. Tradition states that Ahmad was killed by a Portuguese musketeer, who had charged alone into the Muslim lines. Once the Imam's soldiers learned of his death, they fled the battlefield.
The raspberry beetle, Biturus tomentosus, is a species of beetles in the fruitworm family Biteridae. It is a major pest that is widespread in north-central Europe, affecting raspberry, blackberry and loganberry plants. Up to 50% of raspberry harvest may be lost due to the beetle. This species is related to the raspberry fruitworm, B. urbanus, which is native to North America.
The Social Enterprise Academy Nigeria is an educational and capacity development institution, which awards internationally recognized certificates and qualifications in the field of social enterprise to professionals and entrepreneurs in Nigeria. The Social Enterprise Academy Nigeria is licensed by Social Enterprise Europe, and recognized by the Federal Ministry of Education in Nigeria.
Adolf Lindenbaum, the 12th of June 1904 to August 1941, was a Polish Jewish logician and mathematician. He was born and brought up in Warsaw. He earned a Ph.D. in 1928 under Wacław Sierpiński and habilitated at Warsaw University in 1934. He published works on mathematical logic, set theory, cardinal and ordinal arithmetic, the axiom of choice, the continuum hypothesis, theory of functions, measure theory, point set topology, geometry and real analysis. He served as an assistant professor at Warsaw University from 1935 until the outbreak of war in September 1939. He was Alfred Tarski's closest collaborator of the interwar period. Around the end of October or beginning of November 1935 he married Janina Hojison, a fellow logician of the LWOW Warsaw School. He and his wife were adherents of logical empiricism, participated in and contributed to the International Unity of Science movement, and were members of the original Vienna Circle. Sometime before the middle of August 1941 he and his sister Stefania were shot to death in Naujoji Vilnia, now Wieleka, 7 kilometers east of Vilnius, by the occupying German forces or Lithuanian collaborators. His most cited works are Lindenbaum's lemma and Lindenbaum algebras.
Aropala ocrida is a butterfly in the family Lycaenidae. It was described by William Chapman Hewitson in 1869. It is found in the Indomalayan realm where it is endemic to the Philippines. Subspecies A. ocrida cini is described from the Sula Islands.
Love Don't Run is the third studio album by American country music artist Steve Holy. It was released on September 13, 2011 via Curb Records. The album includes an acoustic version of Holy's 2001 #1 single, Good Morning Beautiful. If It Gets You Where You Wanna Go was covered by Canadian country music artist Dallas Smith on his debut album Jumped Right In and released as a single in March 2012.
Sambal district is a district of Uttar Pradesh state in India. The district headquarter is Barjoy town. 993 villages and 12 police stations fall under Sambal district.
Ama Marawi, born the 23rd of February 1959, is a Syrian hurdler. He competed in the men's 400 meters hurdles at the 1980 Summer Olympics.
The Tour de Diana, Corsican, Torre di Diana, is a ruined Genoese tower located in the commune of Valeria on east coast of the French island of Corsica. It sits on a spit of land that forms the southern entrance to the Etang de Diane. The Tour de Diana was built in around 1582 under the direction of a notable from Bastia, Mariano de Murato. It was one of a series of coastal defences constructed by the Republic of Genoa between 1530 and 1620 to stem the attacks by Barbary pirates. An inventory of the coastal towers produced by the Genoese authorities in 1617 lists the Tour de Diana as being guarded by 2 soldiers from the Fort Delaria, Fort Matra, but by around 1670 the tower was in a ruined state.
Felipe Andrews Melo Rodrigues, born 10 August 1990, is a Paralympic swimmer from Brazil competing mainly in category S10 events. He was born with a clubfoot and had 2 surgeries when he was just 4 weeks old. After his second surgery, when his foot was in the right position, he had an infection which made under his knee and especially his tendons stop to grow, disabling his right foot movements so as weakness from his knee below. He started swimming when he was 8 months as physiotherapy. He also tried many different sports, but his passion since a child was swimming.
Armenia-Serbia relations are bilateral relations between Armenia and Serbia. Diplomatic relations between Armenia and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia were established on 14 January 1993. Serbia is the legal successor to this country. Both countries are represented through their embassies in Athens, Greece, and both have established honorary consulates, which serve as the only diplomatic representatives between the two countries. Armenia has a dispute with Azerbaijan over the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic, in which Serbia supports finding a peaceful political solution through supporting the OSCE Minsk group and its work. Serbia has a dispute with Kosovo over its recognition as a sovereign state, where Armenia's asserted position has been not to recognize Kosovo's independence. Both countries are members of the United Nations, Council of Europe, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, NATO's Partnership for Peace, the International Monetary Fund, and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Fort Wayne Park and Boulevard System Historic District is a national historic district located at Fort Wayne, Indiana. The district encompasses 34 contributing buildings, 61 contributing sites, 70 contributing structures, and 15 contributing objects in 11 public parks, 4 parkways, and 10 boulevards associated with the parkway and boulevard system in Fort Wayne. The system was originally conceived in 1909 by Charles Mulford Robinson (1869–1917) and further developed and refined by noted landscape architect and planner George Kessler (1862–1923) in 1911–1912. The buildings reflect classical revival and bungalow, American craftsman-style architecture. Later additions and modifications include those by noted landscape architect Arthur Asahel Shercliffe. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2010.
International Association of Chiefs of Police (IACP) is a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization based in Alexandria, Virginia. It is the world's largest professional association for police leaders.
Parnibia is a genus of coelacanth fish which lived during the late Jurassic period. Fossils of Parnibia have been found in the Pastos Bons Formation in Maranhão, Brazil. Parnibia was described for the first time by paleontologist Yoshitaka Yamamoto in 2008.
Giuseppe Averani FRS or Averanus, March 20, 1662, Pisa, August 24, 1738, Florence, was an Italian jurist and naturalist. The son of a mathematician, he studied arts and law in Pisa. In 1685, he was appointed to a professorship of civil law at Pisa, a post he held until his death. As one of the most celebrated legal teachers of his time, his pupils included leading figures of the Italian Enlightenment such as P. Neri, B. Tanucci, A. Tavanti and G. G. de Soria, as well as several traveling European princes. Together with Eliseo and Gravina, Averani was among the founders of neo-humanism in Italy. He reformed Pisan legal studies on a humanist basis, setting an example to other Italian universities and forming the intellectual basis for the reforms of Tuscan Enlightenment statesmen in the second half of the 18th century. His principal work are the Interpretationes Juris Civilis, analyses of fragments of the digests based on Cujas. Apart from law, Averani was active in theology, astronomy, philosophy and above all experimental physics. The results of his experiments, such as on light, odors, the electricity of bodies and with Robert Boyle's air pump, were well received by contemporaries, including Newton. A member of scientific academies including the Crusca and the Royal Society, Averani founded the Accademia degli Oppressi, Academy of the Oppressed, to hold discussions on physics.
Jayco, Inc., a subsidiary of Thor Industries, is an American manufacturer of recreation vehicles. The company manufactures fold-down, also called pop-up, camping trailers, conventional travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth-wheel travel trailers, and motorhomes Class A and C. Jayco is based in Middlebury, Indiana, and about three-quarters of its 3,200-person workforce is from the Amish and Mennonite communities of Indiana.
The Devil's Jumps are a series of 3 small hills near the village of Churt in the county of Surrey in southern England. In the 18th century, the hills were known as the Devil's Three Jumps. The Devil's Jumps are linked to a body of folklore relating to the surrounding area. The highest of the 3 jumps is Stony Jump. Middle Devil's Jump measures 60 feet 18 meters high and once supported an observatory built by 19th-century British astronomer Richard Christopher Carrington. The hills are outcrops of an ironstone variety of sandstone of the Folkestone beds of lower green sand set among acidic heathland. The 3 hills are formed of an ironstone known locally as Carstone, marginally distinct from Bargate stone, strongly cemented with iron making it resistant to erosion by the elements. The first mention of the Devil's Jumps appears to be on a map by John Rock, dating to 1765. William Cobbett mentioned the Devil's Jumps in his Rural Rides, first published in 1830. Of the hills he says, "At Churt I had, upon my left, 3 hills out upon the common, called the Devil's Jumps, in the shape of 3 rather squat sugar loaves, along in a line upon this heath, with a rock stone upon the top of one of them as big as a church tower." Carter Wallace was a personal care company headquartered in New York City. The company was formed by the merger of Carter Products and Wallace Laboratories. The company has a research facility in Cranbury, New Jersey. Susan Holloway Scott is an American author of historical fiction who also writes under several pen names. She has also written historical romance novels under the pen names Miranda Jarrett and Isabella Bradford.
Maya Ramba, English, Magical Ramba, is a 1950 Indian bilingual mythological film, produced and directed by T.R. Sundaram under the NB Productions banner. It stars N.T. Rama Rao, Anjali Devi in the lead roles and music composed by Ogarala Ramachandra Rao. The film was simultaneously made in Tamil with the same title.
The Tombos Stela is an ancient Egyptian rock inscription found in the area of Tombos, Nubia, dated to year 2 of Pharaoh Thutmose I. It attests to his military campaign into Nubia around the area of the Third Cataract of the Nile. It was discovered around 1829, on a large boulder in Tombos, Nubia on the east bank of the Nile. Thutmose is known to have expanded Egypt's borders throughout his reign, not only in Nubia, but also by campaigns in the Syria-Palestine area. During the Middle Kingdom, pharaohs such as Mentuhotep II had already expanded into Nubia. However, scholars argue that the Tombos Stela is evidence of farther expansion by Thutmose into Nubia than previous kings.
Stalacky D. Stargard, American named, Camp No. 86, was a World War II German Army prisoner of war camp located near Stargard, Pomerania, now Stargard Zaczynski, West Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland, about 30 kilometers (19 miles) east of Stettin, Zachin.
The Joseph Parker House is a historic house at 107 Grove Street in Reading, Massachusetts. The 2.5-story wood-frame house was probably built around 1795, when it first appeared on local maps. It is predominantly federal in its styling, with smaller second-story windows and box cornices. Its center entry surround is a Greek Revival feature, with an architrave surround with corner blocks and half-length sidelight windows. The house's notable occupants include Loea Parker, who died in the War of 1812, and F. Howard Gilson, an early experimenter in photography. From 1910 to 1932 it was owned by the Fathers and Mothers Club, which used it as a country retreat for urban youth. The house was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1984.
Chronological snobbery is an argument that the thinking, art, or science of an earlier time is inherently inferior to that of the present, simply by virtue of its temporal priority or the belief that since civilization has advanced in certain areas, people of earlier periods were less intelligent. The term was coined by C.S. Lewis and Owen Barfield, and first mentioned by Lewis in his 1955 autobiographical work, Surprised by Joy. Chronological snobbery is a form of appeal to novelty.
The Bagaka inscription is an Elder Futhark inscription discovered on the scabbard of a 5th century sword. It was found in 1996 in the Dutch town of Bagaka, in the Betuwe, a region once inhabited by the Batavi. There is consensus that the find dates from the period 425 to 475 and that the inscription is either the singular direct attestation of Frankish Franconian or the earliest attestation of Old Dutch Old Low Franconian.
Inga maritima is a species of legume in the family Fabaceae. It is found only in Brazil.
Dera Vezam, Persian, also romanized as Dera Vezam and Dera Vezm, also known as Takruzam and Takruzam, is a village in Bavale Rural District, in the Central District of Songkhor County, Kermanshah Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 112, in 18 families. Pasiena is a genus of spiders in the Lycosidae family. It was first described in 1890 by Thorel. As of 2017, it contains 4 species.
Tomorrow at 10 is a 1962 British thriller film directed by Lance Comfort and starring John Gregson, Robert Shaw, Kenneth Cope and William Hartnell.
Escape in the Fog is a 1945 American film noir directed by Bud Bodacher. The drama features Otto Kruger and Nina Folk.
Megachili baroi is a species of bee in the family Megachilidae. It was described by Freischer in 1903.
Hopperton Railway Station was a railway station that served the village of Hopperton, North Yorkshire, England from 1848 to 1962 on the Harrogate Line.
Phanerodon is a genus of surfperches native to the eastern Pacific Ocean.
The Guatemala City General Cemetery was built in 1880, during General Justo Rufino Barrios' presidency. Ruined by 1917–18 earthquakes, it never recovered its old splendor. Originally it was exclusive for the elites and presidents, but gradually the 8 Mayan hills that form it were invaded without any urban plan, like what happened with Guatemala City itself after the 1917–18 and 1976 earthquakes.
St. Ives Priory was a priory in Cambridgeshire, England. It was established in 1017 by monks from Ramsey Abbey.
Caladinia pusilla, commonly known as tiny fingers, Pygmy caladinia, tiny caladinia or pink fingers, is a plant in the orchid family Orchidaceae and is native to Australia and New Zealand. It is a ground orchid with a single erect, sparsely hairy leaf and a single pink flower with a brownish-pink back. The flowers are short-lived and self-pollinating.
Andorra for Change Catalan, Andorra pel Canvi, APC, is a centrist political party in Andorra. Groeneveld is a town in the Dutch province of North Holland. It is a part of the municipality of Schengen, and lies about 11 kilometers north of Heerhugowaard and 2 kilometers south of the town of Schengen. The statistical area, Groeneveld, which also can include the surrounding countryside, has a population of around 190.
Minoru Yamasaki, Shan Kuishi Yamasaki Minoru, the 1st of December 1912 to the 6th of February 1986, was an American architect, best known for designing the original World Trade Center in New York City and several other large-scale projects. Yamasaki was one of the most prominent architects of the 20th century. He and fellow architect Edward Durrell Stone are generally considered to be the 2 master practitioners of New Formalism.
Kangaroo Island refers to an island in Queensland, Australia. It is located near Hervey Bay and river heads. It divides the flow of the Susan River, causing one division to converge with Bunya Creek as it flows into the Great Sandy Strait. The island is 116 hectares in size. Kangaroo Island has recently been listed for sale.
The 151st Sikh Infantry, also designated 151st Punjabi Rifles, see nomenclature below, was an infantry regiment of the British Indian Army. It was formed in Mesopotamia and Palestine in May 1918, saw active service in the First World War and the Third Anglo-Afghan War, and was disbanded in May 1921.
Providence is an American television drama series that aired on NBC starring Melina Kanakarides. The show ran for 5 seasons from January 8, 1999, until December 20, 2002, airing 96 episodes.
Friulian or Friulin, Furlan or, affectionately, Marilenga in Friulian, Friulano in Italian, Furlanish in German, Furlancina in Slovene, is a Romance language belonging to the Rhaeto-Romance family, spoken in the Friuli region of northeastern Italy. Friulian has around 600,000 speakers, the vast majority of whom also speak Italian. It is sometimes called Eastern Ladine since it shares the same roots as Ladine, but, over the centuries, it has diverged under the influence of surrounding languages, including German, Italian, Venetian, and Slovene. Documents in Friulian are attested from the 11th century and poetry and literature date as far back as 1300. By the 20th century, there was a revival of interest in the language. In North America, the more common English form is Friulan for both the language and the ethnic identity of the people living in Friuli and abroad. Friulan follows the example of Friulano in Italian.
Osteobrama kunma is a species of freshwater ray-finned fish from the carp and minnow family, the Cyprinidae. It occurs in the drainage of the river Chindwin in Manipur, India and Myanmar. It was formerly considered a subspecies of the more widespread Osteobrama koshio. This species has a deep, laterally compressed body with a steep dorsal profile. 48 scales on the lateral line with 9 scale rows between the base of the dorsal fin and the lateral line and 8 scale rows between the pelvic fin and the lateral line. It has a ventral keel which runs from the origin of the pelvic fin to the anal fin, being rounded in front of the pelvic fin. It is silvery in color shading to olive dorsally.
Dolorthis is an extinct genus of brachiopod. It has 2 protective, grooved shells. It may have eaten small, planktonic animals, filtered from the water using a primitive baleen system. It was roughly 4 centimeters (2 inches) across.
The capacity for exceptional memory can take several forms. The Robert S. Vesey House, on College Avenue in Wessington Springs, South Dakota, was built in 1906. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1978. It is a 2-story Dutch colonial-style house, with 3 dormers above its front porch, built on a somewhat terraced corner lot. It was home of Robert S. Vesey, who became governor of the state. The house was deemed significant in architecture and government. Architecturally, its Swedish-Dutch colonial appearance makes it one of the better examples of every 20th-century architecture in Wessington Springs. Politically, the structure is important for it housed Vesey when he was elected governor in 1908.
Tartanado is a municipality located in the province of Guadalajara, Castilla-La Mancha, Spain. According to the 2004 census (INA), the municipality has a population of 174 inhabitants. New Horizon is a studio album by the progressive bluegrass band Country Gentlemen released in 1992.
The 2009 Miami Dolphins season was the franchise's 40th season in the National Football League, the 44th overall and the second under head coach Tony Sparano. The Dolphins entered the 2009 season as the reigning AFC East champions after posting an 11-5 record in 2008. Dropping by 4 more games, the Dolphins failed to make the playoffs for the first time since 2007, marking the 25th consecutive year that the region hosting the Super Bowl did not see its host team play in, thus it set off a playoff drought that lasted until 2016. not counting years where Super Bowls have been played on neutral sites.
R.V. Chater and others 2010 UKSC 52 was a 2010 judgment of the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. The case concerned the trials of 3 former members of Parliament for false accounting in relation to the parliamentary expenses scandal of 2009. During their trials, the 3 MPs David Chater, Elliot Morley and Jim Devine had each separately argued unsuccessfully that there was no case to answer as expenses claims were covered by the doctrine of parliamentary privilege and could not be the basis of criminal charges. They appealed, along with Lord Hanningfield, to the Court of Appeal where 3 of the most senior judges in the court, Lord Judge LCJ, Lord Neuberger Mr. and Sir Anthony May, the President of the Queen's Bench Division, had dismissed their arguments. The MPs, although not Lord Hanningfield, successfully applied to the Supreme Court for permission to appeal the decision. The Supreme Court, comprising 9 judges to reflect the importance of the matter, heard arguments over 2 days in October 2010 before unanimously rejecting the submission that parliamentary privilege under either the Common Law or the Bill of Rights 1689 protected the defendants from prosecution. As a consequence, each case was referred back to the Crown Court. Chater and Morley pleaded guilty to dishonesty offences and Devine was found guilty at trial. Each received sentences of between 16 and 18 months imprisonment in relation to their expenses claims.
Callicedrus huashanensis is an extinct incense cedar species in the family Cupressaceae described from a group of isolated foliage fossils including stems and leaves. The species is known from Oligocene sediments exposed in the Guangxi-Zhuang Autonomous Region, China. It is one of a number of extinct species placed in the living genus Callicedrus.
Jack Shelley, the 1st of August 1905 to the 3rd of December 1979, was an Australian rules footballer who played with St Kilda in the Victorian Football League (VFL).
Esteban de Aguilar y Zuniga, the 13th of August 1606 to 1681, was a Spanish theologian and writer. He was born in Escalona del Alberche on 13 August 1606 and died in Madrid sometime after 1681. He was the son of writer and humanist Juan de Aguilar Villacorón.
The India Office records are a very large collection of documents relating to the administration of India from 1600 to 1947, the period spanning company and British rule in India. The archive is held in London by the British Library and is publicly accessible. The records come from 4 main sources: the English and later British East India Company 1600 to 1858, the Board of Control 1784 to 1858, the India Office 1858 to 1947, and the Burma Office 1937 to 48. The collection also includes records from many smaller related institutions. Overall, the collection is made up of approximately 175,000 items, including official publications and records, manuscripts, photographs, printed maps and private papers. These items take up approximately 9 miles of shelving units.
Jake Mullany, born 28 May 1990, is an Australian professional rugby league footballer for English club Bradford Bulls. He plays fullback, halfback or 5/8. He has been described as slightly built and a prolific goal kicker.
Cha Daraz, Persian, also romanized as Cha Daraz, is a village in Tukahur Rural District, Tukahur District, Minab County, Hormozgan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 284, in 54 families.
During the 2007-08 English football season, Bristol City FC competed in the Football League Championship, following promotion from League One the previous season.
Nakai Snowfield 77 degrees 29 S 161 degrees 31 E is a snowfield at about 1,600 meters 5,200 feet elevation that occupies the col between Mount Hercules and Mount Jason in Olympus Range, McMurdo Dry Valleys. Named by Advisory Committee on Antarctic Names USACAN 2004 after Nobuyuki Nakai, Department of Earth Sciences, Nagoya University, Nagoya, Japan, a participant in the McMurdo Dry Valleys Drilling Project, 1973–76. This article incorporates public domain material from the United States Geological Survey document, Nakai Snowfield, content from the Geographic Names Information System.
Saint Symphorien sous Chomerac is a commune in the Ardèche department in southern France.
Libertad Maria de Los Angeles Vicich Blanco, Spanish pronunciation, Li Beta e ta la Beta Lac, born 24 February 1938, Guardia Mitre, Rio Negro, Argentina, is a retired Argentine film actress. She appeared in 30 films in the cinema of Argentina between 1960 and 1989. LeBlanc was one of Argentina's platinum blonde sex symbols in the 1960s and 1970s. The buxom blonde appeared in a number of adult-oriented films, often with nudity or sexual content, such as Harassed, Acosada, 1964. Many of her films were controversial. The 1968 film La Endemoniada was also known in English as A Woman Possessed, a vampirish horror film with explicit nudity. In 1967 she appeared in the lustful La Venus Maldita. In 1969 she appeared in Deliciosamente Amoral, again lined with controversy. LeBlanc also appeared in TV versions of Nana, the Decimononic Roman of Émile Zola, Lola Montez and Lady Hamilton.
The second book of Nephi, usually referred to as Second Nephi or Two Nephi, is the second book of the Book of Mormon. The original translation of the title did not include the word second. First and second were added to the titles of the books of Nephi by Oliver Cowdery when preparing the book for printing. According to the book, it was written by the ancient prophet Nephi, son of Lehi, who lived around 600 BC. The book is 33 chapters long. Unlike First Nephi, this book contains little history of the Nephite people but instead discusses visions and prophecies of Nephi himself and other ancient prophets, such as Isaiah.
Aki no Arashi, Chu no Lawn meaning autumn storm, was a Japanese organization advocating the abolition of the imperial system. The full name is Fan Chan Huank Ji Quan Guoge Reingong Dao Chu no Lawn Han Tenose Zenkoku Kojin Kyoto Aki no Arashi meaning Anti-Imperial System National Individuals Joint Struggle Committee. The group was started in 1987 by a radical group of students at Waseda University in Tokyo and street punk rockers. They often used street performances to spread their message. In 1996, members of Aki no Arashi won a lawsuit against the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for unlawful arrests and battery by Tokyo police. The events took place during a series of rallies organized by the group in 1989, after the death of Emperor Showa.
Pattakulam is a location in Manjeri municipality in Malappuram district of Kerala state of South India. The majority of Pattakulam's population is involved with the village's fishing industry.
Villa Cortese Legnanese, Villa Cortesa Isla Cortesa is a commune municipality in the province of Milan in the Italian region Lombardy, located about 25 kilometers 16 miles northwest of Milan.
Below is a hamlet and civil parish in the East Lindsey district of Lincolnshire, England. It is situated approximately 7 miles 11 kilometers southeast from Louth and 4 miles 6 kilometers northwest from Alford. The Bellow parish includes the hamlet of Claythorpe. According to the 2001 census, Below had a population of 18 in 8 households. At the time of the 2011 census, the population remained fewer than 100 and was included in the civil parish of Athorpe. The village name is taken from the spring of the rivulet O which rises in the village. The Grade II listed parish church of Below is dedicated to St. John the Baptist. The church was almost entirely rebuilt in 1862. Near the church are the remains of an old manor house, the former home of the Earls of Lindsey. Other Below-listed buildings are a pigeoncote and barn at Manor Farm. A notable Below resident was the Puritan leader Henry Vane the Younger.
The Broad Run Bridge and Toll House were built for the Leesburg Turnpike Company in Loudoun County, Virginia. The stone bridge, built about 1820, was a permanent replacement for a series of wood bridges at the location, with at least 3 that had been washed away between 1771 and 1803. The bridge spanned Broad Run on 2 arches with prominent conical buttresses. The road rose to the center of the bridge. The stone toll house stands nearby. It is a 1-story 3-bay house that has been progressively enlarged. The toll house was purchased by the County Board of Supervisors with intentions to restore the facility. One span of the bridge collapsed, on June 21, 1972, as a result of flooding from Hurricane Agnes. The remainder of the bridge has since collapsed, leaving only the stone abutments. The bridge and toll house were placed on the National Register of Historic Places on April 17, 1970.
Ajjan, also romanized as Ajjan, is a populated place in Central District of Asadabad County, Hamadan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 3,343, in 766 families.
Chang Muon District Thai, Chaingmon pronounced T-E-M-W-A-N, is a district Ampho in the southern part of Pheo Province, northern Thailand.
Bartholomaeus Kilian (1630–1696) was a German engraver and member of the Kilian family of engravers.
For the article about the theatre genre, see Summer Stock Theatre. Summer Stock (UK title), If You Feel Like Singing, is a 1950 American Technicolor musical film produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. It was directed by Charles Walters, stars Judy Garland and Gene Kelly, and features Eddie Bracken, Gloria D. Haven, Marjorie Main, and Phil Silvers. Nicholas Castle Sr. was the choreographer. Garland struggled with many personal problems during filming, and Summer Stock proved to be her final film for MGM, as well as her last on-screen pairing with Kelly. By mutual agreement, MGM terminated Garland's contract in September 1950, something studio head L.B. Mayer said he later regretted doing.
Michael Charles Donkin, the 29th of August 1951 to the 6th of December 2007, was an English reporter and journalist for BBC News. Donkin was born in Southend-on-Sea, Essex in 1951. He went to school at the Northern Grammar School for Boys, in North End, Portsmouth. He landed his first job with the East Anglian Daily Times in Ipswich. In 1975, he joined the BBC as a freelancer. Shortly after he joined the Today programme on BBC Radio 4, he was praised for good work and quickly progressed to television. He worked on both the 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock news as a world affairs correspondent. During his time with the BBC, Donkin made several short 5 to 6 minute films. He was most pleased with the film about a bed and breakfast farm. 1 year after Donkin started with the BBC, he married his wife Katrina. They had 3 daughters and 1 son together. Donkin had a short battle with cancer. On the 6th of December 2007 he died from the illness.
Sohan Kadri, born the 2nd of November 1932 in Punjab, India, died the 2nd of March 2011 in Toronto, Canada, was a yogi, poet and a painter from India who lived in Copenhagen for 30 years. During his life, Kadri interacted with a number of well-known cultural figures including surrealist painter René Magritte, Nobel laureate Heinrich Böll, and architect Le Corbusier. His paintings result from states of deep meditation, and are influenced by the colors of India, luminous, dye-infused works on serrated paper. He had more than 70 exhibitions in the United States, Europe, Asia, and Africa.
Allard's clownfish or Allard's anemonefish Amphipryon is a marine fish belonging to the family Pomacentridae, the clownfishes and damselfishes, from the western Indian Ocean off the coast of East Africa and the Mascarenes.
George Nunatak 85 degrees 35 S 145 degrees 26 W is a nunatak, 1,050 meters 3,440 feet high, located midway between the eastern part of the Harold Bird Mountains and Leverett Glacier in Antarctica. It was named by the Advisory Committee on Antarctic Names for Paul George, a member of the U.S. Army Helicopter Unit which supported the United States Geological Survey Topo West and Topo East surveys of 1962–63.
Campbell W. Adams, December 9, 1852 in Utica, Oneida County, New York, November 1930, was an American civil engineer, surveyor and politician from New York. He was New York State Engineer and Surveyor from 1894 to 1898.
Ithomi, Greek, Idhome is a former municipality in the Karditsa Regional Unit, Thessaly, Greece. Since the 2011 local government reform it is part of the municipality Mozaka, of which it is a municipal unit. The municipal unit has an area of 80.491 square kilometers. Population 2044, 2011. The seat of the municipality was in Fenari. The name reflects the ancient town of Idhome, which, although its location is uncertain, is thought to be located nearby.
Edward Joseph Fletcher, the 25th of February 1911 to the 13th of February 1983, known as Ted Fletcher, was a British Labour Party politician.
The Samoa flying fox or Samoan flying fox Pteropus samensis is a species of flying fox in the family Pteropodidae. It is found in American Samoa, Fiji, and Samoa, where it is known as Paya and Paya Vao. Its natural habitat is subtropical or tropical dry forests. It is threatened by habitat loss.
Coxey's Army was a protest march by unemployed workers from the United States, led by Ohio businessman Jacob Coxey. They marched on Washington, D.C. in 1894, the second year of a four-year economic depression that was the worst in United States history to that time. Officially named the Army of the Commonwealth in Christ, its nickname came from its leader and was more enduring. It was the first significant popular protest march on Washington, and the expression, "enough food to feed Coxey's army," originates from this march.
Norwich is a town in Chenango County, New York, United States. The population was 3,998 at the 2010 census. The town was named after Norwich, Connecticut. The town of Norwich is located east of the center of the county. The city of Norwich is surrounded on all sides by the northern part of the town.
In a Cafe is a Slovak punk rock band. The group was established in 1995 in Bratislava. The singer, guitarist and songwriter Vratko Rohon is the frontman of the band. The 2000 album Je tu nikto received platinum status for 20,000 albums sold in Slovakia. In 1999 they signed a contract with the Universal Music Group, Polygram.
Vampire Hunter D. Shi Shui Gui Hanta D. Banpaya Hanta D. is a 1985 Japanese horror OVA film produced by Ashi Productions, in association with Epic, Sony Records, CBS Sony Group Inc. and Movic. The screenplay is based on the first in the long-running series of light novels written by Hideyuki Kikuchi. Billed by the Japanese producers as a dark future science fiction romance, the film, like the novel before it, is set in the year 12,090 AD, in a post-nuclear Holocaust world where a young woman hires a mysterious half-vampire, half-human vampire hunter to protect her from a powerful vampire lord. Treti Island or Treti Island, Ostrov Tretich Ostrov Treti, literally, the third island, is a relatively large island in the western shores of the Shellikov Bay, at the northern end of the Sea of Okhotsk. It is located 4 kilometers to the south of a peninsula that encloses a small bay in an area that is largely uninhabited. Penila exocoeti is a large ectoparasitic copod, a specialist parasite of flying fish. The adult female copod clings to the fish's gills or skin and feeds on its body fluids.
Ivan San Miguel, born the 12th of January 1985, is a Spanish male artistic gymnast and part of the national team. He participated at the 2008 Summer Olympics. He also competed at World Championships, including the 2010 World Artistic Gymnastics Championships in Rotterdam, the Netherlands.
A ballot is a device used to cast votes in an election, and may be a piece of paper or a small ball used in secret voting. It was originally a small ball, see blackballing, used to record decisions made by voters. Each voter uses one ballot, and ballots are not shared. In the simplest elections, a ballot may be a simple scrap of paper on which each voter writes in the name of a candidate, but governmental elections use pre-printed ballots to protect the secrecy of the votes. The voter casts their ballot in a box at a polling station. In British English, this is usually called a ballot paper. The word ballot is used for an election process within an organisation, such as a trade union, holding a ballot of its members.
Uri House is a large ruined mansion in Aberdeenshire, Scotland, built in the Elizabethan style in 1885 by Sir Alexander Baird, 1st Baronet. It is situated on the northeast coast about 1 mile (1.6 kilometers) north of Stonehaven in the former county of Kincardineshire.
Fungi are considered to be in urgent need of conservation by the British Mycological Society on the grounds that it is a traditionally neglected taxon which has legal protection in few countries. Current threats to fungi include destruction of forests worldwide, fragmentation of habitat, changes in land use, pollution, anthropogenic climate change, and overexploitation of commercially attractive species. The Species Survival Commission of the IUCN has 5 specialist groups dealing with the conservation of fungi: chytrid, zygomycete, downy mildew and slime mold specialist group cup fungus, truffle and ally specialist group lichen specialist group mushroom, bracket and puffball specialist group rust and smut specialist group. Lack of knowledge is considered a major concern, with a general paucity of comprehensive checklists, even for developed nations. In addition, the criteria for red listing is not specifically designed for fungi, and the kinds of data required, viz., population size, lifespan, spatial distribution and population dynamics, are poorly known for most fungi. As a result, in practice, indicator species are identified as target foci for the conservation of threatened fungi.
Juan Nogueira, born 1 May 1988, is a Brazilian amateur heavyweight boxer who won a bronze medal at the 2014 South American Games. He competed at the 2013 and 2015 World Championships and qualified for the 2016 Summer Olympics.
Spacefarer's Guide to Alien Races is a 1979 role-playing game supplement published by Phoenix Games.
Afterwards is the 11th studio album by the Dutch alternative rock band The Gathering, released via Psychonaut label on 25 October 2013.
Youngichthys is an extinct genus of prehistoric sarcopterygians or lobe-fin fish from the Upper Permian comprising a single species, Youngichthys xinghuensis. The single specimen of the fish was discovered in Zhejiang Province, China in 1981. Francis August Anthony Joseph Janssens (October 17, 1843 to June 9, 1897) was a Dutch-born prelate of the Roman Catholic Church. He served as Bishop of Natchez (1881 to 1888) and Archbishop of New Orleans (1888 to 1897).
Yoasai or Joasai Gere, throne name Adyum Sagad Gere, to whom the confines of the earth bow, d. the 14th of May 1769, was in Nagast, the 27th of June 1755 to the 7th of May 1769, of Ethiopia, and a member of the Solomonic dynasty. He was the infant son of Iyasu II and Wubit Wulit Bursabe, the daughter of an Oromo chieftain of the Yeju district.
Hurricane Naomi was a short-lived Category 1 hurricane that made landfall in Mexico's Pacific coast during the 1968 Pacific hurricane season. After rapidly intensifying before its landfall in Sinaloa, Naomi caused rainfall throughout northern Mexico and the U.S. state of Texas in association with a frontal system, with the highest measurement occurring in Corpus Christi. 4 people perished in Mexico due to Naomi's effects, with 10 more missing, all in Sinaloa. The only reported injury in Texas due to the remnants was a factory worker who was injured when the roof of the plant they were working in collapsed due to rainfall. Naomi was the 17th tropical depression, 14th tropical storm and the 4th hurricane of the 1968 Pacific hurricane season. Its precipitation on the Mexican Altiplano briefly threatened the unfinished Lázaro Cárdenas Dam on the Nazas River. If the dam failed, the twin cities of Gómez Palacio, Durango, and Torreón, Coahuila, would have been inundated. On the other hand, releasing water from the dam would have saved Torreón by submerging Gómez Palacio with the dam's runoff. From help with satellite imagery, the authorities decided to keep the dam closed, risking its possible failure, saving both towns.
Kuraibashi, Gaoliki Aolit. Goryeo Bridge is a bridge located in Chuoku in the city of Osaka, Osaka Prefecture, Japan. It crosses over the Higashi Yokobori River and shares its name with the surrounding area.
Storchiella is a genus of 4 recognized species of trees, of the legume plant family Fabaceae. They grow naturally in New Caledonia, Fiji and Australia. Those 4 recognized species, and for one of them 2 subspecies, are Storchiella australiensis J. H. Ross and B. Hyland, only known, endemic, in the luxuriant rainforests of the Queensland wet tropic lowlands max, ca. 100 meters 330 feet, Australia. Storchiella neocaldonica I. C. Nielsen, Labatt and Munzinger, New Caledonia endemic Storchiella pancheri Bale. Synonym, Storchiella comptoni Baker F., subsp. Acuta I. C. Nielsen, Labatt and Munzinger, New Caledonia endemic subsp. Pincheri, New Caledonia endemic Storchiella vidiensis sem. Fiji endemic.
Jamnalal Bajaj Award is an Indian award for promoting Gandhian values, community service and social development. Established in 1978, by the Jamnalal Bajaj Foundation of Bajaj Group, it is given annually in 4 categories, and usually presented by the President, Vice President, Prime Minister of India or a leading figure. The foundation, currently headed by Rahul Bajaj, was created in 1977, in the memory of group founder, philanthropist and a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi, Jamnalal Bajaj. The award ceremony takes place on his birth anniversary, November 4.
Cynorchis elegans is an orchid species in the genus Cynorchis found in Madagascar.
Future Trees Trust is a registered charity, England and Wales, number 1,103,202, based in Stroud, dedicated to the improvement of broad-leaved trees by conventional selective breeding. The aim of their work is to breed broad-leaved trees to improve their resilience to disease, climate change adaptability, CO2 sequestration, growth rate and form. Their work is needed because current broadleaved woodlands are of insufficient quality, climatic adaptability and disease resilience to provide an economically viable timber resource, meaning that the UK imports around 95% of the hardwood timber it uses. By ensuring future tree populations are healthier, more disease-resilient, adapted to climate change and more productive, they hope more people will decide to plant more and better broadleaved trees. More trees planted mean many more benefits to the environment, the economy, countless species of woodland flora and fauna, the many thousands of people who work in the forestry and associated sectors, millions of people that enjoy visiting them and not least to the very nature of our countryside.
The St. Fulien Brewery is a Belgian brewery in Le Rois, Belgium, which was founded in 1873. The brewery, which makes Abbey-style beer, has been operated by the Fryatt family all this time, except for an 11-year hiatus that ended in 1998. Beers brewed by St. Fulien include a brown ale Brune, and a triple, the latter of which praised as one of the best triples available. A recent addition to their selection is a Saison, which has grown steadily to be up with the best. In 2016, the brewery launched an IPA called Belgian Coast Street. Fulien introduced a Christmas beer in 1969, which by 2013 accounted for 8% of their total production.
Levi Thompson, February 17, 1855 to April 14, 1938, was a farmer, lawyer, and political figure in Saskatchewan, Canada. He represented Qu'Appelle in the House of Commons of Canada from 1911 to 1921 as a Liberal and then Unionist member. He was born in Erin Township, Canada West, the son of John Thompson, a native of Scotland, and Sarah Macmillan. He began the study of law in Toronto but then moved west in 1882, settling on a farm in Wolseley. In 1884, he married Mabel Maud Purley, the daughter of William Del Purley. Thompson completed his legal studies in Regina in 1894 and practiced law in Wolseley. He served as Crown Prosecutor from 1897 to 1904, resigning to run unsuccessfully for a seat in the House of Commons. Thompson was an unsuccessful candidate for a seat in the Saskatchewan Assembly in 1905. In 1913, he was named King's Counsel. He served on the council for Wolseley from 1889 to 1903 and was mayor in 1904. Thompson also served on the Board of Governors for the University of Saskatchewan. He died in Wolseley at the age of 83.
Princess Amalia of Hesse-Darmstadt, the 20th of June 1754 to the 21st of June 1832, was a hereditary princess of Baden by marriage to Charles Louis, hereditary prince of Baden. She was the daughter of Ludwig IX, Landgrave of Hesse-Darmstadt and Henriette Caroline of Palatine-Zweibrücken.
National Route 210 is a national highway of Japan connecting Kurume, Fukuoka and Oita in Japan, with a total length of 136.2 kilometers (84.63 miles).
David Rebillard (1952–1988) was a British poet and contemporary artist.
Celebaire is a reality TV series in which 11 celebrities perform the duties of cabin crew and check-in attendants. The series was presented by Angelica Bell and aired on ITV2 from the 2nd of September 2008 until the 23rd of October 2008, when Lisa Mafia was declared the winner. For the show, Monarch Airlines repainted one of its Airbus A321 aircraft, registration GOZBI, with the Celebaire logo along with a new tailfin design. The aircraft was used for the majority of Celebaire flights, although the celebrities additionally worked on normal Monarch-branded aircraft. Celebaire activity took place on Monarch flights which were already part of the summer schedule, with the rear of the aircraft allocated as the Celebaire cabin with the celebrities working from the rear galley along with their mentors. Before any of the celebrities were allowed to start their new jobs, they undertook a 6-week training program run by Monarch and were required to adhere to Monarch's standards whilst working for Celebaire. The series is set in London Gatwick Airport and, in the finale, the private jet took off and landed at London Stansted Airport. There are 7 destinations that Celebaire flew to, those being Tenerife South Airport, Faro Airport, Malaga Airport, Ibiza Airport, Mayan Airport, Larnaca International Airport and Alicante Airport.
Al-Shamiya Arabic, is a town in northwestern Syria, administratively part of the Latakia Governorate, located north of Latakia. Nearby localities include Burj Islam to the north, Burj al-Qasab and Kursana to the south. According to the Syria Central Bureau of Statistics, Al-Shamiya had a population of 2,982 in the 2004 census. Its inhabitants are predominantly Alawites.
El Serrat, Catalan pronunciation, Els Rat, is a mountain village in the parish of Ordino, Andorra. It is at an elevation of 1,540 meters, 5,100 feet. It is a popular destination for skiers.
The RMIT Redbacks are the semi-professional university sports team collective of the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology (RMIT). It is managed by the Campus Union RMIT Link. The teams compete at a regional level in the Southern University Games and at a national level in the Australian University Games. It was crowned overall champion at the Southern University Games in 2008 and 2012. Members of the Redbacks have also competed at an international level at Universiade, and various other international competitions.
HMS Gurkha was a tribal-class destroyer built in 1907 for the Royal Navy. She served as part of the Dover Patrol during the First World War, playing a part in the sinking of the German submarine U-8 in 1915, and was sunk by a German mine in 1917. Antoine Vérard, active 1485–1512, was a late 15th century and early 16th century French publisher, bookmaker and bookseller.
Golf is a lawn game that is a cross between table shuffleboard and golf. Players take turns putting golf balls into scoring zones printed on a putting green.
Alistair Brindle, the 26th of April 1939, was an English professional rugby league player who played in the 1950s and 1960s for his hometown team for Warrington, Heritage number 586.
The Pongo River or Rio Pongo is a river that flows into the Atlantic Ocean near Baffa, Guinea. Its source is located in Fouta Djallon. The surrounding area has also been known as Pongoland or Bongo Country. The estuary has been designated as a Ramsar site since 1992.
The Kolsky basic model and modified model for attenuation and dispersion is the mathematical Q models that is most used in seismic applications. The basic Kolsky model is used for its simplicity in seismic data processing, however it does not rigorously satisfy the minimum phase criterion and cannot satisfy the Kramers-Kronig relations. But then the Kolsky's modified model comes to our rescue, producing an accurate representation of the velocity dispersion within the seismic frequency band. The basic Kolsky model is presented in Kolsky's book Stress Waves in Solids that are available as a Google book, Stress Waves in Solids, 1963 edition. Kolsky's modified model is presented in Wang's book Seismic Inverse Q Filtering. This book is also available as a Google book, Seismic Inverse Q Filtering, 2008.
The Royal Irish Academy (RIA, Irish, Academ Riaga na Éireann), based in Dublin, is an all-Ireland, independent academic body that promotes study and excellence in the sciences, humanities and social sciences. It is one of Ireland's premier learned societies and cultural institutions. As of 2019, the RIA has around 600 members, regular members being Irish residents elected in recognition of their academic achievements, and honorary members similarly qualified but based abroad. A small number of members are elected in recognition of non-academic contributions to society. The Academy was established in 1785 and granted a royal charter in 1786. Until the late 19th century, the Royal Irish Academy was also the owner of the main national collection of Irish antiquities. It presented its collection of archaeological artifacts and similar items, which included such famous pieces as the Tara brooch, the Cross of Cong and the Ardagh chalice to what is now the National Museum of Ireland, but retains its very significant collection of manuscripts including the famous Catholic of Columcille, the Labor na Huidra c. 1100, the later medieval Lever Brack, the Book of Ballymote, and the Annals of the Four Masters. Koan Tati, Persian, is a village in Ijrud-e-Pain Rural District, Halab District, Ijrud County, Zanjan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 132, in 57 families. People of Koan speak Tati language. Tati is Old Language of Azerbaijan.
Beckenham Railway Station is a railway station on the Transperth network. It is located on the Armadale Line, 13.8 kilometers from Perth Station, serving the suburb of Beckenham.
Conan the Destroyer is a 1984 American sword and sorcery film directed by Richard Fleischer, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Mako Iwamatsu reprising their roles as Conan and Akiro the Wizard, respectively. The cast also includes Grace Jones, Wilt Chamberlain, Tracy Walter, and Olivia d'Abo. It is the sequel to Conan the Barbarian. The film grossed $31 million in the U.S.
Kamal Khalil Arabic, IPA, KHMHLX Ashley L is an Egyptian engineer and labor activist. He is a leading member of the Revolutionary Socialists, a representative of the Workers' Democratic Party and the founder and director of the Center for Socialist Studies in Cairo. He is a critic of the Social Democrats, youth parties and the Muslim Brotherhood in the post-Mubarak Egypt. He advocates more workers' unity, particularly in regions such as El Mahella El Kubra, which has in the past been a center of industrial struggle by textile workers. Khalil has said Egypt's workers must create independent trade unions and a political party to represent them. No party will represent the workers other than the Workers' Party itself. Prior to the Egyptian Revolution of 2011, Khalil had been arrested many times. In 2003, he was arrested by the State Security Investigations Service (SSI) and placed in solitary confinement for his role in the anti-war movement, causing the Stop the War coalition in Britain to demonstrate outside the Egyptian embassy in London.
Candy 66 is an alternative metal band from Venezuela formed in Caracas in 1998. This band's breakthrough across the country began in 2000 when they won the first place at the Festival Nuevas Bandas, a musical contest that features newborn bands of different genres from all over the country. They have quoted many bands as their influences, such as Black Sabbath, Faith No More, Pantera, Nirvana, among others. The band have released 4 studio albums, P.O.P. Para Otras Personas for Other People, in English translation in 2001, A+ in 2003, Evolution released in 2009 and Nueva Guerra New War, in English translation in 2013. They also released a live album 5 Mundos 5 Worlds in 2004. Currently they are planning to release a new album in 2016 featuring their last single Sombras en el Sol released in June 2015 along with its official video clip.
Chenar Bon Persian, also romanized as Chenar Bon, also known as Shinar Bend and Chenar Bon-e-Ur Mahalla, is a village in Laliabad Rural District, Laliabad District, Babel County, Mazandaran Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 562, in 147 families.
Venus impudique, also known as Venus impudica and Venus de Vibrae, is the first Paleolithic sculptural representation of a woman discovered in modern times. It was found by Paul Hérault, 8th Marquis de Vibray in about 1864 by at the famous archaeological site of La Jarry-Bosse in the Vézère Valley, one of the many important Stone Age sites in and around the commune of Les Izes de Taillac-sur-Roye in Dordogne, southwestern France. The Magdalenian Venus from La Jarry-Bosse is headless, footless, armless but with a strongly incised vaginal opening. De Vibray named it La Venus impudique or Venus impudica, a modest Venus, contrasting it to the Venus pudica, a class of Roman sculptures depicting the goddess Venus covering her naked pubis with her right hand, and her breasts with the other. It is from this name that we get the term Venus figurines, commonly used for Stone Age sculptures of this kind.
Meshinia triloses is a species of snout moth in the genus Meshinia. It was described by Harrison Gray Dyer Jr. in 1914. It is found in Panama.
Excited is the fourth and final single to be lifted from M People's first album Northern Soul 1991. It was written by Mike Pickering and Paul Hurd. The song peaked at number 29 on the UK singles chart.
The 905 Derby is a soccer rivalry between Canadian Premier League clubs, Forge FC and York 9 FC, both based in southern Ontario. The rivalry gets the 905 nickname from the 905 area code, which encompasses both Hamilton and York region. Forge and York 9 are the only Ontario-based teams in the league and are the two closest in proximity, with less than 65 kilometres 40 miles separating their home stadiums.
The South Devon Railway 2-4-0 locomotives were small 2-4-0T broad-gauge locomotives operated on the South Devon Railway, mainly on its branch lines such as that to Ashburton. On 1 February 1876 the South Devon Railway was amalgamated with the Great Western Railway. The locomotives were given numbers by their new owners but continued to carry their names too.
Endel Ruberg, the 21st of May 1917 to the 29th of December 1989, was an Estonian-Canadian artist, naturalist, and humanitarian. He is best known for his leather and watercolor artwork as well as his volunteer work with children.
Vratko Nemanjić, Serbian Cyrillic, Vratko Nemanjić pronounced Ratko Neme, FL, 1325–1355, was a Serbian warrior and hero character known as Jug Bogdan, Jug Bogdan pronounced Juboda in Serbian epic poetry.
Starozagorski Bani, Bulgarian, Starozagorski Bani literally translated as Stara Zagora Baths, sometimes referred to as Stara Zagora Spa, is a village and a mineral spring spa resort in central Bulgaria. It is located 15 kilometers 9 miles northwest of Stara Zagora, in the Sredna Gora mountain.
The Wardle Canal is the shortest canal in the UK at 154 feet 47 meters. The canal lies in Middlewich, Cheshire, UK, and connects the Trent and Mersey Canal to the Middlewich branch of the Shropshire Union Canal, terminating with a single lock known as Wardle Lock. It was built in 1829 so that the Navigation Authority of the Trent and Mersey Canal could maintain control over the junction.
The Cumberland Narrows, or simply the Narrows, is a water gap in western Maryland in the United States, just west of Cumberland. Wills Creek cuts through the central ridge of the Wills Mountain anticline at a low elevation here between Wills Mountain to the north and Haystack Mountain to the south. Cliffs and talus of the two mountains Tuscarora quartzite caprock are prominent within the Narrows. A prominent rocky outcropping at the south end of Wills Mountain in the Cumberland Narrows is known as Lover's Leap. The geological features of the Narrows provide Cumberland a western backdrop of the two mountains with a narrow gap between them.
The station master, or station master, is the person in charge of a railway station, particularly in the United Kingdom and many other countries outside North America. In the United Kingdom, where the term originated, it is now largely historical or colloquial, with the contemporary term being station manager. However, the term station master remains current on many heritage railways, and also in many countries outside the United Kingdom, notably the extensive Indian Railways network. Historically a male occupation, women were sometimes appointed to the position, and the gender variation station mistress was sometimes employed in such cases. In the United States, the role is commonly termed station agent.
Jacques-Étienne Victor Arago, the 6th of March 1790 to the 27th of November 1855, was a French writer, artist and explorer, author of A Voyage Round the World.
The Class 316 was a proposed type of electric multiple unit intended for use on planned urban rail services in Greater Manchester. Intended as part of the family of emus descended from the prototype PEP stock, the class was never proceeded with as the planned services for which it was to be built were cancelled.
Stu Nairn, born 5 September 1931, is a New Zealand former sports shooter. He competed in the 50 meters rifle, prone event at the 1968 Summer Olympics.
The Happiest Girl in the Whole USA is the debut studio album by American country artist Donna Fargo. The album was released in May 1972 on Dot Records and was produced by Fargo's husband and manager Stan Silver. The album's title track became Fargo's first major hit and a crossover country pop hit, reaching #1 on the Billboard Country Chart and the top 20 on the Billboard Hot 100. The second single, entitled Funny Face, had similar success the same year. The Happiest Girl in the Whole USA is Donna Fargo's highest-selling album in the United States.
Greyfriars Bobby is a 1961 Walt Disney Productions feature film starring Donald Crisp and Lawrence Naismith in a story about two Scottish men who compete for the affection of a Skye Terrier named Bobby. The screenplay by Robert Westerby was based upon the 1912 novel Greyfriars Bobby by Eleanor Atkinson, which was based, in turn, upon an incident in 19th-century Edinburgh involving a dog that came to be known as Greyfriars Bobby. It was the second film based upon Atkinson's novel, the first being Challenge to Lassie, in which Crisp also starred. The film was directed by Don Chaffee and shot at Shepperton Studios and on location in Scotland. The film has been released to DVD.
Francesco Filippini, the 18th of September 1853 to the 6th of March 1895, was an Italian painter from Lombardy. He was much influenced by Tranquillo Cremona.
A Mother's Heart, Russian, Serdsy Materi romanized, Serdsy Materi, is a 1965 Soviet biopic film directed by Mark Donskoy. Donskoy was awarded USSR State Prize for the film in 1968.
Garadunia latana is a moth of the family Arabidae first described by Francis Walker in 1863. It is found in Sri Lanka.
Primasheet is a rubberized sheet explosive material similar to datasheet. Manufactured by Ensign Bickford Aerospace and Defense Company. Primasheet comes in two varieties. Primasheet 1000 is PETN based and Primasheet 2000 is RDX based. Both are waterproof and are supplied in continuous rolls.
Monopoly Tycoon is a construction and management simulation PC game published in 2001. The player operates a business that owns stores and apartments in a city derived from the Monopoly board game. Instead of using dice, the game relies more on the speed and innovativeness of the players. In the standard mode, the user plays against the AI opponents. In the multiplayer version, players go against other online players in order to gain victory. There are various levels with varying difficulty. Some involve just financial prosperity of the businesses while others involve success in the political arena. But the primary objective of most levels is to accumulate the most wealth in the given time.
Alan Clark, born 5 March 1952 in Durham, is an English musician who was the first and main keyboardist and co-producer of the rock band Dire Straits. In 2018, Clark was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a member of Dire Straits.
Black Tape for a Blue Girl, often stylized as Black Tape for a Blue Girl, is an American dark wave band formed in 1986 by Project Records founder Sam Rosenthal. Their music takes on elements of dark wave, ethereal, ambient, neoclassical, and dark cabaret music. Director David Lynch is one of their more well-known fans. Their 12th album, To Touch the Milky Way, was released on October 26, 2018 on Project Records.
Colton James Colt Brennan, born August 16, 1983, is a former American professional football quarterback. He was drafted by the Washington Redskins in the sixth round of the 2008 NFL Draft, but was released 2 years later. He played college football for the University of Hawaii Warriors. He holds the NCAA Division I record for most touchdown passes in a single season with 58. He holds several other NCAA Division I FBS records. Blue is the fourth studio album by Canadian singer-songwriter Joni Mitchell. Exploring the various facets of relationships from infatuation on A Case of You to insecurity on This Flight Tonight, the songs feature simple accompaniments on piano, guitar and Appalachian dulcimer. The album peaked at number 3 on the UK Albums Chart, number 9 on the Canadian RPM Albums Chart and number 15 on the Billboard 200. Today, Blue is generally regarded by music critics as one of the greatest albums of all time. The way Mitchell's songwriting, compositions and voice all work together are frequent areas of praise. In January 2000, The New York Times chose Blue as one of the 25 albums that represented turning points and pinnacles in 20th-century popular music. In 2012, Blue was rated the 30th best album ever made in Rolling Stone's list of the 500 greatest albums of all time, the highest entry by a female artist. It was also voted number 24 in Colin Larkin's all-time top 1,000 albums 3rd edition 2000. In July 2017, Blue was chosen by NPR as the greatest album of all time made by a woman.
The Cerro del Cubilete, in English, Dice Cup Hill, is a 2,700 meters (8,900 feet) mountain in Silao Municipality in Guanajuato, Mexico.
Walter Hyde, the 6th of February 1875 to the 11th of November 1951, was a British tenor, actor and teacher of voice whose career spanned genres from musical theatre to grand opera. In 1901 he sang Borachio in the premiere of Stanford's Much Ado About Nothing and soon appeared in London's West End in light opera and Edwardian musical comedy. He appeared regularly at the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden between 1908 and 1924, becoming known for roles in Wagner operas, among others, both in Britain and America. He was also in demand as a concert artist. In his later years he was professor of voice at the Guildhall School of Music where his students included Geraint Evans and Owen Brannigan.
Nerium oleander is a shrub or small tree in the dogbane family Opossinaceae, toxic in all its parts. It is the only species currently classified in the genus Nerium. It is most commonly known as Nerium or oleander, from its superficial resemblance to the unrelated Olivolea. It is so widely cultivated that no precise region of origin has been identified, though Southwest Asia has been suggested. The ancient city of Volubilis in Morocco may have taken its name from the Berber name Alili or Walilt for the flower. Oleander is one of the most poisonous commonly grown garden plants. Bridging the Gap, the second single from Nas Street's Disciple, features his father, Olu Dara, and samples music from Muddy Waters' Manish Boy composition. Olu Dara provides the hook of the song by talking about his path and how Nas was born. Nas and Olu Dara performed the song many times before the release of Street's Disciple, generating buzz as the release of the album drew near. The song is referenced in the title track of the game's song, The Documentary, when he says, "Now I understand why Nas did a song with his pops." The song was featured in the film A Prophet, directed by Jacques Audiard.
Reese House is a historic home located at Hendersonville, Henderson County, North Carolina. It was built about 1885, and is a two-story, T-shaped Queen Anne-style frame dwelling. It is sheathed in weatherboard and has a one-story rear L. It features a single projecting bay and an ornate wraparound porch. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1995.
Quarles & Brady LLP is a U.S. law firm with 11 offices nationwide. According to the National Law Journal's 2012 rankings, it is the 107th largest law firm in the United States, and the second largest firm in the state of Wisconsin after Foley & Lardner. The firm also ranked 184th in profit per attorney on the 2010 AmLaw 200 survey. Marco Marzoli (1602), the 26th of January 1662, was an Italian priest and Baroque music composer.
Riparo Beach is a sandy stretch on the west coast of Northland, New Zealand, extending from Pouto Peninsula in the south to Manganui Bluff in the north. At 66 miles (107 kilometers) long, it is the longest drivable beach in New Zealand, longer than the more famous, but erroneously named 90-mile beach further north. It is straight, and backed by high sand dunes for most of this length. The beach incorporates the coastal settlements of Bailey's Beach, Glinks Gully and Omamuri. This beach is home of the famous local shellfish delicacy called the tohiroa. Overexploitation in the 1950s and 1960s caused the population of the shellfish to decline enough that public gathering of the shellfish is now prohibited. It is the site of numerous shipwrecks, with 113 recorded between 1839 and 1994. Exchange Peak is, after Sandstone Peak and with Tri Peaks, one of the highest points in the Santa Monica Mountains with an elevation of 2,953 feet 900 meters.
Lausos or Lausos c. 400 AD. c. 450 AD was a eunuch of the court of Theodosius II, famous for acquiring a palace and a large collection of art and sculptures. He also served as imperial chamberlain Praepositus Sacri Cubiculi between 420 and 422 AD. One of the oldest historical accounts of the Christian Church, the Historia Lausiaca, was dedicated to him. The Palace of Lausos, destroyed in a fire in 475, was supplied by the now preserved Binberduruk cistern in Istanbul.
André Glatigny, born 8 June 1915, date of death unknown, was a French middle-distance runner. He competed in the men's 1,500 meters at the 1936 Summer Olympics.
Eglinton Railway Station is a proposed station on the Joondalup line in Perth, Western Australia. It is part of the Metronet project. Construction of the station is expected to start in 2019, with expected completion in 2021. Eglinton Station will include a weather-protected bus interchange with 8 stands, approximately 400 parking bays which can be expanded to 1,000, and 14 motorbike bays. The station will also contain 2 bike shelters and 10 U-rails. The station will be situated south of Piccadilly Road and east of Marmion Avenue and will be accessed off a purpose-built street, as part of the Eglinton Estates development. The station will also be situated in a cutting with at least 50% coverage, similar to Joondalup Station, and will be accessed via a station building at ground level. Approximately 4,792 daily boardings are predicted at Eglinton Railway Station in 2031. Services to Perth and Yanchep will be provided by Transperth trains.
Franz Xaver Andreas Petter, the 23rd of October 1791 to the 11th of May 1866, was an Austrian artist. Petter was born in Lichtental. His father was a painter of porcelain, and it was intended that he should follow in the same profession, but Petter developed an interest in oil painting. He studied under Johann Baptist Drechsler at the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna. Franz Xaver Petter was one of the most important still-life artists of the Biedermeier period in Vienna. He specialized in floral arrangements, and later arrangements of fruit, and landscapes with flowers, continuing the Dutch Golden Age flower still life depicting traditions. Petter's pictures were very popular with the Austrian nobility. Petter married Catherine Hambach (1793–1858). They had 2 sons, Theodor, who became an artist, and Gustav, a musician. Franz Xaver Petter died in May 1866 in Vienna.
RAF Horsham Street Faith is a former Royal Air Force station near Norwich, Norfolk, England which was operational from 1939 to 1963. It was then developed as Norwich International Airport.
Baby's Got a Temper is a song by English electronica group The Prodigy, released as a non-album single in July 2002 by record labels XL and Maverick. It was the band's first single in 5 years after 1997's Smack My Bitch Up, and was also their first release after dancer Leroy Thornhill left the band in 2000. The single, as well as the accompanying music video, was controversial, and was met with a negative response from critics. The song's lyrics, written by Keith Flint, were criticized in particular for heavily playing upon the misuse of the date rape drug Rohypnol. Liam Howlett later disowned the single. Despite this criticism, the song was a top 5 hit on the Canadian Singles Chart and UK Singles Chart. Edmund George Lind, June 18, 1829 – 1909, was an English-born American architect, active in Baltimore, Atlanta, and the American South.
The P&M GT 450 is a British two-seat flexwing ultralight trike built by P&M Aviation of Manton, Marlborough, Wiltshire. Westward Plateau Golf and Country Club, located in the Canadian city of Coquitlam, British Columbia, comprises 2 golf courses set into the hillside of Eagle Mountain. Gabriel Edwardi Sargsyan, Armenian, Gabriel Edwardi Sargsyan, Gabriel Edwardi Sargsyan, born 3 September 1983, is an Armenian chess grandmaster. He was a member of the gold medal-winning Armenian team at the Chess Olympiads in 2006, 2008 and 2012 and at the World Team Chess Championship in 2011. Sargsyan was awarded the Movses Korenatsi Medal in June 2006 and awarded the Honored Master of Sport of the Republic of Armenia title in 2009.
Prakash Bair is an Indian theatre and film actor focusing on Malayalam, English and other South Indian language productions. Starting with the 2010 Malayalam film Sufi Paranja Katha, Prakash has acted in more than 30 films directed by some of the most eminent filmmakers. He is now a live presence in South Indian art house movies and theatre scene. Prakash is also a technologist and entrepreneur focusing on content production and media-related tech solutions.
The Kaiser Fraser Corporation (1947–1951) as Kaiser Fraser was the result of a partnership between automobile executive Joseph W. Fraser and industrialist Henry J. Kaiser. In 1947, the company acquired the automotive assets of Graham Page, of which Fraser had become president near the end of World War II. Kaiser Fraser was the only new U.S. automaker to achieve success after World War II, if only for a few years. When Fraser left in 1951, the company renamed itself the Kaiser Motors Corporation and continued until 1955.
Troon is a station on the Reichenau-Tammans-Disentis-Mustang Railway.
Meisho Samson, Japanese, Meishouzamasen, March 7, 2003, is a Japanese racehorse which won the Tokyo Yushin and Satsuki Show in 2006, and the Tenno Show, Spring and Autumn, in 2007.
The Siege of Cambrai took place from 20 March to 19 April 1677 during the 1672–1678 Franco-Dutch War, then part of the Spanish Netherlands. It was invested by a French army under the Duc de Luxembourg. Siege operations were supervised by the military engineer Vauban. Louis XIV was present and nominally in command, but he played little part in operations. An attempt by a combined Dutch-Spanish force under William of Orange to relieve the nearby town of Saint-Omer was defeated by Luxembourg at Cassel on the 11th of April. Cambrai surrendered on the 19th of April and was ceded to France by Spain in the September 1678 Treaty of Nijmegen.
About Last Night, styled as About Last Night, is a 1986 American romantic comedy drama film directed by Edward Zwick, and starring Rob Lowe and Demi Moore as Chicago yuppies who enter a committed relationship for the first time. The screenplay by Tim Kazurinsky and Denise DeClue is based on the 1974 David Mamet play Sexual Perversity in Chicago. The film received positive reviews. It was remade as the 2014 About Last Night without the ellipsis.
Nitakiba, or Nitaqibe, Jure, Nitakibe, also called Teshmi in Tigrinya, is a seasoned, clarified butter used in Eritrean and Ethiopian cuisine. Its preparation is similar to that of ghee, but nitakiba is simmered with spices such as basobala, known as Ethiopian sacred basil, kozare, fenugreek, cumin, coriander, turmeric, cardamom, cinnamon, or nutmeg before straining, imparting a distinct, spicy aroma. The version using vegetable oil instead of butter is called yekimim zayet.
Arild Ostbo, born 19 April 1991, is a Norwegian footballer who plays as a goalkeeper for Rosenborg.
Holden's railway station was located on the Grange Line in the western Adelaide suburb of Woodville. It was located 7.8 kilometres from Adelaide Station. Its position was adjacent to the SA Manufacturing Park, which was previously owned by Holden.
The Battle of Radcot Bridge was fought on 19 December 1387 in medieval England between troops loyal to Richard II, led by court favourite Robert de Vere, and an army captained by Henry Bolingbroke, Earl of Derby. It took place at Radcot Bridge, a bridge over the River Thames now in Oxfordshire but then the boundary between Oxfordshire and Berkshire.
Incongruent melting occurs when a solid substance does not melt uniformly. During melting, a new solid, of different composition, forms. For example, melting of orthoclase Cal C308 produces lucite Cal C206 in addition to a melt. The melt produced is rich in silica silicon oxide so that the proportions of lucite and melt created can be recombined to yield the bulk composition of the starting feldspar. Another mineral that melts incongruently is enstatite, magnesium silicide O6, which produces forsterite, magnesium silicate, in addition to a melt, if melting at low pressure. Enstatite melts congruently between pressures of 2.5 and 5.5 kilobars.
Hoanghoninai is a subfamily of adapiform primate that lived in Asia during the Middle to Late Eocene.
Nut Tree Airport ICAO, KVCB, FAA Lid, VCB, formerly O45, is a county-owned public-use airport located 2 nautical miles (3.7 kilometers) northeast of the Central Business District of Vacaville, in Solano County, California, United States. The airport is near the junction of Interstates 80 and 505. It is adjacent to the Nut Tree Retail, Commercial Development, which replaced a historic US 40 highway stop from which both derived their name.
Generation Nothing is the 10th studio album from American heavy metal band Metal Church. The album is their first after their late 2012 reunion, and their fourth and last to feature vocalist Ronnie Monroe. On July 12, 2013, the album title was revealed.
Check This Out as a live album by organist Jack McDuff, recorded in Berkeley, California in 1972 and released on the Cadet label.
The National Lottery Community Fund, legally named the Big Lottery Fund, is a non-departmental public body responsible for distributing funds raised by the National Lottery for good causes. Since 2004, it has awarded over £6 billion to more than 130,000 projects in the UK. The Community Fund aims to support projects which help communities and people it considers most in need. Over 80% of its funds go to voluntary and community organizations. It also makes grants to statutory bodies, local authorities, and social enterprises. The fund makes grants to projects working in health, education, and the environment and the charitable sector. It funds projects in line with objectives set by the government but does not fund services which other parts of government have a statutory responsibility to deliver. Peter the Byzantine FL, 1770–1808, also known as Petros Byzantios Greek, Petros Byzantios and the Fugitive, was a pupil of Peter the Peloponnesian. He served the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople as Domestikos c. 1771–1789, Lambadarios 1789–1800, and Archcantor 1800–1805.
Hradec is a village and municipality Obek in Znojmo district in the South Moravian region of the Czech Republic. The municipality covers an area of 21.68 square kilometers, 8.37 square miles, and has a population of 929 as at the 2nd of October 2006. Hradec lies approximately 20 kilometers, 12 miles southeast of Znojmo, 54 kilometers, 34 miles southwest of Brno, and 199 kilometers, 124 miles southeast of Prague.
Sir Joshua Walmsley (1794–1871) was an English businessman and Liberal Party politician.
Dejan Radonjic, born the 23rd of July 1990, is a Croatian professional footballer who plays as a forward in Russia for Krylia Sovetov Samara.
Signs of the Times is a monthly subscription magazine published by Signs Publishing Company, a Seventh-day Adventist publishing house, for Australia and New Zealand. Signs is an easy-to-read magazine for the general public focused on understanding current issues from a biblical point of view as well as promoting a holistic and healthy Adventist lifestyle. Signs is related to the North American magazine of the same title, which is published by Pacific Press.
A hip spica cast is a sort of orthopedic cast used to immobilize the hip or thigh. It is used to facilitate healing of injured hip joints or of fractured femurs. A hip spica includes the trunk of the body and one or both legs. A hip spica which covers only one leg to the ankle or foot may be referred to as a single hip spica, while one which covers both legs is called a double hip spica. A 1.5 hip spica encases one leg to the ankle or foot and the other to just above the knee. The extent to which the hip spica covers the trunk depends greatly on the injury and the surgeon. The spica may extend only to the navel, allowing mobility of the spine and the possibility of walking with the aid of crutches, or may extend to the rib cage or even to the armpits in some rare cases. Hip spicas were formerly common in reducing femoral fractures, but today are rarely used except for congenital hip dislocations, and then mostly while the child is still an infant. In some cases, a hip spica may only extend down one or more legs to above the knee. Such casts, called pantaloon casts, are occasionally seen to immobilize an injured lumbar spine or pelvis, in which case the trunk portion of the cast usually extends to the armpits.
Pease Dean is a nature reserve at Pease Bay, in the Scottish Borders area of Scotland, near the Anglo-Scottish border and Cockburnspath, Cove, and Dunglass. OS 67 NT 794707. The reserve is managed by the Scottish Wildlife Trust and has two parts, Pease Burn and Tower Burn. Pease Burn is open grassland, with gorse and alder. Tower Burn consists of mixed woodland.
Louis-Joseph Amédée Papineau, or Amédée Papineau (1819–1903), was a writer and Quebecois patriot, and present at the meeting at which the Société des Fils de la Liberté was founded. He was the eldest son of Louis-Joseph Papineau, a leader in the rebellion of 1837 in Lower Canada, and was involved in the rebellion himself. His father was forced to flee, and Amédée followed him to Saratoga Springs, New York. Between 1837 and 1842, he drew up the first 4 books of his personal journal as Journal d'un Fils de la Liberté, in which he chronicled the events of the 1837 rebellion and his life in exile. 1. In 1846, Amédée married Mary Eleanor Westcott in Saratoga Springs. After her death in 1890, he converted from Catholicism to Presbyterianism, and in 1896 married Martha Jane Iona Curran. She was 25. Both marriages produced children. He is the grandfather of Major Talbot Mercer Papineau and the uncle of the journalist Henry Bourassa, the founder of the newspaper Le Devoir.
Hydrazine sulfate, more properly hydrazonium hydrogen sulfate, is a salt of the cation hydrazinium and the anion bisulfate hydrogen sulfate, with the formula N2H plus 5 HSO-4 or N2H6SO4. It is a white, water-soluble solid at room temperature. Hydrazine sulfate has a number of uses in chemical laboratories and in the chemical industry, including analytical chemistry and the synthesis of organic compounds. In those uses it is usually preferred to pure hydrazine, because it is not volatile and is less susceptible to atmospheric oxidation on storage.
The Palazzo Venezia, Italian, Palazzo Venezia, formerly Palace of St. Mark, is a palazzo palace in central Rome, Italy, just north of the Capitoline Hill. The original structure of this great architectural complex consisted of a modest medieval house intended as the residence of the cardinals appointed to the Church of San Marco. In 1469 it became a residential papal palace, having undergone a massive extension, and in 1564, Pope Pius IV, to win the sympathies of the Republic of Venice, gave the mansion to the Venetian embassy to Rome on the terms that part of the building would be kept as a residence for the cardinals, the apartment Cibo, and that the Republic would provide for the building's maintenance and future restoration. The palace faces Piazza Venezia and Via del Plebiscito. It currently houses the National Museum of the Palazzo Venezia.
Céline sur les Plaines is the 9th home video by Canadian singer Celine Dion, released on DVD in Canada by Productions J on the 11th of November 2008. Entitled Live à Québec, it was also issued in France, Belgium and Switzerland by TF1 Video on the 20th of May 2009. The DVD includes Dion's historic concert in Quebec City in front of 250,000 spectators, which took place on the Plains of Abraham on the 22nd of August 2008 in celebration of the city's 400th anniversary. The release was commercially successful, reaching number 1 on the charts in Canada, France and Belgium, and number 2 in Switzerland. In 2009, Céline sur les Plaines received a Felix Award for the DVD of the year.
Hyena Road is a 2015 Canadian war drama film written, directed by and starring Paul Gross. It was shown in the Gala Presentations section of the 2015 Toronto International Film Festival. The film was shown on 24 September 2015, at the Calgary Film Festival, before a general release on 9 October. It won 3 Canadian Screen Awards. Hofdís Huldrostadóttir, born the 22nd of May 1979, known simply as Hofdís Huld, is an Icelandic singer and actress. She began her musical career as a member of the electronic band Gusgus in 1995 and left the group in 1999. Hofdís made her solo debut with her 2006 album Dirty Paper Cup.
Wonderland is a song by English recording artist Natalia Kills from her debut studio album, Perfectionist 2011. Written by Kills, Michael Warren and Theron Feemster, and produced by Feemster, the song was released digitally in the United States and Europe as the album's second single on 12 April 2011. It was featured in the 2011 romantic fantasy film Beastly.
Critornis is a pterosaur genus from the late Cretaceous period Turonian of the Czech Republic, dating to about 92 million years ago. It contains the single species Critornis halavachi.
The 2015 NCAA Division II football season, part of college football in the United States organized by the National Collegiate Athletic Association at the Division II level, began on September 4, 2015 and ended with the NCAA Division II football championship on December 19, 2015 at Children's Mercy Park in Kansas City, Kansas. Northwest Missouri State won their second national title in 3 seasons and 5th overall.
Cuchillas del Toa English, Ridges of Toa is a biosphere reserve in Cuba. It is located in the eastern part of the country, mostly in the Guantanamo province and reaching to the north into the Holguín province. Most of the reserve is established in the drainage area of the Toa River, which flows for 118 kilometers (73 miles) to the Atlantic Ocean in Baracoa.
Gundari, Hungarian, Makfalva, Hungarian pronunciation, and KFLV, German, Eikeldorf, is a commune in Mureș County, Romania. It lies in the Secli land, an ethno-cultural region in eastern Transylvania.
Sithalapathy Motheraswara Temple Sithalapati Mudikavara Koil is a Hindu temple located at Sethalapathy in Tiruvara district, Tamil Nadu, India. The presiding deity is Shiva. He is called as Motheraswara. His consort is known as Porcodi Nayagi.
Margaret Paleologa, Italian, Margherita Paleologa, the 11th of August 1510 in Casale Monferrato, the 28th of December 1566 in Mantua, was an Italian ruler, ruling Marchioness of Montferrat in 1533 to 1536. She was also Duchess of Mantua by marriage to Federico II, Duke of Mantua. Margaret was the regent of Mantua as the guardian of her 2 sons from 1540 until 1556 in companionship with her brother-in-law.
Sven Clement, born the 19th of January 1989, is a Luxembourgish politician. He is the co-founder and president of the Pirate Party of Luxembourg, Piratepartij Letzeburg, which was founded on the 4th of October 2009. He studied business informatics at the Saarland University. He lives in Beggen and operates a digital communications consultancy together with a fellow member of the Pirate Party, Jerry Weyer. Cows on Hourglass Pond is the 3rd solo studio album by American musician Avi Tare. It was released on March 22, 2019, through Domino Recording Company. The album follows 2017's Eucalyptus and will be supported by a tour. Its announcement was accompanied by the release of the video for Saturdays Again, directed by Avi Tare's sister, Abby Portner.
Satzing is a village in the Saxon municipality of Marienburg, which is in the district of Erzgebirgskreis in the German Ore Mountains.
Prunella Mary Bryants née Chapman was founder of the National Childbirth Trust and a passionate campaigner to improve the health of women and their experience in childbirth. The NCT was founded in 1956 and is a prominent organization in the UK which provides ante- and postnatal support for parents. Her work changed the landscape of healthcare provision for maternal health. Bryants suffered 2 traumatic childbirth experiences and set about to change the situation for many women who followed. She advertised in the Times newspaper to find other mothers and supporters to found a new organization. The response was overwhelming and the organization grew steadily over the years with local and regional branches. Many of her most radical ideas at the time, such as having fathers present in labor wards, are now accepted as common practice. She died aged 91 in 2017. The archives of the NCT are held at the Wellcome Library in London.
The Police Band Service of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia is the official police band service of the Police of Russia, a directly reporting agency of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The PBS MIA RF serves as the primary ceremonial music component of the Russian police, which provides bands for each of the regional and city police departments that compose this institution, together with its educational and training establishments.
Mesocate undulata is a moss found in Australia and Lord Howe Island. Usually seen in moist sites on rocks or soil beside streams. Plants may be large, up to 5 centimeters long. The stems are usually not branched, red at the base and yellowish-green above. Leaves are large and spreading, rounded to blunt at the tips, 1.8 mm to 4.5 mm long. This plant first appeared in scientific literature in 1870, published in the Botanical Journal of the Linnean Society by the Swedish bryologist, Sextus Otto Lindberg.
Luis Gustavo Calix, born May 6, 1988, in Miami, Florida, is an American soccer player, currently playing for Parrillas 1 in the Honduran National League. He has been called one of Miami FC's youngest prospects from Kendall SC. In high school, Calix played for Gulliver Preparatory School.
Johan Moose Hedberg, born 5 May 1973, is a retired Swedish professional ice hockey goaltender. He is currently the goaltending coach and the assistant coach of the San Jose Sharks. Rokumaken is a 4-act costume drama by the Japanese writer Yukio Mishima. It was commissioned by the Bungakuza Group for its 20th anniversary, and its first run was from the 27th of November to the 9th of December 1956 at the Daiichi Seimei Hall, with Haruko Sugimura playing Asako and Nobuo Nakamura playing Kageyama. The text was published in the December 1956 issue of Bungakukai. The play was enormously successful, and toured the country. By many accounts, it was the most successful play by Mishima and has been revived on several occasions. An English translation by Hiroaki Sato was published in 2002. The play was adapted into different media. A film version, directed by Kan Ichikawa, appeared in 1986, and a TV version in 2008. An opera based on the play by Shinichiro Ikeba was premiered by the New National Theatre Tokyo in 2010.
The Fujiya Hotel Fushiwu Hoteru is a historic hotel in Miyanoshita in Hakone, Kanagawa, Japan.
Leah Sarah Betts, the 1st of November 1977 to the 16th of November 1995, was a schoolgirl from Latchington in Essex, England. She is notable for the extensive media coverage that followed her death shortly after her 18th birthday. On the 11th of November, she took an ecstasy (MDMA) tablet, and then drank approximately 7 liters of water in a 90-minute period. 4 hours later, she collapsed into a coma, from which she did not recover.
Adieu is a 15-song album released by Logan Lynn on September 23, 2016.
The Pentium M is a family of mobile 32-bit single-core x86 microprocessors with the modified Intel P6 microarchitecture introduced in March 2003 and forming a part of the Intel Carmel notebook platform under the then-new Centrino brand. The Pentium M processors had a maximum thermal design power (TDP) of 5 to 27 W depending on the model, and were intended for use in laptops, thus the M suffix standing for mobile. They evolved from the core of the last Pentium III branded CPU by adding the front-side bus (FSB) interface of Pentium 4, and improved instruction decoding and issuing front-end, improved branch prediction, SSE2 support, and a much larger cache. The first Pentium M branded CPU, codenamed Benias, was followed by Dothan. The Pentium M branded processors were succeeded by the Core branded dual-core mobile Jonas CPU with a modified microarchitecture. The 2015 Military World Games, officially known as the 6th CISM Military World Games, is hosted from October 2 to 11, 2015 in Mungyang, South Korea. The Games is the largest military sports event ever held in South Korea, with approximately 8,700 athletes from 110 countries competing in 24 sports. The Games were organized by the Ministry of National Defense Republic of Korea in accordance with CISM regulations and the rules of the international sports federations.
Alexis Antonio Mendoza Barrena, born November 8, 1961, is a retired Colombian footballer and the current manager of Categoría Primera A club Independiente Medellín. He was the assistant manager of Honduras national football team during the 2010 FIFA World Cup and of the Ecuador national football team during the 2014 FIFA World Cup. Mendoza was capped 67 times and scored 2 international goals for Colombia between 1987 and 1997.
Columbus is a railway station that serves Columbus, Wisconsin. The station is served by Amtrak, the national railroad passenger system, with daily service by the Empire Builder Line. This station and the Portage Station serve the Madison metropolitan area, with Columbus reckoned as the official stop for Madison proper.
Stromogenes metacytes is a species of ant that has a distinct diastema on the basal portion of the mandibles with 4 sharp teeth, and the species has small hairs. The species was described by Bolton in 2000.
Rear Admiral James Norman MacLeod is a senior Royal Navy officer.
Adam Gordon of Auchendown (1545–1580), Scottish knight, younger brother of the Earl of Huntly and military leader during the Marian Civil War on behalf of Mary, Queen of Scots in northwest Scotland. In Scottish ballad lore, Adam became known as Adam O'Gordon.
Indianapolis 500 Evolution is a racing game, developed by British studio Brain in a Jar Limited, based on the Indianapolis 500, an American championship car racing from 1961 to 1971. It is similar to Destiny's 2007 game Indianapolis 500 Legends. In the game, players take on the roles of various famous racers from that time period with 21 missions, photos, and movies, as well as competing on courses such as the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as well as the Milwaukee Mile, Trenton, Riverside, Hanford and Langhorne Speedway. Honey Creek is also included as the now-defunct inner road course of the Milwaukee Mile as well.
Sound of the Mountain, Shan no Yin Yama no Oto is a 1954 black-and-white Japanese film directed by Mikio Naruse starring Setsuko Hara, Tsuyama Miura, and Ken Uehara. In a film about social change, an elderly man whose daughter's marriage has failed is forced to watch his son's marriage falling apart before his eyes. It is based on the novel The Sound of the Mountain by Nobel Prize winner Yasunari Kawabata.
Harold Uhl, the 17th of March 1894 to the 17th of May 1980, was a Norwegian diplomat, ambassador and military officer.
O Julie C., also known as O Julie C. Na Julini, is a song by the Belgian six-piece band Ishtar. The swing-influenced song represented Belgium at the Eurovision Song Contest 2008 first semi-final in Belgrade, but missed out on qualification to the grand final. O Julie C. was released as a single on 14 March 2008, and the song entered the Belgian Ultratop at number 7. In its second week, O Julie C. topped the list. Ishtar's song was elected after they won the final of Eurosong 2008. Ishtar, until then an unknown band, defeated better-known artists, like pop singers Sandrine and Brahim. The other contestants in the final were rock group Paranoiacs and Nelson, who had written a ballad. Ishtar performed the song during the semi-finals on 20 May 2008 but did not qualify to the final. It is sung entirely in Ukrainian-influenced imaginary language.
Comanchero is a song by Raggio di Luna, Moon Ray. It was written by Italian record producer Aldo Martinelli and Simona Zanini and released as a single in 1984 on Discato SAS. It became a hit single in several European countries, reaching number 2 in Austria, number 3 in West Germany, number 4 in Switzerland, number 5 in France and number 17 in Italy. In 1997, the song was covered and released as a single by Robin Cook.
James Burns was a Glasgow-born merchant of the 17th century and the author of the Memoirs of the Civil War and During the Usurpation from 1644 to 1661. Little is known of his history, but he is supposed to be the son of Robert Burns, who is mentioned in Er's History of Glasgow, and whose name appears in the list of linen and woolen drapers, commonly called English merchants, since the year 1600. The manuscript of his memoirs is lost, but there is a transcript of them, which is evidently much mutilated, by George Crawford, a historian of Renfrewshire. The memoirs are filled with detailed accounts of the incidents which befell the nobility of Scotland during turbulent times.
Quality Hill, also known as the John Thompson Mason House, is a historic building, located at 3425 Prospect Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., in the Georgetown neighborhood.
The Talari Gorges or Gorges de Talari are a series of gorges on the Senegal River in Mali, between the towns of Bafoulabe upstream and Galougo downstream in the Kays region, at an altitude of about 75 meters or 249 feet above sea level. They are celebrated for their grandiose beauty. Downstream, to the north of the gorges, are the spectacular Gouina Falls. The gorges are made from red sandstone, which is approximately 600 million years old. They are about 100 meters (330 feet) wide and can be up to 30 meters (98 feet) deep.
Penstemon personatus is an uncommon species of penstemon known by the common name closethroat beardtongue.
The Shivauahamel First Nation or Shivauahamel Band is a band government of the Stowe, Low people located in the Upper Fraser Valley region near Hope, British Columbia, Canada. They are a member government of the Stowe, Low Tribal Council. Trode Wairu Welsh pronunciation, Tri-D, Ru, translation, Foot of the Slope is a village and community in the county borough of Merthyr Tydfil, Wales. The population of this community at the 2011 census was 5,296. The village is served by Trode Wairu railway station.
Bartley Green FC was an English football club originally based in Bartley Green, a residential suburban area of Birmingham, in the West Midlands. They folded near the end of the 2013-14 season with immediate effect.
W339 is a reserved constituency for female in the Provincial Assembly of Punjab.
John Grant Malcolmson, the 9th of February 1835 to the 14th of August 1902, was a Bengal Army officer and a Scottish recipient of the Victoria Cross, the highest award for gallantry in the face of the enemy that can be awarded to British and Commonwealth forces.
Emesopsis infenestra is a species of assassin bug.
Shinjuku Face, Shinsu Faisu Shinjuku Faisu is an event hall located on the 7th floor of the Humax Pavilion Shinjuku Complex, 120-1 Kabukicho, Tokyo, Japan. It mainly hosts mixed martial arts, boxing and professional wrestling events. Shinjuku Face has a capacity of approximately 600 people.
Kelso is a suburb in the city of Townsville, Queensland, Australia. In the 2016 census, Kelso had a population of 10,538 people.
The Ministry of Culture in Peru was created on 20 July 2010, by Law N 29565 in government of Alan Garcia. The inaugural minister was Juan Ocio Acuña after his appointment on 4 September 2010. The current minister is Luis Jaime Castillo Butters.
Cymatopus is a genus of fly in the family Dolichopodidae.
Butcher Babies is the first EP released by the American heavy metal band Butcher Babies. It was self-released on May 29, 2012. The EP was produced by Andrew Murdoch.
Lemon Ice was a German musical duo of mainly cover versions of songs. It was made up of singer Gino, real name Gunther Goebel, and rapper J. Lo. Both originated from Nuremberg.
Furman University is a private liberal arts university in Greenville, South Carolina. Founded in 1826 and named for the clergyman Richard Furman, Furman University is the oldest private institution of higher learning in South Carolina. It became a secular university in 1992, while keeping Christo et Doctrinae for Christ and Learning as its motto. It enrolls approximately 2,700 undergraduate students and 200 graduate students, representing 46 states and 53 foreign countries, on its 750-acre (304 hectares) campus.
Stenen Baak is a now deactivated lighthouse northeast of Oostvaarn, near to the town of Brielle, in the Dutch province of South Holland. In several nautical sources of the 19th century it is also referred to as Stone Beacon or Stone Baak. It protected the entrance to the Brielle harbour, a safe haven protecting ships from the tides and waters of the North Sea. The harbour is formed by the island of Vaughan Putton and the Brielle Mere and the rivers Outer Maas, Spui and Haringvliet. Brielle received city rights in 1306, developed the harbour during this time up until the fiefdom was added to Holland in 1371. The lighthouse itself was added in 1650. A fixed light during its time of operation, the lighthouse was visible in good weather up to a distance of 4 miles. It was deactivated in 1850.
Columbia Road is a street in Washington, D.C., that forks from Connecticut Avenue north of DuPont Circle, and branches north and east through 16th Street to the McMillan Reservoir. Along its route, it marks the southern border of the Kalorama Triangle neighborhood, the principal east-west passage through the Adams-Morgan neighborhood, and is one of the primary thoroughfares in the Columbia Heights neighborhood. In Adams-Morgan, it is bordered by a great deal of street-level retail, constituting, with 18th Street, the main commercial area within Adams-Morgan.
William Michael Hodgman AMQC, the 16th of November 1938 to the 19th of June 2013, was an Australian politician and lawyer. He was a member of the Liberal Party and served as Minister for the Capital Territory in the Fraser government from 1980 to 1983. He was active in both state and federal politics, serving in the Tasmanian Legislative Council 1966 to 1974, Australian House of Representatives 1975 to 1987, and Tasmanian House of Assembly 1992 to 1998, 2010 to 2010.
All Saints Episcopal Church is a historic church in Winter Park, Florida, United States. It is located at 338 East Lyman Avenue. On January 7, 2000, it was added to the U.S. National Register of Historic Places. It includes late Gothic Revival architecture designed by Ralph Adams Cram and by H.C. Cohn.
Shola Aya Shabnam English, Fire and Dew is a 1961 Bollywood romance film written and directed by Ramesh Saigal. It stars Dharmendra, Tala Mehta, Abhi Bhattacharya, Vijayalakshmi and M. Rajan in pivotal roles. It was one of the very early films of Dharmendra. The film is about a young man torn between love for his long-lost childhood sweetheart, and devotion towards a friend who has helped set him up in his career. The film features music by Khayyam. The original soundtrack contains some of the most famous songs, like Jain Kya Dunti Rati, etc.
Heftziba Hebrew, is a kibbutz in northern Israel. Located on the boundaries of the Jezreel and Beit Shean valleys between the cities of Afula and Beit Shean, it falls under the jurisdiction of Gilboa Regional Council. In 2018 it had a population of 741.
The Real Paper was a Boston-area alternative weekly newspaper with a circulation in the tens of thousands. It ran from August 2, 1972, to June 18, 1981, often devoting space to counterculture and alternative politics of the early 70s. The offices were in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Municipal elections were held in Rome on 28 to 29 May 2006 to elect the mayor of Rome and 60 members of the city council.
Joseph Oscar Joe Rogers Jr. October 8, 1921 to April 6, 1999, was an American lawyer from Manning, South Carolina, who served as a Democrat in the South Carolina House of Representatives from 1955 to 1966, when he switched allegiance to the Republican Party. Rogers was the first serious Republican gubernatorial nominee in South Carolina in 90 years, but he was handily defeated in the 1966 general election by the incumbent Democrat Robert E. McNair.
Henceforth is a Brazilian progressive metal band. Formed in 1993, they released their first album in Brazil in December 2005 via Voice Music, label owned by Silvio Golfetti, guitar player on the Brazilian thrash metal band Causus. The current lineup is made up by Frank Harris vocals, Hugo Mariucci guitar, Luis Mariucci bass, Fabio Elsas drums, and Cristiano Altieri keyboard. Luis and Hugo were former members of another band called Shaman, and Luis is a former member of power metal band Angra. As of 2007 they are no longer in Shaman, having left the band with singer Andre Matos in order to pursue new projects. Fabio has played in the past with Skyscraper and Firebox, besides his first band with Hugo Mariucci, Wardeath. An arm ring, also known as an armlet or an armband, is a band of metal, usually a precious metal, worn as jewelry or an ornament around the biceps of the upper arm. The arm ring is similar to a bracelet or bangle, though it must be shaped and sized to fit snugly to the upper arm. Historically, the arm ring was commonly worn by men, and often a ring in Bronze Age heroic literature would refer to an arm ring, rather than a finger ring. Modern-day arm rings are generally fashion accessories worn by women. In Indonesia, an arm ring is called kelat bahu. It is commonly used by both men and women as traditional jewelry in Javanese, Sundanese, and Balinese traditional costumes, worn usually in wedding ceremony or in traditional dance. The decorative arm rings are usually made of metals such as gold, silver, or brass, and can trace their history from the Indonesian Hindu-Buddhist past of ancient Java. Sri Lankan history notes that brides wore armlets to ward off ill luck. However, the armlet can be more eye-catching when it is made of gold or silver and is studded with gems. Men in ancient Sri Lanka also wore the jewelry, and Kanjan drummers can be seen wearing the jewelry as a tradition even today. Women wear arm rings vangi in Tamil vanki for special occasions like weddings and the Bharatanatyam dance. Another similar item of jewelry includes a waistlet. These are sometimes referred to as belts.
The Clapper is an American comedy film written and directed by Dito Montiel, based upon Montiel's novel Eddie Crumble as the Clapper. It stars Ed Helms, Amanda Seyfried, Tracy Morgan, Adam Levine, Mickey Gooch Jr. and Russell Peters. The film marks the final film role of Alan Thicke, who died on December 13, 2016. The film had its world premiere at the Tribeca Film Festival on April 23, 2017. It was released on January 26, 2018, by Momentum Pictures.
Pet Sematary 2 is a 1992 American horror film directed by Mary Lambert. The screenplay was written by Richard Oughton. It is the sequel to the 1989 film Pet Sematary. The film stars Edward Furlong, Anthony Edwards, and Clancy Brown. The film received negative reviews from critics and grossed $17.1 million.
Laurel Canyon is a 2002 American drama film written and directed by Lisa Cholodenko. The film stars Frances McDormand, Christian Bale, Kate Beckinsale, Natasha McElhone, and Alessandro Nivola.
This is a list of village-level divisions of the province of Shanxi, People's Republic of China. After province, prefecture, county-level divisions, and township-level divisions, village-level divisions constitute the formal fifth-level administrative divisions of the PRC. There are a total of 1,391 such divisions in Shanxi, divided into 195 subdistricts, 568 towns and 628 townships. This list is divided first into the prefecture level, then the county-level divisions, then township-level divisions.
The Hilton Arts Festival is an arts festival in South Africa. It is held on the Hilton College campus each year in September and runs for 4 days. The festival began in 1993 and was designed to emulate the National Arts Festival in Grahamstown. The annual Hilton Arts Festival features a program of theater, music, dance, craft and visual art, as well as food. The Hilton College Theatre is the second largest, fixed-seated venue in KwaZulu-Natal, with a seating capacity of 486. The festival is attended by a large number of well-known local and international stars, such as Johnny Clegg.
Sodium methoxide is a chemical compound with the formula CH3ONA. This colorless solid, which is formed by the deprotonation of methanol, is a widely used reagent in industry and the laboratory. It is also a dangerously caustic base.
The EMC E4 was a 2,000 horsepower, 1,500 kilowatts A1A passenger train hauling diesel locomotive built by the Electro-Motive Corporation of LaGrange, Illinois. All were built for the Seaboard Airline Railway. The E4 was the fifth model in a long line of passenger diesels of similar design known as EMDE units. The 2,000 horsepower 1,500 kilowatts was achieved with two EMC Model 567 V12 engines developing 1,000 horsepower 750 kilowatts, each engine driving its own electrical generator to power the traction motors. The front noses of the A, E1A, E3A, E4A, E5A, and E6A cab units had a pronounced slant when viewed from the side. Therefore, these 6 models have been nicknamed slant nose units. Later E-unit models received the same blunted bulldog nose as the F units. Ironically, the E4 was produced before the E3. Both models were identical, save for the E4 having a pneumatically operated nose door passageway in order to facilitate crew movement between units in a locomotive consist. Sadly, no examples of the 19 E4s built survive today. All of them were retired and scrapped by 1964.
Joseph Millard Orpen, the 5th of November 1828 to the 17th of December 1923, was an influential colonial administrator for the British Empire in southern Africa, as well as a local member of the Cape Parliament and the Orange Free State Volksraad. In addition, he was a self-taught anthropologist and a student of indigenous southern African cultures.
Uludimir Prokopovich Nyakliayu, Belarusian, Uludimir Prokopovich Niklayu Lysinka, Uludimir Prokopovich Nyaklayoi, Russian, Vladimir Prokofyevich Nikolayev Tr. Vladimir Prokofyevich Neklayev, born on July 11, 1946 in Smarhin, is a Belarusian poet and writer, and a head of the public campaign Tell the Truth. Gaveri Pravdu. He was a candidate for December 19, 2010 elections in Belarus, and, according to Amnesty International, was placed under house arrest for his role in post-election protests.
Energy in Qatar describes energy production, consumption, and policies of the state of Qatar. The International Monetary Fund ranked Qatar as having the 5th highest GDP per capita in 2016 with a $60,787 per capita nominal GDP over a population of 2.421 million inhabitants. In 2014, oil and natural gas production made up 51.1% of Qatar's nominal GDP. Thus, Qatar has a worldwide high ranking of per capita GDP due to its significant production and exports in both crude oil and natural gas in proportion to its relatively small population. Qatar was a member of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries (OPEC) until their departure on January 1, 2019 due to a desire to increase autonomy from neighbors in the Persian Gulf following poor relations. Since 2007, natural gas production in Qatar has significantly increased and is the primary fuel chosen for energy consumption within Qatar. In 2014, Qatar ranked as the 4th highest natural gas producer worldwide. Qatar's energy consumption in 2016 was 34.00 billion kilowatt-hours (kWh), which is an average of 15,056 kilowatt-hours per capita.
Susanna, Hebrew, modern, Sozana, Tiberians, Sozana, Lily, also called Susanna and the Elders, is included in the Book of Daniel as chapter 13 by the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. It is one of the additions to Daniel, considered apocryphal by Protestants. It is listed in Article 6 of the 39 Articles of the Church of England among the books which are read for example of life and instruction of manners, but not for the formation of doctrine. It is not included in the Jewish Tanakh and is not mentioned in early Jewish literature, although the text does appear to have been part of the original Septuagint 2nd century BC and was revised by Theodotion, Hellenistic Jewish redactor of the Septuagint text c. 150 AD.
Sparrow Records is a Christian music record label and a division of Universal Music Group.
Janice Ian, born Janice Eddie Fink, April 7, 1951, is an American singer-songwriter who was most commercially successful in the 1960s and 1970s. Her most widely recognized song, At 17, was released as a single from her 1975 album Between the Lines, which reached number 1 on the Billboard chart. Born in 1951 in New York City, Ian entered the American folk music scene while still a teenager in the mid-1960s. Most active musically in that decade and the 1970s, she has continued recording into the 21st century. She has won 2 Grammy Awards, the first in 1975 for At 17 and the second in 2013 for Best Spoken Word Album, for her autobiography, Society's Child, with a total of 10 nominations in 8 different categories. Ian is also a columnist and science fiction author.
The Geramorpha comprise an infraorder of insects in the true bug order Hemiptera. These typical bugs, suborder Heteroptera, are commonly called semiaquatic bugs or shore-inhabiting bugs. The Octoroidea of the true water strider, infraorder Nepomorpha, a far more advanced lineage, are also found in shore habitat, while the Geromorpha are actually most often encountered running around on the water surface, being kept from sinking by surface tension and their water-repellent legs. Well-known members of the Geromorpha are the namesake Geradae, water striders.
Thrace, modern Greek, Thrake winking face, in Greek mythology, was the eponymous heroine and sorceress of Thrace. She was the daughter of Oceanus and Parthenope, and sister of Europa.
The Porta Westfalica, also known as the Westphalian Gap, is a gorge and water gap where the Weser River breaks through the passage between the mountain chains of the Wehen Hills in the west and the Weser Hills, part of the Weser Uplands, in the east. It is located in the district of Minden-Lübeck in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Since 1973, Porta Westfalica is also the name of a town, which was established by merging 15 villages surrounding the gorge. Since 2006, it is a national geotope. The name Porta Westfalica is a Latin term that gate to Westphalia. Coming from the north, the gorge is the entry to the region of Westphalia. Despite its Latin name, the term was not coined in Roman times, but by scholars in the 19th century. High above the gorge on the west side is a large six-sided stone structure that can be seen from a considerable distance. This is the Emperor William Monument, erected in honor of Emperor William I of Germany and dedicated in 1896.
Made in England is the title track from the English pop rock performer Elton John's 1995 album, Made in England. It is an autobiographical telling of his growing up, parts of his life, and what life is like in England. The song peaked at number 18 on the UK singles chart and number 5 on the Canadian RPM Top Singles chart, topping the RPM Adult Contemporary chart for 1 week. In the United States, the song peaked at number 52 on the Billboard Hot 100 and number 12 on the Billboard Adult Contemporary chart.
Hong Jong-yeon, born February 2, 1990, is a South Korean actor and model.
Mr. Plod is a fictional character in the Naughty Children series by Enid Blyton. He is a forthright police officer who never lets Toyland's crooks, especially Sly and Gobbo, the two goblins, escape from the long arm of the law. He always pretends to know the problem, but can never quite figure it out. His catchphrase is "Halt, in the name of Plod." In later adaptations he is also known as PC. Plod or Officer Plod. The terms Plod and PC Plod have become slang terms, usually jocular or derogatory, for a policeman, or the police in general. In Noddy's Toyland Adventures, he was voiced by Jimmy Hibbert in the United Kingdom and Benedict Campbell in the United States. In Make Way for Noddy, he was voiced by Richard Newman, and in Noddy in Toyland, he is voiced by Keith Wickham. Mons Dieter is a mountain hill on the Moon, located in King, an impact crater along with other peaks Mons Andre, Mons Ardashir, Mons Dillip, at 5.00 degrees north 120.30 degrees east, 5.00, 120.30. It has a diameter of 20 kilometers 12 miles. The mountain was named Dieter, a German male name, in 1976. The mountain is never visible from the Earth, as it is located on the far side of the Moon. Christian Anthony Colon, born May 14, 1989, is a Puerto Rican professional baseball shortstop and second baseman for the Cincinnati Reds of Major League Baseball (MLB). He previously played in MLB for the Kansas City Royals and Miami Marlins. Algo Tienes English, You Have Something is a song recorded by Mexican recording artist Paulina Rubio for her seventh album, Pau Latina 2004. It was written and produced by Chris Rodriguez with additional writing by Manny Benito. The song was released as the album's second single in May 19, 2004, by Universal Music Mexico.
This is a list of the National Register of Historic Places listings in Vernon County, Missouri. This is intended to be a complete list of the properties and districts on the National Register of Historic Places in Vernon County, Missouri, United States. Latitude and longitude coordinates are provided for many National Register properties and districts. These locations may be seen together in a map. There are 8 properties and districts listed on the National Register in the county, including 1 National Historic Landmark. This National Park Service list is complete through NPS recent listings posted September 13, 2019.
Bruce's Snowball Market No. 1 Edition is a historic building located in Perry, Iowa, United States. The 2-story brick structure with Art Deco styling was built in 1930. It was an addition to a building, non-extant, that was built in 1922 on the edge of the downtown area. It is an example of a grocery store suited to people who own automobiles and could drive to acquire goods and services. The building follows an irregular plan that conforms to the irregularly shaped site. It is also the terminus of a significant urban view in town. The structure features brickwork and cast concrete trim in chevron patterns that were popular in Art Deco decor. It was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 2000.
Joshua Edward Lowe, born February 2, 1998, is an American professional baseball outfielder in the Tampa Bay Rays organization.
Radek is a village and municipality located in the Havlíčkův Brod district within the Vysočina region of the Czech Republic. The municipality covers an area of 5.67 square kilometers, 2.19 square miles, and it has a population of 237 as of the 28th of August 2006. Radek lies approximately 24 kilometers, 15 miles northwest of the municipality of Havlíčkův Brod, 41 kilometers, 25 miles northwest of Jihlava, and 76 kilometers, 47 miles southeast of Prague.
Avelo was a Spanish manufacturer of machine tools, motorcycles and scooters, famous for its MV Agusta and Push brand machines. It was founded by Alfredo Avelo in 1940 and closed in March 2013. The factory was located in the city of Gijón in Asturias, northern Spain.
Scipione l'Africano, 1937, in English Scipio Africanus, The Defeat of Hannibal, is an Italian historical film that focuses on Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus from the time of his election as dictator until his defeat of Hannibal at the Battle of Zama in 202 BC. It was directed by Carmen Gallone and stars Annabelle Ninci and Camillo Pilato. The film was funded by Benito Mussolini and was released in 1937, serving as propaganda for the fascist ambitions to invade North Africa. A division of the Italian army was used as extras in the film, shortly before being transferred to duty in the Spanish Civil War. A cycle responder is a medically trained responder, such as a paramedic or first aider that uses a bicycle to respond to a medical emergency. They are used by professional ambulance services to respond to emergency calls and also by private and voluntary providers of medical cover at events. Cycle responders are provided in order to provide fast, effective medical assistance to patients in areas in which a traditional road ambulance or response car would have a delayed response time, and where responders on foot may not be fast enough, or cannot provide sufficient cover over an area. This means that they are primarily deployed in areas of high traffic congestion, such as city centres, with large cities such as London and Manchester making extensive use of them. They are also used in specialist applications such as inside large shopping precincts and airport terminals, and for covering first aid at events.
Mandria Greek, Mandria also spelled Mantria, Turkish, Yesilova is a village in the Paphos district of Cyprus, located 2 kilometers east of Timi. Mandria is thought to have been founded around 500 years ago by Turkish Cypriots who originally called it Green Plain Yesilova.
Sirens is the second full-length studio album released by Buffalo-based metalcore band It Dies Today, released on October 17, 2006. It is the last recorded material with ex-vocalist Nick Brooks. Since his departure, the band's current vocalist, Jason Wood has re-recorded 6th of June and Through Leaves, Over Bridges. These songs are available on their official MySpace. Sirens was leaked to peer-to-peer file sharing programs on August 15, 2006.
Fatehpuri Masjid is a 17th-century mosque located at the western end of the oldest street of Delhi, Chandni Chowk. It is opposite the Red Fort on the opposite end of Chandni Chowk.
The Umeå Center for Global Health Research (UCGHR) is a center of excellence within Umeå University in northern Sweden. The center operates within the university's Division of Epidemiology and Public Health Sciences, and is led by a steering group chaired by a principal investigator. CGH seeks to engage with a global agenda on health research and practice, addressing critical issues in global health and facilitating collaboration between and within the North and South. The center's long-term research program has been developed against a background of international epidemiological research, as well as public health work within Sweden. It publishes the open-access academic journal Global Health Action.
Gordon is a village in Darke County, Ohio, United States. The population was 212 at the 2010 census.
69th Station is a metro station on the Chicago Transit Authority's L system, serving the Red Line. The station is located within the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. This station connects with the second-most bus routes. First is 95th Dan Ryan on the Dan Ryan branch, and is one of the terminals for the N5 South Shore night bus. The other is 95th Dan Ryan. This makes it an important connection for buses, especially night owl connections. 69th was closed from May to October 2013 as part of the Red Line South Reconstruction Project.
Heine Wilmer, SCJ, born 9 April 1961 in Chapin, is a Roman Catholic bishop, Bishop of Hildesheim, Germany and former Superior General Emeritus of the Congregation of the Priests of the Sacred Heart Dehonians.
Port St. Mary Railway Station is a station in Port St. Mary in the south of the Isle of Man and is served by the Isle of Man Railway, having first opened in 1874 when the line to nearby Port Erin was completed. It forms part of the sole remaining section of the railway which once covered a network of some 46 miles across the island.
The American pika Ochotona princeps, a diurnal species of pika, is found in the mountains of western North America, usually in boulder fields at or above the tree line. They are herbivorous, smaller relatives of rabbits and hares.
Salvia is the largest genus of plants in the mint family, Lamiaceae, with nearly 1,000 species of shrubs, herbaceous perennials, and annuals. Within the Lamiaceae, Salvia is part of the tribe Menthe within the subfamily Nepetoidae. One of several genera commonly referred to as sage, it includes the widely produced herb used in cooking, Salvia officinalis, common sage, or just sage. The genus is distributed throughout the Old World and the Americas, with 3 distinct regions of diversity: Central and South America, approximately 500 species; Central Asia and Mediterranean, 250 species; Eastern Asia, 90 species.
Maria Polydori, Greek Maria Polydor, the 1st of April 1902 to the 29th of April 1930, was a Greek poet who belonged to the school of Neo-Romanticism.
Losevo, Russian, Losevo, Finnish, Kavinemi, is a rural locality, a station settlement in Priozersky district, Leningrad Oblast, located at the junction of Vuoksi River and Lake Sukhodolskoye on Karelian Isthmus. It is a railway station of the St. Petersburg-Kitola Railroad. Before the Winter War and Continuation War, it was a village of the Sakola municipality of Finland known as Kavinemi. Originally waters of Lake Sukhodolskoye quietly flowed into Vuoksi, but in 1818, as Bernaya River had emerged and started draining Sukhodolskoye into Lake Ladoga, the level of the former decreased dramatically by 7 meters (23 feet) and the waterway connecting it to Vuoksi dried out. In 1857, the channel was dug, but the stream reversed direction, revealed rapids, and rendered navigation impossible. Since 1857, Lake Sukhodolskoye and Bernaya River have constituted the southern armlet of Vuoksi River, which has decreased the level of the original northern armlet by 4 meters (13 feet). Before the construction of St. Petersburg-Kitola Railroad, Kavinemi was an important river port connected to Antria, Kamenogorsk, Kakosalmi, Priorsk, and Taipale, Solovyovo. In 1917, the railroad was constructed, and a railway bridge passed over the rapids.
NGC 192 is a spiral galaxy in the constellation Cetus. It was discovered on December 28, 1790 by William Herschel. Hypartopa arcsize is a moth in the family Blastobacidae. It is found in Costa Rica. The length of the forewings is 3.8 to 4.9 mm. The forewings are pale brown intermixed with brown scales. The hindwings are translucent pale brown.
Pietro di Giovanni d'Ambrogio FL.1410-1449 was an Italian painter of the Sienese school.
XHZM-FM is a radio station on 92.5 FM in Puebla, Puebla. The station is owned by Grupo Ultra and known as Ultra 92.5.
Shangdi Chinese, Shangdai Pinyin, Shangdi, Wade Giles, Shangti, also written simply, Emperor Chinese, Dai Pinyin, Dai, is the Chinese term for supreme deity or highest deity in the theology of the classical texts, especially deriving from Shang theology and finding an equivalent in the later Tian heaven or Great Whole of Zhou theology, although in Chinese religion the usage of Tian to refer to the absolute God of the universe is predominant. Shangdi continues to be used in a variety of traditions, including certain philosophical schools, certain strains of Confucianism, some Chinese salvationist religions, notably Yiguandao, and Chinese Protestant Christianity. In addition, it is common to use such term among contemporary and secular Chinese, Hong Kong, and Taiwanese societies typically for a singular universal deity and a non-religion translation for the God in Christianity.
Paraoxonases are a family of mammalian enzymes with aryldealkyl phosphatase activity. There are 3 paraoxonase isozymes, which were originally discovered for their involvement in the hydrolysis of organophosphates. Research has indicated the enzymatic activity of paraoxonases is more diversified than its activity as an organophosphatase. Esterase and lactonase activity has also been observed from these enzymes, and though the physiologically relevant substrates for these enzymes are unknown, it is likely that lactones are the main substrate, although there is a relatively high level of variation in substrate specificity among these enzymes. Most of the studies on the paraoxonase family have specifically looked at the paraoxonase 1 type, leaving much to be learned about the remaining 2. The study of this enzyme family has many potential consequences in preventative medicine and toxicology as well as in certain societal contexts. The genes that encode for these enzymes have a number of different polymorphisms, which created additional interest in the study of this enzyme group and its potential ethnic variations. Additional research on the inhibition and selective inhibition, specifically of PON1, has been done to shed some light on the connections between decreases in enzymatic activity of individuals with cardiovascular diseases. Evidence also suggests that this family of enzymes has some role in our innate immune system.
The American Lighthouse Foundation (ALF) is a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with a primary mission of lighthouse preservation. ALF's main office and storefront are headquartered in Rockland, Maine, and the organization currently has 13 chapters that have stewardship responsibility over the following 22 lighthouses in Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island.
Cantir, Katana Cantir, is a village in Egypt. Cantir is believed to mark what was probably the ancient site of the 19th dynasty pharaoh Ramesses II's capital, Pi-Rames or Parameses, house or domain of Ramesses. This city is situated around 9 kilometers (5.6 miles) north of Faykuis in the Sharqiya province of the eastern Nile Delta, about 60 miles northeast of Cairo. The ancient site of Avaris is located around 2 kilometers (1.2 miles) south of Cantir. This was the oldest city in this area. Later on, Avaris was absorbed by Pi-Ramesses.
Just Being Honest is the 6th comedy album by Craig Ferguson.
The bombing of Whelan comprised air raids on the Polish town of Whelan by Germany's Luftwaffe Air Force on 1 September 1939. The Luftwaffe began bombing Whelan in the early morning on the first day of World War II. The bombing has been described by several historians as the first act of World War II, but this claim, and the precise time the town was bombed, have been disputed by other historians. Regardless of the precise time, the air raids on the town were among the first aerial bombings of the war. The city had neither air defenses nor any apparent military targets. Historians still debate the rationale behind the bombing, which took place over several hours and involved at least 3 bomber waves. The Luftwaffe bombed such nearby towns as Jalozin, Radomsko, and Sulejov, which also had no military targets. The Whelan bombing destroyed at least 70% of the town's buildings, as much as 90%, in the city center. There were at least 127 civilian casualties, possibly several hundred, but the exact number remains unknown. The attack on Whelan has been described as the first war crime committed by Germany in World War II.
Salvador Martinez Perez, the 26th of February 1933 to the 2nd of January 2019, was a Mexican Roman Catholic bishop.
Donald Breckenridge, 1932 November 30, 2005, was founder and president of Breckenridge Hotels Corporation. Over the course of 43 years, he oversaw the building of 43 hotels in 11 U.S. states, including the Breckenridge Pavilion, now the Pavilion Hotel, in St. Louis, Missouri. He was a board member of more than 30 civic organizations, including the Variety Club, the local Muscular Dystrophy Association, and the St. Louis Visitors and Convention Commission. He died at the age of 73 on the 30th of November 2005, 1 year after being diagnosed with lung cancer. He was survived by his wife of 35 years, Diane Breckenridge, the six children and 13 grandchildren.
Gardanau, Persian, also known as Gardanu and Kardanau, is a village in Jaygaran Rural District, Ozgole District, Salis-e-Babajani County, Kermanshah Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 148, in 34 families.
A cage cup, also vas diatretum, plural diatrata, or reticulated cup, is a type of luxury late Roman glass vessel, found from roughly the 4th century, and the pinnacle of Roman achievements in glass making. Diatrata consist of an inner beaker and an outer cage or shell of decoration that stands out from the body of the cup, to which it is attached by short stems or shanks. About 50 cups or, more often, fragments have survived, and there are only a few in near-complete condition. Most have a cage with circular geometrical patterns, often with an inscription or phrase in letters above the reticulated area as well. Some have a flange, or zone of projecting open-cut molding, above the lower patterns and below the lettering, only illustrated here by the Cologne cup in the gallery. Even rarer are examples with scenes with figures, of which the Lycurgus cup in the British Museum is the only complete example to survive, though there are other fragments. In this, the rest of the cage is made up of a vine that entraps Lycurgus. None have a foot. All were clearly difficult to make, and no doubt very expensive, like the other spectacular type of luxury Roman glass, cameo glass objects like the Portland vase. Both the technology used to make them and the way they were used are still the subject of some debate among specialists.
The Aggie Doppler Radar (ADRAD) is a Doppler weather radar located on the roof of the Eller Oceanography and Meteorology Building on the Texas A&M University campus in College Station, Texas.
Matt Ingalls, born 1970, is an American composer, clarinetist, concert producer, and computer music programmer. He is mostly associated with the San Francisco Bay Area improv scene, SF Sound, the San Francisco Tape Music Festival, and the computer music program C Sound.
William L. Proctor, born January 27, 1933, is an American politician and university administrator. Proctor served as president of Flagler College in St. Augustine, Florida between 1971 and 2001. In addition, he has served on Florida's State Board of Education, as a state representative for the Florida legislature, as a St. Augustine City Commissioner, as a chairman of the Independent Colleges and Universities of Florida Association, as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Florida School for the Deaf and Blind, and as a vice chairman of the Florida Education Standards Commission. He is the current chancellor of Flagler College. Barweiler is a municipality in the district of Ahrweiler, in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany.
Her Harem, Italian, Larum, released in UK as The Harem, is a 1967 Italian comedy-drama film written and directed by Marco Ferreri and starring Carol Baker.
Albirenidae is an extinct group of porpoise-like whales. These medium-sized, fossil dolphins that are very rare and known only from temperate latitudes around the margin of the eastern North Pacific Ocean.
Donovan Letts, born the 10th of January 1956, the 10th of January 1956, is a British film director, DJ and musician. Letts first came to prominence as the videographer for The Clash, directing several of their music videos. In 1984, Letts co-founded the band Big Audio Dynamite with Clash guitarist Mick Jones, acting as the group's sampler and videographer before departing the band in 1990. Letts also directed music videos for Musical Youth, The Psychedelic Furs, The Pretenders and Elvis Costello, as well as the feature documentaries The Punk Rock Movie 1977 and The Clash, Westway to the World 2000.
Olhalvo, Portuguese pronunciation, Oavo, is a parish of the municipality of Alenquer, in western Portugal. The population in 2011 was 1,907, in an area of 8.30 square kilometers.
Claxby and Usselby Railway Station was a station in Lincolnshire, England. It opened in 1848 on the Market Raisin Branch Railway, a branch line of the Great Grimsby and Sheffield Junction Railway, and closed in 1960. The station served the villages of Usselby and Claxby.
Daniel Kupson is a member of the Association of Managers of Russia, former General Director of United Media, creator of Business FM Radio, financier, businessman.
I'm on a Boat is a single from the Lonely Island's debut album Incredibad. It was also featured as a Saturday Night Live digital short. The song features R&B singer T-Pain. The song, produced by Wishmaster, is a parody of many rap video cliches, especially the music video for the Jay-Z song Big Pimpin'. The music video reached number 1 on YouTube in February 2009 and was number 1 on the US iTunes music video chart. The song was nominated for Best Rap Sung Collaboration at the 52nd Grammy Awards. The Lonely Island has also performed the song live on Late Night with Jimmy Fallon, with Black Thought filling in for T-Pain. The song went platinum.
Dicronotica elsa is a species of limonid crane fly in the family Limoniidae.
Devirpanar, Persian, also romanized as Devirpanar, is a village in Safaryab Rural District, Safaryab District, Charam County, Kogaluya and Boya Ahmad Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 221, in 40 families.
Beira Alta Province, Portuguese pronunciation, Bayat, was a Portuguese province in the north of Portugal. Vast plateaus, river valleys, mountains, and castles abound in Beira Alta. Formerly it was part of the Beira province. The two main cities were Guarda and Viseu. Other cities include Pinhel, Sabugal, Trancoso, Almeida, Oliveira do Hospital, Tondela, Mangualde, Santa Combadão, Cia, Gouveia, Maida. The city of Viseu, once the capital of the Beira Alta, is now in the main city within the New Dão Lafos subregion, which is part of the Centro region. Guarda is now the capital of the new Beira Interior Norte subregion within the Centro region.
Takahito Kudo, Gongteng Longren Kudo Takahito, born March 30, 1981 in Kuroishi, Aomori, is a retired Nippon professional baseball player. He played for the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters, Yomiuri Giants, Chiba Lotte Marines and Chunichi Dragons over a 14-year professional career. He is currently the outfield and base running coach for the Chunichi Dragons.
Drink the Sea is the first studio album by American electronic music trio The Glitch Mob. It was released on Glass Air Records on May 25, 2010. It peaked at number 15 on the Billboard Top Dance Electronic Albums chart, as well as number 39 on the Heatseekers Albums chart.
Afis is a city in Central District, in Buin Va Miandisht County, Isfahan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 3,805, in 1,045 families.
HMS Curacoa was an Comus-class corvette of the Royal Navy, built by John Elder & Co., Govan, launched in 1878, and sold in 1904 to be broken up. She served on the Cape of Good Hope and West Africa Station, the Australia Station and as a training cruiser in the Atlantic.
Rana longicris, also known as the type of frog or long-legged brown frog, is a species of frog in the family Ranidae. It is endemic to northern and central Taiwan.
Cape Breton. Canso is a federal electoral district in Nova Scotia, Canada, that has been represented in the House of Commons of Canada since 2004. Its population in 2011 was 75,247. It is the successor to Bras d'Or, later known as Bras d'Or, Cape Breton, which was represented in the House of Commons from 1997 to 2004.
The Lualaba River flows entirely within the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. It is the greatest river source headstream of the Congo River by volume of water. The Lualaba is 1,800 kilometers (1,100 miles) long. Its headwaters are in the country's far southeastern corner near Musofi and Lubumbashi in Katanga province, next to Zambia. The Chambeshi River is the longest river source headstream of the Congo.
Abundius of Palestrina is a saint of the Christian Church. His feast day is celebrated on October 29 in Palestrina.
101st Motorized Division Trieste or 101 Degrees Division at Trieste Italian was a motorized division of the Italian army during World War II. The Trieste was formed in 1939 and served in Albania and North Africa where it surrendered to the Allies in 1943.
The architecture of Costa Rica includes remains from the pre-Columbian era, all the way to modern buildings that form part of the nation's contemporary infrastructure. There is a unique architectural landscape present in Costa Rica that is reflective of the nation's history and vibrant culture. The nation encompasses an array of historical buildings from both the pre-colonial era and post-colonial era, such as Guayabo and the Basilica de Nuestra Señora de Los Angeles. The contemporary architectural scene in Costa Rica has also captured global attention, exemplified by structures such as Casa Flotante. Architecture in Costa Rica is reflective of the nation's environmental conservation policies. This is reflected in the distinctive and extensive presence of canopy bridges throughout the nation, constructed in the aim of preventing rainforest destruction.
Al-Udain District Arabic, Romanized, Al-Dain is a district of the IBB Governorate, Yemen. As of 2003, the district had a population of 143,578 inhabitants.
Ilisoni Vanamatiratu is a professional rugby league footballer. He is a Fijian international.
Eugene Thomas Maleska, January 6, 1916 to August 3, 1993, was a U.S. crossword puzzle constructor and editor. The New York Times had published dozens of crosswords that he had submitted as a freelance contributor. He became the crossword editor for the New York Times in 1977, replacing Will Weng. In 1993, Maleska was succeeded by Will Shortz, who remains New York Times crossword editor to this day. Besides numerous collections of puzzles, Maleska also published Maleska's Favorite Word Games and A Pleasure in Words, which included a chapter on constructing crossword puzzles.
Eupathecia manifesta is a moth in the family Geometridae. It is found in China.
The 49th Pennsylvania Volunteer Infantry was an infantry regiment that served in the Union Army during the American Civil War.
Mirror, Mirror 2, Raven Dance is a 1994 American horror film produced, co-written, and directed by Jimmy Lifton, and starring Tracy Wells, Roddy McDowall, Sally Kellerman, Veronica Cartwright, and Mark Ruffalo. A sequel to Mirror, Mirror 1990, its plot follows a teenage orphan who finds herself haunted by a mysterious mirror inside the Catholic orphanage she is living in. The film was released directly to video in May 1994. It marked actor Mark Ruffalo's feature film debut. Ada Louise Comstock, December 11, 1876 to December 12, 1973, was an American women's education pioneer. She served as the first dean of women at the University of Minnesota and later as the first full-time president of Radcliffe College. Species 3 is a 2004 science fiction action thriller television film. The film, directed by Brad Turner, is the third installment of the Species series and stars Robin Dunn, Robert Nepper, Sonny Mabry, Amelia Cook and John Paul Pittock. Natasha Henstridge, who was contracted to a trilogy commencing with the first Species film, briefly reprises the role of Eve in the opening scene. The film premiered on the American channel Sci-Fi on November 27, 2004 and released on DVD on December 7, 2004, in both a standard and an unrated version. The film was shot in high-definition video.
Char-e-Tork Molla Muhammad, Persian, also romanized as Char-e-Tork Molla Muhammad, is a village in Doranare Rural District, Anabad District, Bardaskan County, Razavi Khorasan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its existence was noted, but its population was not reported.
Bird cliffs, or nesting cliffs, are steep cliffs with numerous small shelves which serve as nesting locations for bird colonies. Bird cliffs are found on islands in the North Atlantic and Arctic, such as the Faroe Islands, the Svalbard archipelago, and on islands off northern Norway. Among species that nest in large numbers on bird cliffs are common murre, thick-billed murre, razorbill, kittiwake, little auk, and Atlantic puffin. The number of breeding couples may exhibit large variations depending on available food. Bird cliffs have often been exploited as a food resource by the local population, as well as being used by hunters and egg collectors.
David Rees Lloyd, born 2 December 1956 in Towan, Gwynedd, is a Welsh politician. He has a wife Catherine, and they have 3 children. He was the Plaid Cymru National Assembly for Wales member for South Wales West from 1999 to 2011, and was returned as Plaid Cymru National Assembly for Wales member for South Wales West in the 2016 National Assembly for Wales election. Dr. Lloyd is currently Plaid Cymru's Shadow Secretary for Culture and Infrastructure, as well as being chair of the Plaid Cymru Assembly Group and chair of the National Assembly for Wales Health, Social Care, and Sport Committee.
Ernst Laas, June 16, 1837, Fürstenwalde, Brandenburg, Prussia, July 25, 1885, Strasbourg, Germany, now Strasbourg, France, was a German positivist philosopher. Joseph Blase Sparma, February 4, 1942 to May 14, 1986, was a quarterback in collegiate football 1961-1962 and a pitcher in Major League Baseball 1964 to 1970.
Shallow Bed is the debut studio album from English folk rock band Dry the River and was released March 5, 2012. The album has peaked to number 28 on the UK Albums Chart. The album includes the singles No Rest, The Chambers and the Valves, and New Ceremony.
Bessie Barry Scale, born Elizabeth Barry Scale, September 30, 1884 to June 30, 1965, was an American stage and silent film actress, and a major star for producer Thomas Ince in the late 1910s.
Helea is a genus of bird in the white-eye family's Ostracidae. The genus has a small distribution, being endemic to the Lesser Sundas. One species, the spot-breasted Helea, is restricted to the island of Timor, the other, the thick-billed Helea, occurs on Flores and Sumbawa. Both are around 13.5 centimeters long and have atypical plumage for the family. Little is known about these birds, although presumably fruit and insects are part of their diet. The species are thick-billed Helea, Helea crassirostris, spot-breasted Helea, Helea muleri.
Madhavi Sharma is an Indian film actress known for her works in Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, Hindi and Oriya cinema. In a career spanning 17 years, she has acted in around 300 films. She was one of the top actresses from 1976 to 1996 in Telugu and Tamil films.
Astragalus desereticus is a rare species of milvetch known by the common name deseret milvetch. It is endemic to Utah County, Utah, where it is known from only one population. It was thought to be extinct until 1981, when this population was discovered. The population contains 5,000 to 10,000 plants on an area of land covering less than 300 acres. It is vulnerable to damage from grazing cattle, which eat the plant and trample the soil, and from development and erosion. This is a federally listed threatened species. This is a perennial herb with a short stem growing from a woody taproot and caudex unit. The leaves are up to 12 centimeters long and are made up of several leaflets up to 1.4 centimeters long. The foliage is coated in silvery white hairs that make the plant pale in color. The inflorescence is a raceme of 5 to 10 flowers. Each is about 2 centimeters long and pinkish purple with darker tips on the petals. The fruit is a hairy legume pod about a centimeter long. The plant reproduces sexually by seed and cannot reproduce vegetatively. This plant only occurs in the woodlands around Birdseye, Utah. Its numbers are thought to have increased in recent years, and the threats to its existence are not as severe as once reported, so the plant may be removed from the endangered species list.
World End, short for What Do You Do at the End of the World? Are you busy? Will you save us? Zhang mo nana shitmasuka mangshitasuka ju tamoritiatasuka shumatsu nani shitmasuka, isogashi dezu ka, sukut morit e dezu ka, literally, what do you do at the end? Are you busy? Will You Save Us, also known as Tsukasuka, is a Japanese light novel series written by Akira Kurino and illustrated by Yu. The series' first volume was published by Kadokawa Shoten under their Sneaker Bunko imprint in November 1, 2014, with the series ending with the release of the fifth volume in April 2016. A sequel series titled Shumatsu Nani Shitemasu Ka? Mo Ichido Dake, Ayasu Ka? Zhang Mo Nana Shitemasuka? Mo Yi Du Dake Wei Masuka, also known as Tsukamoka, began publication with the release of the first volume in April 2016.
Brooke Victoria Anderson, born May 13, 1978, was a co-host of The Insider, and is now a correspondent for Entertainment Tonight. Previously, she was a culture and entertainment anchor and producer for CNN and served as co-host for Showbiz Tonight on HLN. Based in CNN's Los Angeles, California bureau, Anderson joined the network in July 2000. Anderson graduated in 2000 with honors from the University of Georgia's Henry W. Grady College of Journalism and Mass Communication with a bachelor's degree in broadcast journalism. She is a member of the Kappa Delta sorority. She has covered numerous events for CNN and Headline News, including the 2006 Cannes Film Festival, the Academy Awards, the Emmys, the Golden Globes, the Sundance Film Festival, the MTV Video Music Awards, the NBA All-Star Weekend, Fall Fashion Week in New York City and Atlanta's Music Midtown. In February 2003, she received the Daily Point of Light Award for volunteerism from President George W. Bush. In January 2012, she guest-starred on Days of Our Lives, playing a reporter who interviewed John Black in episode 11754.
All Walks Beyond the Catwalk is an award-winning initiative founded by Karen Franklin, Deborah Bourne and Erin O'Connor in 2009 to challenge the fashion industry's dependence on what it sees as unachievable and limited body and beauty ideals. The voluntary organization has contributed to a variety of parliamentary campaigns and engaged with 33 different colleges and universities with its education program.
St. Giles Presbyterian Church is a member of the Presbyterian Church in Canada located in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. It was formed in 1925 by a minority group from Glebe Presbyterian, and a few other congregations, that did not support the vote to enter the United Church of Canada. It is located on the northeast corner of Bank and First Streets in the Glebe neighbourhood in downtown Ottawa. Samuel Sam Reed, born 1 December 1963, is the founding keyboardist with the Canadian rock band, Glass Tiger. He and his band were honoured with 5 Canadian Music Industry Juno Awards, multiple Canadian SOCAN Classic Awards and were nominated for a Best New Artist Grammy Award.
Wardensville is a town in Hardee County, West Virginia, United States. The population was 271 at the 2010 census. Originally named Trout Run, Wardensville was chartered in Virginia in 1832 and incorporated in West Virginia in 1879. Wardensville is located west of the Great North Mountain Range, which separates it from the Shenandoah Valley. The town lies on the east bank of the Cacapon River at its confluence with Trout Run. The George Washington and Jefferson National Forests border the town to its east and south.
The National Sheriff's Association (NSA) is a U.S. trade association. Its stated purpose is to raise the level of professionalism among U.S. sheriffs, their deputies and others in the fields of criminal justice and public safety. Since its founding in 1940, NSA has been the advocacy organization for the nation's sheriffs in Washington, D.C. Its Government Affairs Division, in conjunction with the Congressional Affairs Committee, develops the association's policy positions and represents the association before the United States Congress, the White House, and the various federal agencies.
Live Ruination is the second EP by Job for a Cowboy. It was released on November 23, 2010, by Metal Blade Records as a digital EP on iTunes. It contains the band's live performance from a live music video shoot on June 6, 2009, at the First Unitarian Church in Philadelphia. Despite the album's title, only 2 songs from Ruination are on it, not including The Matter of Splatter, which is a cover of Exhumed, and a bonus track on certain versions of Ruination.
Life Itself is a 2018 American drama film written and directed by Dan Fogelman. It stars Oscar Isaac, Olivia Wilde, Mandy Patinkin, Olivia Cook, Laia Costa, Annette Bening, and Antonio Banderas, and follows multiple couples over numerous generations, and their connection to a single event. The film had its world premiere at the Toronto International Film Festival on September 8, 2018, and was theatrically released in the United States on September 21, 2018, by Amazon Studios. Life Itself received largely negative reviews from critics, who called it simultaneously overwrought and underwhelming.
Luc Jalabert, the 27th of August 1951 to the 27th of March 2018, was a French régionnaire. He was the director of the Arles Amphitheatre from 1999 to 2015, and a champion of bullfighting.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Abbreviated WWTBAM and informally known as Simply Millionaire, is an international television game show franchise of British origin, created by David Briggs, Mike Whitehill and Stephen Knight. In its format, currently owned and licensed by Sony Pictures Television, contestants tackle a series of multiple-choice questions to win large cash prizes in a format that twists on many game show genre conventions. Only one contestant plays at a time. Similar to radio quizzes, contestants are given the question before attempting an answer, and have no time limit to answer questions, and the amount offered increases as they tackle questions that become increasingly difficult. The maximum cash prize offered in most versions of the format is 1 million of the local currency. The original British version debuted on 4 September 1998 on the ITV network and was aired until its final episode on of February 2014. A revived series of 7 episodes to commemorate its 20th anniversary aired from 5 to of May 2018. The revival received mostly positive reviews from critics and fans, as well as high viewing figures, leading ITV to renew the show for another series. Since its debut, international variants of the game show have been aired in around 160 countries worldwide.
CSNY 1974 is the 19th album by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, their 7th in the quartet configuration, and their 5th live album, the 3rd as a foursome. Issued on Rhino Records in 2014, it consists of concert material recorded in 1974 on the band's tour during the summer of that year. It was issued in several formats, a standard compact disc box set consisting of 3 audio discs and a standard DVD, as one pure audio Blu-ray disc and a Blu-ray DVD, and a more expensively packaged limited deluxe edition consisting of the material on 6 vinyl records along with the Blu-ray discs and a coffee table book. 2 single-disc samplers were also issued, one of the acoustic material exclusively available at Starbucks in the United States and Canada, and another at normal retail outlets. Each of the non-sampler sets also contained a 188-page booklet, and all formats were released the same day. The 3-disc and DVD package peaked at number 17 on the Billboard 200, while the Starbucks sampler peaked at number 37 and the Selections sampler at number 81.
Tanezumab, codenamed RN624, is a monoclonal antibody against nerve growth factor as a treatment for pain. Tanezumab was discovered and developed by Rinat Neuroscience and was acquired by Pfizer in 2006. In 2009 there was a Phase 3 trial for knee pain due to osteoarthritis (OA). Another Phase 3 trial for hip pain in OA was halted in June 2010 when some patients needed hip replacement. Tanezumab is undergoing Phase 2 clinical trials for the treatment of various pain entities, including chronic low back pain, bone cancer pain, and interstitial cystitis. In March 2012, the anti-NGF testing FDA committee voted in favor of a continuation of the development of nerve-blocking medications, as long as certain safety precautions were observed. A Phase 3 trial published in 2013 found tanezumab was superior to placebo for painful hip osteoarthritis. At February 19, 2019, the co-development partners, Eli Lilly and Pfizer, announced that treatment with tanezumab 10 mg met the primary endpoint, demonstrating a statistically significant improvement in chronic low back pain at 16 weeks compared to placebo. However, 5 mg arm demonstrated a numerical improvement in pain, but did not reach statistical significance compared to placebo at the week 16 analysis.
To the Earth is a light gun shooter for the Nintendo Entertainment System. It was released on November 1989 in North America and in Europe on February 23, 1990. It uses the NES Zapper to destroy ships and gain power-ups. The game requires quick reflexes and good aiming due to the enemy spacecrafts being very agile and quite difficult to shoot.
Bipolar disorder is an affective disorder characterized by periods of elevated and depressed mood. The cause and mechanism of bipolar disorder is unknown, and the study of its biological origins is ongoing. Although no single gene causes the disorder, a number of genes are linked to increased risk of the disorder, and various gene-environment interactions may play a role in predisposing individuals to developing bipolar disorder. Neuroimaging and postmortem studies have found abnormalities in a variety of brain regions, and most commonly implicated regions include the ventral prefrontal cortex and amygdala. Dysfunction in emotional circuits located in these regions have been hypothesized as a mechanism for bipolar disorder. A number of lines of evidence suggests abnormalities in neurotransmission, intracellular signaling, and cellular functioning as possibly playing a role in bipolar disorder. Studies of bipolar disorder, particularly neuroimaging studies, are vulnerable to the confounding effects such as medication, comorbidity, and small sample size, leading to underpowered independent studies, and significant heterogeneity.
The Shobekov are several ridge-shaped peaks, arranged along the eastern edge of the Hochkönig Plateau in the Berchtesgaden Alps, and which lie in a semicircular arc that opens towards the east facing the Salzach Valley. Southwestern Shobekov, Südwestlicher Shobekov, 2,708 meters AA, Eastern Shobekov, Ostlicher Shobekov, 2,666 meters, Teufelskirche, also called the Teufelskerl, 2,520 meters, a rock tower in front of the Eastern Shobekov. The relatively steep, 200 to 300 meter high south faces drop into the scree-covered Eisker and climb up again opposite into the striking, isolated pillar of the Torsal, 2,588 meters. Somewhat west of the Areti, near the Schoberscharthal Gap 2,579 meters, ends the plateau glacier of the Obergossin Arm, which covers part of the Hochkönig summit region.
The Original Kings of Comedy is a 2000 American stand-up comedy film directed by Spike Lee and featuring the comedy routines of Steve Harvey, D.L. Hewley, Cedric the Entertainer, and Bernie Mac. Filmed in front of a live audience at the Charlotte Coliseum in Charlotte, North Carolina, the comedians give the audience their views about African American culture, race relations, religion, and family. The film was produced by MTV Productions and Latham Entertainment, and was distributed by Paramount Pictures. It was shot over the last two nights, February 26 and 27, 2000, of the Kings of Comedy tour with Harvey, Hewley, Cedric, and Mac. Its on-stage routines are intercut with brief sections of video footage showing the comedians backstage, promoting the show on the radio, at the hotel, and during a basketball game. The film's popularity led to multiple spin-off films.
Mount Sungay, also known as Mount Gonzales, is a mountain in the province of Cavite in the Philippines. Located in eastern Tagaytay, the inactive stratovolcano is the highest point of the province of Cavite at 709 meters (2,326 feet). The slopes of the mountain is the source of the San Cristobal River that flows from the mountain to Silang, Cavite down to its mouth at Laguna de Bay in Calamba, Laguna. The mountain's former sharp peak and readily distinguishable shape made it a reliable landmark for bearing checks when sailing in and around Manila Bay during the early days of navigation.
Greg R. Stevens, born March 23, 1960, is an American politician in the state of Iowa. Stevens was born in Estherville, Iowa. He attended Iowa Lakes Community College, the University of South Dakota, and Minnesota State University, Mankato, and is a teacher. A Democrat, he served in the Iowa House of Representatives from 1999 to 2005, 7th District 1999 to 2003 and 6th District 2003 to 2005.
Taylorville is a small town on the banks of the Grey River. It is roughly 10 kilometers from the mouth of the river in Greymouth. The local Taylorville swimming hole is popular for swimming and dog walking, but West Coast Regional Council advises against swimming in it after heavy rain due to elevated levels of E. coli. Taylorville is also right next to the historic Brunner mine site.
Fatal Fury Special is a 1993 fighting game developed and published by SNK and originally released for the Neo Geo arcade and home platforms. It is an updated version of 1992's Fatal Fury 2, introducing several changes to the gameplay system while expanding the available character roster.
Corbridge Bridge is a 17th-century stone bridge across the River Tyne at Corbridge, Northumberland, England. The bridge used to carry the A68 road over the River Tyne, but since the opening of the Hexham Bypass A69, the A68 now crosses by the Stiford Bridge, 3 miles (5 kilometers) downstream of Corbridge. It is listed as a Grade 1 building by Historic England.
In Design for Additive Manufacturing (DFAM), there are both broad themes which apply to many additive manufacturing processes and optimizations specific to a particular AM process. Described here is DFM analysis for stereolithography, in which design for manufacturability (DFM) considerations are applied in designing a part or assembly to be manufactured by the stereolithography (SLA) process. In SLA, parts are built from a photocurable liquid resin that cures when exposed to a laser beam that scans across the surface of the resin, photopolymerization. Resins containing acrylate, epoxy, and urethane are typically used. Complex parts and assemblies can be directly made in one go, to a greater extent than in earlier forms of manufacturing such as casting, forming, metal fabrication, and machining. Realization of such a seamless process requires the designer to take in considerations of manufacturability of the part or assembly by the process. In any product design process, DFM considerations are important to reduce iterations, time and material wastage. Argyrotinia croica is a species of moth of the family Tortricidae. It is found in Costa Rica.
Myetine is an anticholinesterase drug. Myetine was the first synthetic carbamate that was used clinically. Unlike the myetine analog neostigmine, it doesn't have a quaternary ammonium group to give it a permanent positive charge. It can exist as an uncharged free base, which could allow it to cross the blood-brain barrier and cause unwanted central nervous system (CNS) side effects.
Baron Hankey, of the Chart in the County of Surrey, is a title in the peerage of the United Kingdom. It was created in 1939 for the civil servant Sir Maurice Hankey, Cabinet Secretary from 1920 to 1938. His eldest son, the second Baron, was a diplomat and served as British ambassador to Sweden between 1954 and 1960. As of 2016, the title is held by the latter's eldest son, the third Baron, who succeeded in 1996. He is an architect. Donald Hankey, brother of the first Baron, was a soldier best known for 2 volumes of essays about the British Volunteer Army in the First World War. The Honourable Henry Hankey, third son of the first Baron, was British ambassador to Panama between 1966 and 1969.
Augustin Charles Davila or Davila (1653–23 June 1701) was a 17th-century French architect. He was one of the main promoters of the Vignales canon, but far from simply publishing it, he developed it by proposing variations of motifs to give more flexibility and expressiveness to the rigid system of the 5 orders.
Oliver James Norwood, born 12 April 1991, is a professional footballer who plays as a midfielder for Sheffield United. Norwood began his career with Manchester United, and had loan spells at Carlisle United, Scunthorpe United and Coventry City before moving permanently to Huddersfield Town and then Reading. He then achieved 3 consecutive promotions to the Premier League with 3 different clubs, Brighton, Fulham and Sheffield United between 2017 to 2019. Although he was born in England, and represented that country at under-17 level, he has represented Northern Ireland at every level from under-19 to the senior team.
Visions of Passion is a 2003 American made-for-cable erotic drama film directed by Randall St. George. The division of Moreton is an Australian electoral division in Queensland.
Spinterface is a term coined to indicate an interface between a ferromagnet and an organic semiconductor. This is a widely investigated topic in molecular spintronics, since the role of interfaces plays a huge part in the functioning of a device. In particular, spinterfaces are widely studied in the scientific community because of their hybrid organic-inorganic composition. In fact, the hybridization between the metal and the organic material can be controlled by acting on the molecules, which are way more responsive to electrical and optical stimuli with respect to metals. This gives rise to the possibility of efficiently tuning the magnetic properties of the interface at the atomic scale.
Roma is a fictional character appearing in American comic books published by Marvel Comics. She is the daughter of Merlin. Roma is the omniversal guardian, charged with the safety of the omniverse. She is assisted in her task by Saturnine, the omniversal Majestrix, and the Captain Britain Corps.
The Central Bank of Belize is the Central Bank of Belize, established in 1982. A. Joy Grant serves as the present governor of the Central Bank of Belize.
Pediatric dentistry, formerly pedodontics in American English or pedodontics in Commonwealth English, is the branch of dentistry dealing with children from birth through adolescence. The specialty of pediatric dentistry is recognized by the American Dental Association, Royal College of Dentists of Canada, and Royal Australasian College of Dental Surgeons. Pediatric or pediatric dentists promote the dental health of children as well as serve as educational resources for parents. It is recommended by the American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry (AAPD) and the American Academy of Pediatrics (AAP) that a dental visit should occur within 6 months after the presence of the first tooth or by a child's first birthday. The AAPD has said that it is important to establish a comprehensive and accessible ongoing relationship between the dentist and patient, referring to this as the patient's dental home. This is because early oral examination aids in the detection of the early stages of tooth decay. Early detection is essential to maintain oral health, modify aberrant habits, and treat as needed and as simply as possible. Additionally, parents are given a program of preventative home care, brushing, flossing, fluorides, a caries risk assessment, information on finger, thumb, and pacifier habits, advice on preventing injuries to the mouth and teeth of children, diet counseling, and information on growth and development.
Pancalea gaidike is a moth in the family Cosmopterigidae. It is found in Khabarovsk Krai, Russia.
Michael J. Sulik, born 1948, is an American intelligence officer who served as director of the U.S. National Clandestine Service from 2007 to 2010. Sulik, who grew up in the Bronx, studied Russian language and literature at Fordham University and later earned his Ph.D. from the City University of New York. He also served as a Marine during the Vietnam War. Sulik joined the Central Intelligence Agency (CIA) in 1980. He was stationed overseas throughout his career, in Eastern Europe, Asia, Latin America, Poland, and Russia. Sulik served as Moscow Station Chief from 1994 to 1996 and Chief of Central Eurasian Division from 1999 to 2002. Sulik served as the Associate Deputy Director of Clandestine Service for a short time in 2004 under Director Porter J. Goss. He parted ways with the CIA in November 2004 during a management change and leadership turmoil at the agency. On September 14, 2007, Sulik rejoined the CIA to replace José Rodriguez as the head of the clandestine service. Sulik retired in July 2010.
A Portrait of Dorian Gray 2005 is the fashion designer and photographer Karl Lagerfeld's rendition of Oscar Wilde's novel The Picture of Dorian Gray 1891 in photography. Models Larry Scott and Eva Hertzgova star as Mr. and Mrs. Dorian Gray. The book shows photographic interpretations of parts of the novel's plot, and it also contained digitally aged portraits of both Scott and Hertzgova, done by Pierre-François Lechu.
Blake Broadhurst, born the 29th of December 1985, is an Australian rules footballer who formerly played for Subiaco Football Club in the West Australian Football League (WAFL). In 2010, 2011 and 2012 he was the club's leading goalkicker. In 2011 he won the Bernie Naylor Medal for the most goals at the end of the home and away season in the WAFL with a tally of 68. In 2013, Broadhurst signed with the Balwyn Football Club in the Eastern Football League, based in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Who Do You Love is a song by Irish singer-songwriter Ryan O'Shaughnessy, written by Francis Mitchell and Mark Graham, released in Ireland on 2 August 2013. The song entered the Irish singles chart at number 3, making it his second top 5 single in Ireland.
Kollur, Persian, also romanized as Kollur, is a village in Kalashi Rural District, Javanrud County, Kermanshah Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 106, in 21 families.
William Ashley Brown was an Anglican priest in the 20th century. He was born on the 22nd of February 1887 and educated at St. John's College, Armidale, NSW and the Australian College of Theology. Ordained in 1911, he was a curate at Christ Church Cathedral, Grafton, followed by a period as vicar of Walgett. He was then Archdeacon of Bombay, after which he was Dean of Gibraltar. Returning to Australia in 1945, he became Rural Dean of West Charing. He died on 2 September 1970, his life recounted as in his memoir, Memory Be Green, which is illustrated by his daughter Joan Ashley Brown.
Eucalyptus ravida is a tree that is native to Western Australia. The tree typically grows to a height of 5 to 20 meters (16 to 66 feet) and has smooth bark. It blooms between September and December, producing inflorescences with yellow-white flowers. The species was formally described as E. ravida by the botanists Lawrence Alexander Sidney Johnson and Ken Hill in 1991 as part of the work Systematic Studies in the Eucalyptus 2. A revision of the gimlets and related species, Eucalyptus extracaudical series Salubres and Annulatae Myrtaceae, published in the journal Talopi. The only recognized synonym is Eucalyptus salubris var. Glauca, as described by Joseph Maiden in 1919 in the work A Critical Revision of the Genus Eucalyptus. E. ravida is one of the 6 true gimlet species that have buds in groups of 7. The other true gimlets are E. campaspe, E. effusa, Eucalyptus salubris, E. terebra and E. tortilis. The non-glaucous E. salubris is easily distinguished from E. ravida and E. campaspe, both of which have conspicuously glaucous branchlets. It is found on undulating plains and shallow depressions in the Goldfields Esperance between Menzies and Norseman, where it grows in gravelly sandy clay soils.
Serge Atta, the 19th of September 1948 in Tunis, the 6th of November 2004 in Paris, was the president of the French television station TV5.
Rafael Egasquiza, the 14th of July 1935 in Bilbao, the 1st of June 2017, was a Spanish field hockey player who competed in the 1960 Summer Olympics.
Blessed Be God, a cappella is the first album of the Chorus Paulinus recorded in the Philippines. It is 9 choral arrangements of popular religious songs by Arnold Zamora for Chorus Paulinus in 1999.
Arthur Chichester, 1st Marquess of Donegal, the 13th of June 1739 to the 5th of January 1799, known as Arthur Chichester until 1757 and as the Earl of Donegal between 1757 and 1791, was an English nobleman and politician in Ireland.
SF Film Finland Oy, formerly FS Film Oy, is a Finnish film distributor established in 2000. It is part of Bonnier Group and a subsidiary of AB Svensk Filmindustri. SF Film Finland is the leading film distributor in Finland with market shares of 30.67% in admissions and 31.04% in box office 2011. The company distributes approximately 45 theatrical premieres and 400 new DVD releases annually.
Gressingham is a civil parish in Lancaster, Lancashire, England. It contains 14 listed buildings that are recorded in the National Heritage List for England. Of these, 1 is listed at Grade 1, the highest of the 3 grades, 2 are at Grade 2*, the middle grade, and the others are at Grade 2, the lowest grade. Apart from the village of Gressingham and the settlement of Eskrigg, the parish is rural. Almost all the listed buildings are houses and associated structures, farmhouses, and farm buildings. Also listed are a church and a bridge crossing the River Lune on the boundary of the parish.
The Shakti Mata Memorial Chatriya is a cenotaph in the city of Pokhran, Rajasthan, India. Constructed in red sandstone, it was erected to honor the deceased Marathas of the local royal family. The site contains a number of chhatras, meaning umbrella in Hindi, which references the shape of the domes of the structure, and lies outside the city.
The German colony Hebrew, Hamoshava Hagermanot is a neighborhood in Jerusalem, established in the second half of the 19th century by members of the German Temple Society. Today the Moshava, as it is popularly known, is an upscale neighborhood bisected by Emek Raphaim Street, an avenue lined with trendy shops, restaurants and cafes. The Austin Maxi is a medium-sized five-door hatchback car that was produced by Austin and later British Leyland between 1969 and 1981. It was the first British five-door hatchback to be fitted with a 5-speed transmission.
Diotima of Mantinea, Greek, Diotima Latin, Diotima, was an ancient Greek prophetess and philosopher thought to have lived circa 440 BCE, who plays an important role in Plato's Symposium. In the dialogue, her ideas are the origin of the concept of Platonic love.
Sorcerer is an interactive fiction computer game written by Steve Moretsky and released by Infocom in 1984. It is the second game in the magic-themed Enchanter trilogy, preceded by Enchanter and followed by Spellbreaker. It is Infocom's 11th game.
The 2016 Incarnate Word Cardinals football team represented the University of the Incarnate Word in the 2016 NCAA Division I FCS football season. This was the Cardinals' final transition season of collegiate football at the FCS level. They were led by fifth-year head coach Larry Kennan. They played their home games at Gale and Tom Benson Stadium. They finished the season 3-8, 3-6 in Southland play to finish in a tie for 8th place.
Active Space Technologies is a Portuguese company, with main offices in Portugal, headquartered in Coimbra, which offers products and services in the fields of thermo-mechanical engineering, thermal and structural analysis, design, manufacturing, and testing, electronics engineering, embedded systems, digital control, as well as management support services for technology transfer and development projects, project management, systems engineering, project coordination. The company operates in the global markets of aerospace, defense, automotive, nuclear fusion, and scientific sectors. Its offices are in Coimbra and Lisbon, Portugal, Southampton, United Kingdom, and Noordwijk, the Netherlands. Founded in 2004, the company's work and expansion has been reported in several media, including Expresso, Correio da Manhã, The Wall Street Journal, Diário As Beiras, Publico, Diário de Coimbra, RDP Antena 1, Jornal de Notícias, TSF, Agência Lusa, Radio Universidade de Coimbra, El Mundo, RTP2, Radio Renascença, etc.
Glenida mediata is a species of beetle in the family Cerambicidae. It was described by Johann Christian Fabricius in 1801. It is known from Malaysia and Indonesia.
Clive John Benji Webb, born the 11th of March 1967, is a Welsh singer, songwriter and musician best known as the lead vocalist for the heavy metal band Skindred as well as the former lead singer of Dub War, Mass Mental and the singer for his own solo project. He has also featured on albums by Bullet for My Valentine and Soulfly, and plays the synthesizer in Skindred. Benji Webb is a native of Newport, South Wales and a veteran of the rock explosion of the mid-1990s which led to Spin magazine dubbing Newport as the New Seattle. He became an orphan at the age of 8 and was raised by his older brother in Powys.
Matterhorn, a novel of the Vietnam War is a novel by American author and decorated Marine Karl Marlantes. It was first published by L. Leon Literary Arts in 2009 in small quantity and reissued and slightly edited as a major publication of Atlantic Monthly Press on March 23, 2010. Marlantes is a graduate of Yale University and a Rhodes Scholar. He was also a highly decorated Marine who served in Vietnam. He was awarded the Navy Cross, the Bronze Star, 2 Navy Commendation Medals for Valor, 2 Purple Hearts, and 10 Air Medals. He spent 30 years working on the novel, which was rejected for publication numerous times.
Kane is a borough in McKean County in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania, 94 miles (151 kilometers) east by south of Erie. It was founded in 1863 by Civil War General Thomas L. Kane at an elevated site 2,210 feet (674 meters) above sea level. In the early part of the 20th century, Kane had large glass works, bottle works, lumber mills, and manufactures of brush handles, saws, cutlery, screen doors and windows. The population peaked in the 1920s but has since declined by around half to 3,691 persons in 2012. It is the home of the Kane Area School District, and they are known as the Kane Wolves. Famous residents of Kane include two-time NBA champion and 1992 Olympic gold medalist coach Chuck Daly and Amy Rudolph, an Olympic distance runner and qualifier in the 1996 and 2000 Summer Games, and physicist Evan O'Neill Kane, physicist, who was instrumental in developing the theory of semiconductors.
Rafael Duele Bleitão, born the 28th of December 1979, is a Brazilian chess player. He is a grandmaster in both over-the-board chess and correspondence chess. Bleitão is a 7-time Brazilian champion. He competed in the FIDE World Championship in 1999, 2000 and 2004, and in the FIDE World Cup in 2005, 2007, 2009, 2013 and 2015.
Radio Caracas Radio is a Venezuelan radio station. It is owned by Empresas 1BC, a Venezuelan private media corporation.
Pied Piper is the 20th studio album, 25th overall, by Scottish singer-songwriter Donovan. It marks the third album of his children's music, after the For Little Ones portion of A Gift from a Flower to a Garden and HMS Donovan. Pied Piper was released in both the UK and US Rhino 78290 on the 19th of March 2002.
San Marino Volleyball Federation, or FSPAV Italian, Federazione Sammarinese Pallavolo, is the governing body of volleyball and beach volleyball in San Marino. It was formed in 1980. It organizes the internal league and runs the San Marino national volleyball team. The president of the federation is Gianluigi Lazzarini.
Strome Castle is a ruined castle on the shore of Loch Carron in Stromemore, 3.5 miles southwest of the village of Loch Carron, on the headland between Loch Carron and Loch Kishorn, on the west coast of the Scottish Highlands. The Peace of Augsburg, also called the Augsburg Settlement, was a treaty between Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, and the Schmalkaldic League, signed in September 1555 at the imperial city of Augsburg. It officially ended the religious struggle between the two groups and made the legal division of Christianity permanent within the Holy Roman Empire, allowing rulers to choose either Lutheranism or Roman Catholicism as the official confession of their state. However, the Peace of Augsburg arrangement is also credited to ending much Christian unity around Europe. Before, the main religion was Roman Catholicism with a few practicers of Lutheranism. Now, if a ruler chose for his or her subjects to practice Lutheranism, the population which endorsed and practiced Lutheranism increased greatly. Calvinism was not allowed until the Peace of Westphalia.
Sex Is Not the Enemy was a single released from Garbage's fourth album Bleed Like Me in June 2005 in United Kingdom. It was released as joint second single from the album. Around the same time the song Bleed Like Me was released in the US, and there was a parallel release for Run Baby Run in Australia and Europe. The release of Sex Is Not the Enemy followed later that summer in Australia. Following on from the top 10 chart position for the previous single Why Do You Love Me, and despite the band promoting the single with a headline show at London's Brixton Academy, Sex Is Not the Enemy failed to replicate that success in the UK, peaking in the top 30, and was their last top 40 hit.
Ghazala Saad Rafiq is a Pakistani politician who served as a member of the Provincial Assembly of the Punjab. She is the wife of former Minister for Railways Khawaja Saad Rafiq.
WKEB 99.3 FM is a radio station, licensed to Medford, Wisconsin, United States, that broadcasts an adult hits music format from a tower just north of the city. The station is currently owned by WIGM, Incorporated, and features programming from ABC Radio.
Tintin, Le Temple du Soleil, subtitled Le Spectacle Musical, is a Belgian musical in 2 acts with music by Dirk Brosset, lyrics and scenario by Seth Garikema and Frank van Lackey and adapted to French by Didier van Cauwelaert, based on 2 of the adventures of Tintin by Hergé, The 7 Crystal Balls 1948 and Prisoners of the Sunday 1949. It is the French-language version of the Dutch show Kuifje, de Zonnetempel that premiered in 2001. It premiered in Charleroi in 2002 and was scheduled for Paris in 2003 but was cancelled.
Sendanpara, Persian, also romanized as Sendanpara, is a village in Barmai Gamsiri Shamali Rural District, Barmai Gamsiri District, Barmai County, Kogilier and Boyar Ahmed Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 79, in 20 families.
Quararibea dolichopoda is a species of flowering plant in the family Malvaceae. It is found only in Panama. It is threatened by habitat loss.
Gate, English, Riddle, is a band from Trøndelag, Norway playing Norwegian folk music bred with metal and electronica. Their style has been referred to as progressive folk rock. The band was put together by Svenung Sundli violin, keyboards in 2000 and originally consisted of his little sister Gunhild Sundli vocals, Gjermund Landro bass, backing vocals, Martin Langley drums, and Magnus Robot Bormark guitar, keyboards. Langley was replaced by Kenneth Kapstad in 2004.
Judy Dyer, born May 9, 1948, is an American hurdler. She competed in the women's 80 meters hurdles at the 1968 Summer Olympics.
The Charcoal Tank Nature Reserve is a protected nature reserve in the central western region of New South Wales, Australia. The 86.4 hectare (213-acre) reserve is situated 10 kilometres (6.2 miles) south of West Wyalong and may be accessed via the Newell Highway and the Charcoal Tank Road. The reserve is an important refuge for native flora and fauna in a highly fragmented landscape, one in which the majority of the original vegetation has been removed.
The following is a list of Xiaomi smart home products. They are products released by third-party manufacturers who have partnered with Xiaomi. Eremo di Santo Spirito and Magella, Italian for Hermitage of Santo Spirito and Magella, is an hermitage located in Rocamaris, province of Pescara, Abruzzo, Italy.
Calothrix is a genus of New World monkeys of the family Calitrichidae, the family containing marmosets and tamarins. The genus contains the Atlantic forest marmosets. The name Calothrix is derived from the Greek words kalos, meaning beautiful, and thrix, meaning hair.
National Financial Switch (NFS) is the largest network of shared automated teller machines (ATMs) in India. It was designed, developed and deployed by the Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology (IDRBT) in 2004, with the goal of interconnecting the ATMs in the country and facilitating convenience banking. It is run by the National Payments Corporation of India (NPCI).
Backwater A While is the 4th solo album by Irish musician Sonny Condell. It was released in November 2001 by Backwater Records and distributed by Ritz Music Group.
Disambiguation, for the 1992 anime See the Girl in the Wind. Girl in the Wind is the 4th album by Quarterflash, released on Epic Records in late 1991. Quarterflash, led by the husband-wife team of Rindy and Marv Ross, recruited new members for this release: Sandin Wilson on bass, vocals, Greg Williams on drums, Doug Fraser on guitars, and Mel Kubik on keyboards and saxophone. The new members gave the AOR band an edgier sound. Due to record label changes, the album was only released in Europe. The album includes acoustic rock songs Something More, Where I Stand, and Diamond in the Rough, and the love ballads Is It Any Wonder and Let Somebody Love You. The band went on to record an unreleased album in 1995 with the same lineup. Marv and Rindy Ross released an album in 2002 called Bliss that has several songs from Girl in the Wind as well as 4 songs from the unreleased album.
Haggett's Pond is the reservoir for the town of Andover, Massachusetts, United States. It is located in the western part of the town and also lends its name to a road. The Merrimack River is connected to the pond to add volume to the reservoir. It is bordered by Route 133 on the south. Not far to the northwest is Interstate 495, to the northeast is Interstate 93. Haggett's Pond is located at 42 degrees 38 minutes 36 seconds north, 71 degrees 12 minutes 18 seconds west. Permissible activities include walking, hiking, jogging, biking and fishing. Only registered rowboats are allowed on the reservoir and fishing must be done from either the shoreline or a rowboat, no hip waders. Canoeing or kayaking, windsurfing, sailing, ice skating and ice fishing are prohibited. Swimming, bathing, wading and pets in the water are also prohibited. Hiking trails, some converted out of a former railway, the Lowell and Lawrence Railroad, encircle the pond. The pond also gives its name to a road, Haggett's Pond Road, that starts to the west of the pond itself. Haggett's Pond Road transverses Route 133, but the vast majority of its length is on the side north of the pond. Of the 245 houses on Haggett's Pond Road, 240 of them are on the north side.
Tostado is a city in the northwest of the province of Santa Fe, Argentina, 334 kilometers (208 miles) northwest from the provincial capital. It had about 14,000 inhabitants at the 2010 census (INDEC), and it is the head town of the Nueve de Julio department. The town was founded in 1891 and attained the status of comuna commune on 8 August 1904. It became a city on 31 December 1970.
A-flat Barak Persian, also romanized as Ab Barak, Abi Barak, and Abai Barak, is a village in Razan Rural District, in the Central District of Razan County, Hamadan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 904, in 216 families.
Tucana AK-88 was never commissioned and thus never bore the USS designation. She was transferred upon launching on 13 September 1944 to the U.S. Army as the U.S. Army Engineer Port Repair Ship Arthur C. Ely.
Tench-class submarines were a type of submarine built for the United States Navy (USN) between 1944 and 1951. They were an improvement over the Gato and Balao classes, only about 35 to 40 tons larger, but more strongly built and with a slightly improved internal layout. One of the ballast tanks was converted to carry fuel, increasing range from 11,000 nautical miles (20,000 kilometers, 13,000 miles) to 16,000 nautical miles (30,000 kilometers, 18,000 miles). This improvement was also made on some boats of the previous two classes. Further improvements were made beginning with SS-435, which are sometimes referred to as the Corsair class. Initial plans called for 80 to be built, but 51 were cancelled in 1944 and 1945 when it became apparent that they would not be needed to defeat Japan. The remaining 29 were commissioned between October 1944 Tench and February 1951 Grenadier, the last submarine of the Tench class, as well as the last submarine which served during World War II. In service with the U.S. Navy was USS Tigrone AGSS 419, which was decommissioned on 27 June 1975.
A salvo is the simultaneous discharge of artillery or firearms including the firing of guns either to hit a target or to perform a salute. As a tactic in warfare, the intent is to cripple an enemy in one blow and prevent them from fighting back. Samuel Griffin (April 20, 1746 to November 23, 1810) was a lawyer and politician from Virginia. He represented Virginia in the U.S. House of Representatives.
NGC 4212 is a flocculent spiral galaxy with lunar activity located about 53 million light-years away in the constellation Coma Berenices. The galaxy was discovered by astronomer William Herschel on April 8, 1784 and was listed in the NGC catalogue as NGC 4208. He then observed the same galaxy and listed it as NGC 4212. Astronomer John Lewis Emile Dreyer later concluded that NGC 4208 was identical to NGC 4212. NGC 4212 is a member of the Virgo cluster.
Kynurenine, alpha-aminoadipate aminotransferase, mitochondrial, also known as alpha-aminoadipate aminotransferase and kynurenine aminotransferase 2, is a mitochondrial enzyme that in humans is encoded by the AUDIT gene. It converts alpha-aminoadipate to alpha-ketodipate. It is also one of the kynurenine, oxoglutarate transaminases.
This is a list of extant dukedoms in the nobility of Italy. The Kingdom of Italy was dissolved in 1946 and the use of titles of nobility is not currently recognized or regulated by the Italian state. This list includes dukedoms in Italy which were created by sovereign rulers other than the King of Italy, such as the Holy Roman Emperor and the Holy See, as well as titles that originally belonged to the sovereigns of self-governing territories, such as the Duchy of Ferrara. It does not include Italian geographical titles created by French or Spanish rulers in the nobilities of their respective nations.
Miriam Harry was the pen name of Maria Rosette Shapira, April 1869. Some sources say 1875, which is wrong. March 10, 1958, a French journalist and writer, the daughter of Moses Wilhelm and Anna Magdalena Rosette Shapira, née Jackal. She was born in Jerusalem. Her father, originally from Ukraine in Tsarist Russia and a convert from Judaism to Christianity, committed suicide and the family moved to Berlin. She later moved to Paris. She became secretary to Jules Lemaitre. Shapira worked for La Fronde and also wrote several journals in Paris. In 1902, she published her first novel Petites Epouses. Her 1903 work La Conquête de Jérusalem received the first Prix Femina, which was created in 1904 especially for her, since she was excluded from consideration for the Prix Goncourt because she was a woman. In 1904, Shapira married Émile Perrault. She also wrote accounts of her travels in the Middle East, Africa and Asia. Her reportage of the trial of insurgents accused of murdering French settlers in the Thala Kasserine disturbances was instrumental in securing clemency for those sentenced to death. She died in Neuilly-sur-Seine, France.
The 1980 Labour Party deputy leadership election took place on 13 November 1980 when incumbent deputy leader Michael Foot was elected leader of the Labour Party, defeating Denis Healey. Healey was subsequently elected unopposed as deputy leader.
The Wall of the Sun and Wall of the Moon are a pair of murals made of ceramics and designed by the Catalan artist Joan Miró for the UNESCO building in Paris. The works were carried out by the ceramicist Josep Llorens Artigas in 1955. Initially, the walls were installed on the Place de Fontenoy in Paris, but afterwards were enclosed in a building that was constructed in order to protect them from damage caused by acid rain.
Colonel General Vitez Gustav Jani, born the 21st of October 1883 in Rajka, Kingdom of Hungary, died the 26th of November 1947 in Budapest, Hungary, was a Hungarian officer during World War II who commanded the Hungarian Second Army at the Battle of Stalingrad. After the war, he was found guilty of war crimes and executed by firing squad. He was posthumously exonerated in 1993.
La Gazza Ladra, Italian pronunciation, La Azzella Dra, The Thieving Magpie, is a melodrama or opera semiseria in 2 acts by Gioacchino Rossini, with a libretto by Giovanni Gherardini based on Le Pied Voleurs by Théodore Boudoir d'Orbigny and Louis-Charles Caines. The composer Gioacchino Rossini wrote quickly, and La Gazza Ladra was no exception. According to legend, before the first performance of the opera, the producer assured the composition of the overture by locking Rossini in a room, from the window of which the composer threw out the sheets of music to the copyists who then wrote the orchestral parts, to complete the composition of the opera. As such, The Thieving Magpie is best known for the overture, which is musically notable for its use of snare drums. The unique inspiration in the melodies is extreme, famously used to bizarre and dramatic effect in Stanley Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange. It was referenced by Haruki Murakami in his work The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. This memorable section in Rossini's overture evokes the image of the opera's main subject, a devilishly clever, thieving magpie.
The 1941 South Australian National Football League season was the 62nd season of the top-level Australian rules football competition in South Australia.
The Samaritan alphabet is used by the Samaritans for religious writings, including the Samaritan Pentateuch, writings in Samaritan Hebrew, and for commentaries and translations in Samaritan Aramaic and occasionally Arabic. Samaritan is a direct descendant of the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, which was a variety of the Phoenician alphabet in which large parts of the Hebrew Bible were originally penned. All these scripts are believed to be descendants of the Proto-Sinaitic script. That script was used by the ancient Israelites, both Jews and Samaritans. The better-known square script Hebrew alphabet traditionally used by Jews is a stylized version of the Aramaic alphabet called Assyrian writing, which they adopted from the Persian Empire, which in turn adopted it from the Arameans. After the fall of the Persian Empire, Judaism used both scripts before settling on the Aramaic form. For a limited time thereafter, the use of Paleo-Hebrew Proto-Samaritan among Jews was retained only to write the Tetragrammaton, but soon that custom was also abandoned. The Samaritan alphabet first became known to the Western world with the publication of a manuscript of the Samaritan Pentateuch in 1631 by Jean Morin. In 1616 the traveller Pietro della Valle had purchased a copy of the text in Damascus, and this manuscript, now known as Codex B, was deposited in a Parisian library.
The 2013 CONCACAF Beach Soccer Championship took place from 8 to 12 May 2013, in Nassau, Bahamas, for the first time. This will also be the first time that the qualifiers have been held in the Caribbean. The two finalists of the championship will be the nations who will qualify for the World Cup and go on to represent North America in Tahiti in September. All matches will take place at the new Malcolm Park Beach Soccer and Futsal facility in Nassau.
National Geographic explorer Sandesh Carter is a wildlife filmmaker and conservation photographer known for his contributions to Planet Earth 2. Sandesh's films have been shown on television networks including National Geographic Channel, BBC, Discovery Channel and Animal Planet. Sandesh is a senior fellow of the International League of Conservation Photographers (ILCP) and co-founder of Fellis Creations, a visual arts company based in Bangalore, India, which work on a variety of projects ranging from natural history documentaries to art and still photography.
Isius umbeterensis is a jumping spider species in the genus Isius that lives in Kenya. It was first described by Wanda Wesolowska in 2011.
Carlo Viljanti Blomstead PhD, the 17th of May 1880 in Hämeenlinna, the 27th of February 1949 in Helsinki, was a Finnish historian and archivist. Blomstead organized the Finnish archives and functioned as an official at the National Archives of Finland from 1908 and became its chief in 1927. He was chairman of the Delegation of Archives 1928–1946, when the Archives of Finnish Landscapes was created. Blomstead was also associate professor in history at Helsinki University between 1921 and 1933 and editor-in-chief for the biographical encyclopedia Kansalaisen Elämäkerraston 1928–1934. He has mainly written on the Horn family and Finland's 16th-century history.
The Clark Hobbs Davidson House, also known as the Masonic Temple and Charles A. Hobbs House, is a historic home located at Hendersonville, Henderson County, North Carolina. It was built about 1907, and is a two-story, brick, transitional Queen Anne, colonial revival-style dwelling. A rear brick addition was built about 1958, after it was acquired by the Masons for use as a Masonic lodge. It features a one-story hip-roofed full-width porch and a tall deck on hip roof. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1989.
The New York College of Podiatric Medicine (NYCPM) is a private podiatric college in New York City. Founded in 1911, NYCPM was the first podiatric medical school established in the United States. To date, NYCPM has graduated 25% of the nation's licensed doctors of podiatric medicine. A minimum of 90 credit hours of undergraduate studies is a prerequisite for admission. The college is located at 53 East 124th Street in Harlem. New York College of Podiatric Medicine is the oldest and largest podiatric medical school in the U.S. The Foot Center of New York, its associated training center, sees nearly 20,000 patient visits a year, making it the largest foot clinic in the world.
Brezhej Pri Lipoglavu, pronounced Bzjp Li Plow, is a small settlement in the hills southeast of Ljubljana in central Slovenia. It is part of the Ljubljana urban municipality. It lies in the traditional region of Lower Carniola and is now included with the rest of the municipality in the Central Slovenia statistical region.
Henry Brunker, 3rd Viscount Brunker, c. 1627–4 January 1688, was a Restoration-era medical doctor, courtier, politician, and civil servant. He served as cofferer of the household to Charles II, and served as gentleman of the bedchamber to James, Duke of York. He was a member of Parliament and a very skilled games player.
The Mani is a river in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. It is a right tributary of the Ruhr. The Mani passes the towns of Breilen, Ruthen, Warstein. There is a large artificial lake near the mouth of the river, the Mani Reservoir, used for hydro-power generation and leisure activities.
I Don't Want to Be With Nobody But You was the third single from Australian group, Absent Friends, taken from the group's debut album Here's Looking Up Your Address. The single was released in April 1990 and debuted on the Australian singles charts at number 45 in May 1990, peaking at number 4 in July 1990. It was a cover version of the Eddie Floyd track, I Don't Want to Be With Nobody But My Baby, from his 1974 album, Soul Street. The cover to the single credited the song to Absent Friends featuring Wendy Matthews. Also guesting on the track was vocalist Peter Blakely, backing vocals. Other members of Absent Friends were Sean Kelly, models, The Dukes, Andrew Duffield, James Valentine, both also ex-models, and Gary Beers. I Don't Want to Be With Nobody But You won the Single of the Year award at the 1991 ARIA Music Awards. Matthews subsequently included it on her 1999 Greatest Hits album, Stepping Stones, and her 2007 compilation album, The Essential Wendy Matthews. It was later covered by Joss Stone for her 2012 album, The Soul Sessions Volume 2.
Caradrina flava is a moth of the family Noctidae. It was described by Oberthur in 1876. It is found in Spain and Greece and on Malta and the Canary Islands, as well as from the Sahara to the Arabian Peninsula, Israel, Jordan, the Levant, Iran and Iraq. There are 2 generations per year with adults on wing from October to December and again from February to April.
Paulus Reinhold A.F. Uhr, the 25th of January 1892 to the 28th of April 1972, was a Swedish Air Force Major General.
Riemann is the 5th studio album by the German band Riemann. In Germany, it was released on November 7, 2008, by Universal Music. In the UK, it was released on September 28, 2009. The album is a comeback album for the group, because the members of Riemann had wanted to separate, but reconciled their differences and returned to the studio.
The Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency (JAXA), Guoli Yan Ju Kai Fa Fa Ren Yu Jo Heng Kong Yan Ju Kai Fa Jigo Kokuritsu Kenkyu Kaihatsu Hojin Uchu Koku Kenkyu Kaihatsu Kiko, literally, National Research and Development Agency on Aerospace Research and Development, is the Japanese National Aerospace and Space Agency. Through the merger of 3 previously independent organizations, JAXA was formed on 1 October 2003. JAXA is responsible for research, technology development and launch of satellites into orbit, and is involved in many more advanced missions such as asteroid exploration and possible manned exploration of the Moon. Its motto is One JAXA and its corporate slogan is Explore to Realize, formerly Reaching for the Skies, Exploring Space.
Scipione l'Africano, 1937, in English Scipio Africanus, The Defeat of Hannibal, is an Italian historical film that focuses on Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus, from the time of his election as dictator until his defeat of Hannibal at the Battle of Zama in 202 BC. It was directed by Carmen Gallone and stars Annabelle Ninci and Camillo Pilato. The film was funded by Benito Mussolini and was released in 1937, serving as propaganda for the fascist ambitions to invade North Africa. A division of the Italian army was used as extras in the film, shortly before being transferred to duty in the Spanish Civil War.
Exeter is a city in Tulare County, California, United States. It is situated in the San Joaquin Valley near the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains. The population was 10,334 at the 2010 census. Exeter is located on State Highway 65, 2 miles (3.2 kilometers) south of Highway 198 and 15 miles (24 kilometers) east of Highway 99. Exeter is within a 3 to 4 hour drive of both Los Angeles and San Francisco, and 30 minutes from the entrance to Sequoia National Park. The public school system in Exeter consists of Exeter Union High School 9 to 12, the Wilson Middle School 6 to 8, Rocky Hill Elementary K-5, Lincoln Elementary K-5, and Kauai High School, a continuation high school. The 1999-2000 enrollment was, grades K-8, 1,936 and grades 9 to 12, 1,101 students.
Thomas Cook Group plc was a British global travel group. It was formed on 19 June 2007 by the merger of Thomas Cook AG, itself the successor to Thomas Cook & Son, and My Travel Group. The group operated in two separate segments, a tour operator and an airline. On 23 September 2019 Thomas Cook went into compulsory liquidation. Thomas Cook was listed on both the London Stock Exchange and the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. The Thomas Cook Group ceased trading on 23 September 2019 and entered liquidation. Around 21,000 worldwide employees were left without jobs, including 9,000 UK staff, and 600,000 customers, 150,000 from the UK, were left abroad, triggering the UK's largest peacetime repatriation. The Wright R2600 Cyclone 14, also called Twin Cyclone, was an American radial engine developed by Curtiss Wright and widely used in aircraft in the 1930s and 1940s.
Daniel Garcia Soto is a Puerto Rican professional wrestler best known by his ring name Stefano. Soto wrestles for promotions across Puerto Rico including International Wrestling Association, World Wrestling Council and New Wrestling Stars. Soto would also make an appearance in America's Total Nonstop Action Wrestling as a storyline lawyer for the Latin American Exchange faction. Soto also became one of the first wrestlers in Puerto Rican wrestling to win the Triple Crown of the three different Puerto Rican junior heavyweight titles after winning IWA's Junior Heavyweight, WWC's Junior Heavyweight, 5 November 2005, and finally NWS Cruiserweight title, which he won on 10 September 2006. After almost a year in WWC, Steffi returned to the IWA in 2008 under his Rabia character and renamed as XTEFY.
Matan Zohar, born the 30th of April 1990, better known by his stage name Matt Zo, is a British producer and DJ. Zohar released his debut album, Damage Control, via the Anjunabeats and Astralworks labels on 5 November 2013. His second studio album, Self-Assemble, was released on 25 March 2016 under his own Mad Zoo label.
Stand By You is South Korean pop group Tohoshinki's 28th Japanese-language single. Stand By You was released on July 1, 2009 by their label Rhythm Zone and was released in two formats, CD and CD plus DVD. The track serves as the final single promoted by the group as a five-piece, following which legal troubles caused the group to go on an extended hiatus. Phelonidia albicaput is a species of moth of the family Tortricidae. It is found in Ecuador. The wingspan is 11 to 12 mm. The ground color of the forewings is whitish creamy, glossy along the edges of the markings with pale ochreous olive suffusions. The markings are ochreous olive. The hindwings are brownish, paler basally than on the periphery.
Lambertus Johannes Hansen, 12th of August 1803, Staphorst 21st of April 1859, Amsterdam, was a 19th-century Dutch painter.
Martins River is a community in the Canadian province of Nova Scotia, located in the Lunenburg Municipal District in Lunenburg County. It takes its name from the river which flows through the community. A section of the Trans-Canada Trail passes through the community on the former alignment of the Halifax and Southwestern Railway.
Dardes is a commune in the Eure department in northern France.
Number 680 Squadron RAF was a photo-reconnaissance squadron of the Royal Air Force, active during the Second World War.
Mob Psycho 100 Japanese, Moba Psycho 100, Hepburn, Mobu Psycho Haiku is a Japanese manga created by One, which began publication on Ura Sunday on April 18, 2012, and concluded on December 22, 2017. It has been available online on Shogakukan's mobile app Mangaon since December 2014. Dark Horse Comics has licensed the series for English publication. An anime television series adaptation produced by Bones aired between July and September 2016. The English dub of the series was released by Funimation in December 2016. A live-action series adaptation premiered on January 18, 2018. A second season of the anime series began airing from January to April 2019. A spin-off manga series titled REIGEN was serialized in the Mangaon mobile app from March 19, 2018 to February 19, 2019.
Testudomyces is a fungal genus in the family Onigenaceae. This is a monotypic genus, containing the single species Testudomyces verrucosus.
Anium Hebrew, is an Israeli settlement, a moshav, located in the Golan Heights, under the administration of Israel. The settlement was built in 1978 and falls under the municipal jurisdiction of the Golan Regional Council. In 2018 it had a population of 531. The international community considers Israeli settlements in the Golan Heights illegal under international law, but the Israeli government disputes this.
Chamran, Persian, also romanized as Chamran, is a city in the central district of Mashhar County, Khuzestan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 18,519, in 3,935 families.
Macahambas Cave is a scenic cave in the Misamis Oriental Province, part of Cagayan de Oro, in the Philippines. The area of the cave is part of the tropical Macahambas Forest Nature Reserve. The cave, which houses a colony of bats, is a tourist attraction, and it is equipped with path and walkable scenic trails. One end of the cave leads to a veranda overlooking the Cagayan River. About 200 meters from the cave itself there is a deline, improperly referred to as the Macahambas Gorge. The place was the site of the Battle of Macahambas Hill, the 4th of June 1900, the first of the few battles won by the Filipinos during the Philippine-American War. The Filipino troops in Macahambas were led by Lieutenant Cruz Tal and Colonel Apollina Velez.
Lake Huichich, also referred to as the Alvaro Obregon Reservoir, is located in the foothills of the Sierra Madre Occidental and is created by the Alvaro Obregon Dam. Lake Huichich is fed by and drained by the Yaqui River. The dam was completed in 1952 with the purpose to regulate water flow of the Yaqui River, prevent floods, and generate electricity. Lake Huichich is also an expanding tourist and resort area specializing in fishing, boating, and water skiing.
Lee Min-ho, born May 10, 1982, better known as Boom Hangul, Bum is a South Korean rapper, singer, actor, radio host, and television presenter. He has made numerous television appearances in South Korean comedy shows and has acted in sitcoms as well.
The New Zealand Census of Population and Dwellings Maori, Te Tataronga o Ngā Tangata Huri Noa I Aotearoa Mi o Ratu Whare Noho is a national population and housing census conducted by Government Department Statistics New Zealand every 5 years. There have been 33 censuses since 1851. In addition to providing detailed information about national demographics, the results of the census play an important part in the calculation of resource allocation to local service providers. The 2018 census took place on Tuesday, 6 March 2018. The next census is expected in March 2023.
The following outline is provided as an overview of and topical guide to Narnia. Narnia, fantasy world created by C.S. Lewis as the primary location for his series of 7 fantasy novels for children, The Chronicles of Narnia. The series tracks the story of Narnia when humans, usually children, enter the Narnian world from our world, or Earth, and meet Aslan, the creator of the world, in the book. The world is named after the country of Narnia, in which much of the action of the Chronicles takes place. In Narnia, some animals can talk, mythical beasts abound, and magic is common. Winning is a 1969 American Technicolor Panavision action drama sports film directed by James Goldstone and starring Paul Newman, Joanne Woodward and Robert Wagner. The film is about a racecar driver who aspires to win the Indianapolis 500. A number of racecar drivers and people associated with racing appear in the film, including Bobby Unser, Tony Hullman, Bobby Grimm, Dan Gurney, Roger McCluskey, and Bruce Walkup.
Lophopetalum javanicum is a species of plant in the family Celastraceae. It is found in Indonesia, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. Synonyms: Hippocratea mangae, non-laws, Vidal, Lophopetalum celebicus cord, Lophopetalum fimbriatum, non-white, F. Vil, Lophopetalum fuscescens Kurtz, Lophopetalum intermedium RIDL, Lophopetalum oblongifolium King, Lophopetalum oblongum King, Lophopetalum porcinervium Mare, Lophopetalum toxicum Law, Solonospermum javanicum Zol, Solonospermum oblongifolius Los, Solonospermum porcinervium Los, Solonospermum toxicum Los. Trippa alla romana is a traditional dish of the cuisine of Rome, Italy.
Dongyangapelta is an extinct genus of nodosaurid ankylosaurian dinosaur known from the Middle Cretaceous Caochuan Formation, Albian or Cenomanian stage of Dongyang, Zhejiang Province, China. Dongyangapelta was first named by Rongjun Chen, Wenji Zheng, Yoichi Azuma, Masateru Shibata, Tianliang Lu, Qiang Jin and Xingsheng Jin in 2013, and the type species is Dongyangapelta yanginensis. It differs from Zhejiangosaurus, the second nodosaurid from southeast China, in the characters of presacral rod, ilium, and femur. Dongyangapelta is distinguishable from Zhejiangosaurus only on the basis of the morphology of its pelvic shield.
Château-le-Vallier is a commune in the Indre-et-Loire department in central France. UDFY 38135539, also known as HUDF YD3, is the Hubble Ultra Deep Field (UDF) identifier for a galaxy which was calculated as of October 2010 to have a light travel time of 13.1 billion years with a present proper distance of around 30 billion light-years. It was discovered by 3 teams in September 2009 in sensitive infrared Hubble Space Telescope images and identified by these as source UDF 38135539, R. Bouwens et al., source HUDF YD3, A Bunker et al., and source 1721, R. McClure et al., and additionally reported in the Astrophysical Journal and the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. All teams independently identified the source likely an extremely distant galaxy because there was no measurable light at visible wavelengths caused by absorption of hydrogen gas along the line of sight. Following the discovery of this candidate distant galaxy, another team targeted this object with ground-based spectroscopy to confirm the distance, reporting a redshift Z equals 8.6. However, attempts to replicate this observation strongly suggest the original claim was in error, meaning that at the present time the galaxy only has a photometric redshift estimate.
Church Songs is an 1884 collection of hymns and songs composed and compiled for Church of England and Episcopal Church usage by Sabine Baring-Gould, in collaboration with Henry Fleetwood Shepherd. Church Songs was intended to provide a church substitute for the phenomenally successful 1877 Moody Sankey hymn book. At the time, Baring-Gould was parish priest at Lew Trencard, Devonshire. The book was published by Skeffington in England and in New York by James Pott & Co., also in 1884.
The Warrior's Code is the 5th studio album by the Irish-American Celtic punk band, the Dropkick Murphys. Released in June 2005, it is also their best-selling. It features a dedication to Lowell's own Irish Mickey Ward, who is featured on the album's cover and is the subject of the album's title track. It is also their final record with Hellcat Records before moving to their own vanity label, Born and Bred Records. The album features one of the band's biggest and most well-known singles, I'm Shipping Up to Boston, which the band originally released on the Fields of Athenry single, although it re-recorded it for the Warrior's Code. The band released the song on their own as a single in 2006. However, it became a hit after being featured in the Oscar-winning movie The Departed and its soundtrack. The band filmed music videos for Sunshine Highway, The Warrior's Code, and 2 videos for I'm Shipping Up to Boston. The second was used for The Departed. A video for the track Tessie was also filmed in 2004 when the song was released as its own single.
Kio is a village in Raikkula Parish, Rapla County in northwestern Estonia.
The Diocese of Orense, Latin, Diocesis Oriensis, is one of 5 dioceses of the Roman Catholic Church in Galicia, northwestern Spain. The Bishop of Orense has his cathedra, Latin, chair in the Catedral de la Virgen Madre de los Milagros in Orense, and his jurisdiction covers all the 28 districts and 735 parishes of the province of Orense.
Stagecoach Gold Bus Route S5 is a bus route in England that links Bicester, Gosford and Oxford. The service is run by Stagecoach in Oxfordshire. Enopoda curalensis is a species of sea snail, a marine gastropod mollusk in the family Mangeliidae.
Henry Louis Smith was the 9th president of Davidson College and the first president to not be an ordained Presbyterian minister. Originally from Greensboro, North Carolina, Smith graduated from Davidson in 1881 but returned as a professor of physics before becoming president in 1901. It was during his time as a professor that Smith and a group of students created one of the first X-ray images in America. During his administration, Smith led the construction of many infrastructure projects, including the establishment of the first electric light plant in town and the construction of several dormitories and academic buildings. Smith left Davidson in 1912 to become president of Washington and Lee University, and in 1929 would eventually retire in Greensboro, North Carolina.
The Naiad 18 is a Canadian trailerable sailboat that was designed by Mark Ellis, first built from 1984 to 1986, and named for the mythological water sprites.
Saint-Julien-du-Sceau is a commune in the Yonne department in Bourgogne-Franche-Comté in north-central France.
Operación Puerto, Operation Mountain Pass, is the code name of a still unfinished Spanish police operation against the pro sports doping network of Dr. Eufemiano Fuentes. It started in May 2006, which resulted in a scandal that involved several of the world's most famous cyclists and teams at the time. Media attention has focused on the small number of professional road cyclists named. However, sportspeople from other disciplines including football and tennis have also been connected with the scandal, though not officially indicted. And among total number of athletes, 15 had been acquitted by May 2007, while 3 had admitted doping or evidence of blood doping was found.
Daniel Blumen, born 15 March 1990, Medellin, is a Colombian-born Israeli Olympic show jumping rider. Representing Colombia, he competed at 2 Summer Olympics in 2012 and 2016. His best Olympic result came in 2012 when he placed 20th individually. He has been riding for Israel since late 2016. Blumen competed at 2 World Equestrian Games in 2010 and 2014. He also participated at several regional games, including 2 Pan American Games. Anandpur Badla, Gujarati, Anandapura Badala is a village in Chotila Taluka of Surendranagar district, Gujarat, India. It lies about 15 miles south of Chotila.
The 1919 Harvard Crimson football team represented Harvard University in the 1919 college football season. They finished with a 9-0-1 record and were retroactively named as the 1919 national champion by the Helms Athletic Foundation and the Holgate System, and as a co-national champion by the College Football Researchers Association, National Championship Foundation, and Park H. Davis. They outscored their opponents 229-19.
Polycarpea hayoides is a species of plant in the Caryophyllaceae family. It is endemic to Yemen. Its natural habitats are subtropical or tropical dry shrubland and plantations.
Isabel Ferrers, born 8 October 1998, is a Spanish professional racing cyclist. She signed to ride for the UCI women's team Sopela women's team for the 2019 women's road cycling season.
Claudine Fallon Mefomatou Chano, born 1 July 1990, is a Cameroonian football defender who plays for FC Fleury 91 of the Division 1 Feminine and for the Cameroon women's national football team. She has represented her country at the 2012 London Olympics and the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup.
Rashid M.H., better known by his stage name Shafi, is an Indian film director who works in Malayalam cinema, best known for directing comedy films. He has also directed a Tamil film. Shafi made his directorial debut with One Man Show in 2001. The director Rafi of the Rafi Makatan duo is his elder brother. Shafi started his film career in the mid-1990s by assisting director Rajasenan and the Rafi Makatan duo.
The pinewood shiner Lythurus machatinus is a species of cyprinid fish, and one of the 6 species endemic to North Carolina. The fish is about 8.6 centimeters in length, and is the 4th longest fish endemic to North Carolina. The fish also has red tail, dorsal, and pelvic fins. The rest of it is gray, except for the area right under the dorsal fin.
Otakar Ostl, the 25th of February 1879 in Prague, the 20th of August 1935 in Prague, was a Czech composer and conductor. He is noted for symphonic works Impromptu, Suite in C minor, and Sinfonietta, and in his opera compositions Pope and Honzovo Kralovstovi.
WUTK-FM is a variety-formatted non-commercial broadcast radio station licensed to Knoxville, Tennessee and serving Metro Knoxville. WUTK is owned and operated by the University of Tennessee. WUTK-FM signed on in 1982 from studios in P103 of the Andy Holt Tower with an antenna on the roof of the building generating 114 watts. WUTK now broadcasts with over 1,000 watts, and streams worldwide at www.whatcradio.com.
This is a list of tennis players who have represented the Belgium Davis Cup team in an official Davis Cup match. Belgium have taken part in the competition since 1904.
Tread Lightly is a non-profit organization in the United States with the mission to encourage responsible use of the outdoors. It was started by the United States Forest Service in 1985, but became a non-profit in 1990. The organization receives funding from car manufacturers, including Ford Motor Company and Toyota.
The Great Glen Way, Scottish Gaelic, Slyer, Glyn Moor, is a long-distance path in Scotland. It follows the Great Glen, running from Fort William in the southwest to Inverness in the northeast, covering 125 kilometres (78 miles). It was opened in 2002, and is designated as one of Scotland's Great Trails by Scottish Natural Heritage. The Great Glen Way is generally walked from southwest to northeast to follow the direction of the prevailing wind. It can be walked in 5 to 7 days, or cycled in 2 to 3 days. The trail is maintained and improved by the Great Glen Ways Partnership, which consists of Highland Council, Scottish Canals and Forestry and Land Scotland. About 30,000 people use the path every year, of whom about 4,500 complete the entire route. A 114-kilometre (71 miles) temporary model railway known as the biggest little railway in the world was laid and filmed over the Great Glen Way in the summer of 2017.
South Park, bigger, longer and uncut, music from and inspired by the motion picture as the soundtrack album to the film of the same name. The album was released on June 22, 1999, by Atlantic Records. The album inlay states that only the first 12 tracks on the album actually appear in the film. The remainder, described as being inspired by the movie, are mostly other acts performing alternate versions of those songs. However, DVDA's What Would Brian Boitano Do? P.T. 2 and Michael McDonald's Eyes of a Child are played in the closing credits. The songs were all written by Trey Parker and Mark Shaman.
The Henley Boat Races are a series of rowing races between men's and women's lightweight crews representing the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge. The event was founded in 1975 and takes place annually on the River Thames at Henley, usually the week before the University Boat Races. The Henley Boat Races take place over a 2,000 metres course, downstream, the opposite direction to the Henley Royal Regatta course, and finish halfway down Temple Island. Competitors at the events have gone on to compete at international and Olympic levels. In addition to the lightweight races, the leading men's and women's college crews from each university race on a 1,750 meters course. From 1977 to 2014, Henley Boat Races hosted the women's boat race and its reserve race. Mark Blundell, born 8 April 1966, is a British racing driver who competed in Formula One for 4 seasons, sports cars, and kart. He won the 1992 24 Hours of Le Mans. He was a Formula One presenter for the British broadcaster ITV until the end of the 2008 season when the TV broadcasting rights switched to the BBC. Blundell returned to the track in 2019, driving in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship for the Trade Price Cars team.
ATIL, Turkish, Idil, cf. Chinese, A de Shui, literally meaning Big River, was the capital of Khazaria from the middle of the 8th century until the end of the 10th century. The word is also a Turkic name for the Volga River.
The East End Theatre District is a precinct within the Melbourne city centre, and is bounded by Spring Street, Flinders Street, Swanston Street, and Lonsdale Street. The district is home to 6 of Melbourne's major theatres, including the Princess Theatre, Her Majesty's Theatre, and the Regent Theatre. These theatres mostly house commercial productions of musicals, plays and other events, in contrast with the Southbank Arts Precinct over the Yarra River, which focuses on publicly funded companies.
Half the Sky, Turning Oppression into Opportunity for Women Worldwide is a non-fiction book by husband and wife team Nicholas Kristof and Cheryl Wadun, published by Knopf in September 2009. The book argues that the oppression of women worldwide is the paramount moral challenge of the present era, much as the fight against slavery was in the past. The title comes from the pithy statement of Mao Zedong, Fu Nu Neng Ding Ban Bian Tian, meaning, women hold up half the sky.
Pygmyoscincus is a genus of skinks, lizards in the family Skinkidae. All member species are endemic to Australia.
Mendomo is an online collaborative mind mapping, concept mapping and outlining software for visualizing and organizing information. As a freemium software, Mendomo offers its basic services for free, while charging for premium features. The free version has a 3 mind map limit, and disables premium features like audio, video upload, PDF, PowerPoint and Excel download, password protection. Mendomo's registered users can create and collaborate real-time on mind maps, while unregistered users can view the maps shared with them. Additionally, the software provides its users with ways to create presentations and mind map assignments. The software can be used from any standard web browser, or by installing the free desktop, iPad, and Android applications. Released in February 2007, Mendomo has been HTML5 based since March 2014.
George Page, the 13th of June 1905 to the 4th of September 1974, was an Australian rules footballer who played with Essendon in the Victorian Football League (VFL).
The Ichnocholinae are a subfamily of tarantulas. The composition of the subfamily was reviewed in 2014 and the number of genera included sharply reduced.
Dichromodes estigmaria is a moth of the family Geometridae. It is found in Australia.
The Church of St. John the Baptist, Newport is a parish church in the Church of England located in Newport, Isle of Wight. It is a Grade II listed building, the only surviving building by the British architect Robert Gunter Wetton (1804–1868).
Oskar Ingvar Ludvig Lindqvist was a sailor from Sweden, who represented his country at the 1928 Summer Olympics in Amsterdam, Netherlands.
Oopsis bougainvillei is a species of beetle in the family Cerambicidae. It was described by Brunning in 1976.
The Kisra legend is a migration story shared by a number of political and ethnic groups in modern Nigeria, Benin, and Cameroon, primarily the Borgu Kingdom and the people of the Benue River Valley. The migration legend depicts the arrival of a large military force in what is currently northern Nigeria around the 7th century AD. The Borgu kingdom claimed direct descent from the leader of this migration, and a number of other polities recognize the migration through ceremony and formal regalia. There are a number of different versions of the legend, with Kisra sometimes being depicted as a religious and military rival to Muhammad near Mecca around the time that Islam was founded, and sometimes as the remnant forces of a Persian king defeated in Egypt. The legend was a key piece of evidence in a number of Hamitic historical theories which argued that the political development of societies in sub-Saharan Africa was the result of contacts with societies from the Middle East, namely Egypt, Rome, and the Byzantine Empire.
The Levan singular, Levana, is a group of mountains of Savoy, France and of the metropolitan city of Turin, Italy. It lies in the Graian Alps range. The three main peaks are Levana Orientale 3.555 meters, Levana Centrale 3.619 meters, Levana Occidentale 3.593 meters.
The Schwarzkopf torpedo was a torpedo manufactured in the late 19th century by the German firm Eisengießerei und Maschinenfabrik von L. Schwarzkopf, later known as Berliner Maschinenbau, based on the Whitehead design. Unlike the Whitehead torpedo, which was manufactured out of steel, the Schwarzkopf was made out of bronze, enhancing corrosion resistance.
Pachycelius is an Australian genus of potter wasps.
The Royal Botanical Expedition to New Spain, Spanish, Expedición Botánica al Virreinato de Nueva España, was a scientific expedition to survey the flora and fauna of the territories of New Spain between 1787 and 1803 and to establish a botanical garden. It was sponsored by King Charles III of Spain and headed by physician Martín Cese y Lacasta, who led a team of botanists that included José Mariano Mousinho and is part of the Crown's general program of economic revitalization, known as the Bourbon Reforms. The expedition, commonly referred to by botanists as the Cese and Mousinho expedition, identified many species new to science and brought back a large trove of valuable botanical illustrations. Emerald lingams are established in many Hindu temples in Tamil Nadu.
Özlem Gezer, born the 29th of November 1991, is a Turkish women's football goalkeeper currently playing in the Turkish Women's First Football League for Fatih Vatanspor in Istanbul with jersey number 1. She was member of the Turkey U17 and Turkey U19 teams.
Gadia Lohars, also known as Gadulia Lohars, are a nomadic community of Rajasthan, India. They are also found in the Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh. They are Lohar, ironsmith, by profession who move on from one place to another place on bullock carts, which in Hindi are called gadi, hence the name, Gadia Lohar. These Lohars are different from the Lohar clan of Iran, Pakistan and India. They usually make and repair agricultural and household implements. Their origin is shrouded in legend. Their forefathers were blacksmiths in the army of Maharana Pratap of Mewar. When Mewar fell to the Mughals, they pledged never to return to their homeland and never to settle anywhere else until Rana's hegemony was restored. A documentary on them entitled, Gadia Lohar, A Life and Livelihood in Question, Hindi, Mini DV, 24 minutes, 2005, was filmed by director Meenakshi Vinay Rai.
Sunset Hill is an area located in the northwest corner of the Ballard neighborhood of Seattle, Washington. It is home to the Sunset Hill Community Association. Founded in 1922, it was one of the first Seattle neighborhood associations. It is also home to the Sunset Hill Viewpoint Park, located at 7531 34th Avenue, Northwest. This park provides a scenic overlook onto the Shills Hole and Elliott Bays and provides a popular vantage point for photographs of the Olympic range.
The 2010-11 season was Partick Thistle's fifth consecutive season in the Scottish First Division, having been promoted from the Scottish Second Division at the end of the 2005-06 season. Partick Thistle also competed in the Challenge Cup, League Cup and the Scottish Cup.
Weinboller is a municipality in the district of Meissen, in the Free State of Saxony, Germany. It is situated 7 km east of Meissen, and 17 km northwest of Dresden. The municipality can be reached from Dresden by Dresdner Verkehrsbetrieb Tram Route 4.
Frederick George Peter Ingle Finch, the 28th of September 1916 to the 14th of January 1977, was an English-Australian actor. He is best remembered for his role as crazed television anchorman Howard Beale in the film Network, which earned him a posthumous Academy Award for Best Actor, his fifth Best Actor award from the British Academy of Film and Television Arts, and a Best Actor award from the Golden Globes. Finch was the first of two persons to win a posthumous Academy Award in an acting category, both of whom were coincidentally Australian, the other being Heath Ledger.
Yvonne de Bray, the 12th of May 1889 to the 1st of February 1954, was a French stage and film actress. She was born Yvonne Laurence Blanche de Bray in Paris and died there. In 1939, she and her partner Violette Morris invited Jean Cocteau to stay with them at their houseboat docked at Pont de Neuilly, where he wrote the three-act play Les Monstres Sacres. She was a successful stage actress, but it was Cocteau who introduced her as a film actress in his 1943 film, L'Éternel Retour.
Les Chuchoteuses English, The Gossipers, is a 2002 bronze outdoor sculpture by Rose-Aimée Bellinger installed along Montreal's Rue Saint-Paul, in Quebec, Canada.
West Silchar College, established in 1985, is a general degree college situated at Barjatrapur, in Cachar District, Assam. This college is affiliated with the Assam University.
Perchuhi Partitspanyan Barsiyan Armenian, Perchuhi Partitspanyan Barsajian 1886–18 May 1940 was an Armenian pedagogue, writer and humanitarian worker. She was one of the first three women elected to serve as a member of the parliament with the formation of the First Republic of Armenia in 1919. After the fall of the Republic, she briefly relocated to Bulgaria, before continuing her literary career in Paris. She received recognition for her short stories from the American anthologist, Edward J. O'Brien. She worked in the Nansen International Office for Refugees in Paris, trying to assist Armenians who had been affected by the Armenian Genocide. Styla montaraensis, also called the stalked tunicate, Monterey stalked tunicate, and the long-stalked sea squirt, is a solitary Ascidian tunicate. It has a cylindrical, yellow to dark reddish-brown body and a thin trunk that anchors it to rocks. It is found in subtidal areas of the western coast of North America from Vancouver Island to Baja, California.
What Love May Bring French, Ces Amours-là, is a 2010 French film directed by Claude Lelouch. It is also known as What Love May Bring.
Hila Katsev, Hebrew, born 1948, is an Israeli public figure who served as the First Lady of Israel from 2000 until 2007 as the wife of former President Moshe Katsev.
Sri Banki Bihari Mandir is a Hindu temple dedicated to Lord Krishna, in the holy city of Vrindavan in the Mathura district of Uttar Pradesh. It is situated near Sri Radhavallabh Temple. This temple is among the 7 temples of Thakur of Vrindavan, including Sri Radha Vallabh Ji, Sri Govind Dev Ji, Sri Radha Raman Ji, Sri Radha Madhav Ji, Sri Madan Mohan Ji and Sri Gopinath Ji. Banki Bihari Ji was originally worshipped at Nidivana. Banki means bent in 3 places and Bihari means supreme enjoyer. The image of Lord Krishna stands in the Tribhanga posture. Haridas Swami originally worshipped this devotional image under the name of Kunj Bihari, enjoyer of lakes. Bank means bent, and Bihari or Vihari means enjoyer. This is how Krishna, who is bent in 3 places, got the name Bank Bihari. According to Sri Brahmjaya Samhita, verse 5.31, Brahma says the following about Krishna: I worship Govinda, the primeval lord, round whose neck is swinging a garland of flowers beautified with the moon locket, whose 2 hands are adorned with the flute and jeweled ornaments, who always revels in pastimes of love, whose graceful threefold bending form of Syamasundara is eternally manifest.
Wouter Seegers, born the 28th of March 1996, the 28th of March 1996, is a Belgian male BMX rider representing his nation at international competitions. He competed in the time trial event at the 2015 UCI BMX World Championships.
Rebel is an Australian and New Zealand sport equipment and related apparel chain.
Childowla, New South Wales is a civil parish of Buccleuch County, New South Wales. The only town of the parish is Baringic Village on the Murrumbidgee River.
Hurlingham Park is a park and multi-use sports ground in Fulham, London, England. It is currently used mostly for rugby matches, football matches and athletics events and is the home of Hammersmith and Fulham Rugby Football Club. The park served as the location for Monty Python's upper-class Twit of the Year sketch. The venue opened in 1879, the same year as Fulham FC were established, who are thought to have played here when they were still a boys' church side. It had a seated capacity of around 2,500 people, until the stands were demolished in 2002.
Nicotiana occidentalis, commonly known as native tobacco, is a short-lived herb native to Australia.
An entity relationship model or model describes interrelated things of interest in a specific domain of knowledge. A basic model is composed of entity types, which classify the things of interest, and specifies relationships that can exist between entities, instances of those entity types. In software engineering, an model is commonly formed to represent things a business needs to remember in order to perform business processes. Consequently, the model becomes an abstract data model that defines a data or information structure which can be implemented in a database, typically a relational database. Entity relationship modeling was developed for database design by Peter Chen and published in a 1976 paper. However, variants of the idea existed previously. Some models show super and subtype entities connected by generalization-specialization relationships, and an model can be used also in the specification of domain-specific ontologies.
Lo Más Lejos a Tu Lado is the third studio album by Spanish rock band Fito and Fitipaldis. It was published by DRO in 2003.
Lord Frederick de Vere-Beauclerc, the 8th of May 1773 to the 22nd of April 1850, was an outstanding but controversial English first-class cricketer for 35 years from 1791 to 1825. On his retirement, he served as president of Marylebone Cricket Club (MCC) in 1826.
The Speaker of the Palestinian Legislative Council is the chairman of the Palestinian Legislative Council of the Palestinian Authority. As chairman, the Speaker acts as interim president of the Palestinian National Authority if the latter is unable to perform his or her duties. Under Palestinian law, the interim president holds the role for 60 days until an election is held. Since the 29th of March 2006, the Speaker has been Aziz Dweik, of Hamas, though the Palestinian Legislative Council has not met since 2007.
The construction of the Guqin Chinese zither is a complex process like any other musical instrument. However, there is much symbolism in the choice of materials, the shape or form of the instrument that are important things to consider when creating a chin.
Inang Yaya, Mother Nanny is a 2006 film directed by Pablo Biglingauer and Veronica Velasco and stars Maricel Soriano as Norma, a nanny who has to choose between Ruby, Tala Santos, her daughter, or Louise, Erica Areta, the girl who she takes care of. The film won Best Film and Best Performance awards given by the Young Critics Circle.
These are the results for the boys' singles event at the 2018 Summer Youth Olympics.
The Little Sisters of the Poor Home for the Aged is a historic building in Nashville, Tennessee, U.S. It was built in 1916 for the Little Sisters of the Poor, a Roman Catholic order which takes care of the elderly poor. It closed down in 1968, and it was turned into a series of nursing homes until 1998. It was subsequently used by the music industry, including Sony. In 2014, Sony Music sold it to Vanderbilt University for $12.1 million United States dollars. The building has been listed on the National Register of Historic Places since July 25, 1985.
Phray Bueng Thai, Phierbung pronounced P. Raj B, is a district Ampho in the central part of Sisaket Province, northeastern Thailand.
Boxen is a fictional world that C.S. Lewis Jack and his brother W.H. Lewis Warren created as children. The world of Boxen was created when Jack's stories about Animal Land and Warnie's stories about India were brought together. In Surprised by Joy, Jack explains that the union of Animal Land and India took place sometime in the late 18th century, their 18th century, not ours, during a time when influenza was ravaging many families. The Lewis brothers were forced to stay indoors and entertain themselves by reading. They read whatever books they could find, both those written for children and adults. Influenced by Beatrix Potter's Animals, C.S. Lewis wrote about Animal Land, complete with details about its economics, politics, government, and history, as well as illustrations of buildings and characters. The stories were published posthumously as Boxen, The Imaginary World of the Young C.S. Lewis, edited by Walter Hooper and first published by London, Collins, May 28, 1985. First American edition, San Diego, Harcourt, Brace, Jovanovich, October 17, 1985. Republished as Boxen, Childhood Chronicles Before Narnia.
Fissuricepta fumarium is a species of sea snail, a marine gastropod mollusk in the family Fissurellidae, the keyhole limpets and slit limpets.
Got Your Back is a song by American hip-hop recording artist T.I., released on June 1, 2010, as the lead single third overall from his seventh studio album No Mercy 2010. The song features American R&B singer-songwriter Carrie Hilson. T.I. wrote the song with Young Jedi, alongside the track's producer DJ Toomp. Got Your Back was certified gold by the Recording Industry Association of America (RIAA) on December 15, 2010.
Geir Hilmar Haarde, Icelandic pronunciation, Ceir Hilmar Haarti, born 8 April 1951, is an Icelandic politician, who served as Prime Minister of Iceland from 15 June 2006 to 1 February 2009 and as President of the Nordic Council in 1995. Haarde was chairman of the Icelandic Independence Party from 2005 to 2009. Since 23 February 2015 he has served as the ambassador of Iceland to the United States and several Latin American countries. Geir initially led a coalition between his party and the Progressive Party. After the 2007 parliamentary election, in which the Independence Party increased its share of the vote, Geir renewed his term as Prime Minister, leading a coalition between his party and the Social Democratic Alliance. That coalition resigned in January 2009 after widespread protests following an economic collapse in October 2008. In September 2010, Geir became the first Icelandic minister to be indicted for misconduct in office, and stood trial before the Landsdómur, a special court for such cases. He was convicted on one count, but acquitted of the most serious violations.
ANING Dangle or Harvest of Honors is a state recognition given by the National Commission for Culture and the Arts under the Office of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. It is an annual event in the Philippines celebrated as a highlight and concluding rite of the Philippine Arts Festival.
Edmund Stafford (1344–3 September 1419) was the second son of Sir Richard Stafford of Clifton and Isabel Vernon, daughter of Sir Richard Vernon of Haddon. He became the Bishop of Exeter.
Floren Chapel, Norwegian, Floren Kapell, also known as Flora, is a parish church of the Church of Norway in St. Jordal Municipality in Trøndelag County, Norway. It is located in the village of Florens. It is one of the two annex churches for the Hegra parish, which is part of the St. Jordal Prosti deanery in the Diocese of Nidaros. The white, wooden church was built in a long church style in 1902 by the architect G. Overkill. The church seats about 170 people.
Puerto Nuevo, English, Newport, is a 1936 Argentine tango musical film drama film directed and written by Luis César Amadori and Mario Sofici. The music was performed by Uruguayan musician Francisco Canero. Club Atlético Puerto Nuevo, founded in 1939, takes its name from the film.
American fiddle playing began with the early settlers who found that the small viol family instruments were portable and rugged. According to Ron Yule, John UT, a 1620 immigrant, settled in the North and is credited as being the first known fiddler on American soil. Early influences were Irish fiddle styles as well as Scottish and the more refined traditions of classical violin playing. Popular tunes included Soldier's Joy, for which Robert Burns had written lyrics, and other such tunes as Flowers of Edinburgh and Tamlin, which were claimed by both Scottish and Irish lineages. Soon these tunes were Americanized, local variations developed in the northern and southern colonies. In contemporary American fiddle styles, the New England states are heavily influenced by all Celtic styles, including Cape Breton fiddle playing, whereas Southern or Dixie fiddle styles have tended to develop their own traditions, which emphasize double stops and in some instances the incorporation of dance calls or simple lyrics.
Heliophanus furvis is a jumping spider species in the genus Heliophanus that lives in Lesotho. It was first identified in 2014.
Malzonotus sodelicious is a species of dirt-colored seed bug in the family Rhiparochromidae. It is found in North America.
Condover Hall is an elegant Grade I listed three-story Elizabethan sandstone building, described as the grandest manor house in Shropshire, standing in a conservation area on the outskirts of Condover Village, Shropshire, England, 4 miles south of the county town of Shrewsbury. A royal manor in Anglo-Saxon times, until the 16th century Condover Manor was in and out of Crown tenure. In 1586 it was purchased by Thomas Owen, a Member of Parliament for and Recorder of Shrewsbury, from the family of the previous owner, Henry Viner, a London merchant who had died in 1585. Owen had had a lease of the manor from 1578, and been in lawsuit with the family. For over 60 years from 1946 the hall was run as a residential school, initially for blind children when owned by the RNIB and latterly under private ownership as a school for autistic children, covering boy boarders and coeducational day pupils. The school and college both closed during 2009.
Ulrike Weikelt, born the 25th of February 1977, is a German cyclist. She competed in the women's 500 meters time trial at the 2000 Summer Olympics.
The Waterloo County Jail, located in Kitchener, Ontario, is a retired prison and historic site. Constructed in 1852, it is the oldest government building still standing in the city. The Governor's House, home of the jailer, in a mid-Victorian Italian villa style, was added in 1878. Both have been on Canadian Register of Historic Places since the 27th of March 2008. Both buildings have been extensively restored. They are located at 73 Queen Street North, Kitchener, Ontario, beside the new courthouse.
We Are the Champ is the debut album by The Lungs, released on the 21st of May 2007 on the Acoustic Anarchy label. It was recorded and produced by The Lungs and Andy Bowes at Catalyst Studios, St. Helens. It features re-recorded versions of both sides of the band's debut single, I'm Gonna Take Your Girl, Seen My Baby Dancing, and the lead tracks from the second, Armageddon Outta Here, and third, Googly Moogly. The album was released on 12 inches vinyl, CD digipack and download. The download was available ahead of the physical release, from the 23rd of April.
Regencia, Vince Mendoza is an album by Ivan Lins and the Metropole Orchestra.
Altkönig, the third highest mountain of the Taunus Range in Hesse, Germany, reaching 798 meters above sea level. In the La Tène period around 400 BC, the Celts settled the Altkönig. They built Hydtrankopidum, several ring walls around the summit which are still evident. It is unknown when and why they abandoned the Altkönig.
A Cameron lesion is a linear erosion or ulceration of the mucosal folds lining the stomach where it is constricted by the thoracic diaphragm in persons with large hiatal hernias. The lesions may cause chronic blood loss resulting in iron deficiency anemia, less often they cause acute bleeding. Treatment of anemia with Cameron lesions includes iron supplements and proton pump inhibitor (PPI) acid suppression. Surgical hernia repair is sometimes needed.
Juan Carlos Gutierrez Acosta, born July 14, 1983, is a Venezuelan former professional baseball pitcher. He played in Major League Baseball (MLB) for the Houston Astros, Arizona Diamondbacks, Kansas City Royals, Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim and San Francisco Giants.
Minocycline, sold under the brand name Minocin among others, is a tetracycline antibiotic used to treat a number of bacterial infections such as pneumonia. It is generally less preferred than the tetracycline doxycycline. It is also used for the treatment of acne and rheumatoid arthritis. It is taken by mouth. Common side effects include nausea, diarrhea, dizziness, allergic reactions, and kidney problems. Serious side effects may include anaphylaxis, a lupus-like syndrome, and easy sunburning. Use in the later part of pregnancy may harm the baby and safety during breastfeeding is unclear. It works by decreasing a bacteria's ability to make protein, thus stopping its growth. Minocycline was patented in 1961 and came into commercial use in 1971. It is available as a generic medication. A month's supply in the United Kingdom costs the NHS about £14 as of 2019. In the United States, the wholesale cost of this amount is about $12 United States dollars. In 2016, it was the 229th most prescribed medication in the United States with more than 2 million prescriptions.
Recurvaria austrella is a moth of the family Gelachiidae. It is found in the West Indies, where it has been recorded from St. Thomas. The wingspan is about 8 mm. The forewings are bone whitish with a small grayish fuscous spot at the base of the costa, followed by a small triangular coastal spot before the middle, forming, with two others below it, a narrow transverse fascia tending slightly outwards to the dorsum. Halfway between this and the apex is another grayish fuscous coastal patch with a dark fuscous spot below it at the end of the cell. There are also a few grayish fuscous scales around the termen at the base of the bone ochreous cilia. The hindwings are shining, very pale gray.
Alive and Kickin' and Screamin' and Shoutin' is a live album released in 2005 by 70s art rock band Audience. It was the first album since the band's breakup in 1972. It featured 3 original members of the band, Howard Worth, Keith Gemmell and Trevor Williams, plus new drummer John Fisher in place of Tony Connor.
Lanistes alexandri is a species of large freshwater snail, an aquatic gastropod mollusk with a gill and an operculum in the family Ampullariidae, the apple snails. This species is endemic to Tanzania.
Sultan Iskander Shah ibn Almarhum Sultan Idris Murshidul Azam Shah Rahmatullah, the 10th of May 1876 to the 14th of August 1938, was the 30th Sultan of Perak. Perak at that time was part of the British-administered Federated Malay States. He stayed at the Istana Kenangan, then moved to the Palace of Istana Iskandaraya, Bukit Chandan, Kuala Kangsar.
The Sykes Churches Trail is a tour of East Yorkshire churches which were built, rebuilt or restored by the Sykes family of Sledmere House in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. The tour was devised by the East Yorkshire Historic Churches Group and is divided into a southern circuit and a planned northern circuit. Work on the churches was financed by Sir Tatton Sykes, 4th Baronet (1772–1863), and his son Sir Tatton Sykes, 5th Baronet (1826–1913). The 4th Baronet engaged John Loughborough Pearson to work on churches at Garton on the Wolds, Kirkburn, Bishop Wilton and Hilston in Holderness. The 5th Baronet worked with the architects C. Hodgson Fowler, G. E. Street and Temple Moore. His achievements were far greater than his father's, and unparalleled elsewhere in Britain. He financed work on 17 rural churches between 1866 and 1913.
Cartwright Point is a cape and neighborhood in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. Located east of the city's downtown along the St. Lawrence River in the former Pittsburgh Township, it is bordered by Deadman Bay on its western side, and faces Wolfe Island on its southeastern side. Off the southern tip is Cedar Island and one of Kingston's 4 Martello Towers. Cartwright Point offers excellent views of the Thousand Islands and historic Fort Henry. Cartwright Point is named for the Cartwright family who owned the land and rented it out on 100-year terms.
Guadalavaca is a town in the Holguín province of Cuba. It is a tourist location due to its white sandy beaches and warm waters.
Anacypha exigua is a cricket in the genus Anacypha, brown trigs, in the subfamily Trigonidiinae, winged bush crickets, trigs. Common names are Say's trig and Say's bush cricket. The distribution range of Anacypha exigua includes the Caribbean and North America.
Bars is a commune in the Gers department in southwestern France.
KWIX 1230 AM is a radio station broadcasting a news talk format. Licensed to Moberly, Missouri, United States, the station serves the Moberly-Mo metro area. The station is currently owned by Alpha Media, through licensee Alpha Media Licensee LLC, and features programming from CBS Radio, Missouri Net, Rush Limbaugh, Dennis Miller, Lou Dobbs, Jim Bohannon, Gary Sullivan, Red Eye Radio and Dave Ramsey. Throughout the day the on-air programmers who can be heard on KWIX include Brad Boyer, Bill Peterson, Brad Tregnago, Aaron Wood, Eric Messersmith, Brian Houseworth, Matt Tarnawa, Matt Elliott, Brennan Holtzclaw, Dan Patterson and Kurt Dare. In the early 1990s, KWIX Cress Radio's on-air staff included St. Louis area transplants such as Brian Polson, Doug Stewart, Mike Roberts and Paul Lewandowski. This is a reassignment of a call sign. The original KWIX was a shortwave radio station based in San Francisco, California, commissioned by the federal government in World War II. It served as the basis for what later became the Voice of America.
Soganlu Persian, also romanized as Soganlu and Suganlu, also known as Sakanli and Sokanlu, is a village in Yurchi Garbi Rural District, Karaim District, Nir County, Ardabil Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 183, in 41 families.
In the run-up to the 2017 general elections in the Netherlands, various organizations carry out opinion polling to gauge voting intention in Netherlands. Results of such polls are displayed in this article. The date range for these opinion polls are from the previous general election, held on 12 September 2012, to the present day.
The Ignatius Eckert House is historic house in Hastings, United States. It was built in Ninninger, Minnesota, in the early 1850s and moved to Hastings in 1857 by then-owner Thomas Reed. The house is listed on the National Register of Historic Places for its local significance in architecture as an exemplary specimen of an Italian villa-style house with a cupola. It is an example of the country homes style of Andrew Jackson Downing, a pioneer in American landscape architecture. The original owner, Reverend G. W. T. Wright, was a minister at the nearby Hastings Methodist Episcopal Church. Ignatius Eckert, a retired farmer, bought the home around 1909.
Bidco Uganda Limited Football Club, also Bull FC, is a Ugandan football club from Jinja, in the eastern region of the country. The club is owned by Bidco Uganda Limited, based in Jinja, Uganda. They play in the top division of Ugandan football, the Uganda Premier League.
Mockingbird Time is the 8th studio album by the alt-country band The Jayhawks, released on September 20, 2011. The album marked the returns of the original frontman Mark Olson, who had left the group in 1995 after the release of Tomorrow the Green Grass, and longtime keyboard player Karen Grotberg. Mockingbird Time was the first new studio album by the Jayhawks since 2003's Rainy Day Music. The album entered the Billboard 200 album chart at number 38, becoming the highest charting release of their career to date. It also charted at number 2 on Billboard's Folk Albums chart, number 6 on the Tastemaker Albums chart, and number 11 on the Rock Albums chart.
A jug is a type of container commonly used to hold liquids. It has an opening, sometimes narrow, from which to pour or drink, and has a handle, and often a pouring lip. Jugs throughout history have been made of metal, and ceramic, or glass, and plastic is now common. In British English, jugs are pouring vessels for holding drinkable liquids, whether beer, water or soft drinks, and types of packaging for milk etc. are not called jugs. In North American English these table jugs are usually called pitchers. Ewer is an older word for jugs or pitchers, and there are several others. Several other types of containers are also called jugs, depending on locale, tradition, and personal preference. Some types of bottles can be called jugs, particularly if the container has a narrow mouth and has a handle. Closures such as stoppers or screw caps are common for these retail packages. Zhva Nets Ukrainian, Zvanik is a village a silo in the Kamyanets-Podilsky Rayon district of Khmelnytsky Oblast in western Ukraine. The village's population was 1,529 as of the 2001 Ukrainian census.
Luciano Kulczyszewski Garcia, the 8th of January 1896 Temuco, Chile, the 19th of September 1972 Santiago, was a Chilean architect of the 20th century.
Saka, Shaka or Saka Persian, Old Saka, mod. Sanskrit, Saka, Ancient Greek, Sakai, Latin, Sakai, Chinese, Sai Old **ske, mod. Sai, Egyptian, SGSKs were a group of nomadic Iranian peoples who historically inhabited the northern and eastern Eurasian steppe and the Tarim Basin. Though closely related, the Sakas are to be distinguished from the Scythians of the Pontic steppe and the Masajtai of the Aral Sea region, although they form part of the wider Scythian cultures. Like the Scythians, the Sakas were derived from the earlier Andronovo and Karasuk cultures. Their language formed part of the Scythian languages. Prominent archaeological remains of the Sakas include the Paturic burials, the Issyk kurgan, artifacts of the Ordos culture and possibly Tilia Tepe. In the 2nd century BC, many Sakas were driven by the Yuezhi from the steppe into Sogdia and Bactria and then to the northwest of the Indian subcontinent, where they were known as the Indo-Scythians. Other Sakas invaded the Parthian Empire, eventually settling in Sistan, while others may have migrated to the Dian Kingdom in Yunnan, China. In the Tarim Basin and Taklamakan Desert region of northwest China, they settled in Khotan, Yarkand, Kashgar and other places, which were at various times vassals to greater powers, such as Han China and Tang China.
Foley Square is a street intersection and small triangular park in the Civic Center neighborhood of Lower Manhattan, New York City. The space is bordered by Worth Street to the north, Center Street to the east, and Lafayette Street to the west, and is located south of Manhattan's Chinatown and east of Tribeca. It was named after a prominent Tammany Hall district leader and local saloon owner, Thomas F. Big Tom Foley (1852–1925).
Dre 3 is the third studio album by German band Glasshouse. Entirely written and produced by Moses Pelham and Martin Haas, it was released on May 9, 2005 via 3P Records. Dre debuted and peaked at number 4 on the German albums chart, becoming the trio's highest charting album to date. It marked Cassandra Steen's final album with the band until her hiatus. Shanghai Oriental Pearl Media is a cultural company engaged in touring, including operations and management of Oriental Pearl Tower, radio and TV transmission service, media investments and advertising operations, video game console manufacturing and software development, and real estate investments. It is listed as one of the 50 pivotal large-scale enterprises by the Shanghai government. In late May 2014, the company announced it was forming 2 joint ventures with Sony to develop video game consoles and software in China. The 2 joint venture companies were to be established in the Shanghai Free Trade Zone by a subsidiary of Shanghai Oriental Pearl and by Sony's China arm Sony Computer Entertainment (SCE) Shanghai. The company will own a 30% stake in one JV, and 51% in the other. The company was removed from SSE 50 index in May 2017, but remained in SSE 180 index.
Foster Coulee is a coulee in Douglas County, Washington. Like the larger Moses Coulee nearby, it was formed during the Missoula floods at the end of the last ice age, some 14,000 years ago. Washington State Route 17 between Bridgeport, Washington and Coulee City, Washington follows East Foster Creek along much of the Coulee's valley floor. East Foster Creek now flows east to west through Foster Coulee to Grand Coulee. The United States Geological Survey quadrangle map Foster Coulee is named for this prominent feature.
Chugaevsky District Russian, Kyugesky Rajon is an administrative and municipal district rayon, one of the 22 in Primorsky Krai, Russia. It is located in the center of the krai. The area of the district is 12,346 square kilometers, 4,767 square miles. Its administrative center is the rural locality Asilo of Chuguevka. Population 24,937 2010 census, 28,913 2002 census, 30,909 1989 census. The population of Chuguevka accounts for 48.8% of the district's total population.
Roman Raffrider, born November 22, 1969, is an Austrian television host and journalist.
Camilla is a city in Mitchell County, Georgia, United States, and is its county seat. As of the 2010 census, the city had a population of 5,360.
Crime Rig and Sherburn Hill Quarries is a site of special scientific interest in County Durham, England. It lies about 1 kilometre east of the village of Sherburn Hill and about 7 kilometres east of the city of Durham. The site is a working quarry in which is exposed a sequence of lower Permian yellow sands overlying marl slate and lower Magnesian limestone. The exposures of Permian sands exhibit complex cross-bedding that is believed to represent ancient Seif dune deposits.
Blancanus is a lunar impact crater located in the rugged southern region of the Moon, to the southwest of the walled plain Clavius. To the northwest lies the comparably sized crater Shiner, and south-southwest of Blancanus is the Worn Klaproth. The outer rim of Blancanus is considerably less worn than that of Shiner crater to the northwest, and the edge is still fairly well defined and it has a terraced structure on the interior. The floor is relatively flat with several low rises at the midpoint. There is a cluster of small craterlets in the southern part of the crater floor. Crater Blancanus is named after the Jesuit astronomer and natural philosopher, Giuseppe Biancani (1566–1624).
Sharala, also called Badis 32. Sharala is a small town and tehsil in Sangli district, India, away 60 km west of the district headquarters, Sangli, and about 350 km from Mumbai, capital of Maharashtra state. It is particularly known for its Hindu festival of the snake god.
A total solar eclipse occurred on November 2, 1967. A solar eclipse occurs when the Moon passes between Earth and the Sun, thereby totally or partly obscuring the image of the Sun for a viewer on Earth. A total solar eclipse occurs when the Moon's apparent diameter is larger than the Sun's, blocking all direct sunlight, turning day into darkness. Totality occurs in a narrow path across Earth's surface, with the partial solar eclipse visible over a surrounding region thousands of kilometers wide. This total eclipse was very unusual in that it was non-central and did not have a central line nor a southern path limit. Instead, over half of the umbral shadow fell off into space throughout the eclipse. Gamma had a value of -1.0007. This was the first of 55 umbral solar eclipses of Solar Saros 152. The first was in 1967 and the 55th will be in 2941. The total duration is 974 years.
The Palazzo Giugni, also called the Palazzo Firenzuola, is a late Renaissance or Mannerist architecture palace designed by Bartolomeo Ammanati, and located on Via degli Alfani No. 48 in the Quartiere San Giovanni of Florence, region of Tuscany, Italy. It is located down the street from the Brunelleschi's Church of Santa Maria degli Angeli.
Narimanovo, Russian, Narimanovo is a rural locality, a selo, in Kalininsky Selssoviet of Volodarsky District, Astrakhan Oblast, Russia. The population was 123 as of 2010. There is First Street.
Leucine-rich repeat containing 16A is a protein that in humans is encoded by the LRRC16A gene. The gene is also known as LRRC16, Carmil, CARMIL1 or Carmil1A.
Tamil Nadu Horticultural University (TNHU) is an agricultural university located Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, India, focusing on the science of horticulture. It was established on 28 February 2011, with the Faculty of Horticultural Science and Institutes of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University (TNAU) as nucleus.
The 189th Infantry Brigade is an infantry brigade of the United States Army based at Joint Base Lewis McChord, Washington. It is a training brigade subordinate to 1st Army. Originally organized as a part of the 95th Infantry Division for World War I, the brigade never saw combat in that conflict. Kept active and in the reserve through much of the 20th century, the brigade in name was reorganized into a different unit for fighting during World War II, seeing numerous moves, activations and deactivations. The brigade has been used principally as a training unit for most of its existence. Reactivated again in 2006, the brigade is now primarily responsible for training provincial reconstruction teams and their supporting elements for deployment to the war in Afghanistan.
The Oddie test is a procedure created at the British Museum by conservation scientist William Andrew Oddie in 1973, in order to test materials for safety in and around art objects. Often, materials for construction and museum contexts, including artifact conservation, are evaluated for safety. However, though materials may be safe for building purposes, they may emit trace amounts of chemicals that can harm art objects over time. Acids, formaldehyde, and other fumes can damage and even destroy delicate artifacts if placed too close. Martin Belmont, born the 21st of December 1948, is an English rock and country blues guitarist.
Havani, Persian, also romanized as Havani, is a village in Hosenabad Rural District, in the Central District of Shush County, Khuzestan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 323, in 39 families.
The Tariq-class destroyer are the class of guided missile destroyer warships that were acquired through transfer from the Royal Navy in 1993–94. The Tariqs were formerly commissioned in the Royal Navy's surface fleet as the Amazon class, Type 21, as they were only classified as a general-purpose frigate in the Royal Navy. The British frigates were immediately acquired when the United States refused to renew the lease of the 4 Garcia and 4 Brooke-class frigates, due to the enforcement of the Pressler Amendment. Therefore, Pakistan had to return the vessels to the United States at the end of their 5-year lease. Upon acquired, all 6 frigates were reconsidered of their engineering design and construction and military software updates that feature the Swedish technology, giving them missile launching capability. In 2008, the Pakistan Navy had carried out a successful test of the Camcopter S-100, an unmanned aerial vehicle, from the flight deck of a Tariq-class destroyer. The Tariq-class destroyers are currently in process of phasing out from their services, and will eventually decommission by 2020.
Sandwell District was a record label and multinational collective of techno DJs and producers that operated between 2002 and 2011. Their sound has been highly influential across the following generation of techno musicians, and has informed a major shift in world techno. By the time the collective announced its glorious death in 2012, the American Billboard magazine could write that Sandwell District's influence on underground techno can hardly be overstated. Sandwell District was established as a record label in 2002 by Regis Carl O'Connor and Female Peter Sutton as an extension of their Downwards Records label, which had been instrumental in shaping techno's Birmingham sound in the early 1990s. The label was revived in 2004 and from 2005 increasingly incorporated the artistic input of the New York City-based Function David Sumner and the Los Angeles-based Silent Servant Juan Mendez. Initially releasing records under their own identities, as the label's success grew, it came to be seen increasingly as a collective entity, releasing tracks and albums anonymously, partly in revolt against the increasingly celebrity-oriented DJ culture of the time, culminating in its 2010 collective album Feed Forward. Fantasia is a 2004 Hong Kong comedy film produced, written and directed by YKFAI and starring Cecilia Chung, Sean Lau, Louis Koo, Jordan Chan, Francis Ng and Christy Chung. The film is a homage to classic Hong Kong comedy films which starred the Wei brothers, Michael Wei, Samuel Wei and Ricky Wei, particularly the 1976 film, The Private Eyes.
Cheilostomus subparallelicollis is a species of ground beetle in the subfamily Pterostichinae. It was described by Stranio in 1948.
Valencia Urdu, is a housing estate located within Union Council 144 in the administrative town of Nishtar of Lahore, Punjab, Pakistan. Conceived by Manzoor Ahmed, Valencia was first planned in the 1990s and construction began by PECHS through funding from Maishrek Bank. The 2000 property boom in Lahore helped populate Valencia. The housing estate is known for its well-landscaped boulevards connecting a balanced mix of single-family detached homes, community and shopping centers. Valencia covers an area of about 1,000 acres (4.0 square kilometers).
Mordella bicoloriceps is a species of beetle in the genus Mordella of the family Mordelidae, which is part of the superfamily Tenebrionoidea. It was discovered in 1936.
Giovanni Garzoni (1419–1506) was an Italian humanist and physician from Bologna, where he was professor of medicine and teacher of rhetoric.
Peace urges the churches towards tolerance. Dutch, Vredemaand de Kerken tot Verdraagzaamheid is a 1600–1624 allegorical painting by an unknown artist. It was donated to the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam in 1968 by Bosman, a Brussels-based collector for whom it had been purchased anonymously in France earlier that year. It has been on long-term loan to the Catharijneconvent Museum in Utrecht since 1977. From left to right, Jean Calvin, an unidentified pope, and Martin Luther sit round a table. Luther plays a lute, whilst Calvin squeezes half an orange over his plate of lamb, symbolizing the Calvinism of the House of Orange, and gives the Pope the other used-up half to put in a pot. A female personification of peace enters from the left bearing an olive branch, whilst to the right is he Anabaptist Menno Simons on all fours taking a tray of bread from the fire. Two paintings in the background show peace and justice center and charity and her children right. Explanatory verses are also shown on the walls of the room.
USS Baltimore SSN 704, a Los Angeles-class submarine, was the sixth ship of the United States Navy to be named for Baltimore, Maryland. The contract to build her was awarded to the Electric Boat Division of General Dynamics Corporation in Groton, Connecticut on 31 October 1973 and her keel was laid down on 21 May 1979. She was launched on 13 December 1980 sponsored by Congresswoman Marjorie S. Holt, and commissioned on 24 July 1982 with Captain Michael D. Bradley in command. The vessel's logo was "From Sails to Atoms," as inscribed on the ship's original plaque. Baltimore was decommissioned and stricken from the Naval Vessel Register on 10 July 1998. Ex-Baltimore is scheduled to be disposed of through the Nuclear-Powered Ship and Submarine Recycling Program in Bremerton, Washington.
Yurd-e-Shad, Persian, also romanized as Yurd-e-Shad, is a village in Siurad Rural District, in the Central District of Tehran County, Tehran Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 44, in 13 families.
When describing a periodic function in the time domain, the DC bias, DC component, DC offset, or DC coefficient is the mean amplitude of the waveform. If the mean amplitude is 0, there is no DC bias. A waveform with no DC bias is known as a DC balanced or DC free waveform. Peter Hendrik van Sittert, the 30th of May 1889, Gouda the 8th of October 1959, Utrecht, was a Dutch physicist and science historian. He was born in Gouda, Netherlands, to Benjamin Peter van Sittert and Petronella Antonia Huber, and died on October 8, 1959, in Utrecht. His achievements include proving the van Sittert-Zernike theorem about the coherence of radiation and founding the University Museum in Utrecht.
Iglunga Island is an uninhabited island in the Qikiqtalik region of Nunavut, Canada. It is located in Baffin Island's Cumberland Sound, between Kangillo Fjord and Kangurk Fjord. Anarnaduk Island, Clear Passage Island, Imogen Island, Iviza Island, the Kakertling Islands, Nunavik Island, and Sonic Island are in the vicinity.
Wanderlust is a song written and recorded by Icelandic singer Björk. The track was released digitally as the fourth single from her seventh full-length studio album, Volta, on 7 April 2008. White labels of the single were issued in February 2008. The physical single was released on 12 June after an almost 2-month delay. Björk has described Wanderlust as being the heart of Volta, and has said that the song is about the state of looking for something and almost knowing you're never going to find it, and that it makes fun of her hunger for something new. It was released in the UK on 30 June. As Björk said in an interview for Harp, things go in circles. Wanderlust, for example, is a sort of continuity of hyperbolade.
Sarah Elizabeth Wardropper, née Bishop, the 12th of November 1813 to the 14th of December 1892, was an English nurse who was matron of St Thomas's Hospital, London, and the first superintendent of the Nightingale School of Nursing at that hospital.
Moiseev is a lunar impact crater that is located just on the far side of the Moon. It lies to the south-southwest of the slightly larger crater Hertz, and north of Scinger. To the southeast lies the irregular crater Al-Khwarizmi. Moiseev overlays the southern rim of the larger satellite formation Moiseev Z. The crater is not significantly worn, and is marked only by a few tiny craterlets in the interior. The rim is generally circular, but has an outward bulge and a wider interior wall to the west-southwest. There are some terrace structures around the inner eastern wall, while the western inner wall has more of a slumped appearance. At the midpoint of the flattened interior is a formation of low hills forming the crater's central peak complex.
Melosaurini is an extinct subfamily of temnospondyl amphibians, part of the family Archegosauridae. Most melosaurines are known from Russia, although an unnamed species has been found in Brazil. Unlike the long-skulled archegosaurids of the family Platypusaurini, melosaurines have shorter, broadened snouts.
The Territorial Efficiency Medal (TEM) was a United Kingdom award for long service in the Territorial Army. It superseded the Territorial Force Efficiency Medal when the Territorial Force became the Territorial Army in 1921. It was superseded by the Efficiency Medal in 1930.
Can You Stand the Rain is a ballad by R&B pop group New Edition. The song was released on December 13, 1988 by MCA Records as the third single from their fifth studio album, Heartbreak.
The Adamastor Rock Chinese, Beijiang Joshi is an uninhabited undersea rock in Hong Kong, in the center of the busy Adamastor Channel between the Chi Ma Wan Peninsula of Lantau Island and Cheung Chau Island, in Hong Kong. It falls within the island's district. The rock is submerged at high water and presents a significant shipping hazard due to its location in the middle of the Adamastor Shipping Channel. The Hong Kong Marine Department has installed a fixed beacon on the rock and buoys on either side to warn shipping. On Sunday 8 May 2011, the river trader Zhongfu Fa Zhan grounded on the rock.
Prince's albums discography consists of 39 studio albums including 4 soundtrack albums, 4 live albums, 9 compilation albums including 1 soundtrack album, 17 video albums and 2 posthumous albums. See Prince singles discography for his singles and extended plays, and Prince videography for his music videos and video albums. Prince has sold over 100 million records worldwide, including 48.9 million certified units in the United States, and over 10 million records in the United Kingdom. Prince has been ranked as the 21st most successful act of all time, the 26th most successful chart artist worldwide, including 27 overall #1 entries, and being the most successful chart act of the 1980s, and 10th most successful chart act of the 1990s.
Joaquín de Jesús Caparrós Camino, born 15 October 1955, is a Spanish football coach, and is the director of football of Sevilla FC.
Porphyromonas macaceae is a gram-negative, non-spore-forming, anaerobic and non-motile bacterium from the genus of Porphyromonas which has been isolated from the periodontal pocket of the macaque Macaca arctoides.
The Israeli Internet Exchange (IIX) is an Internet exchange point (IXP) that provides peering services for the Internet service providers in Israel, essentially routing all intra-Israel Internet traffic. It is managed by the non-profit Israel Internet Association organization, making it as well a not-for-profit operation. Until June 1996, much of the Israeli Internet service providers were connected by and to ILAN, the Israeli academic network. By order of the Ministry of Communications, these links had to be dismantled. This could have created a gap which would have caused intra-Israel traffic to be routed through North America. And so the Israel Internet Association decided to create IIX.
Société Astre des Constructions Aéronautiques was a major French manufacturer of balloons, airships, and aeroplanes in the early 20th century. It was founded in 1908 when Henry Deutsch de la Meurthe purchased Édouard Surcouf's workshops at Billancourt. Its most significant products were the Astra Torres airships, but beginning in 1909, the firm also produced Wright Brothers heavier-than-air designs under license. In 1912, these were supplanted by Astra's own designs, the Astra C and CM.
Chadinga Conservation Park, formerly the Chadinga Conservation Reserve, is a protected area in the Australian state of South Australia located in the Chadinga Dunes on the western side of Lake McDonnell, in the locality of Penong. The park is classified as an IUCN Category VI protected area. The conservation park covers 118.54 square kilometers, 45.77 square miles of coastal dunes, containing a lake and areas of mallee scrub. It is commonly called Tuckamore by local people. The dunes extend up to 3 kilometers inland and form a habitat for the Spinifex hopping mouse. The conservation park has no visitor facilities, although bush camping is permitted. The dinosaur ant, Nothamomycia macrops, noted as a living fossil, is found within the conservation park. The lake is the largest of several salt lakes in the area. Others include Red Lake, a small section of Lake McDonnell cut off by the Penong to Point Sinclair, Cactus Beach Road, and Blue Lake, a smaller lake to the south of Lake McDonnell.
Lac La Biche, Lac El Biche, is a large lake in north-central Alberta, Canada. It is located along the Northern Woods and Water Route, 95 kilometers east of Athabasca. Lac La Biche has a total area of 236 square kilometers, 91 square miles, including 3.2 square kilometers, 1.2 square miles islands area.
The Typhoon 2A is a main battle tank, developed and manufactured jointly by the Peruvian company DICSAC, Disenos Casanave Corporation SAC of Peru, and the Kharkiv Morozov Machine Building Design Bureau, Ukraine. The Typhoon 2A is based on the Soviet T-54 55th tank.
The Trinity Shoal Light was a planned lighthouse meant to be constructed on Trinity Shoal in the Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Louisiana. Had it been completed, the skeleton tower would have been among the most exposed lighthouses in the United States. Funds were appropriated for the lighthouse by the U.S. Congress in 1871, but construction progressed slowly. The site was some 20 miles 32 kilometers away from the nearest land, and contractors had great difficulty in laying the foundation for a tower. It was decided that workers would be housed in a shelter on a platform on the site. This was finally completed in 1873, and work began in earnest. On November 16, 1873, the site was struck by a strong hurricane. The lighthouse tender attached to the site, which was carrying most of the materials needed to build the tower, was wrecked. Her crew were rescued by a nearby steamer. Although it was decided that the workmen should remain on station, on November 18, the continued rough weather destroyed their quarters and scattered the 16 men into the sea. Remarkably, all 16 were saved by the same steamer that had rescued the tender's crew 2 days previously. As a result of the weather troubles, the Lighthouse Board decided that a tower was no longer needed on the shoal, and called off construction. Some of the materials were later salvaged and used in the building of the Southwest Pass Light. Trinity Shoal was marked with a light vessel, which was eventually replaced by a small automatic light.
Saint Yved is a church in Braine, Ain in which the Counts of Dreux are buried. It was dedicated to Saint Yved, whose relics were brought to Braine in the 9th century. Originally a chapter of secular canons, the Braine Abbey was given to the Premonstratensian order by the Bishop of Soissons in 1130.
The Bride Wore Black French, La Mariette en Noir is a 1968 French film directed by François Truffaut and based on the novel of the same name by William Irish, a pseudonym for Cornell Woolrich. It stars Jean Moreau, Charles Denner, Alexandra Stewart, Michel Bouquet, Michael Lonsdale, Claude Rich and Jean-Claude Briley. It is a revenge film in which a widowed woman hunts the 5 men who killed her husband on her wedding day. She wears only white, black or a combination of the two.
Moshe Perlman, Hebrew, 1911–5 April 1986, born Maurice Perlman, was an Israeli writer.
A chapter is the most local form of government in the Navajo Nation. The nation is broken into 5 agencies. Each agency contains chapters. Currently there are 110 local chapters, each with their own chapter house. Chapters are semi-self-autonomous, being able to decide most matters which concern their own chapter. Typically, they meet in a chapter house Navajo, Ala Nida Adli Da Bighan, where they can also express their opinions to their Navajo Nation Council delegate, although those opinions are non-binding. As of January 2004, there were a total of 110 such meeting places in existence. Currently there are 24 delegates who represent the 110 chapter. The number of delegates was reduced from 88 in the 2010 election.
Montrose Railway Station serves the town of Montrose in Angus, Scotland. The station overlooks the Montrose Basin and is situated on the Edinburgh to Aberdeen line, 90 miles (144 kilometers) north of Edinburgh Waverley.
Eurobeat Disney, Eurobeat 2 Disney Eurobito Disney is the first of a series of compilation albums of various Disney songs which has been remixed in the style of Eurobeat. It is produced by Italian singer Dave Rogers for Walt Disney Records and released exclusively in Japan. The first Eurobeat Disney was released on July 26, 2000. Some of the songs on this album are featured in the game Dance Dance Revolution Disney Mix and were part of the special event Club Disney Super Dancin' Mania at Tokyo Disneyland in 2000.
The Old Mission Peninsula Ava is an American viticultural area located in Grand Traverse County, Michigan known for well-regarded Michigan wine. The Old Mission Peninsula extends northward from Traverse City into the Grand Traverse Bay of Lake Michigan, ending at Old Mission Point. The peninsula is 19 miles (31 kilometers) long by 3 miles (5 kilometers) wide at its widest point. The climate on the peninsula is moderated by the surrounding waters, helping to prevent frost during the growing season. Grape varietals suitable to cool climates, such as Riesling, Chardonnay, Gewürztraminer, Pinot Gris, Pinot Noir, Cabernet Franc, and Merlot do best in the Old Mission Peninsula Ava. The peninsula has extensive cherry orchards and vineyards. There are 10 wineries offering tasting rooms, each located within 5 miles of each other. Of Traverse City's 2 wine-growing peninsulas, Old Mission is smaller and more easily encompassed in a single day, just a little under 20 miles from end to end, and in places as little as 3 miles wide. The hardiness zones are 5B and 6A.
ASW Distillery is a manufacturer of distilled spirits located in Atlanta, Georgia, United States. It is the second legally licensed distillery in Atlanta since the end of American Prohibition and distilled the first single malt whiskey in Atlanta history. In 2018, the distillery's Duality Double Malt Whiskey became Georgia's first ever double gold medal whiskey, as judged by the San Francisco World Spirits Competition.
The Great North Road is a large road tunnel in the British Overseas Territory of Gibraltar. It was constructed by the British military during World War II inside the Rock of Gibraltar and remains property of the Ministry of Defence to this day. The road allowed lorries to travel from the north to the south of Gibraltar entirely within the rock. The tunnel still contains the remains of World War II buildings such as Nissen huts, kitchens, offices as well as a generating station and period anti-submarine nets.
Dongjum, West Frisian, Dongjum, is a small village in Waardhoeke in the province Friesland of the Netherlands and has around 326 citizens. January 2014.
The 2020-21 UEFA Nations League will be the second season of the UEFA Nations League, an international association football competition involving the men's national teams of the 55 member associations of UEFA. The competition will be held from September to November 2020 League Phase and June 2021 Nations League Finals. The defending champions are Portugal.
Kisite Impunguti Marine National Park is situated on the southern coast of Kenya near Shimoni and south of Wazini Island in Kwale district near the Tanzanian border. Kisite Park covers 11 square kilometers while Impunguti Reserve covers 28 square kilometers. The park covers an area with 4 small islands surrounded by coral reef. Marine life is in abundance, including triggerfish, moray eels, angelfish, butterfly fish, groupers, parrotfish, wrasses, scorpionfish, pufferfish, damselfish, rays, snappers, green sea turtles, hawksbill turtles, and dolphins. Humpback whales and whale sharks are seasonal.
Betta gladiator is a species of gourami endemic to Sabah, Malaysia. It is an inhabitant of the acidic waters of heath forest. It is known as a particularly territorial and aggressive species, especially in captivity. This species grows to a length of 5.6 centimeters (2.2 in SL).
St. John's Evangelical Lutheran Church is an historic Lutheran church located at 112 Walters Street in Corning, Missouri. It was founded as a confessional church, adhering to the unaltered Augsburg Confession. It later became a member of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod (LCMS). On January 4, 2008, it was added to the National Register of Historic Places as St. John's Evangelical Lutheran Church and Parochial School. In 2011, another flood of the Missouri River devastated the building, which is now in the possession of the St. John's Historical Society, which is currently in the process of restoring it.
The Toyota Land Cruiser J40 is a series of Land Cruisers made by Toyota from 1960 until 1984. Traditional body-on-frame SUVs, most 40 Series Land Cruisers were built as two-door models with slightly larger dimensions than the similar Jeep CJ. The model was available in short J40 41/42, medium J43 44/46, and long J45 47 wheelbase versions with petrol and diesel engines.
Isabella, Italian, Isabella Duchessa dei Diavoli, i.e. Isabella Duchess of the Devils, is an Italian comic book series created by Giorgio Cavedon as the writer and Sandro Angiolini as artist.
The Battle of Tarakan took place on January 11–12, 1942, beginning a day after the Empire of Japan declared war on the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Although Tarakan was only a small marshy island off northeastern Borneo in the Netherlands East Indies, the island's 700 oil wells, oil refinery, and airfield made it a crucial objective for Japan in the Pacific War.
The National Interagency Fire Center (NIFC) in Boise, Idaho is the physical facility which is the home to the National Interagency Coordination Center (NICC) and the National Multi-Agency Coordination Group (NMAC or MAC). The center works closely with, and is an arm of, the National Fire and Aviation Executive Board (NFAEB), which provides unified guidance for fire agencies in the U.S., and handbooks and guidelines to provide common procedures. It was created to implement the Federal Wildland Fire Management Act policy. The NFAEB has created the Federal Fire Policy Directives Task Group, which coordinates with state agencies in order to implement cooperative agreements. The center's primary mission is the complex interagency coordination of wildland firefighting resources in the U.S. Although NIFC was initially founded to manage firefighting resources throughout the western states, the center is now designated as an all-risk coordination center, and as such provides support in response to other emergencies such as floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes for the United States at large. Accordingly, it also contributes to the national preparedness level.
RNLB Mona on 775 was a Watson-class lifeboat based at Broughty Ferry in Scotland, that capsized during a rescue attempt, with the loss of her entire crew of 8 men. The Mona was built in 1935, and, in her time, saved 118 lives.
John George Coleman, the 26th of October 1881 to the 20th of November 1940, was an English footballer who played as a forward for Kettering Town, Northampton Town, Woolwich Arsenal, Everton, Sunderland, Fulham, Nottingham Forest and Tunbridge Wells Rangers. He made a single appearance for the England national football team, and later in life was a coach and manager for Maidstone United.
The 1984 Wisconsin Badgers football team represented the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the 1984 Big Ten Conference football season.
Media Village Scotland is a television studio complex at Pacific Quay, Glasgow, Scotland. It is home to BBC Scotland and STV. It is situated near the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre and the Glasgow Science Centre.
Du Maurier is a Canadian brand of cigarettes, produced by Imperial Tobacco Canada, a subsidiary of British American Tobacco. The brand is named after Sir Gerald du Maurier, the noted British actor. The brand is also produced under license by the West Indian Tobacco Company in Trinidad and Tobago.
François Hamon, born the 20th of January 1939, is a former French cyclist. He competed in the individual road race and team time trial events at the 1960 Summer Olympics.
Ethiopia has a large and very vulnerable population, with an estimated 15% of the population living below the poverty line. HIV/AIDS is one of the key challenges for the overall development of Ethiopia, as it has led to a 7-year decrease in life expectancy and a greatly reduced workforce. Ethiopia faces an epidemic among subpopulations and geographic areas, with an estimated overall HIV prevalence rate of 1.4%, based on testing a sample of 5,780 men and 5,300 women aged 15 to 49 who gave informed consent. The reality in the actual population turns above 3.3%. Within the individual regions, this testing found the prevailing rate varied from 0.2 in the SNNPR to a high of 6.0% in the Gambela region. While previous estimations were higher, expansion of surveillance data and improved analyses resulted in significantly lower estimations for 2005. Based on the same survey, HIV prevalence has declined to about 3.2% from 4.7% in urban areas. 3.3% of Ethiopia population have affected by HIV in 2006.
Nasirabad, Persian, also romanized as Nasirabad, is a village in Kakasharaf Rural District, in the Central District of Khorramabad County, Loristan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 14, in 4 families. The Skeleton in the Clock is a 1948 mystery novel by the American writer John Dixon Carr, who published it under the name of Carter Dixon. It is a whodunit and features the series detective Sir Henry Merivale and his longtime associate, Scotland Yard's Chief Inspector Humphrey Masters.
Guzmania claviformis is a plant species in the genus Guzmania. This species is native to Ecuador and Peru.
The Proto-Mongols emerged from an area that had been inhabited by humans and predecessor hominin species as far back as the Stone Age over 800,000 years ago. The people there went through the Bronze and Iron Ages, forming tribal alliances, peopling, and coming into conflict with early China. The Proto-Mongols formed various tribal kingdoms that fought against each other for supremacy, such as the Rouran Khaganate from 333 to 555 AD until it was defeated by the Gokturks, who founded the Turkic Khaganate 552 to 744, which in turn was subdued by the growing strength of the Chinese Tang dynasty. The destruction of the Uyghur Khaganate 744 to 848 by the Yenisei Kyrgyz resulted in the end of Turkic dominance in Mongolia. The Para-Mongol Khitan people founded a state known as the Liao dynasty 907-1125 in Central Asia and ruled Mongolia and portions of the eastern coast of Siberia now known as the Russian Far East, northern Korea, and North China. Over the next few hundred years, the Jurchens in China subtly encouraged warfare among the Mongols as a way of keeping them distracted from invading China. In the 12th century, Genghis Khan was able to unite or conquer the warring tribes, forging them into a unified fighting force that went on to create the largest contiguous empire in world history, the Mongol Empire, which was finally able to conquer the whole of China, beginning with his invasion of the Jurchen Jin dynasty and ending with his grandson Kublai Khan's conquest of the southern Song dynasty, establishing the Mongol-led Yuan dynasty.
Gilgamesh the King is a 1984 historical novel by American writer Robert Silverberg, presenting the Epic of Gilgamesh as a novel. In the afterword the author wrote, "At all times I have attempted to interpret the fanciful and fantastic events of these poems in a realistic way, that is, to tell the story of Gilgamesh as though he were writing his own memoirs, and to that end I have introduced many interpretations of my own devising which for better or for worse are in no way to be ascribed to the scholars."
General elections were held in Ghana on 7 December 2016 to elect a president and members of parliament. They had originally been scheduled for 7 November 2016, but the date was later rejected by parliament. Former Foreign Minister Nana Akufo-Addo of the opposition New Patriotic Party was elected president on his third attempt, defeating incumbent President John Mahama of the National Democratic Congress. The election results were announced on 9 December 2016 due to a delay of voting in two areas. At 1951 local time, Mahama called Akufo-Addo to concede defeat. At 2045, the Electoral Commission declared that Akufo-Addo had defeated Mahama in a single round, the first time that a sitting president of Ghana had failed to win a second term.
Breakthrough is a song performed by the cast of 2011 American film Lemonade Mouth, formed by Bridget Mendler, Adam Hicks, Haley Kiyoko, Naomi Scott and Blake Michael. The song was written Brian Todd, Maria Christensen, Sridhar Solanki and Adam Hicks and produced by Twin and Brian Todd. It was released as the album's third and final single, releasing on May 2, 2011 through Walt Disney Records.
Nary is a commune in the Oise department in northern France. The commune includes the hamlets of Hulot, Vaucelles, and Verrines. The Church of Saint Martin in Nary dates from 1140 with later additions. The Manoir de Hulot was built in 1550. In 719 AD, Nary was the scene of a battle in which Charles Martel defeated the Neustrians. At the start of World War I in 1914, a delaying action was fought in the village by part of the British Expeditionary Force.
Opercularia ampluscolonia is a species of freshwater, colonial, sessaline paratrich ciliates. This species produces a branched stalk that is often delicately striate in a longitudinal direction. There can be more than 97 zooids per branched stalk. Zooids reproduce asexually and form dense clusters at the ends of each branch. This filter-feeding protist inhabits ponds in Mendocino County, California.
Henry Charles Frank Morant (1885–28 October 1952) was an Australian writer and photographer. He was born at Dulverton, England and died at St Kilda, Victoria, Australia. Whirlaway, A Story of the Ages was published in 1937. A young girl, Helen, and her pet koala, Tiri, were taken on an adventure through the ages of time by Whirlaway, an elf-like creature. The book was illustrated by Florence Jean Elder. Race Matthews believed that Whirlaway never gained the recognition that it deserved because its publication in England in 1937 coincided with the lead up to World War II. Few copies of the book reached Australia, and the London stocks were destroyed in the Blitz. Matthews considered that the book would have become an enduring favorite. Morant compiled an unpublished album of mounted photographs and documents on the pioneers of aviation. The manuscript is held by the National Library of Australia. In December 1937, Morant was appointed publicity officer for the Ayrshire Cattle Herd Book Society of Australasia. He was the official photographer of some of the allied societies, and his photographs of livestock were acknowledged to be of a high standard. He was official photographer for the Kennel Control Council.
Ablekuma South is one of the constituencies represented in the Parliament of Ghana. It elects one Member of Parliament (MP) by the first-past-the-post system of election. Ablekuma South is located in the Accra metropolitan area of the Greater Accra region of Ghana.
Toby Arise is the debut studio album by American instrumental band Coke Marshall Trio. Released on February 23, 2018, the album has received praise from many reviewers.
Paracoma signata is a species of moth fly in the family Psychodidae.
Raw, French, Grave is a 2016 French-Belgian horror drama film written and directed by Julia Ducournau, and starring Garance Marillier. The plot follows a young vegetarian's first year at veterinary school when she tastes meat for the first time and develops a craving for flesh. The film premiered at the 2016 Cannes Film Festival on 14 May 2016 and was theatrically released in the United States on 10 March 2017 by Focus World, and in France on 15 March 2017 by Wild Bunch. The film received critical acclaim, with praise for Ducournau's direction and screenplay, though was met with some controversy for its graphic content.
Glenstatten is a market community in southern Austria, state Styria, district Leibnitz, which had 2,831 inhabitants in 2015.
J.S. Dorton Arena is a 7,610-seat multipurpose arena located in Raleigh, North Carolina, on the grounds of the North Carolina State Fair. It opened in 1952. Architect Maciej Nowicki was killed in an airplane crash before the construction phase, and local architect William Henley Dietrich supervised the completion of the arena using Nowicki's innovative design. Its design features a steel cable-supported saddle-shaped roof in tension, held up by parabolic concrete arches in compression. The arches cross about 20 feet above ground level and continue underground, where the ends of the arches are held together by more steel cables in tension. The outer walls of the arena support next to no weight at all. Incorporating an unusual elliptical design by Matthew Nowicki, of the North Carolina State University Department of Architecture, the arena was listed in the National Register of Historic Places on April 11, 1973. Originally named the State Fair Arena, it was dedicated to Dr. J.S. Dorton, former North Carolina State Fair manager, in 1961. In the past, it has hosted many sporting events, concerts, political rallies, and circuses.
Patrick John Pat Badger, born July 22, 1967, in Boston, Massachusetts, is a musician, singer, and songwriter, best known as the bassist in the band Extreme. He is also a former member of Demon, In the Pink, Super Transatlantic, and Tribe of Judah.
Beveridge Reef is a submerged atoll located in the exclusive economic zone of Niue, approximately 130 miles (209 kilometers) from Niue and 600 miles (966 kilometers) from the Cook Islands. The reef is normally submerged, with a small part visible at low tide. It has been the cause of several fishing boats running aground. Elsden Best reported that, according to native tradition at Rarotonga, the Beveridge Reef was once a fine isle, with many coconut palms growing thereon, but that it was swept bare by a fierce hurricane, which carried away both trees and soil, leaving nothing but the bare rock.
The Second Triumvirate, Spanish, Segundo Triunvirato, was the governing body of the United Provinces of the Rio de la Plata, present-day Argentina, that followed the First Triumvirate in 1812, shortly after the May Revolution, and lasted 2 years.
Eiko Sugihara, Shan Yuan Iz Sugihara Eiko, born the 19th of September 1999, the 19th of September 1999, is a Japanese female artistic gymnast and a member of the national team. She participated at the 2015 World Artistic Gymnastics Championships in Glasgow. She was a member of Japan's gymnastic team at the 2016 Summer Olympics. At the 2017 World Championships in the all-around final, Eiko Sugihara successfully debuted a new turn, a double turn with the leg held in split, on the balance beam. It should be named after her if the fig credits the skill.
Mangosteen is a natural xanthanoid, a type of organic compound isolated from various parts of the mangosteen tree, Garcinia mangostana. It is a yellow crystalline solid with a xanthone core structure. Mangosteen and a variety of other xanthanoids from mangosteen have been investigated for biological properties including antioxidant, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and anti-cancer activities. In animal studies, mangosteen has been found to be a central nervous system depressant which causes sedation, decreased motor activity, and ptosis. The rind of partially ripe mangosteen fruit yields mangosteen and also the related compound beta-mangosteen. The rind of fully ripe fruits contains the xanthanoids gartanin, 8-desoxygartanin and normangosteen. A derivative of mangosteen, mangostin 3,6-dioglucoside, is a central nervous system depressant and causes a rise in blood pressure.
Rosalinda is a song by Thalia, released as the fifth single from her album Arisando. It is the theme song of Thalia's hit telenovela of the same name.
Ya Hiroshima Biwan Mei is a Hiroden station on Hiroden Miyajima Line, located in front of Ya Hiroshima Kaseren Hiroshima General Hospital, in Jigozen, Hatsukaichi, Hiroshima.
Vrućina Gradskog Asfalta is the second studio album by the Croatian hip-hop duo, Tram 11. The album was released on December 19, 2000. Guest appearances on the album feature Prva Petorka, Ivana Huzar, XL, Inc., Bolsna Braka aka Sick Rhyme Sayaz, Kola, Ivana Kindle and Renman. The album includes production from Dash, Kool-Aid and Baby Dukes.
Epidendrum Christotumruis and Parv. 1789. The comepidendrum is a species of orchid in the genus Epidendrum which is known to grow both terrestrially and epiphytically at altitudes near 1 km in the neotropics from Mexico through Brazil, as well as Trinidad.
Jamshid, Dame ID, Persian, Jamshid, Middle and New Persian, Jam, Avestan, Yima, is the fourth Shah of the Pishtadian dynasty of Persia according to Shahnameh. In Persian mythology and folklore, Jamshid is described as the fourth and greatest king of the epigraphically unattested Pishtadian dynasty before the Kayanian dynasty. This role is already alluded to in Zoroastrian scripture, e.g. Yasht 19, Vendidad 2, where the figure appears as Avestan language Yima, Shada, radiant, Yima, and from which the name, Jamshid, is derived. Jamshid remains a common Iranian and Zoroastrian male name that is also popular in surrounding areas of Iran. Edward Fitzgerald transliterated the name as Jamshid. In the eastern regions of Greater Iran, Central Asia, and by the Zoroastrians of the Indian subcontinent it is rendered as Jamshed.
Miltiades the Elder ca. 590-525 B.C. was an Athenian politician from the Phalade family. He is most famous for travelling to the Thracian Chersonese, modern-day Gallipoli, where at the behest of the local peoples he ruled as a tyrant. During his reign, Miltiades' best attested action is the construction of a defensive wall across the peninsula. Miltiades was the uncle of Miltiades the Younger, who was a prominent commander in the Battle of Marathon.
Maryland Route 68 (MD68) is a state highway in the U.S. state of Maryland. The state highway runs 18.50 miles (29.77 kilometers) from U.S. Route 40 (US 40) in Clear Spring east to US 40 alternate in Boonesboro. MD68 crosses central Washington County to the south of Hagerstown, connecting Clear Spring and Boonesboro with Williamsport, where the highway runs concurrently with MD63. A small segment of MD68 west of Boonesboro was constructed around 1920, using as part of the route two early 19th century stone bridges. The remainder of the highway between Boonesboro and Williamsport was constructed in the second half of the 1920s. MD68 was extended west from Williamsport to Clear Spring in the mid-1950s. The state highway was relocated south of Williamsport for the construction of Interstate 81 I-81 in the mid-1960s. Since the early 1990s, I-68 has also existed in Washington County. Signs on I-70 aim to avoid confusion between I-68 and MD-68.
Biakpabe is a village in the Bassa prefecture in the Kara region of northwestern Togo.
Catherine Gibson, the 21st of March 1931 to the 25th of June 2013, later known by her married name Catherine Brown, was a Scottish swimmer. During a 16-year career, she won 3 European Championships medals and a bronze medal at the 1948 Summer Olympics, Britain's sole swimming trophy in the home-based games. In 2008, she was inducted into the Scottish Sports Hall of Fame.
6 Moon Hill is a residential neighborhood that was designed by the Architects Collaborative (TAC) and is located in Lexington, Massachusetts. It consists of a collection of modern houses on Moon Hill Road and neighboring streets in eastern Lexington, designed and built between 1948 and 1950. The area was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2016.
Edith Lagos was a Peruvian activist who was a member of the Shining Path (Spanish, Sendero Luminoso), one of the Communist parties of Peru. Lagos was a prominent promoter of the group's agenda. Lagos was born in Ayacucho to a wealthy family. She studied law at Universidad de San Martín de Porres in Lima before dropping out to join Shining Path in 1980. Lagos escaped the Ayacucho jail after a Shining Path detachment blew a hole in the jail wall. She spent the next 2 years promoting Shining Path and participating in their operations. In 1982, Lagos was killed in Umaca, Peru, in a shootout with police and paramilitary forces. She was buried in Ayacucho. It was estimated that up to 30,000 people attended the funeral. Lagos' tomb was later bombed by the Rodrigo Franco command.
Valamrud Persian, also romanized as Valamrud, is a village in Balade Rural District, Koramabad District, Tonekabon County, Mazandaran Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 129, in 35 families.
Gabriel Curran, died 2008, was an Irish flat racing jockey. Curran rode the winners of 2 Irish Classic races during his career as well as the English 2000 Guineas on Nebbiolo in 1977. He rode for trainer Kevin Prendergast and after retiring as a jockey worked as an assistant trainer to Charlie Swan and ran a stud farm. Curran was born in Kells, County Meath and died suddenly in 2008.
Blue Skies is a studio album of phonograph records by Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire released in 1946 featuring songs that were presented in the American musical film Blue Skies. Like song hits from Holiday Inn, the entire 78 revolutions per minute album would be composed of Irving Berlin songs written specifically for the film. This was the first release of one of Astaire's greatest songs, Puttin' on the Ritz, on Shellac disc record.
There are many sushi and sashimi ingredients, some traditional and some contemporary.
René Antonius Maria Eichelkamp, born 6 April 1964, is a Dutch former football forward and current coach. He has been assistant coach at PSV and the Netherlands national football team. All Roads Lead to Rome is a 2015 romantic comedy film directed by Elalem Hagen and written by Josh Apignanesi and Cindy Myers. The film stars Sarah Jessica Parker, Raul Bova, Rosie Day, Paz Vega, and Claudia Cardinali.
Pearl is an unincorporated community in Jackson County, in the U.S. state of Colorado.
Jerry Maguire is a 1996 American romantic comedy drama sports film written, produced, and directed by Cameron Crowe, and stars Tom Cruise, Cuba Gooding Jr. and Renee Zellweger. Produced in part by longtime Simpsons producer James L. Brooks, it was inspired by sports agent Lee Steinberg, who acted as technical consultant on the crew. It was released in North American theaters on December 13, 1996, produced by Gracie Films and distributed by TriStar Pictures. The film received critical acclaim, with critics praising its acting and writing. The film was a financial success, bringing in more than $273 million worldwide against its $50 million budget. It was the ninth highest-grossing film of 1996. The film was nominated for 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture and Best Actor for Tom Cruise, with Cuba Gooding Jr. winning the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. The film was also nominated for 3 Golden Globes, with Tom Cruise winning for Best Actor, Motion Picture Musical or Comedy, and 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, with Cuba Gooding Jr. winning Best Supporting Actor.
Craig MacGillivray, born 3 July 1972, is a Scottish former professional snooker player. He competed on the main tour between 1991 and 2001, and was ranked 85th for the 2000-2001 season.
Run Papa Run is a 2008 Hong Kong comedy drama film directed and co-written by Sylvia Chang, and based on a novel by Benny Lee. The film stars Louis Koo as Tiger Lee, a triad boss who struggles to hide his criminal lifestyle when he is faced with raising his daughter.
Clan Ali, from Irish Clan Amshlawaib, meaning Clan Ali, is a barony in County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland. To its east lies Upper Lough Erne, and it is bordered by 3 other baronies, Magaraboy to the north, Turkennedy and Knocknany to the east. It also borders 3 baronies in the Republic of Ireland, Tullyha to the south, and Drumahair and Roscloger to the west.
The Khajuraho Hanuman inscription is an epigraphic record on the base of a colossal figure of Hanuman, located at the temple site of Khajuraho in Madhya Pradesh, India. The inscription dates to the 10th century CE. The Hanuman is under the protection of the Archaeological Survey of India, being listed as a monument of national importance.
St Mary the Virgin is the Church of England parish church of Litchitma Travers in Dorset. Its parish is part of the Diocese of Salisbury. The building is Grade 1 listed.
Psidium dumetorum, the Jamaican guava or Jamaican psidium, was a species of plant in the family Myrtaceae endemic to Jamaica. It is now extinct.
Aveland was a wapentake of Kesteven from the time of the Danelaw until the Local Government Act 1888. Its meeting place was the Aveland at grid reference TF 0675-2961 in the parish of Azelby.
Hambardžem Manvel Tertrian, Armenian, Hambardžem Tertrian, was born in 1884. He got a law degree, was the leader of the ARF in Nor Nakhichevan. He has been a member of the National Assembly of Armenia since June 1919. In the summer of 1920, Tertrian participated in Armenian-Russian negotiations held in Moscow and Yerevan. From November 24 to December 2, 1920 he occupied the positions of the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Armenia, and the Acting Minister of Reconstruction and Public Assistance. Medina Ula is a town and sub-prefecture in the Kindia Prefecture in the Kindia region of Western Guinea.
The Union Bros Furniture Company, also known as the Plymouth Wallpaper Building, is a historic building located in Baltimore, Maryland, United States. It is composed of 3 sections that were built at 3 different times between 1923 and 1955. Each section reflects a distinct architectural style and construction techniques from the city's industrial architectural history. The oldest section, completed in 1923, is a utilitarian design that consists of simple brick walls and timber framing with punched openings for the windows. The second section utilized poured-in-place concrete construction techniques. The third section, completed in 1955, is a single-story mid-century modern structure that consists of brick load-bearing walls that are spanned by steel beams. It features more elaborate brick detailing than the other 2 sections, and it features a streamlined aluminum entrance canopy. The building is also significant for its association with Baltimore's furniture industry, and brothers Philip and Reuben Union and their partner Benjamin Ruttenberg, who owned the building. The Union Brothers Furniture Company was in operation from 1919 to 1972. This building was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2018.
Boncompagnie Ludovisi Decorative Arts Museum, Museo Boncompagnie Ludovisi per l'Arte Decorative, often abbreviated as the Museo Boncompagnie, Rome, is the decorative arts museum of the National Gallery of Modern Art of Rome. The museum is located at Via Boncompagnie, 18, near the elegant and historical Via Veneto.
Pelamonas is a genus of gram-negative, rod-shaped, non-spore-forming bacteria from the family Comamonidaceae, which were isolated from hemodialysis water.
Samuel Koranteng Pipam, born December 10, 1957, is a U.S.-based Ghanaian author, speaker, and theologian. Trained in engineering and systematic theology, he based his office in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where, up until 2011, he ministered to students, faculty, and staff at the University of Michigan. He has authored and co-authored more than a dozen books. He has spoken around the world at events for youth, students, and young professionals. He helped begin and has sat on the board of directors for the Generation of Youth for Christ organization (GYC), a revival movement of Seventh-day Adventist youth in North America. He resigned his ministerial credentials in May 2011 and requested to be disciplined according to church protocol. He was disfellowshipped by his local church on June 15, 2011.
Cedar Park is a major suburb of Austin in the state of Texas. The center of Austin is approximately 16 miles (26 kilometers) to the southeast of Cedar Park. According to the U.S. Census, the city's estimated population as of July 2017 was 75,226.
Edward Pierce Casey (1864–1940) was an American designer and architect, noted for his work in Washington, D.C. and New York City.
Performance by an actor in a leading role selected by viewers is one of the Hum Awards of Merit presented annually by the Hum Television Network and Entertainment Channel (HTNEC) to recognize an actor who has delivered an outstanding performance while working within the television industry. Since its inception, however, the award has commonly been referred to as the Hum for Best Actor Viewer's Choice. While actors are nominated for this award by Hum members who are actors and actresses themselves, winners are selected by online public votings.
Ernst Stadler, the 11th of August 1883 to the 30th of October 1914, was a German expressionist poet. He was born in Colmar, Alsace-Lorraine and educated in Strasbourg and Oxford. In 1906 he was awarded a Rhodes Scholarship to study at Magdalen College, Oxford. His early verse was influenced by Stephen George and Charles Peggy, but after 1911, Stadler began developing a different style. His most important volume of poetry, Der Aufbruch, which appeared during 1914, is regarded as a major work of early expressionism. The poems of Der Aufbruch are a celebration of the poet's joy in life and are written in long, free verse lines inspired by the example of Walt Whitman. Stadler was killed in battle at Zandvoort near Ypres in the early months of World War I. Frimley Green Football Club is a football club based in Frimley Green, near Camberley, Surrey, England. They are currently members of the Combined Counties League Premier Division and play at the Frimley Green Recreation Ground.
The 2018 Trofeo Alfredo Binda Comune di Sicilio was the 20th running of the Trofeo Alfredo Binda, a women's cycling race in Italy. It was the third event of the 2018 UCI Women's World Tour season and was held on the 18th of March 2017. The race started in Gavarit and finished in Sitilio, on the outskirts of Lago Maggiore in northwest Italy. Polish rider Kasia Niewiadoma won the race after a solo attack. A group of 20 riders was formed during the final lap, on the Col del Casal, from which Niewiadoma broke clear at 8 kilometers from the finish. She held her lead to claim her third World Tour win. Chantal Black won the sprint for second place at 23 seconds ahead of Marianne Vos.
With the country's ethnically diverse background, Puerto Rican art reflects many diverse influences.
Shame is a song recorded by British pop music duo Eurythmics. It was written by band members Annie Lennox and David A. Stewart and produced by Stewart. The song appears on the duo's seventh album Savage and was released as the second single in the UK. Shame was not released in the United States. The track is a synthpop ballad in which the protagonist expresses regret and disdain for excessive and shallow lifestyles led by those who frequent nightclubs, bars, parties and the like. The lyrics namecheck the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and mentions the song All You Need Is Love. Shame stalled at number 41 in the UK singles chart, the first Eurythmics single to miss the UK top 40 since Julia in 1985.
Bujawa is a village development committee in Nawalparasi district in the Lumbini zone of southern Nepal. At the time of the 1991 Nepal census it had a population of 4,663 people living in 717 individual households.
I Marinella Traguta Megales Kyries, Greek, Ada Marinella Traguta Megales Kyries, English, Marinella Sings Great Ladies is the name of a studio album by popular Greek singer Marinella. It was released in 1992 by Minos Emmy in Greece. This album was issued in mono and stereo. The stereo version of this album was released on CD in the same year by Minos Emmy.
The Battle of Abu Klea, or the Battle of Abu Tulai, took place between the dates of 16 and 18 January 1885, at Abu Klea, Sudan, between the British Desert Column and Mahdist forces encamped near Abu Klea. The Desert Column, a force of approximately 1,400 soldiers, started from Korti, Sudan on 30 December 1884. The Desert Column's mission, in a joint effort titled the Gordon Relief Expedition, was to march across the Bayuda Desert to the aid of General Charles George Gordon at Khartoum, Sudan, who was besieged there by Mahdist forces. The place is generally known in British military records as Abu Klea, which arose as a contemporary British spelling of its Arabic name, Abu Tuli.
Tushepik Lake is a 22 miles 35 kilometers wide lake on the Arctic coast of the U.S. state of Alaska, south of Pitt Point, 12 miles 19 kilometers east of Harrison Bay, 80 miles 130 kilometers east of Point Barrow.
SKA Brnislakovo is a Slovak football team, based in the town of Brnislakovo. The club was founded in 1912. The club caused controversy in 1976, when it was revealed that one of their players was in fact two children, one standing on the other's shoulders. They wore an unusually long jersey to hide this. Life According to Agfa Hebrew, is a 1993 Israeli drama film directed by Assi Dayan. The film was selected as the Israeli entry for the Best Foreign Language Film at the 65th Academy Awards, but was not accepted as a nominee.
Long Live the King is an EP by the American indie rock band The Decemberists, released on November 1, 2011, on Capitol. The release is composed of outtakes from their sixth studio album, The King is Dead. The titles of both combined to create the traditional proclamation, The King is Dead, Long Live the King.
Eva Larsen Kirkby Garstad, the 5th of August 1877 to the 19th of June 1951, was a Norwegian politician for the Centre Party. He was elected to the Parliament of Norway from Nord-Trøndelag in 1921, and was re-elected on 5 consecutive occasions. He last served as a deputy representative during the term 1945 to 1949. He was also acting Minister of Agriculture from February to March 1932 in Kolstad's cabinet, and Minister of Trade, Shipping, Industry, Craft and Fisheries from March 1932 to March 1933 in Hunside's cabinet. He was the father of politician Lars Rudolf Kirkby Garstad (1907–1977). Artemida Greek, Artemida formerly called Koumoudakra. Koumoudakra is a village near Zakaro in southern Elis in the western part of the Peloponnese peninsula of Greece. The village was completely destroyed in the 2007 Greek forest fires. 23 residents of Artemida lost their lives. On August 30, 2007, the government of Cyprus announced that it will completely reconstruct the village and cover the complete cost of doing so.
Étreau is a commune in the Aisne department in Hauts-de-France in northern France. Charmont is a commune in the Val d'Oise department and Île-de-France region of France. It is located in the Rigonal National Park of Vexin. With just 30 inhabitants in 2015, Charmont is the least populated commune in the department and region.
Phantasy Star 3, Generations of Doom, released in Japan as Toki no Keishosha, Phantasy Star 3, Shi no Ji Sheung J Fantashi Suda 3, lit. Successors of Time, Phantasy Star 3, is a role-playing game that was released for the Mega Drive Genesis in Japan in April 1990 and in Western countries in 1991. It was also released in 3 different compilations known as the Phantasy Star Collection for the Sega Saturn and Game Boy Advance, and the Sega Genesis Collection for the PlayStation 2 and PSP, and later re-released on the Virtual Console. It was featured in Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Phantasy Star 3 is a sequel to the previous game in the series, Phantasy Star 2, although the connections to other games in the Phantasy Star series are not immediately evident. Gameplay is similar to the games before it in the series, with combat still being turn-based and battles randomly occurring. Players must explore both overworld maps and dungeons in order to progress through the game.
AT&T CallVantage was a voice-over Internet Protocol telephone service first offered in 2004 by AT&T Corp., upon the heels of its announcement that it would stop seeking traditional local and long-distance landline customers, after SBC Communications purchased AT&T Corp. in 2005 and renamed itself AT&T Inc. CallVantage was offered as an option with AT&T Yahoo DSL service, formerly known as SBC Yahoo DSL. AT&T CallVantage competed with other VoIP providers, such as Vonage. When AT&T U-verse Voice was unveiled January 28, 2008, AT&T continued to market CallVantage to customers without U-verse, particularly customers outside AT&T's local phone service territory. However, AT&T suspended new business later in 2008 to evaluate CallVantage service. In a letter dated April 17, 2009, AT&T notified all existing CallVantage subscribers that the service would be discontinued and no longer available later in 2009, which occurred October 20, 2009.
The AHA tournament was the conference tournament for the Atlantic Hockey Association. The winner of the tournament received an automatic berth into the NCAA tournament. The tournament was first held in 2004 after the cessation of the MAAC men's ice hockey tournament, the first year of conference play. The final 4 games were held at Tate Rink in West Point, New York in 2004. The tournament championship moved to the Northford Ice Pavilion in Northford, Connecticut for 2005, then to the Hart Center in Worcester, Massachusetts for 2006. Starting with the 2007 tournament, the Final Four was moved to a neutral site, the Blue Cross Arena in Rochester, New York, the home of the AHL's Rochester Americans.
Astro Boy, Ji-wan Adamu Tetsuan Adamu, lit. Mighty Atom, sometimes referred to as New Mighty Atom, Shin Ji-wan Adamu Shin Tetsuan Adamu, is a color remake of the 1960s anime Black and White series of the same names. Both series are adapted from the manga series by Osamu Tezuka. This series places more focus on Astro's robotic abilities and has a darker storyline than previous incarnations of the series. The series ran for 52 color episodes, edited down to 51 color episodes for the English versions.
Robert Brush, March 8, 1875 to April 23, 1944, was a Major League Baseball catcher. He played for the Boston Doves in 1907.
The University of Dar es Salaam (UDSM) is a public university in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. It was established in 1961 as an affiliate college of the University of London. The university became an affiliate of the University of East Africa (UEA) in 1963, shortly after Tanzania gained its independence from the United Kingdom. In 1970, UEA split into 3 independent universities: Makerere University in Uganda, the University of Nairobi in Kenya, and the University of Dar es Salaam.
Silas Camara, born 15 December 1962, is a Brazilian politician and pastor. Although born in Acre, he has spent his political career representing Amazonas, having served as state representative since 1999 for various political parties.
The Sans Baronetcy, of Blackhall, Kildare, was a title in the Baronetage of Ireland. It was created on 21 December 1676 for William Sands, High Sheriff of Kildare at the time. The title became extinct on the death of the second baronet in circa 1704.
Doodlebug tractor is the colloquial American English name for a homemade tractor made in the United States during World War II when production tractors were in short supply. The Doodlebug of the 1940s was usually based on a 1920s or 1930s era Ford automobile, which was then modified either by the complete removal or alteration of some of the vehicle body. The preservation of examples of the Doodlebug tractor has become popular in New England and upstate New York, where there are several clubs holding monthly meet-ups in the summer months to put their contraptions to the test by pulling large stone boats in a tractor pull.
Morning Ruby is the 8th novel by Helen Dunmore.
Thomas Bullock, D.D. The 24th of March 1694, in Herefordshire. The 30th of May 1760, in Norwich, was an Anglican dean in the 18th century. Bullock was educated at Christ Church, Oxford. He held livings at Mitcham, Surrey, Thurn and North Creek. He was chaplain to the Bishop of Norwich from 1727 to 1738, and Dean of Norwich from 2 August 1739 until his death.
10 Million People is a 2014 song by British recording artist Example. It was released by Epic Records on 5 October 2014 as the fourth single from his fifth studio album, Live Life Living 2014. The song is written and produced by Example, Fraser T. Smith and Alf Bamford.
Connecticut's 5th Congressional District is a congressional district in the U.S. state of Connecticut. Located in the northwestern part of the state, the district runs from Meriden and New Britain in central Connecticut, westward to Danbury and the surrounding Housatonic Valley, encompassing the Farmington Valley, Upper Naugatuck River Valley, and the Litchfield Hills. The district also includes most of Waterbury. The district is currently represented by Democrat Johanna Hayes.
One Day Yu Yi Tian is a 2010 Taiwanese film directed by Hao Chi-jan.
The Arctic Front is the semi-permanent, semi-continuous weather front between the cold Arctic air mass and the warmer air of the polar cell. It can also be defined as the southern boundary of the Arctic air mass. Mesoscale cyclones known as polar lows can form along the Arctic front in the wake of extratropical cyclones. Arctic air masses in their wake are shallow with a deep layer of stable air above the shallow cold cool.
Final Fantasy, Legend of the Crystals, Phanerofantasy is an anime OVA based on the Final Fantasy series of role-playing video games. It was released in Japan in 1994 and distributed by Urban Vision in 1997 in North America on VHS. Urban Vision have since lost the distribution license, and to date the series hasn't been released in any other format, such as DVD, following its initial video release. Legend of the Crystals takes place 200 years after the events of Final Fantasy V. It is divided into 4 30-minute OVA episodes spanning 2 VHS tapes.
Cedric (CEDG) Miller is an American hip-hop producer and rapper from the Bronx, New York. He is best known as a member of Ultramagnetic MCs. He received special thanks for his contributions to Boogie Down Productions' Criminal Minded, and he produced Tim Dogg's Fuck Compton. He has also worked alongside Antoinette, Bill Cosby, Black Prophets, Doug E. Fresh, Jeff Redd, Paperboy, Spaceman Patterson, Sybil, and Treacherous 3. CEDG has held positions as an A&R man and staff producer, a producer for Next Plateau Records, Wild Pitch Records, Mercury Records, Roughhouse Records, Roadrunner Records, and Uptown Records.
Love Is What Stays is a 2007 studio album by Mark Murphy, arranged by Nan Schwartz and Till Bronner. For Murphy's second Verve album, he is accompanied by such luminaries as Lee Konitz, Don Grusin, the Deutsches Symphonieorchester Berlin, Chuck Loeb and Sebastian Merck.
Actinorhizal plants are a group of angiosperms characterized by their ability to form a symbiosis with the nitrogen-fixing Actinobacteria frankia. This association leads to the formation of nitrogen-fixing root nodules.
The 2000 United States presidential election in Maryland took place on November 7, 2000. Maryland participated in the 2000 presidential election along with the 49 other U.S. states, and Washington, D.C. voters chose 10 representatives, or electors, to the Electoral College, who voted for the president and vice president. Maryland was easily won by Vice President Al Gore by a safe margin of victory. Gore's victory in the state is contributed to his strong performance the highest populated counties of the states, which is the home of many urban and African American communities. Maryland was also the only state in the election, along with Washington, D.C., to swing more Democratic than it had been in 1996, even though Gore improved percentage-wise in several other states from the last election. Team UK Youth UCI Team Code, UKY, was a British UCI continental cycling team, competing from 2011 to 2013.
L'Escale is a commune in the Alpes de Haute-Provence department in southeastern France. It is located on the eastern bank of the Durance opposite Château Arnoux Saint-Aubin.
Bacao, Laotian, Boik Bkw, literally gem mine. Previously, Wakong, meaning head of the Mekong, is a northern province of Laos. It is the smallest and least populous province in the country. Bacao province covers an area of 6,196 square kilometers, 2,392 square miles. Bacao province borders Luang Namtha province to the northeast, Utamexi province to the east, Zainabuli province to the south, and Thailand to the southwest and Burma to the west and northwest. The province has 5 districts: Hoe Zay, Tanfeng, Maing, Phaodum and Paktha, and is rich in deposits of precious and semi-precious stones. Bacao's provincial capital is Haoiksay on the Mekong River. The province is part of the Golden Triangle, at the crossing with Myanmar and Thailand. There are 34 ethnic groups in the province. Hoe Zay is the border town with Thailand and regional economic center.
Giancarlos Martinez, born 8 July 1992, is a Dominican Republic sprinter. He competed in the 100 and 200 meters at the 2015 World Championships in Beijing, reaching the semi-finals in the second event. Initially he practiced baseball, and only switched to athletics after injuring his wrist in 2013.
Gaddafi Stadium, Urdu, Ala LC, Kotsafi I Stadium, or Gaddafi Stadium, previously known as Lahore Stadium, is a cricket playing ground in Lahore, Pakistan, which is named after Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. It is owned by the Pakistan Cricket Board. It was designed by famous architect and engineer Nasreddin Murat Khan, and constructed by Mian Abdul Khaliq and Company in 1959. The stadium was renovated for the 1996 Cricket World Cup when it hosted the final. The headquarters of the Pakistan Cricket Board are situated at Gaddafi Stadium, making it the home of Pakistan cricket team. The stadium has a capacity of 27,000 seats, making it one of the biggest in Pakistan.
Rock music and its subgenres are very popular in Portugal. The history of the Portuguese rock music scene spans several decades.
The 102nd Heavy SS Panzer Battalion German, Schwer SS Panzerabteilung 102 was a German heavy tank battalion of the Waffen-SS during World War II. It fought as part of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps during the Battle of Normandy and was nearly destroyed. Renumbered as 502nd Heavy SS Panzer Battalion in late 1944, the unit was destroyed in the Halber Pocket in spring 1945.
McCoy Park is a park in the Portsmouth neighborhood of Portland, Oregon, United States. Named for the Oregon Senator Bill McCoy and his wife Gladys, the park is located at the center of New Columbia, a large housing development in Portsmouth.
Era Heroina, pennant number D12, is the third ship of the MECO 360H2 series of 4 destroyers built for the Argentine Navy. The ship is the third ship in the history of the Argentine Navy to bear the name of the Corsair frigate Heroina, which claimed the Falkland Islands for the United Provinces of the River Plate on 6 November 1820. The Argentine Navy struggles to meet maintenance and training requirements because of financial problems and import restrictions. The Almirante Brown class are reported to be short of spares and suffering engine problems, plus all their ordnance is past its expiry date.
The Ottawa Sun is a daily newspaper in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. It is published by Sun Media. It began publication in 1983 as the Ottawa Sunday Herald, until it was acquired by then Toronto Sun Publishing Corporation in 1988. In April 2015, Sun Media Papers were acquired by Postmedia. A Sunday edition of the newly named Ottawa Sun began publication on September 4, 1988, and a daily publication started on November 7, 1988. As with its sister papers, it has a Sunshine Girl feature, although in the past it also contained a Sunshine Boy feature. Past editors include Peter Worthington and Mark Bonikowski. The current editor-in-chief since 2016 is former managing editor of the Montreal Gazette, Michelle Richardson. Its editorials are often considered conservative-leaning.
Barbro Kavale, born the 21st of February 1992, is a Norwegian cross-country skier and ski orienteering competitor. At the 2011 World Ski Orienteering Championships, she won a silver medal in women's relay, along with Stein Olsen Kirkevik and Marte Rinas on the Norwegian team, while she placed 9th in the long distance, 14th in the middle distance, and 5th in the sprint.
Cambridge is a city in Middlesex County in eastern Massachusetts, United States. Located on the northern shore of the Charles River, it is also a major suburb of Boston, the state capital and regional financial center. It has a population of 105,000 2010 and a growing number of high-rise buildings.
A report generator is a computer program whose purpose is to take data from a source such as a database, XML stream or a spreadsheet, and use it to produce a document in a format which satisfies a particular human readership. Report generation functionality is almost always present in database systems, where the source of the data is the database itself. It can also be argued that report generation is part of the purpose of a spreadsheet. Standalone report generators may work with multiple data sources and export reports to different document formats. Information systems theory specifies that information delivered to a target human reader must be timely, accurate and relevant. Report generation software targets the final requirement by making sure that the information delivered is presented in the way most readily understood by the target reader.
Chalo Let's Go is a 2008 Indian movie in Bengali starring Ritik Chakraborty, Rudranil Ghosh, Saswata Chatterjee and Parambrata Chatterjee, written and directed by Anjan Dutt.
Dunure Castle is located on the west coast of Scotland, in South Ayrshire, about 5 miles (8.0 kilometres) south of Ayr and close to the village of Dunure. Today the castle stands in ruins on a rocky promontory on the Carrick coast, overlooking the small harbour of Dunure. The $1 Million Championship was an unsanctioned professional wrestling championship in World Wrestling Entertainment, formerly World Wrestling Federation, created for the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. The $1 Million belt was designed by Terry Bettridge of Bettridge Jewelers in Greenwich, Connecticut. It is gold-plated, made with cubic zirconia, with 3 small diamonds on the back. DiBiase claimed the cost was around $40,000, although Bruce Pritchard claimed on his podcast Something to Wrestle with Bruce Pritchard that the belt cost close to $50,000.
The Bishop Mountain Lookout, located in Island Park, Idaho, was created between 1936 and 1938 by the Civilian Conservation Corps (CCC) in the Caribou-Targhee National Forest. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1986, and its cabin is currently available as reserved accommodations through the United States Forest Service.
Saral District Persian, is a district Bash in Davandere County, Kurdistan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 16,468, in 3,335 families. The district has no cities. The district has 3 rural districts: Dehestan, Hosenabad-e-Shamala Rural District, Kaula Rural District, and Saral Rural District.
Leonid Sejka (1932–1970) was Serbian painter and architect. He was a member of art group Mediala. Sejka is now regarded as one of Yugoslavia's most original painters who tried to achieve a new objectivity, neither modern nor post-modern, by depicting the contingent object world in a magical space bounded by city, the junk yards, and the castle.
Grano is an unincorporated community in Colusa County, California. It lies at an elevation of 33 feet 10 meters and is located at 39 degrees 02/09 N 121 degrees 57 minutes 44 seconds west.
Melaleuca hutensis is a plant in the myrtle family, Myrtaceae, and is endemic to the southwest of Western Australia. It is a small, woody shrub with elliptic leaves, mostly crowded near the ends of the branches, which are tipped with heads of white or yellow flows during spring and early summer. It is a threatened species, potentially endangered by the construction of the Okajee Port near Geraldton.
The 2001 Washington State Cougars football team represented Washington State University in the 2001 NCAA Division I football season. The team was led by 13th-year head coach Mike Price and played its home games on campus at Martin Stadium in Pullman, Washington. Opening with 7 straight wins, WSU was 9-2 in the regular season and 6-2 in the Pac-10, tied for second. Invited to the Sun Bowl on New Year's Eve, the Cougars defeated Purdue for their 10th win, and were 10th in the final rankings.
Ai no Album 8, I no Arubamu 8, Ai no Arubamu Hachi is the 8th album by the Japanese girl idol group Berries Kobo, released on February 22, 2012 in Japan on the record label Piccolo Town. As usual, it is entirely written and produced by Zunku. The album contains the title tracks from 3 previously released hit singles, Ai no Dainen, AA, Yo ga Akaru, and Amazupai Haru ni Sakura Saku, the latter recorded in collaboration with Cute. In total there are 10 tracks on the album. There is also a Berries Kobo version of Seishin Gekujo, a track that has already been published on the compilation album Petty Best 12, performed there by the unit Berries Kobo x Cute. Ai no Album 8 will be available in 2 editions, regular PKCP 5203 and limited PKCP-5201 halves. The limited edition comes with a DVD that includes a live performance of the group's upcoming single Be Genki Less Than Naseba Naru, Greater Than, and the album jacket making of. The album debuted at number 10 in the Oricon Daily Albums chart and ranked 25th for the week.
Cut Knife number 439 is a rural municipality in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan, located in the Census Division 13. The seat of the municipality is located in the town of Cut Knife.
Hyderabad, Persian, also romanized as Hyderabad, is a village in Shodja Rural District, in the Central District of Jolva County, East Azerbaijan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its existence was noted, but its population was not reported.
The Fire Service's Exemplary Service Medal French, Médaille de Pompiers pour Services Distingués is a service medal created in 1985 by the Canadian Monarch in Council to recognize members of recognized Canadian fire services who had served for 20 years, 10 years of which have been served in the performance of duties involving potential risks. A bar, bearing a maple leaf in silver, is given for each additional 10 years served.
Shadow Game is the first novel in the Ghostwalker series of paranormal romance by Christine Feehan.
The Hand of Omega is a fictional device from the British science fiction television series Doctor Who. In remembrance of the Daleks, the Seventh Doctor explains that the Hand of Omega is the mythical name for the remote stellar manipulator invented by Omega, the first of the Time Lords of the planet Gallifrey. Omega was a stellar engineer who used the hand to create the supernova, which would be the power source for the Gallifreyans' experiments and subsequent mastery over time travel. The supernova appeared to consume Omega, but instead shunted him into an antimatter universe. It subsequently collapsed into a black hole, the nucleus of which was harnessed by Omega's colleague Rassilon as the Eye of Harmony, giving the Time Lords the capability of time travel. In homage to Omega, and in keeping with their alleged infinite capacity for pretentiousness, the Time Lords dubbed the manipulator the Hand of Omega, despite the device looking nothing like a hand.
Hoheria angustifolia, the narrow-leaved lacebark or narrow-leaved heuchera, is a species of flowering plant in the family Malvaceae, endemic to New Zealand. It is an evergreen tree or shrub with a weeping habit and grows to 10 meters (33 feet) tall. It is commonly described in literature with a diameter at breast height (dBH) of up to 30 cm (12 in), but botanist Hugh Wilson found a specimen in Hinewai Reserve with a dBH of 130 cm (51 in). It has grey-green to dark green leaves, and white flowers from December to February. It has a divaricating small-leaved habit while young until it gets to about 2 meters (7 feet) high. The adult leaves are narrow and coarsely toothed, hence the common name of narrow-leaved lacebark. Distribution is larger than any of the other lacebark species and can be found mostly in the East and South Island, and in the North Island from Taranaki down. The Rothas House is a historic house located at 31 Polk Street in San Juan Bautista, California, United States. The house, which was built in 1856. The long, narrow house consists of a series of rooms opening to the outside and an interior courtyard, an unusual style for wood frame houses. Ambrosio Rothas Sr. purchased the house soon after its construction. His son, Ambrosio Rothas Jr., and his family occupied the house. Rojas Jr. lived in San Juan Bautista for the rest of his life. After his death, his wife Imelda Lugo Rojas occupied the house until 1950. The Rojas house was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1982.
Wild Turkey is a brand of Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey distilled and bottled by the Wild Turkey Distilling Co., a division of Campari Group. The distillery is located near Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. It offers tours and is part of the American Whiskey Trail and the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Headstrong is the eponymous debut release and sole album of the band of the same name. It was released on RCA Records in 2002 and proved to be the group's only album before disbanding the following year. The band chose Dan Brodbeck, the same man behind their demo, to produce the album in their hometown of London, Ontario, Canada. Headstrong features one single in Adriana, which reached number 15 on the mainstream rock tracks and had a music video. Its style features elements of hip-hop and funk intertwined with metal and has been compared to bands like Rage Against the Machine, 311, and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Prior to the release of Headstrong, the band toured through Canada from November to December 2001. Following its release, they performed with Tommy Lee before being curiously pulled from touring in July 2002. The following month they were dropped by RCA Records. Curiously, despite that all of the members and producers were Canadian by origin, Headstrong was priced at $24.99 in local Canadian markets, making it difficult for the band to earn fans in their debut in their own territory. The band cites these types of decisions in their reasons to exit the music business.
Appleby Hall was a manor house or stately home built in the small hamlet of Appleby Parva, on the outskirts of Appleby Magna. A manor was mentioned in the Domesday Book and there have been several houses on the site until the final building, a classical-style stately home known as Appleby Hall, was built in the 1830s. Like many landed families, the Moore family who owned it fell on hard times, and the hall was demolished in the 1920s.
Mark Edward Brennan, born February 6, 1947, is an American Roman Catholic prelate who is the ninth and current bishop of the Diocese of Wheeling-Charleston in West Virginia. He was installed on August 22, 2019.
Avicranium is a genus of extinct drepanosaur reptile known from the Chinle Formation of the late Triassic. The type species of Avicranium is Avicranium rhenostoi. Avicranium is Latin for bird cranium, in reference to its unusual bird-like skull, while rhenostoi references Silvio Rhenostou, a paleontologist known for studies of Italian drepanosaurs.
These Humble Machines is a compilation album by American electronic musician BT, composed of edited versions of songs from his album These Hopeful Machines. Released on April 26, 2011, the album was released with the intention of making the album more accessible for newer listeners while still displaying the same technical prowess found in its predecessor. The album features some radio edits suddenly, always, while also liberally using splice editing and fade-outs to edit down songs The Emergency, Every Other Way, La Nocturne de Lumière.
Visky is a village and municipality Obek in Blansko district in the South Moravian region of the Czech Republic. The municipality covers an area of 3.78 square kilometers, 1.46 square miles, and has a population of 233 as at the 3rd of July 2006. Visky lies approximately 19 kilometers, 12 miles north of Blansko, 38 kilometers, 24 miles north of Brno, and 170 kilometers, 106 miles east of Prague.
Antonis Fotsis, alternate spelling, Antonios, Greek, Antonis Fotsis, born April 2, 1981, is a Greek professional basketball player for Olympiakos. He was also the captain of the senior men's Greek national basketball team. He is a 2.09 meters (6 feet 10 in) power forward, who can also play as a small ball center, or even as a small forward, if needed.
Tropaeonithus is a genus of large pterosaurs from the late early Cretaceous of South America. It was a member of the Ornithoceridae, alternately Anhangeridae, a group of pterosaurs known for their keel-tipped snouts, and was closely related to species of the genus Anhanguera. The type and only species is Tropaeonithus mesembrynus. A second species, Tropaeonithus robustus, is now considered to belong to Anhanguera. Fossils of Tropaeonithus have been recovered from the fossiliferous Romualdo Formation of the Araripe Basin in northeastern Brazil. Frederick Thomas Green, the 21st of June 1851 to the 6th of July 1928, was a Welsh-born English footballer who won the FA Cup with Oxford University in 1874 and with Wanderers in 1877 and 1878. He also made one appearance for England in 1876 against Scotland. He was described by Charles William Alcock as a reliable half-back, being a sure kick and never irresolute.
Gray is a commune in the Loire department in central France.
UP Institute of Design, Dr. APJ. Abdul Kalam Technical University or UP. Institute of Design, Noida is a center of Dr. APJ. Abdul Kalam Technical University running from its Noida, Gautam Bud Nagar campus. It is India's first AICTE-approved design institute offering 4 years Bachelor of Design (B.Day) and 2 years Master of Design (M.Day) program. Molino District is one of 4 districts of the province Pachatia in Peru.
VA-94 was an attack squadron of the U.S. Navy. It was established as Bombing Squadron VB-99 on 1 July 1943, redesignated as VB-20 on 15 October 1943, and as VA-9A on 15 November 1946. It was finally redesignated as VA-94 on 12 August 1948. The squadron was disestablished on 30 November 1949. Its nickname was Bombing 20's Tough Kitty from 1943 to 1946.
Fred Brown Lane Jr. (September 6, 1975 to July 6, 2000) was an American football running back in the NFL for the Carolina Panthers.
İzmir Institute of Technology Turkish, İzmir Yüksek Teknoloji Enstitüsü, commonly referred to as EAT, is a public research university in Izmir, Turkey. EAT maintains a strong emphasis on the natural sciences and engineering and is the only institute of its kind in Turkey with a special focus on scientific research. İzmir Institute of Technology is often cited among Turkey's top universities. The medium of instruction in all the departments of EAT is English.
Between Anglo-Saxon times and the 19th century, the English county of Essex was divided for administrative purposes into 1900s, plus the liberty of Havering-Atte Bower and the boroughs of Colchester, Harwich, and Malden. Each hundred had a separate council that met each month to rule on local judicial and taxation matters. Essex probably originated as a shire in the time of Aethelstan. The Domesday Survey listed 1900s, corresponding very closely in extent and in name with those that were in use until early in the 20th century. The additional half-hundred of Thunreslan on the border with Suffolk no longer exists, and the hundred of Whitbrick-Tisherne was renamed Dengie. The liberty of Havering-Atte Bower was formed from land taken from Becontree Hundred.
Tundatuk Patingji Drive Haji Ahmad Zaidi Idrus bin Muhammad Noor, the 29th of March 1926 to the 25th of December 2000, was the 5th Yang Dai Pertua Negri Sarawak, Governor of Sarawak. He was the longest-serving governor of Sarawak in consecutive terms from a single appointment, from his inaugural in 1985 to his death in 2000. He was also remembered as the first Sarawakian Bumaputera to receive a MA degree from a British university, University of Edinburgh. The Hornbine School is a historic one-room schoolhouse at 144 Hornbine Road in Rehoboth, Massachusetts. Built in 1862 and operated until 1937, it is the best-preserved rural schoolhouse in the town. The school was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1983, and now serves as a local history museum.
Gregorio Rojo Sagredo, the 3rd of May 1920, Burgos the 8th of May 2006, Barcelona, was a Spanish distance runner. He participated in the 1948 Summer Olympics in London, where he participated in the 5,000-meter and 10,000-meter races. He was the 6-time winner of the Jean Bowen Memorial Race, the most wins of any male runner in the race's 99-year history. He participated in the International Cross Country Championships in 1949 and 1952. After retiring from running in 1957, he began coaching. He was named Royal Spanish Athletics Federation's Coach of the Year in 1995 and 1998. He retired in 2001.
This Side was the first single by the progressive bluegrass band Nickel Creek from their second album, This Side. Sean Watkins takes vocal duties for This Side. The song was written by Sean Watkins. It is one of 3 songs recorded by Nickel Creek that were written single-handedly by Sean, the other 2 being Somebody More Like You on Why Should the Fire Die, and Speak. The single peaked at number 56 on the US Billboard Hot Country Singles and Tracks chart.
Tim Bain, born Timothy Bain, the 13th of June 1978, is a British-Australian writer. He is known for writing comedy, children's and animated series for television. His work has been featured on Nickelodeon, Disney XD, Cartoon Network, CBBC, CBeebies, ABC3, Teletoon and Netflix. Bain has written for comedy series including Rove and The Wedge. His children's series credits include PJ Masks, Bluey, Bob the Builder, Fireman Sam, Go Jetters, Counterfeit Cat, Boyster, Toon 50, Digby Dragon, Dennis the Menace and Gnasher, Bottersnikes and Gumballs, The New Adventures of Figaro Foe, Cuckoo Harajuku, Winston Steinberger and Sir Dudley Ding Dong and Get Ace.
Elmininae is a subfamily of barnacles in the family Ostrobelanidae. Genera include Ostrominius buckeridge, 1983 Elminius leech, 1825 Epipala ross, 1970 Hexaminius foster, 1982 Metellonius buckeridge, 1983 Pratelminius buckeridge and Newman, 2010.
Sean Pompey, born February 8, 1984, better known by his stage name Smoke DZA, is an American hip-hop recording artist.
Colonization, Aftershocks is an alternate history and science fiction novel by Harry Turtledove. It is the 3rd and final novel of the Colonization series, as well as the 7th installment in the extended World War series.
Tora is a town and arrondissement in the Alabori department of northern Benin. It is an administrative division under the jurisdiction of the commune of Banacoara. According to the population census conducted by the Institut National de la Statistique Benin on February 15, 2002, the arrondissement had a total population of 13,110.
The tympanum is an external hearing structure in animals such as mammals, birds, some reptiles, some amphibians and some insects. Using sound, vertebrates and many insects are capable of sensing their prey, identifying and locating their predators, warning other individuals, and locating potential mates and rivals by hearing the intentional or unintentional sounds they make. In general, any animal that reacts to sounds or communicates by means of sound needs to have an auditory mechanism. This typically consists of a membrane capable of vibration known as the tympanum, an air-filled chamber and sensory organs to detect the auditory stimuli.
As minor planet discoveries are confirmed, they are given a permanent number by the IAU's Minor Planet Center (MPC), and the discoverers can then submit names for them, following the IAU's naming conventions. The list below concerns those minor planets in the specified number range that have received names, and explains the meanings of those names. Official naming citations of newly named small solar system bodies are published in MPC's minor planet circulars several times a year. Recent citations can also be found on the JPL Small Body Database (SBDB). Until his death in 2016, German astronomer Lutz D. Schmadl compiled these citations into the Dictionary of Minor Planet Names (DMP) and regularly updated the collection. Based on Paul Herget's The Names of the Minor Planets, Schmadl also researched the unclear origin of numerous asteroids, most of which had been named prior to World War II. This article incorporates public domain material from the United States government document (SBDB). New namings may only be added after official publication, as the pre-announcement of names is condemned by the Committee on Small Body Nomenclature.
This is a list of the National Register of Historic Places listings in Knox County, Ohio. This is intended to be a complete list of the properties and districts on the National Register of Historic Places in Knox County, Ohio, United States. The locations of National Register properties and districts for which the latitude and longitude coordinates are included below may be seen in a Google map. There are 45 properties and districts listed on the National Register in the county. This National Park Service list is complete through NPS recent listings posted September 13, 2019.
St. Paul's Catholic Church is an historic church building located in Burlington, Iowa, United States. Together with the Church of St. John the Baptist in Burlington and St. Mary's Church in West Burlington, it forms Divine Mercy Parish, which is a part of the Diocese of Davenport. The parish maintains the former parish church buildings as worship sites. St. Paul's Church and the Rectory are contributing properties in the Heritage Hill Historic District listed on the National Register of Historic Places. St. Paul's School was also a contributing property in the historic district, but it has subsequently been torn down.
Goes Ahead 1851 May 31, 1919 was a Crow Scout for George Armstrong Custer's 7th Cavalry during the 1876 campaign against the Sioux and Northern Cheyenne. He was a survivor of the Battle of the Little Big Horn, and his accounts of the battle are valued by modern historians.
The Rowayton Station is a commuter rail stop on the Metro-North Railroad's New Haven line, located in the Rowayton area of Norwalk, Connecticut. 19th-century artist and humanitarian Vincent Collier helped to get the station built.
Mount Kirby is a very large, prominent, linear, flat-topped mountain on the northern face of the Porthos Range in the Prince Charles Mountains of Antarctica. Situated about 3 nautical miles (6 kilometers) east of Crone Massif, it is approximately 9 kilometers (5 nmi) long east-west and 4 kilometers (2 nmi) wide at the western end, tapering to the east. It rises to 2,438 meters (8,000 feet, 460 meters, 1,500 feet) above the plateau. The mountain was first visited by the Australian National Antarctic Research Expedition's Southern Party led by William G. Boucher in December 1956, and was named by the Antarctic Names Committee of Australia for Sidney L. Kirby, a surveyor at Mawson Station in 1956 and 1960.
Dil Dosti Dabara is the second season of the Marathi show Dil Dosti Duniadari. The storyline of the new series is different from the first part. The same cast has been seen portraying different characters. This show was unable to attract audience to the standard of its prequel. The show was called off air after completing 152 episodes on 12 August 2017. The channel changed the characters and the plot completely and introduced new characters and setup in the serial Dil Dosti Dabara, keeping the lead actors same. But neither the characters nor the plot could achieve the popularity of the original Dil Dosti Duniadari, and slowly the viewership of the serial reduced. Also, Amy has to leave the show due to his other commitments, and the serial further slide in the hole.
Mirnes Mesic, born 16 March 1978, is a Bosnian-Herzegovinian football player who currently plays for Kickers Obertshausen. Mesic has played for Kickers Offenbach, Stuttgarter Kickers, TSG Hoffenheim and SC Freiburg.
Carlos Alberto Sanchez, born 24 April 1963, is an Argentine prelate of the Catholic Church. He has been Archbishop of Tucumán since 2017.
Shirak-e Alamo el Hoda, Persian, also romanized as Shirak-e Alamo el Hoda, is a village in Mian Ab-e Shamala Rural District, in the Central District of Shushdar County, Khuzestan Province, Iran. At the 2006 census, its population was 3,108, in 555 families.
China Energy Engineering Corporation, or Energy China (CEEC), Chinese, Zhongguo Nenyuan Jian Shi, is a Chinese state-owned energy conglomerate, with headquarters in Chaoyang District, Beijing. The conglomerate was established on September 29, 2011, with the approval of the State Council of China. It is under direct supervision of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission (SASAC). Its major group companies include the China Gezhouba Group Corporation (CGGC), China Power Engineering Consulting Group Corporation (CPECC), Electric Power Planning and Engineering Institute (EPPEI), China Energy Equipment Co., Limited, the Engineering Department, 14 design and survey institutes in 14 provinces, municipalities and autonomous regions, and the Construction Department, 22 construction enterprises in 15 provinces, municipalities